Summer, 1988. At the foot of Beishan in Lushu Village, Haizhou County, stood a shabby, thatched hut. Lu Nianyan was dying. She had been locked in a dark room for more than 2 months. Every day, a cruel woman came to deliver food, often beating and scolding her. Her body was covered in wounds, thin and trembling under torn clothes. Even her breathing was weak and cautious. In this endless darkness and pain, her life seemed hopeless.
Mom.
Nian Nian is going to die. I can't find Dad, and I can't save you either. Half conscious, she heard the iron door creak open. A heavy-set woman stepped inside. You little brat, you're still alive after all this time? Ugh, what bad luck. If the young lady hadn't begged for your life, the master would have gotten rid of you long ago. With a loud clang, the woman threw the food bowl to the ground and turned to leave, still muttering angrily. Suddenly, she clutched her chest, her face twisting in pain. Her large body slowly collapsed to the floor. Foam appeared at her mouth as she twitched violently, pointing weakly toward the door while making muffled sounds. Her eyes widened, her face turned pale, and then she lay still. Hearing the noise, Lu Nianyan slowly opened her eyes and saw the woman lying motionless on the ground. She forced herself to sit up, enduring the pain, and crawled to the food bowl, eating hungrily. With food in her stomach, she felt a faint spark of life return. She looked at the half-open iron door, then at the woman on the floor. Crawling closer, she reached out with her dirty little hand to check for breath, and froze in fear. Her mother had once said, when there's no breath, it means the person is gone, just like Grandma. Gathering her courage, Lu Nianyan searched the woman's body and took all the small valuables she could find. Enduring the pain, she slowly stood up and staggered toward the cold iron door. She was going to escape this cage and find her father in the northern military district. Not long after she left, a man with a scarred face burst into the dark room. Seeing his wife dead and the child missing, his rage exploded like fire. A beast-like roar rose from his throat, shaking the air. You wicked child! How dare you harm my wife? I'll make you pay dearly for this. He immediately pulled out his phone and dialed a number. The call was answered after just one ring. Master, it's Scar, the man said quickly and respectfully. You'd better have something important to say. You know my temper, came a deep, steady voice from the other end. Master, that child escaped. And not only that, she also hurt my wife, Scar said bitterly. The man's voice rose in anger. Useless. All of you are useless. You can't even watch over a child. What good are you? Foolish of me to show mercy back then. I should have ended this long ago. Hurry. Send people after her. I want her found, no matter what. She must not get away. Yes, Master. Scar answered, leaving the small dark room without even glancing at his wife's body. Lu Nianyan ran as fast as her legs could carry her, rushing into the mountains without looking back. Her tattered clothes fluttered in the wind, and the jewelry in her arms jingled softly. In her hand, she clutched an old, yellowed photo of a soldier, the only light of hope in her heart. She didn't know how long she had been running or where she was. She only knew she couldn't stop. If they caught her, there would be no escape. As dawn began to break, her strength finally gave out, and she collapsed to the ground. Her vision darkened. She bit her lip hard, the pain forcing her to stay awake. Crawling into the grass, she lay down, breathing deeply. At last, she was free. From the moment she was born, she had been locked in a woodshed. Her cries had long gone hoarse, but no one cared. Old Madame Wang couldn't bear to see it and secretly fed her porridge, but was soon dismissed. Every night, her grandmother would quietly come to the shed, feed her, and then leave. Until she was 5, she had never seen her mother and didn't even know what she looked like. She had never stepped outside the shed. The sound of voices from beyond the door was her greatest joy. The mice in the shed were her only companions. Through every season, her grandmother would bring her clothes at night. She longed for the darkness, because only then would her grandmother come, with food, stories, and warmth. But one night, her grandmother didn't come. The next night, instead, a beautiful woman appeared. She said it was her mother, who held her tightly and cried bitterly. Only then did she learn that her grandmother had passed away, and she cried for a long, long time. Her mother gave her a military tag with the word Yuan engraved on it, along with an old, yellowed photo of a man in uniform. Her mother said, "That's your father." She repeated his address several times, telling her that only by finding her father could she survive. Her mother talked to her a lot, kissed her again and again, and didn't mind that she was dirty. Every night, her mother brought her food, until 2 months ago, when a man with a scarred face took her away. Since then, she had never seen her mother again. Lu Nianyan's thoughts returned to the present. Her eyes were already blurred with tears. She lifted her small, dirty hand and wiped them away. Clenching her teeth, she sat up and looked around, unsure which direction led to the northern military district. She knew she couldn't travel during the day. If anyone found her, she would be in great danger. Lu Nianyan gently patted her small belly. "Don't fuss, okay? Once we find something good to eat, I'll make sure you're full." A pheasant suddenly flew out from the grass ahead, startling her. Curious, she crawled over with difficulty and found a nest of pheasant eggs. Wow, these eggs are so small. I wonder if they're edible. Too hungry to wait, Lu Nianyan picked up one and ate it right away. It actually tastes pretty good. Before long, she had eaten more than 20 eggs. She let out a loud burp and patted her little belly. "How's that? Full now?" Sweat seeped from her skin, soaking into her wounds, and waves of pain swept through her body. "It hurts." She bit her lip hard to keep from crying out. Her small face tightened, tears welled up in her eyes, but she forced them back. "Don't cry, baby. It'll be okay soon," she whispered to comfort herself. Her tiny hands dug into the grass roots, gripping them tightly as if that could ease the pain. Her vision darkened, and she fainted, a single tear sliding down her cheek. The sun hung high in the sky. Light filtered through the leaves, falling softly on her small face. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly as she slowly opened her eyes. The pain had eased a little. She pressed her hands to the ground and struggled to sit up. Looking up, she saw a small river not far away. Joy rose in her heart, and she forced herself to stand despite the sharp pain, but a wave of dizziness suddenly hit her. She steadied herself against a small tree, paused for a moment, then pushed aside the branches and slowly walked toward the river. When she reached the riverbank, she looked around carefully. After making sure there was no danger, she crouched down and tried to scoop up some water with her hands, but it slipped through her fingers before she could drink. She tried several times but still couldn't get a sip. Her eyes moved slightly, and she decided to lie down on the ground, leaning forward until she could finally drink directly from the river. After drinking, she pushed herself up and looked for a moss-covered stone to sit on. She took off her torn clothes, revealing her small body covered in wounds. The deepest cut was on her waist, still slowly bleeding. Lu Nianyan dipped her shirt into the river, watching the dirty water spread out, then pressed it down with a stone so it wouldn't be carried away by the current. Next, she placed her pants and shoes in the water to soak. The river murmured softly as Lu Nianyan sat quietly in the shallow water, gently washing herself. Tears rolled down her cheeks. It was the first time in her life she had ever bathed herself. When she was little, her grandmother used to wipe her clean in the woodshed. After washing from her tangled hair to her toes, she scrubbed her clothes and shoes clean, then hung them on a sunlit branch to dry. Only then did she breathe a long sigh of relief. Suddenly, an angry shout echoed from the hillside, Scar's voice, loud as thunder, striking fear into her heart. She quickly gathered her clothes into her arms and hid in the nearest bushes, trembling in fright. That little brat is covered in wounds. She can't have gone far. After her. Yes, Scar. Several men answered and ran forward. Their footsteps soon faded into the distance. Lu Nianyan hid in the bushes, clutching her wet clothes. She covered her mouth with her small hand, tears sliding down her face as she shook with fear. She had to be strong. She couldn't cry. Grandma always said, "Only weak children cry." Wiping away her tears, she quickly put on her damp clothes. She couldn't let them catch her, not before she met her father. But the more anxious she became, the harder it was to dress. Her little face scrunched up in frustration. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Grandma once said, "When you face something difficult, don't rush. Take a deep breath, open your eyes again, and maybe things will look different." Lu Niannian opened her eyes and tried putting on her clothes again. This time, she managed to do it. "Grandma, I miss you so much. When I find Dad, I'll send you some money," she whispered. Her wet clothes clung to her body, and the pain from her wounds grew stronger. She bit her lip and stayed silent. Suddenly, she remembered the military tag, the photo of her father, and the jewelry that belonged to the mean woman, all left on the rock by the river. She stood up, enduring the pain, and walked to the riverbank. But when she looked, the rock was empty. Everything was gone. Tears filled her big eyes as she searched around, even moving the nearby stones, but she still couldn't find anything. "Why is it gone?" "That was the keepsake Mom gave me," she cried softly. "Without the military tag and the photo, will Dad still recognize me?" She sobbed, crouching on the ground. After a long while, she wiped her tears and lifted her stubborn little face. "Even without the tag, Dad will definitely know Mom," she told herself. Just then, she noticed a faint glow coming from the rock where the items had been placed. Lu Niannian widened her eyes, crouched beside the rock, and looked closely. Out of curiosity, she reached out her right hand to touch it. Suddenly, a strong force pulled her in. "Ah!" she cried, and in an instant, she disappeared from where she stood and appeared in a strange place. Lu Niannian was stunned. Her eyes were wide as she looked around. Not far away stood a small thatched house with mud walls. In the yard grew a big tree full of golden fruit. About 100 meters to the left flowed a small winding river, its path hidden in the distance. Across the river, thick fog hung in the air, forming a natural barrier that blocked the view beyond. To the right of the house was a vegetable garden, about 2 acres wide, filled with ripe fruits and vegetables. The sweet scent of melons drifted through the air. Her stomach began to growl. "Oh no, didn't you just eat? Why are you hungry again?" she muttered, patting her belly unhappily. Since she was born, she had only eaten once a day, always at night. After being taken away by the man with the scarred face, she had been fed spoiled food every day. It tasted awful and made her sick. Sniffing the air, Lu Niannian couldn't resist walking toward the garden. When she arrived at the vegetable garden, she was stunned. She didn't recognize anything and didn't know what to eat first. There were big green balls, small yellow ones, and many other colorful round vegetables. They all looked delicious. Lu Niannian was so hungry that her little face scrunched up. She looked around and walked toward the big green ball. She squatted down, patted it gently, and heard a crisp bang-bang sound. After studying it for a while, she still couldn't find a place to take a bite. Sitting down on the ground, she hugged the big green ball and tried to nibble on it. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't bite through it. Frustrated, she patted it angrily. Suddenly, with a crack, the big green ball split open and juice flowed out. Lu Niannian jumped in surprise. She hadn't even used much strength. How did it break? Inside, it was bright red and looked very tasty. She quickly grabbed a piece and took a big bite like a hungry kitten. The moment she tasted it, she was amazed. "Wow, this is so delicious," she said, her cheeks puffed up like a little hamster, as if she wanted to eat the whole world. She had never eaten or even seen anything like it before. Her grandmother and mother had never mentioned it either. After eating until she was full, she let out a big burp, feeling sleepy, and soon drifted off. Then something amazing happened. Her body began to heal before the eyes. The scars slowly faded and disappeared. Her pale little face regained its color, becoming smooth and fair like jade. Her dry hair turned shiny and black again. If not for her worn-out clothes, she would have looked like a little fairy. After an unknown time, Lu Nianyan slowly opened her eyes, feeling refreshed. She quickly sat up, blinking her round eyes. She remembered eating half of the big green ball before falling asleep. Not wanting to waste food, she started eating again. Soon, she finished the rest and let out another big burp. That's when she realized she didn't feel any pain at all. She checked herself and found that all her wounds were gone. Her eyes widened in shock as she looked at the green ball she had eaten. Suddenly, she understood. This green ball can heal wounds and fill my stomach. I won't have to go hungry anymore. Grandmom, Nianyan misses you so much. Lu Nianyan cried until her face was covered in tears. Suddenly, a bright white light appeared in the distance and rushed toward her. In the blink of an eye, it stopped right in front of her. The light turned into a small, adorable white fox. The little fox circled around Lu Nianyan a few times, noticing how dirty and tear-streaked she looked, and tilted its head thoughtfully. After waiting for thousands of years, the guardian of this space had finally appeared and awakened it. But why was the master just a little human child? The fox sighed inwardly. It wasn't good at comforting children. It needed to find a way to help her grow up a bit faster. Hey, can you stop crying? Doesn't anyone tell you that you look silly when you cry? The little white fox said crossly, crossing its tiny paws. Lu Nianyan stopped crying at once and looked up. She saw a fluffy white ball staring at her with big, round eyes. Wow, what a cute fluff ball. Are you the gift Grandma wanted to give me? She remembered that her grandmother had promised her a gift, but she had passed away before giving it to her. Lu Nianyan stood up quickly and hugged the white fox tightly. Thank you, Grandma. I really like this gift. The white fox was completely stunned. Before it could react, the dirty little girl had already wrapped it in her arms. I'm not a gift from your grandma. I'm a fox spirit, and I can be fierce, you know. The fox huffed, thinking this human child might be a bit silly. Hey, let go of me. You've got tears and sniffles all over. I'm very clean, you know. The little fox struggled helplessly. Be good, little fluff ball. Let me hold you for a while, okay? I've never had any friends before, but from now on, you'll be my best friend. Lu Nianyan said softly. You're the fluff ball. I'm a fox, a real fox spirit. Let me go, or I'll get angry. The little fox tried to break free, but realized its powers were being suppressed. It couldn't move at all. Oh no. Since this space had already accepted her as its master, everything inside it, including the fox, was under her control. Fluff ball, you can talk. Can you sing or tell stories too? Lu Nianyan asked in her sweet, childish voice. I can even dance. Do you believe that? The little white fox rolled its eyes, found a comfortable spot, and lay down flat. Wow, Fluff Ball, you really can dance? Lu Nianyan looked at the little white fox in her arms, her eyes sparkling with admiration. If Grandma were still here, maybe I could learn to dance too, she said softly, her eyes showing a hint of sadness. Humph. I, the Great Spirit, know everything about the heavens and the earth. There's nothing I can't do. As long as you listen to me, you'll get plenty of benefits, the little white fox said proudly, patting its chest. Nianyan is always good. But, Furball, what kind of benefits are you talking about? Can I eat them? Nianyan tilted her head curiously. The little white fox froze. My little master doesn't understand anything. If she leaves this place, she'll be tricked in no time. I've been asleep for 1,000 years, and I don't want to fall asleep again. I guess I'll have to make an exception and help her awaken her past memories. Hee. Yes, you can eat them, the fox said jokingly. With a bit of soy sauce and some garlic, it would be delicious. The little white fox waved its paws and laughed loudly. Okay, I'll listen to you, Furball. If you give me more good things, I won't go hungry, Nianyan said seriously, blinking her big eyes. Why would you go hungry? Don't you have family? The little white fox asked, puzzled. Nianyan's eyes dimmed. She clutched the corner of her worn clothes and said softly, I do have family. But except for Grandma and Mom, no one else seems to like me. I've never met my dad. When I was born, they put me in the woodshed and later they locked me in a dark room. Mom said that if I can find Dad, I'll be safe. Otherwise, I won't survive. I ran away when I had the chance. They're still trying to catch me, but I don't want to go back. I have to go to the Northern Military District to find my dad. The little white fox was stunned. What a tragic start. What kind of family would treat a child like that? Don't worry, little master. From now on, I'll protect you. No one will dare to bully you again, the fox said firmly, patting its chest. Tears welled up in Nyan Nyan's big eyes. Thank you, Furball, she said softly. Furball, your belly is so white. Nyan Nyan couldn't resist reaching out to touch it. Hey, don't touch my belly. Take your little hands away. The fox yelped. The little white fox protested loudly and struggled hard, trying to break free. Seeing that the little white fox didn't want to be held, Nyan Nyan let it go. Once free, the little white fox jumped far away and sat neatly on the ground, crossing its front paws in front of its chest. It looked absolutely adorable. Nyan Nyan exclaimed, Wow, Fluffy, you can even sit like that. You're so cute. Fluffy, I'm really sorry. I didn't know your tummy was sensitive. I couldn't help but touch it. Please don't be mad, okay? Nyan Nyan said softly, pouting a little. The little white fox waved its paw angrily. How could I not be mad? And stop calling me Fluffy. That name sounds terrible. All right then, I won't call you Fluffy anymore. How about Fox Spirit? Grandma said that fox spirits are very clever and smart, but also a little tricky, so people are a bit afraid of them. The little white fox was furious. You're the fox spirit. Your whole family are fox spirits. You little kid don't know anything. Fox spirits aren't bad at all, it said, turning its head away. Nyan Nyan tilted her head and said softly, But fox spirit, aren't you calling yourself that? Ugh. Anyway, I'm not a fox spirit, and you're not allowed to call me that again, or you'll be in trouble. The little white fox warned, pointing a paw at her. Oh dear, talking to you is so tiring. I'll just use a bit of my magic to help you remember your past life, the little white fox said in a proud tone. Remember my past life? Will that help me get more food? Nyan Nyan's eyes widened, and she started drooling. What kind of look is that? Don't tell me you want to eat me, the little white fox cried, stepping back and covering its chest with its paws, looking scared. Nyan Nyan quickly wiped her mouth and muttered, You're my best friend. I'd never eat you. But Grandma once said that meat was delicious, though Nyan Nyan had never tasted it and didn't know what it was like. She stared at the round, fluffy fox and suddenly felt a strange urge to take a bite. The little white fox shivered, feeling as if a big bad wolf had its eyes on it. Its back went cold. Oh dear, poor little one, it thought. She's never even tasted meat before. All right, I must help her awaken her past life memories quickly, or she might be taken away by bad people. I can't keep talking to her, or my intelligence will drop too. My little master, I'm here to help you awaken your past life memories. Are you willing? Asked the little white fox. As long as there's food, I'm happy. Fluffy, please help me awaken my past life memories. Nyan Nyan's face was full of excitement. All right then. I'll cast the spell now to help you awaken your past life memories. The little white fox raised its front paws, pressed them together, and slowly closed its eyes. Ancient words flowed softly from its mouth. Golden light surrounded its body, wrapping it tightly. A deep, distant bell sound echoed faintly, as if coming from ancient times. The sound was low and long, as though it could pierce through time itself. Golden light shimmered around the fox's right paw, giving off a mysterious and dreamlike feeling. As the paw reached forward, the air around them began to stir, and the magic surrounded Nyan Nyan completely. Nyan Nyan yawned softly, closed her eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. No one knew how much time passed. Suddenly, she opened her eyes sharply and looked around, sensing no danger. Then, memories began to merge in her mind, causing a sharp pain that made her clutch her head and cry out. Her small body rolled on the ground, her tiny face scrunched up in pain. The little white fox widened its eyes, scratching its head in confusion. This shouldn't be happening. This sacred spell should easily awaken past life memories. Why does my little master look like she's in pain? Could the spell have lost its power? She can't die, or I'll have to fall asleep again. Please don't die, little master. You still need to go to the military district to find your father. Tears filled the little white fox's eyes as it wiped them away with its paws, its white belly trembling pitifully. The pain slowly faded. Lun Yin lay on the ground, sorting through the memories in her mind. In her past life, when she was 5, her parents, both scientists, mysteriously disappeared, leaving her an orphan. She grew up in her uncle's home, where she was often hungry and treated poorly. Her parents' compensation money was taken by them, and she was labeled a bringer of bad luck. When she turned 18, as the daughter of a fallen soldier, she was allowed to join the army. She secretly signed up and left the home that never truly belonged to her. In the army, she worked hard and fought bravely. In just 7 years, she became one of the best soldiers. During a mission, she was caught in an enemy ambush and sadly lost her life at the age of 25. In this life, however, she was born as an unwanted child, locked away in a small dark room. For 7 years, her life was like a blank page. Her will to live was truly strong. If not for the mysterious space and the awakening of her past memories, she might not have survived. Lun Yin's lips curved slightly, like a cold crescent moon, giving off a chilling light. A faint, determined smile appeared on her face, as if she could face and overcome everything in the world. Even after being reborn, she still could not escape the heavy chains of fate. Though her parents were still alive, she felt like a lonely boat drifting on the sea, no different from an orphan. To be called a bad omen and then an unwanted child was painfully ironic, like a sharp blade piercing her fragile heart. Lun Yin whispered softly, "Dad, would you still want me?" Lun Yin patted her small belly and murmured, "You're hungry again? You really don't listen, do you?" She paused for a moment, wondering why she was acting so childishly. Maybe even with her past memories, she couldn't change the innocence of a child. Well, that's fine, she thought. Being too mature would only make me seem out of place. She stood up, a playful smile appearing on her lips, and walked toward the little white fox. "Please don't die, little master. I didn't know that secret spell would wear off." The white fox cried, its voice trembling. "Otherwise, I would never have helped you awaken your past memories." It sobbed even harder. Suddenly, the fox felt dizzy. When it opened its eyes, it saw a big watermelon swaying in front of it. "Oh no! My little master is gone. I'll have to fall asleep again." The fox wailed even louder. "Wait, whose little legs are those moving around like that? Am I seeing things?" The white fox blinked in confusion. "Wow, what a chubby little rabbit." A teasing voice sounded beside the fox's ear, clear and gentle like music. The white fox's heart leapt with joy. Its little master was alive. It wouldn't have to fall asleep again. But what Lun Yin said next made the little white fox's fur stand on end. "Oh my, Yin really wants to eat some meat. This big rabbit looks perfect for roasting. It must taste amazing," Lun Yin said with a mischievous smile. "Little master, you're mistaken. I'm not a rabbit, I'm Furball. Have you forgotten?" The little white fox panicked and quickly explained. Lun Yin ignored it. She was quite the grudge holder. This little creature had tried to boss her around and even offered her some so-called benefits. And now it wanted to add soy sauce and garlic? Did it really think she was that gullible? "Oh, first we'll open it up, then cut off the legs, remove the fur, and make a nice braised rabbit dish. That'll be delicious. As for that big tail, I can make a scarf out of it. It'll keep me warm in winter," Lun Yin said teasingly. The little white fox was terrified, trembling all over as tears rolled down its cheeks. Now it finally understood that bad feeling. It was because its little master wanted to eat it. "Please, little master, I'm Furball, not a fat rabbit. Please don't eat me," the little white fox begged pitifully. Lun Yin looked down and saw it crying. She pouted, looking a bit disgusted. But she figured that was enough teasing. She quickly crouched down and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, you really are Furball. Yes, little master, I'm Furball. The little white fox lay on the ground, blinking its big eyes adorably. Furball, this is a special space, right? Lu Nianyan asked softly. Yes, little master, the little white fox replied seriously. Then tell me, what can this space do? Lu Nianyan asked eagerly. Master, in this space you can grow vegetables and fruits, and also raise animals. That's about it, the little white fox explained, waving its tiny paws. Also, Master can enter and leave the space freely just by thinking about it. There are no limits. It added in a sweet voice. In her past life, Lu Nianyan had loved reading novels in her free time, so she knew how amazing such spaces could be. With a space like this, one could have everything under control. I'm going to the Northern Military District to find my father. If he doesn't recognize me, then I'll never appear before them again, she thought firmly. Furball, I'm going to the military district to find my dad. When we get to the northern province, I'll help you live a good life. We'll eat big drumsticks every day, okay? Lu Nianyan said in her soft, childish voice. Okay, go for it, little master. I'll watch over you. If there's any danger, I'll step in. The little white fox patted its chest proudly. Thank you, Furball. Lu Nianyan picked up the little white fox, gave it a quick kiss, then set it back on the ground. The little white fox froze. It had just been kissed by its little master. It lifted its right paw, touched the spot, and sniffed it curiously. What's that smell? Seeing the fox's look of dislike, Lu Nianyan waved her tiny fist, pretending to be fierce in a cute way. The little white fox shivered in fear and dashed far away. Oh no, that scared me. It whispered, trembling. Little master, were you a butcher in your past life? Why do you have such a strong aura? The more the little fox thought about it, the more frightened it became. Its body shook, and its teeth chattered as if ready to run at any moment. Lu Nianyan smiled and ignored it. She picked a melon, wiped it on her worn clothes, and took a bite. Her eyes lit up. It was delicious. After finishing the melon, she felt warm and comfortable all over. She stretched lazily. With a thought, she left the hidden space and appeared by a small river. Looking around, she saw no danger. She lifted her face to the sun, figured out the direction, and climbed up the hillside. Passing by a wild chicken's nest, she grinned. The sun was leaning westward. It was about 2 p.m. Before dark, she needed to get out of the mountains and find someone to ask for directions to the Northern Province Military District. Without hesitation, she started running north. Her speed was amazing, even surprising herself. Her hair flew in the wind, and the breeze whistled past her ears. Her pants, cut short at the calves, flapped as she ran. A fat rabbit in the grass felt a sudden gust of wind, looked up, saw nothing, and went back to eating. Not long after Lu Nianyan left, Scarface and more than 10 men came back along the same path, cursing as they walked. That little brat, covered in wounds, yet still ran so fast. Unbelievable. Scarface, I don't think she went far. She must be hiding nearby. Let's search around. Maybe we'll find something. Shaoli said, Yes, Scar brother. That little girl was badly hurt. There's no way she could outrun us. Shaoli is right. She must be hiding somewhere. The others agreed, and all turned their eyes toward Scar. Hearing this, Scar's forehead veins bulged, his eyes full of anger. He wished he could catch Lu Nianyan right away. He shouted, "A reward of 10,000 yuan. Find her quickly. Don't let her escape, or you'll all be in trouble." Yes, Scar brother. Everyone answered together, then quickly spread out to search for Lu Nianyan. Scar brother, come here. I found something. Shaoli shouted from the riverbank. Scar hurried over and saw only small footprints by the river, but no sign of the girl. He clenched his teeth in frustration. That little brat, she'd better not let me find her, or she'll regret it, he growled. Lu Nianyan didn't know how long she had been running. At last, she saw a village ahead. Her heart filled with hope, and she ran toward it. Her clothes were torn and dirty, making her look like a little beggar, pitiful and weak. As she entered the village, She saw an older woman carrying a basket, just returning from the market. Lu Niannian's eyes turned quickly, and she pretended to faint, falling softly to the ground. The woman looked up just in time to see someone collapse. She hurried over and found it was a child. Oh, dear, whose child is this? How could she faint here, at the village entrance? Where are her parents? She set down her basket, knelt beside the girl, and said gently, "Child, wake up." Lu Niannian slowly opened her eyes and saw the woman's worried face. She felt a little guilty for pretending. "Oh, thank goodness you're awake. How do you feel? Are you hurt anywhere?" The woman asked kindly. Lu Niannian sat up, tears glimmering in her eyes. In a soft voice, she said, "Thank you, Auntie. I'm fine now." "Oh my, whose child are you? I've never seen you before," the woman asked with concern. "Auntie," Lu Niannian sniffled, "I don't remember which village I'm from. Before my grandma passed away, she told me to go to the northern province to find my father, but I don't know where that is." Tears rolled down her cheeks as she spoke, looking so pitiful that anyone would feel sorry for her. The old lady felt a bit sorry and quickly began to comfort her. "Don't cry, child. The northern province isn't that far. You can get there by train in half a day, and the station is only a few kilometers from our village." Lu Niannian was stunned. Oh no, she had run so far. If she hadn't entered the village, she might have reached the train station already. "Auntie, you're such a kind person." Lu Niannian asked a few more questions she wanted to know, then stood up to leave. After thinking for a moment, she took out a melon from her pocket, though it actually came from her secret space. "Auntie, it's fate that we met. Please take this melon as a gift. I wish you a long and healthy life." Lu Niannian placed the melon in the old lady's basket and walked away without looking back. Oh dear, that child. On the village road, Lu Niannian's small figure grew smaller and smaller until she disappeared from sight. The old lady sighed and shook her head, carrying her basket home. After walking about 100 meters, a young man on a bicycle suddenly blocked her way. Startled, the old lady stepped back quickly, her face changing as she scolded, "Oh my young man, how are you riding that bike? You almost hit me." Hee, I'm really sorry, Auntie. My little sister got lost, and I was in a hurry, so I rode a bit too fast," the young man said with an awkward smile. The old lady looked him over. Could he be the child's family member? She was about to tell him when she noticed a knife at his waist. Her heart tightened, and she asked cautiously, "How old is your sister? What's her name?" Her name is..." The young man stammered, his eyes shifting nervously. The old lady's heart sank. Oh no, this man might be a kidnapper. Luckily, she hadn't said anything yet, otherwise, that child would be in danger. "Young man, don't worry. I'll go ask around for you. Just wait here for a bit." "All right, Auntie. Thank you so much," the young man said, a sly smile appearing on his face. "Oh, no need to thank me. It's what I should do," the old lady replied, waving her hand. But her eyes darted around nervously, and she looked uneasy. Then, she suddenly ran around the bicycle and took off as fast as she could, shouting at the top of her voice, "Help! Someone catch the kidnapper." The young man sensed trouble, quickly jumped on his bicycle, and pedaled away at full speed, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "Humph, trying to fool me? You've got a long way to go," the woman muttered, pressing her palms together and praying earnestly. "Dear spirits and kind protectors, please watch over that poor child. Let her reach the northern province safely and find her father." People bustled about, the streets lively and crowded. Shops lined both sides of the road, their signs swaying gently in the breeze. Street vendors pushed their carts through the crowd, calling out to attract customers. Their voices rose and fell like a lively symphony echoing through the street. Lu Niannian didn't dare walk openly into the town, afraid that the man with the scar might spot her and cause trouble. Although she could hide in her secret space, if anyone saw her suddenly vanish, it would cause a huge commotion. So she chose to cross the river, climb over a broken fence, and slip into an old alley full of history. Besides, She wasn't sure if the space might suddenly act up and throw her out again. Her past experiences had taught her one thing: it's best to rely on yourself. What's more, she had discovered that the space couldn't move. She would always come out from the same place she entered, which made it rather inconvenient. Glancing around the empty alley, Lu Niannian straightened her back, lifted her small face proudly, and happily walked toward the alley's exit. She needed to find a jewelry shop quickly, sell the old woman's ornaments, and buy a new set of clothes. Her current outfit was far too shabby and drew too much attention. Peeking out from the alley, her messy little head turned this way and that, and her eyes suddenly lit up.
Wow.
A jewelry shop was right across the street, but the street was crowded. If she walked out carelessly, people would surely notice her. Blinking, she carefully studied the crowd with the sharp observation skills she had gained in her previous life as a top soldier. She noticed people wandering around in every corner. Could they be searching for someone? Oh no. Could they be Scarface's men, looking for her? Just then, the smell of food drifted through the air, making her stomach growl loudly.
Grr.
Her belly rumbled again. Lu Niannian quickly pulled her head back, afraid someone might hear. She pressed her small hands over her stomach and whispered softly to herself. Why are you hungry again? Don't shout, you'll get plenty to eat soon. Just as Lu Niannian was thinking about whether to step out, she heard a child's voice behind her. She turned around quickly and saw two boys, about 8 or 9 years old, each holding 2 fish as they walked toward the alley entrance. Lu Niannian's mind worked fast, running through countless ideas until her eyes suddenly lit up. She quickly crouched down, and with a thought, 4 fragrant melons appeared in her arms, just as the 2 boys reached her side. The timing was perfect. Hello, little brothers. Lu Niannian's voice was soft and sweet, like honey, impossible to find fault with. What happened next would still make her laugh years later. Oh my goodness. The 2 boys jumped back in fright, dropping their fish with a splash, trembling all over. Brother, I'm scared. Is she a person or a ghost? The younger boy cried, stammering as tears rolled down his cheeks. Don't be scared. Ghosts don't come out during the day, the older boy said, trying to comfort him, though his shaking voice gave away his own fear. But the sun's almost down. What if the ghost comes out early? Maybe she wants to steal our fish. The little one sobbed, trembling even harder. Lu Niannian was speechless. Was she really that scary? She remembered washing her face before coming out of her space. These 2 were just scaredy cats. She didn't have time to waste, so she stood up and walked toward them. Brother, the ghost is coming closer. The younger boy whispered, too afraid to cry loudly, worried the ghost might get angry and hurt him. Don't be scared, I'll protect you. Run out of the alley and call someone, the older boy stammered. I can't move. Is this some kind of ghost trick? The younger one said, eyes wide with fear. Holding the melons, Lu Niannian glared at them. Hey, are you 2 done yet? Who are you calling a ghost? I'm very much alive. Take off your coat. I'll trade you 4 melons for it. Lu Niannian looked at the little boy, her expression clearly saying, if you don't take it off, you'll be in trouble. The boy didn't dare resist. In a panic, he took off his clothes until he was left wearing only his shorts. While the 2 boys were still stunned, Lu Niannian placed 4 melons on the ground, picked up the boys' clothes, and hurried into the alley. She reached the river and jumped in with a splash, quickly washing herself clean. Then she put the torn clothes away and changed into the boys' clothes. They were a bit big, but better than nothing. She tidied her messy hair, tied it into a small bun, and stuck a reed stick through it. After putting on the boys' shoes, she returned to the alley entrance, but the 2 boys were already gone. Lu Niannian knew she had to leave Haizhou County as soon as possible. If the man with the scar found her, the consequences would be terrible. As the streets grew quieter, she pushed open the door of a jewelry shop and went inside. Hearing the door, the clerk quickly stood up. Seeing a child, he couldn't tell if it was a boy or a girl. The child looked neat and pleasant, though the clothes were a bit mismatched. Hey kid, you might be in the wrong place. This is a jewelry store. There's no one here you're looking for, the clerk said impatiently. Lu Nianyan lifted her chin and spoke directly, showing a gold bracelet, a gold necklace, and a pair of earrings. The clerk's eyes lit up. Wait here, little one. I'll get the boss. Soon, a middle-aged man came in from the side door and asked gently, "Where are your parents, child?" "Hello, uncle. My dad doesn't have enough money to buy a house, so he asked me to sell these. But if you want to buy them, you'd better hurry. My mom might change her mind soon." Lu Nianyan made up a story, talking quickly and confidently. In the end, she sold everything for 1,800 yuan. With the money in her pocket, she left the jewelry store and went straight to a clothing shop to buy new clothes and shoes. Then she went to a deli and bought 5 roast chickens and from a bun shop, 10 meat buns. Finding a quiet place, she stored everything away and didn't dare stay long. Someone was following her. At least 3 groups were after her. The man with the scar, the human traffickers, and the people from the jewelry store. Suddenly, the man with the scar on his face shouted angrily, "Go after her. She's the one we're looking for. Don't let her get away." Lu Nianyan gritted her teeth and ran as fast as she could toward the train station. She dashed through the entrance, her short legs moving quickly as she weaved through the crowd, skillfully avoiding passengers while running up the stairs to the second floor. From her past memories, she knew that children under 6 didn't need a ticket if they were with an adult. Although she was 7, years of poor nutrition had made her small for her age. She looked no older than 6. Maybe she could get through unnoticed. With people chasing her, she had no other choice but to take the risk. If it didn't work, she would have to force her way through the gate and find a place to hide. Attention, passengers. The express train 1036 from Yanjing Station to Beijing Station is about to arrive. Please line up for ticket inspection. The clear, pleasant voice of the announcer echoed through the station. Lu Nianyan reached the ticket gate and looked around. Not far away, 2 police officers were patrolling. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly into a mischievous smile. Passengers were gathering at the gate, showing their tickets one by one. Her heart was pounding fast. She had to find an adult to blend in with, but if she chose the wrong person, she would be caught immediately. She only had one chance. Without hesitation, she scanned the faces around her, her mind racing to calculate the best option. She spotted 3 possible choices: a woman holding a baby, a man with a suitcase who looked cold and distant, and an elderly man in a military uniform. Closing her eyes for a moment, she weighed her options carefully. In the end, the image of the old man appeared clearly in her mind. Lu Nianyan opened her eyes wide, placing all her hopes on the man in uniform. Old Mr. Lu never imagined that a clever little girl would set her sights on him. "Hongru, Beijing is the last stop. After that, we'll return to the capital," the old man said. "Yes, sir," Zhou Hongru replied, glancing sideways before sighing softly. "I just hope the young master is doing all right." Old Mr. Lu suddenly turned his head, his sharp gaze like a blade, as if he could cut through the air itself. Zhou Hongru trembled slightly, quickly lowering his head, not daring to meet the old man's eyes, though he was secretly complaining in his heart. "Humph, you just keep pretending to be tough. Who was it that stayed up late at night, holding the young master's photo and secretly wiping away tears? Every day you sit by the phone, staring at it while pretending to read the newspaper, even holding it upside down without realizing it. Those old fellows in the compound always come by to show off their grandsons, and you get so upset you skip meals. And every time you go out for a walk, you somehow end up near old Lee's house, sneaking glances at his grandson. Honestly, it's embarrassing to watch." Old Master Lu withdrew his gaze, then suddenly felt something soft pressed into his palm. He quickly looked down and met a pair of big, watery eyes. His heart trembled, and an indescribable feeling surged through him. "Grandpa, please take me into the station," the little girl pleaded softly. "I want to go to the northern province to find my dad." Old Master Lu came back to his senses, crouched down to meet her eyes, and gently asked, "Child, where is your mother?" "Grandma passed away, and Mom is gone too. Please, Grandpa, help me." Before he could ask more, the passengers behind them began to complain. "Sir, if you're not going in, could you please move aside? Yeah, if you want to chat, do it somewhere else. Don't hold up the line. What's so great about wearing a uniform? A man who doesn't even care for his own granddaughter can't be that decent. Zhou Hongru suddenly turned around, his sharp gaze silencing the crowd instantly. Please, Grandpa, the little girl begged again. I'll be good. I promise I won't trouble you. Old Master Lu looked at the small child before him, torn with emotion. The words of refusal reached his lips, but wouldn't come out. His face was full of tenderness. To Zhou Hongru's surprise, the old man suddenly picked up the little girl and happily walked toward the ticket gate. He handed his ID to the ticket inspector, who, upon seeing it, widened his eyes in shock and hurriedly returned it with trembling hands. Old Master Lu nodded proudly and strode inside with the little girl in his arms. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed through the station, startling everyone and making them turn their heads. At the stairway, more than a dozen men suddenly rushed out, charging toward the ticket gate with fierce expressions. Old Mr. Lu froze for a moment, turning his head toward the gate, his eyes uncertain. Could they be that little girl's family? Oh no, this is bad. No matter how it looks, it's going to be trouble. But Lu Nianyan smiled. I may not be able to take revenge myself, but sending you all to the police station won't be a problem. Don't worry, Grandpa. They're human traffickers. Please wait here, I'll deal with them. Old Mr. Lu let out a breath, then tensed again, wondering if the child was joking. Breaking free from his arms, Nian Nian ran to the fence on her short legs. She raised her little hand, pointed at the approaching men, and shouted loudly, Officers. They're human traffickers. Don't let them get away. Luckily, I found Grandpa. Otherwise, I would have been in real danger. They'll definitely try to deny it, but don't believe them. Uncles and aunties, they're the ones stealing children. Many missing kids were taken by them. They're part of a big organization. If we don't catch them all, the next victim could be your child. If you don't believe me, arrest them and investigate. You'll see the truth. We can't let them escape justice. For the sake of our country's future and all innocent children, we must bring them to justice. The group of men froze in place, not daring to move forward. 2 police officers had arrived, drawing their guns and aiming at them. One officer shouted angrily, "Get down. Hands on your head." The other officer used his radio to call for backup, while passengers surrounded the men to prevent them from escaping. Old Mr. Lu looked astonished. This little girl was truly remarkable. Sir, we should go now. The train won't wait much longer, or we'll have to take the next one. It's fine. Let's wait for her. Yes, sir. Zhou Hongru quickly took out his large mobile phone and stepped aside to make a call. Lu Nianyan smiled, walked back to old Mr. Lu, lifted her small face, and said softly, Grandpa, let's go. Old Mr. Lu smiled, held her small hand, and walked toward the train platform. The train whistle echoed through the night as the engine, puffing black smoke, slowly began to move. The iron wheels clashed against the tracks with a rhythmic sound. People waved goodbye on the platform, and the luggage on the racks trembled with the train's motion. Outside the carriage, the lights of the station faded into the distance as the train picked up speed. Grandpa, thank you for bringing me into the station. I'll never forget your kindness, Lu Nianyan said, kneeling to bow deeply, while secretly thinking to herself, when we passed the ticket gate, I didn't see the ID clearly, but I did see the ticket inspector's reaction. He looked nervous, almost panicked, and treated the old man with great respect. That means his rank must be at least that of a major general. If my father doesn't want me, I should rely on this old man instead. As the saying goes, it's good to rest under a big tree. Since I'm new here, I need a strong protector. The only way is to act pitiful and win his sympathy. Little one, get up. It was nothing, just a small favor, Mr. Lu said kindly, nodding with satisfaction. Not bad. You know how to be grateful, he murmured. Unlike my own son. Never comes home. Never even calls. If only this little girl were my granddaughter. That would make those old fellows so jealous. They're always showing off their grandsons. What's so great about a bunch of noisy boys anyway? Too bad my son hasn't given me any grandchildren yet. Lu Nianyan slowly stood up, tears streaming down her face, her small shoulders trembling. She looked as pitiful as could be and began to tell her story through sobs. "Grandpa, you're the first kind person who's ever helped me. I had a hard life since birth, growing up in a small shed, always surrounded by mice." The air fell silent, completely still. Inside the train carriage, the passengers' eyes were red as they all looked at the small, thin figure. One by one, they stood up, lips trembling, wanting to comfort her but afraid of scaring her. Lu Nianyan froze. Was she not pitiful enough, or had she not expressed herself clearly? It shouldn't be like this. She turned around in confusion, glancing around. Suddenly, her body trembled, and she shrank back instinctively. Oh no, what kind of looks are these? Do they want to scold me? Should I hide somewhere safe? However, in the eyes of the others, her expression and movements meant something completely different. What kind of heartless people would do that? How could anyone abandon a newborn child in a shed? The sudden voice broke the heavy silence, and soon the carriage was filled with angry voices. But more than anger, there was sympathy. Everyone began to condemn the irresponsible parents. Lu Nianyan finally felt relieved. Still sobbing softly, she looked pitifully at the old Master Lu, anxious inside. That was her biggest support. Why wasn't he saying anything? Was her acting not convincing enough? Her mind raced. If this continued, she might lose her protector. Then, her eyes lit up. Since things had come to this, she might as well take a bold step. Surely he would respond. Old Master Lu suddenly stood up, his sharp eyes sweeping across the crowd. His deep, powerful voice filled the carriage. "From this moment on, this little one is my granddaughter Lu Qingtian's own family. Whoever dares to bully or mistreat her will answer to me." His words were like a solemn decree, firm and commanding. No one dared to question him. The carriage fell silent. Then, in the next second, thunderous applause erupted, echoing through the space. "Well said, sir. Truly a man of honor. Only a soldier would have such courage to take in this poor child." "That's right. Soldiers always step forward when it matters most. I've admired soldiers since I was young. When my son grows up, I'll have him join the army to serve our country. Mom, I'll study hard and never be lazy again. When I grow up, I'll join the army too." "Good girl," the young mother said gently, patting her daughter's head. "Haha, little one, what if they don't let you join the army then?" An older woman smiled and said, "Humph, then I'll study hard too and marry a soldier, so I can be a good military wife." The little girl's innocent words made everyone burst into laughter. The train carriage filled with cheerful voices as people sat down, quietly chatting and planning their children's futures. Old Mr. Lu bent down, picked up his little granddaughter, and carefully asked, "Child, would you like to be my granddaughter?" "Nian Nian would love to be your granddaughter. When I grow up, I'll earn money to take care of you," the little girl said sweetly. "Oh my lovely little granddaughter. Can you tell Grandpa your full name?" Mr. Lu asked with a big smile. "Grandpa, my last name is the same as yours. Maybe we were one family 800 years ago," Nian Nian said, blinking her big eyes. Hearing that, Mr. Lu's eyes widened. He quickly asked, "Then, what's your father's name?" "Grandpa, my father's name is Lu." Before she could finish, the loud beeping of a phone interrupted her. Beep, beep. Zhou Hongru quickly took out his large mobile phone and answered. A worried voice came from the other end. The situation had changed. 5 top-level assassins from a foreign country were planning to attack Mr. Lu, and they might already be on train 1036. The order from above was clear. The inspection trip in the northern province was cancelled. At the next stop, they must get off immediately, and armed police would escort Mr. Lu back to the capital. "Yes, Minister." Zhou Hongru hung up, repeated the message, and waited for Mr. Lu's decision. So they finally couldn't hold back? Just a few foreign assassins think they can kill me? Who gave them that courage? Since they've come, they might as well stay here in China. Mr. Lu then gave his command. Order teams A and B to move at once. Search every carriage carefully. Don't let a single one escape. Yes, sir. Zhou Hongru replied and quickly began giving orders through his phone. Nian Nian was stunned. She had just hugged this powerful grandpa, but now it turned out he was in real danger. Was it too late to back out? No, she couldn't abandon him. In her past life, she had been an orphan. In this life, she had finally found a grandpa. Even if by chance, she couldn't let anything happen to him. If things got too dangerous, she would take him into her secret space or ask her little companion, Mao Qiao, for help. Compared to my past life, this small body of mine is really weak. If I had a gun, not to mention a few assassins, even a whole squad of them wouldn't scare me. Old Master Lu stayed calm, gently patted his granddaughter's shoulder, and comforted her softly. Don't be afraid, my dear granddaughter. With Grandpa here, those foreign assassins can't hurt you. Nian Nian isn't afraid. If the assassins come, I'll protect Grandpa. Lu Nian Nian lifted her little face proudly and patted her chest, looking very determined. Haha, my good granddaughter can even protect her grandpa now. The old man's cold heart instantly melted. Zhou Hongru curled his lips. Just a little kid, and she wants to protect the old master? Where did she get that courage? She sure talks big. Let's hope she doesn't start crying when things get scary. I'm not good at comforting children. Hongru, quickly move everyone out of this carriage. If a fight breaks out, innocent people could get hurt, the old master said seriously. Yes, sir. Zhou Hongru stood up and headed toward the door to find the conductor and evacuate the passengers. Suddenly, he sensed danger. The alarm in his mind went off. He drew his gun and fired without hesitation. With a loud bang, an assassin fell instantly. The carriage erupted into chaos. Passengers rushed toward the exit, and soon only 3 people and 1 body remained. Zhou Hongru truly lived up to his reputation as the old master's trusted aide, decisive and precise, leaving no chance for the enemy. He walked over to the fallen assassin, nudged him with his foot to confirm he was gone, then picked up the weapon and returned to the old master. Sir, the assassin's been taken down. Here's his gun. Maybe you should get off the train for safety. Zhou Hongru's heart was pounding. If the old master got hurt, how could he ever explain it to his superiors? These reckless assassins dared to attack a national hero on our own soil. Did they think we'd just stand by? The old master ignored him. He held his granddaughter tighter and asked softly, My dear, were you scared? Lu Nian Nian patted her chest again and said, Don't worry, Grandpa. I'm actually really brave. Ha, did you hear that? My brave little one isn't afraid at all. So why should you be? Old Master Lu glanced at Zhou Hongru, as if to say, You're not even as good as a child. This old man was really biased. How could he be worse than a little kid? Oh my, just look at that doting gaze. He practically couldn't take his eyes off her. It was almost too much to watch. He was protecting her so carefully that anyone who didn't know the truth might think she was his real granddaughter. But Zhou Hongru didn't dare say any of this out loud. If the old man heard him, he'd be in serious trouble. Ahem. Old master, maybe you should think it over again. Even if you don't do it for yourself, you should at least consider your newly acknowledged granddaughter, right? Zhou Hongru tried to persuade him once more. If the old man agreed to leave, Zhou could join the mission to eliminate the assassins from the island nation. He was determined to make them pay. Are you suggesting I run away like a coward? Or do you think these old bones of mine can no longer lift a gun? Old Master Lu slowly turned his head, his sharp gaze cutting like a blade. His voice was low and rough, as if it came from deep within his chest. That chilling pressure struck Zhou Hongru's heart like a heavy hammer. I wouldn't dare. Zhou Hongru quickly lowered his head, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. His whole body tensed, as if his heart might stop at any moment. Old Master Lu withdrew his gaze and looked out the window. His voice was cold as ice. Go. Finish them. Yes, old master. The moment Zhou Hongru turned around, his aura changed completely. He looked like a god of war descending to earth, his expression dark and terrifying. The air inside the car seemed to grow colder. Another gun appeared in his left hand. He was none other than the legendary dual-gun war hero of Huaxia, Zhou Wudi. More than 10 years ago, he had gone alone to Lone Wolf Island to rescue a team of scientists. He fought for 2 days and nights, defeating countless enemies. When reinforcements finally arrived, the island was covered in blood. Except for the rescued scientists, no one else had survived. After that, the dual-gun war hero Zhou Wudi vanished without a trace. Some said he died on Lone Wolf Island. Others claimed he was captured, or that he retired. Rumors spread, and over time, Zhou Wudi faded from public memory. Who would have thought that the gentle, scholarly Zhou Hongru was actually the legendary dual-gun war hero himself? Lu Nianyan saw everything. She watched Zhou Hongru leave the car, then lifted her small face to look at the grandfather she had just acknowledged. Suddenly, her pupils tightened, and her heart began to race wildly. Without thinking, she quickly broke free from her grandfather's arms. "Grandpa, Grandpa, please wake up. What's wrong? Don't scare your granddaughter like this." Lu Nianyan stood on the seat, shaking the old man's shoulders again and again, trying to wake him up. But no matter how she called, Grandpa Lu didn't respond. She quickly checked his breathing and was shocked to find that it had stopped. Then she felt his pulse and realized he had been poisoned and had fallen into a state of suspended animation. If the poison wasn't neutralized soon, he would lose his life completely within 10 minutes. Tears filled Lu Nianyan's eyes. Her grandfather was her greatest support. She had to save him no matter what. Suddenly, a chilling laugh echoed from the train car's doorway, cold and eerie, like a ghost from the underworld. Lu Nianyan grabbed the pistol from the table, pulled the slide to load a bullet, and fired toward the sound. A loud bang rang out. The laughter stopped instantly. A figure fell from the doorway, a bullet hole between the eyebrows. Lu Nianyan quickly put the pistol away and, with a thought, made a melon appear in her hand. She knew the melon could heal injuries, though she wasn't sure if it could cure poison, but she had no time to hesitate. She smashed the melon, gently lifted her grandfather's chin, and helped him open his mouth. Then she fed him the crushed melon pieces, letting the juice flow down his throat. When the melon was finished, she still wasn't at ease. She took out a watermelon and fed him some of that too, then stored the rest away and sat beside him. "Grandpa, please wake up. Nianyan doesn't want to lose you," she whispered through her tears, her shoulders trembling. The calm and fierce girl from moments ago was gone. Zhou Hongru appeared at the doorway and saw the last assassin down. He quietly let out a breath of relief. Looking up at the hole in the ceiling and then at the bullet mark on the glass door, he felt a chill run through him. To shoot an enemy from that angle was already difficult. Hitting the target with one perfect shot was almost impossible. The old man's marksmanship was truly unmatched. Zhou Hongru quickly took out his phone, dialed a number, and said coldly, "All enemies have been eliminated. Everyone, gather at the carriage where the old master is." He hung up, pushed open the carriage door, and walked to the old man's seat. The sight before him made his mind go blank. Lu Nianyan was crying so hard she could barely breathe, her small face streaked with tears like a little kitten. "Grandpa, please don't leave me. I don't want anything bad to happen to you." Zhou Hongru grabbed Lu Nianyan roughly, as if he might lose control at any moment. "Tell me, was it you? Why has the old master stopped breathing?"
"Speak. It wasn't me."
"Grandpa was poisoned. We need to save him quickly." Lu Nianyan struggled to get the words out, her face pale as paper. Zhou Hongru let go, and she fell weakly onto the seat. The train arrived at Xiangshan Station. 2 other teams rushed into the carriage. When they saw what had happened, they froze in shock. Zhou Hongru's eyes turned red as he lifted the old master in his arms and roared like a wild beast, "Quick, move." Everyone dashed off the train and, under the escort of armed police, sped toward Xiangshan Hospital. The grand and tense scene left the passengers outside the security line completely stunned. They saw everything but could only stand there, frozen in disbelief. A sharp whistle pierced the night, waking everyone up. Under the railway staff's direction, passengers began boarding the train one by one. No one dared to go near carriage number 6. It was as if it carried some terrible curse that filled people with fear. However, two men exchanged a glance and, ignoring the other's shocked looks, walked straight toward carriage No. 6. The long whistle of the train tore through the quiet night like a giant hand ripping the darkness apart. The wheels rolled steadily along the tracks, carrying the train away from Xiangshan Station. Inside the carriage, a small figure curled up by the window, eyes full of tears, looking like a lost child. She whispered softly, "Grandpa, I'm sorry. I have to go now. I hope you'll be safe and recover soon." She had wanted to get off the train and stay by her grandfather's side until he woke up, then quietly leave without a word. Zhou Hongru's fierce gaze pierced deeply into her already broken heart, making her too afraid to take even a single step forward. Lu Niannian sat up straight, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and stubbornly lifted her head to look out into the dark night beyond the car window. She was getting farther and farther away from her grandfather. She wondered if he would still think of her when he woke up. The carriage door opened, and two men stepped inside. After scanning the space, their eyes finally settled on Lu Niannian. A cold smile appeared on their faces, filled with cruelty. The air around them seemed heavy with danger, making the atmosphere tense and frightening. Sensing the threat, Lu Niannian quickly turned her head and saw the two men moving toward her. In an instant, her mind became alert, analyzing their strength and possible moves. The older man, about 40, was around 1.65 meters tall, slightly overweight, wearing a black shirt. His eyes were filled with hostility, clearly a professional killer. The younger man, around 30, was about 1.72 meters tall, wearing a black leather jacket. His eyes were restless, and a large mole sat near his mouth. He seemed new to this line of work. The older man pulled out a faxed photo, glanced at it, and tossed it to the ground. "Kid, don't blame me. It's just bad luck. I'm only doing my job. But don't worry, I'll make it quick. Maybe next time, you'll have a better life." Suddenly, he noticed the small gun in the child's hand, already aimed at his forehead. His words stopped instantly. Silence, complete silence. Two gunshots broke through the stillness, echoing sharply in the quiet carriage. The older man's eyes widened in disbelief. He had taken many lives, yet never imagined his own would end at the hands of a child. He fell to the ground, raising a small cloud of dust, and his dark life came to an end. The younger man was hit in the leg and collapsed, blood quickly spreading across the floor. He cried out in pain. Lu Niannian took small, steady steps toward him, holding the gun firmly in her hand, her expression calm and cold. "Don't come any closer." The young man's eyes were filled with fear, his body trembling uncontrollably as he tried to crawl away. With both hands on the ground, he struggled to move backward, leaving a long trail of blood behind him as he begged for mercy. "Miss, please. Don't hurt me. I'll give you money. Just let me go, please."
Who sent you to harm me?
"If you lie, I'll make sure you regret it." Yes, miss, I'll tell you. I'll tell you right now." Cold sweat covered the young man's forehead. He swallowed hard before speaking in a trembling voice. 2 hours ago, the head of the Su family, Su Shibang, offered a reward. Anyone who could take your life would get $20,000. We heard you were on train 1036, so we decided to take the chance. That's why what just happened. Without hesitation, Lu Niannian pulled the trigger. A loud bang ended his life. She was not someone who showed mercy easily. In her past life, she had been a top soldier, hardened by countless battles. In this life, though her body was small and weak, the strength within her had not changed. "If people don't harm me, I won't harm them. But if they do, I will fight back." With a thought, she made the body disappear into her hidden space, planning to deal with it later to avoid trouble. Lu Niannian returned to her seat. Just as she sat down, the train door was suddenly pushed open, and 6 railway officers rushed in. They looked around but found nothing unusual. Their eyes soon fell on Lu Niannian. A female officer walked toward her. When she got closer, she realized it was just a little girl, about 5 or 6 years old, wearing simple clothes that showed she wasn't from a wealthy family. The officer spoke gently, "Little one, where are your parents?" "Pretty sister," Nian Nian sniffled. "Grandpa got hurt and was taken away for help. I have to go to the northern province to find my dad." The female officer paused, remembering the incident at Xiangshan Station, and asked, "What's your grandpa's name?" Nian Nian wiped her tears with her small hands and looked up at the officer with watery eyes, her pitiful expression stirring sympathy. In her soft, childlike voice, she said, "Pretty sister, my grandpa's name is Lu Qingtian." The officer froze, her mind going completely blank as if struck by lightning. The words Lu Qingtian hit her like a heavy hammer, making her feel dizzy and lost. Not only the female police officer, but the other 5 officers also froze in place, as if under a spell. Their eyes all focused on the small figure in front of them. Shock, confusion, helplessness, and pity, all these feelings mixed together on their faces. After a while, the female officer finally snapped out of her shock. She quickly knelt down, looked directly at Lu Nian Nian, and gently said, "Little sister, would you like to go to the police station with your sister? It's very safe there, and there are many tasty treats." When she heard tasty treats, Lu Nian Nian's eyes lit up like shining gems. Suddenly, she remembered the big meat buns and roasted chicken in her space. The delicious smell seemed to fill her nose, making her swallow her saliva eagerly. Suddenly, Lu Nian Nian's small stomach made a loud noise, as if protesting that it was very hungry. She shyly raised her tiny hand and gently patted her stomach, muttering, "No more crying, please. Why are you so disobedient?" But soon, she shifted her gaze to the female officer and nodded obediently. "Okay. Pretty sister, Nian Nian will go to the police station with you." "Nian Nian will be very good." The female officer held Lu Nian Nian's small hand, nodded to the team leader, and then headed toward the train police station.
Lin Yu.
"Call Xiangshan police station and ask them to check with Xiangshan hospital if they know the person close to the leader and if they recognize this child named Nian Nian." "Yes, Captain." Lin Yu replied quickly and hurriedly left. The others quickly checked the carriage again. The gunshot came from here. The bloodstains on the ground were fresh, no more than 5 minutes old. But what puzzled me most was, if someone was shot and died, why was there no body? And the child was here too, safe and sound. Captain, this carriage number 6 feels strange everywhere. Maybe we should investigate after dawn." "Oh no. I suddenly need to pee." With that, he ran off quickly. Haozhou County Train Station. Scarface looks grim and serious. He quickly walks through the ticket gate with 3 of his followers, heading straight to the platform. Their steps are fast and strong, each one seeming to carry a lot of anger, making people feel uneasy. On the platform, passengers see them and quickly move away, keeping their distance to avoid trouble. Scarface's anger burns inside him. He grits his teeth and curses. "Damn little bastard, not only did he kill my wife, but he also falsely accused my brother of being a human trafficker." The more he thinks about it, the angrier he gets. Veins bulge on his forehead, as if they might burst at any moment. Now his brother is in police custody, and he can't get him out. He reports to the family head, trying to rescue his brother, but is scolded harshly. He is given 3 days to find the little bastard, dead or alive. If he fails, it will be his own death. Scarface doesn't delay. He buries his wife at night and then rushes to the train station. He believes that catching that little bastard and handing him over to the family head might save his life. A fierce look appears in Scarface's eyes. He punches the station's pillar. The train slowly arrives, making a loud screeching sound as it brakes. He and his followers board the train. At Shengshu City Hospital, the lights are bright. Armed police are everywhere, sealing off the entire hospital. Each soldier looks like a hungry wolf with fierce eyes. If anyone makes a move, they will attack and tear them apart. Suddenly, a loud engine roar breaks the silence, like thunder. Then, an armed helicopter appears over the hospital, stirring up a strong wind. Before the police can react, it lands steadily on the lawn in front of the hospital. The hatch opens. A middle-aged man in military uniform, holding a box in his right hand, jumps out. He lands firmly with a loud thud, the powerful impact spreading out. The police captain quickly approaches him. Are you the famous military doctor Yi Chen of China? Yes, I am Yi Chen. We've heard of you. Your reputation is well known. The old man is in critical condition. Please follow me quickly. Yi Chen nods. The two rush toward the hospital entrance. Outside the emergency room, city officials and local military leaders are panicked. They walk back and forth nervously in the corridor. Zhou Hongru and the AB team leader both crouched in the corner, crying and holding their heads in regret. They wished they could be the ones on the emergency bed. If only they hadn't been careless, perhaps the old man wouldn't have had an accident. Now, the old man's life was uncertain, and they only hoped that Dr. Yu would arrive soon. Maybe there was still a small chance. Inside the emergency room, old Lu lay on the stretcher with his eyes tightly shut, with no sign of life. The top doctors in Xiangshan City had gathered here, shaking their heads and sighing. They had tried every method they knew. The heart monitor showed a flat line, with only tiny, irregular fluctuations that couldn't prove the old man was still alive. The beeping sounded long and steady, indicating everything, but no one dared to speak. Old Lu, maybe we should try defibrillation again. Maybe. The old man will wake up, someone suggested. Let's accept reality. The old man has passed away. There's no need to make him suffer anymore. Old Lu wiped his sweat and sighed. Old Lu was the most respected expert in Xiangshan City, with over 30 years of clinical experience. When he declared someone dead, even divine beings couldn't bring them back. Seeing this, everyone else stayed silent, waiting for the military doctor to arrive and make the final decision. The old man's identity was not simple, and they dared not interfere, fearing trouble. But the outcome would probably be the same. He wouldn't come back to life. Besides the beeping, the emergency room was silent, everyone staring at the elderly man on the bed. Old Lu was very anxious inside. Damn it, I could still be saved. Don't stop. Keep going. You bunch of incompetent doctors. Are you just here to waste time? Hurry up and do something more. I can hear everything outside. I can't wake up and my body is completely out of control. Hey, hurry up. If someone hits me a few times, I might come to. You all are just useless doctors. If I wake up, I'll skin you alive. Old Lu was furious inside, cursing the doctor's ancestors. But it was no use. He could only leave it to fate. Outside the emergency room, there was noise. The doctors looked at the door, waiting for the Chinese military doctor to arrive, holding on to a small hope. Suddenly, the door to the emergency room swung open, and Yi Chen, dressed in military uniform, stepped inside. Ignoring everyone, he walked straight to the emergency bed and turned off the heart monitor. He reached out with his right hand to check old Master Lu's pulse, then slowly closed his eyes. Silence. Like death itself. Time passed second by second. Yi Chen withdrew his hand, slowly opened his eyes, and examined old Master Lu's body again, a thoughtful look on his face. It shouldn't be like this. From the pulse, it's clear the old man has already died. There's no sign of life. But his body wasn't cold. His temperature was normal, and his face was rosy, very different from a dead person. This means old Master Lu isn't dead, but in a state of fake death. If that's true, then it's much easier to handle. Yi Chen turned to the doctors and softly said, "You've worked hard late at night. Go back and rest now." The doctors, feeling relieved, hurriedly headed toward the door of the emergency room. Everyone secretly admired Yi Chen. He's a military doctor, taking everything on himself. Wait a moment. The doctors froze, stopped, and turned to look at Yi Chen. Their good impression of him instantly dropped to zero. Old Lu quickly asked, "What's the matter, young sir?" "I don't know what you want, but it's fine to say. I can do what I can, no excuses." "Oh, it's nothing serious. I just want to tell you that the old man isn't dead. Don't spread rumors. Also, please call his security guard in. I have something to ask him." The doctors sighed in relief, their good feelings for Yi Chen at maximum. They were so considerate, worried about not causing trouble for him. Old Lu was stunned, looked at Yi-chan deeply, then said, "Rest assured, young sir. We will keep this secret." Wow, this old guy might have misunderstood, but he didn't care. He waved his hand dismissively. After the doctors left the emergency room, Yi-chen's gaze returned to old Master Lu. A sly smile appeared on his face as he whispered softly, "Oh, old Master Lu must be dead. Not even a great immortal could save him. I wonder if he's big or small below. Maybe I should check." Wow, this young man is bold, daring to touch the old man's gun. Who gave him such courage? Old Master Lu was struggling inside, trying to break free and beat up this brat. The emergency room door was pushed open, and Zhou Hongru entered quickly, walking briskly to the rescue bed. His eyes were red and bloodshot. He held old Master Lu's hand, feeling the warmth, then turned to Yi-chan. "How is the old man?" Yi-chan looked up at him calmly and said, "I ask you questions, you answer." "No nonsense. You're full of it. Don't think you're a hero. I, the chief doctor, am not afraid of you. What did the old man experience during the day? Tell me right now, or I won't be able to save him." Zhou Hongru glared at Yi-chan but still recounted what happened during the day. "Wait, you say the old man recognized his granddaughter? Is that true?" "Yes. But the old man is unconscious, probably because of that little girl. She was on the train with me, and she wanted to get off with the train. I stopped her. My good granddaughter. My obedient granddaughter." Hearing this, old Master Lu suddenly sat up, gasping heavily. He stared at Zhou Hongru with anger boiling inside, raising his big hand to slap him. Old Master Lu's heavy palm struck the back of Zhou Hongru's head with a dull sound. Zhou Hongru trembled violently, nearly falling onto old Master Lu's legs, a loud ringing in his ears. Then, a loud shout echoed like a bell, reverberating inside and outside the emergency room. "You little brat! If anything happens to my obedient granddaughter, I will send you to a deserted island to start over." Zhou Hongru froze. He thought he was hearing things, but the pain at the back of his head told him it was real. The familiar tone, the familiar feeling, suddenly flooded his mind. He slowly turned his head and met old Master Lu's fierce gaze. Zhou Hongru shivered violently, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, and his back was soaked through. After all these years, he had never seen old Master Lu so angry, not even when several young masters died in battle. When old Master Lu woke up, Zhou Hongru's heavy heart finally eased. But next, he had to face the furious anger of old Master Lu, because he knew he had done something stupid, leaving the little girl on the train. Actually, he did it on purpose. If the old man had been alive, the child would have been safe, and everyone would be happy. But if the old man died, anyone who interacted with him would be affected. This included the child, who could not be spared, except for his own granddaughter, which was impossible. "Old sir, it's really good to hear you're okay. It's not even dawn yet. Maybe you should rest here for a while," Zhou Hongru said nervously, rubbing his hands. "Stop talking nonsense. I ask you, where is my good granddaughter?" Old Mr. Lu asked angrily. "Your good granddaughter? She said she went to North Province to find her dad. She wouldn't get off the train no matter what." "I couldn't do anything about it," Zhou Hongru said seriously, making up a story. "Humph, you've got some nerve. Even though I'm not fully awake, I heard everything you said," old Mr. Lu said sharply. "Old sir, don't be like that. You're asking questions you already know the answer to." Zhou Hongru quickly changed the subject, avoiding eye contact. "Hee. Old sir, your marksmanship is even better than when you were young. That shot from that angle, hitting right in the middle of the forehead. If you have time, teach me how to do it." "What marksmanship?" Old Mr. Lu frowned deeply, looking at his subordinate with a serious and confused expression, then asked, "When did I ever shoot a gun?" "Explain clearly." Zhou Hongru pouted and muttered quietly. "If you don't want to teach, just say so. It wasn't you who shot, so it must have been your granddaughter, right? Spit it out quickly." Old Mr. Lu stared at Zhou Hongru with fierce eyes and scolded. Under his intimidating gaze, Zhou Hongru finally told the story of the shot that hit the assassin in the middle of the forehead at the train station. Old Mr. Liu was stunned. He remembered that when he was unconscious, his good granddaughter was crying and feeding him something. After that, he couldn't remember anything. Could it really have been his granddaughter who fired the shot? She was so young, yet she had such skill. With some training, she could be a national hero. Wow. I found a treasure. No, I must not let anyone know it was his granddaughter who shot. Otherwise, it could cause unnecessary trouble. As for where the gun was, if nothing unexpected happened, it was definitely with his granddaughter. But this is also good. At least, the safety of the obedient granddaughter is somewhat protected now. Old Master Lu's aura suddenly changed, and he firmly locked onto Zhou Hongru, speaking in a hoarse voice. I order you to immediately find my obedient granddaughter. If anything happens, you will face military justice. Yes, old master, Zhou Hongru didn't dare delay. He turned and ran toward the emergency room. If something happens to that child, he would be responsible and feel guilty. Old Master Lu wouldn't forgive him either. Sigh. Did his good intentions turn into bad results? Zhou Hongru ran out of the emergency room and approached Team Leader, AB, giving orders. Team A, follow me to North Province. Team B, stay behind to protect the old master. Hurry, hurry. Zhou Hongru led 13 members of Team A, took 2 armed police jeeps, stepped on the gas, and sped toward North Province train station, leaving dust behind. Not far away, his big brother's phone rang. Zhou Hongru quickly answered, and Team Leader B's voice came through. Brother Zhou, people from Xiangshan police station are here. They're asking if we know a girl named Nian Nian. I don't know her. Who is this Nian Nian girl? Zhou Hongru said casually. All right. I'll tell them I don't know her, said Team Leader B, then hung up.
Wow, wait a minute.
The old master's granddaughter also seems to be called Nian Nian. Oh no, how could I forget her name? He hurriedly picked up the phone to call, but no one answered. He called several times, but still no reply. Frustrated, Zhou Hongru punched the seat. Everyone inside the car was startled and looked at Zhou Jingwei, who was usually calm, not understanding why he was so angry. Why are you all looking at me? Zhou Hongru glared, then said fiercely. Hurry up and drive. We must reach North Province train station before dawn. If not, I'll send you all to the deserted island for death training. At Xiangshan Hospital, in the emergency room. After Zhou Hongru left, Yichen awkwardly touched his nose, picked up his bag, and was about to leave. Old Master Lu's hoarse voice sounded again. Did I tell you to leave? Old Master, I have a surgery at dawn. I need to leave immediately, Yichen said, trying to slip away. Don't you want to hold my gun? Old Master Lu said with a half-smile. Hee, old man, you might have heard wrong. I meant to ask if your lower leg is swollen or not. Yichen smiled awkwardly, his eyes flickering uncertainly. Stop talking nonsense. Young Master Yi, my relationship with your grandfather is very close. Do you really want to touch my gun? Are you a tiger or just crazy? Old Master Lu glared fiercely and scolded loudly. Hee. I just wanted to tease you a little, didn't expect it to be a problem. Yichen casually said, quickly covering his mouth, his eyes darting around. You little brat, saying my gun isn't working? Looks like you're just itching for trouble, Old Master Lu said, reaching for something to hit him. Stop, old man. Your body's toxins have just been cleared. Please don't get angry. Yichen quickly threw out a surprising piece of news. Toxins. What toxins? Yichen hurriedly explained. Old man, the toxin you have is from the soul fragment from the island country, colorless and tasteless. When I checked your pulse, I found it. After poisoning, if you don't take the antidote within 10 minutes, you will definitely die. Who would have thought you even have this antidote? Truly hidden deep. Old Master Lu's mind suddenly went blank, as if struck by a hammer, completely stunned, muttering. 10 minutes. Definitely death. Shanshan Hospital is more than 10 minutes away from the train station, which means the antidote must be taken quickly. Could it be my obedient granddaughter? Images kept flashing in his mind. Before fainting, his obedient granddaughter crying and feeding him something, which turned out to be the antidote. On Old Master Lu's face, full of years of experience, a long-lost smile appeared. He muttered to himself, Thank heaven for sending little Fu Bao. although she's not from my Lu family bloodline. But as long as I'm here, I will protect her and let her grow up safely. Young master, take me to North Province Station immediately. I want to pick up my obedient granddaughter and bring her home. Old Master Lu's words were firm and powerful, full of the commanding aura of a leader. He quickly put on his clothes. Yes, old master. Yi Chun hurriedly saluted, then loudly said, I will complete the task. Hee. Don't tell my grandfather about what just happened, or he'll definitely beat me up, Yi Chun quickly added, taking advantage of the old man's good mood. Old Master Lu glanced at him and casually said, All right then. Yi Chun finally relaxed, feeling relieved. Under the watchful eyes of the city committee leaders, the engine roared like a thunderclap, breaking the night sky steadily. The helicopter took off into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the night, and everyone let out a sigh of relief. The armed police immediately sent a vehicle with Group B members, rushing quickly toward North Province train station. The train moved like a steady giant beast, puffing out thick black smoke, heading swiftly toward North Province train station. The iron wheels squeaked loudly as they rubbed against the tracks, making heavy clanging sounds, like countless hammers ruthlessly hitting the female police officer's heart. She was badly hurt, her eyes bloodshot, curled up in a corner of the police station, trembling constantly. The frightening scene was like raging waves crashing in her mind. She settled the young girl and decided to verify whether she was the chief's granddaughter. However, the feedback from Xiangshan police station showed that the girl was not related and no information about her could be found. Angrily, she hurried back to the police office, wanting to get answers about why such a young child was lying. When she arrived at the train police station, she saw a stranger standing at the door, looking around. Before she could speak, the stranger suddenly attacked with sharp moves, leaving no chance for her to react. In an instant, she was knocked to the ground, helpless. The door of the police station was pushed open, and another stranger carried a sleeping Mau Mau out. She tried to stop him but was kicked into the police office, where a dark gun was aimed straight at her forehead. She almost fainted, helplessly watching the child being thrown outside the window. The two strangers then turned and disappeared without a trace. A male police officer entered the police station and saw the female officer's tragic state, instantly shocked. Without thinking much, he hurried over, helped her onto the bed, and asked with concern, Miss Yunxia, are you okay? Who are these people? How dare they attack the police? They're asking for trouble. Cloud Xiao regained her senses, seeing her as if she had found a life-saving straw. She suddenly grabbed Wang Chang's arm tightly. Almost using all her strength, she shouted hoarsely, Qiangzi, quickly, call someone. That child was thrown out of the car window. Wang Chang was shocked, like struck by lightning. His whole body froze with blood. Then in the next second, he turned angry and shot up to the top of his head. He ran out of the police station quickly. The police officers rushed over. After hearing Cloud Xiao's story, everyone was shocked. They didn't dare delay. They hurriedly reported to their superiors and started checking each train car for the two strangers. But what the police didn't know was that the two strangers had already jumped off the train and were running toward Lu Nian Nian. Lu Nian Nian was lying inside a small grass hut, sleeping soundly and snoring softly. Xiao Baihu sat on a chair, tapping his tiny chest with his right paw, looking like a scared little baby. He kept muttering to himself, Oh dear, little master, your heart is really bigger than the sky. You were thrown out, yet you're still sleeping peacefully. If it weren't for this great master being quick and sharp, your life would be gone. You're really going to make me angry. My little master, if anything happens to you, this great master will have to go back to sleep. Can't you just take care of my feelings? With your attitude, how will you go out and explore the world in the future? If you meet bad people again, you'll be taken care of in no time. Something seemed wrong. Why was the little master sleeping so deeply?
Could he be sick?
Xiao Baihu raised his right paw and scratched his fluffy little head, looking thoughtful. After hearing about the space, logically, he shouldn't be sick. Could he have been knocked out? Forget it. This great master will make an exception this time and check your pulse. Xiao Baihu's figure flickered and appeared on the bed, placing his right paw on Lu Nian's left wrist. He closed his big eyes slowly, sometimes nodding, sometimes shaking his head, looking very mysterious. Lu Nian felt a tickle on his wrist and quickly pulled his hand back, opening his eyes suddenly. He saw Xiao Baihu sitting beside him, staring at him with wide eyes.
Oh.
Little master, you're finally awake. You scare me to death. Lu Nian rolled her eyes and ignored it. She quickly got off the ground and walked out of the thatched hut. Sitting on a small chair in the yard, she recalled what just happened and felt a wave of fear. In her past life, her biggest weakness was sleeping like a pig, so deep she couldn't even be called awake. Because of this, she was often criticized by her superiors. She didn't expect that in this life, it would be the same. She almost lost her life. What a sad fate. She thought the police station was safer, so she didn't set any defenses and started to sleep. But who would have thought she would be thrown out of the window? The feeling of falling woke her up. She was so scared she thought she would die, but it was too late to hide in her space. She could only close her eyes and wait for death. Fortunately, Mao Qiu acted quickly and forced her into her space, saving her. As soon as she lay on the space's bed, she fell asleep again. Was she a reincarnation of a sleep god? Or was it because her body was too small? Lu Nian couldn't figure it out. Her tiny face scrunched up like a bun, and she said fiercely, "Damn Su Shirbang. Our enmity is unbreakable." Her body was too small to fight them, so she had to be careful in the future. Otherwise, she might die without knowing why. The killer who threw her out of the car window was extremely malicious. If she didn't take revenge, it wouldn't be her style. She believed that soon the killer would come looking for her body to get money. She had 2 bullets left in her pistol. She would send him on his way. "I want to leave the space and kill him. Don't be lazy and help me watch out. If there's danger, you must help me immediately. Little master, actually. Can I do it?" Before Mao Qiu finished speaking, Lu Nian's figure flickered and disappeared, reappearing beside the railway tracks. She looked around but saw nothing unusual. She decisively lay down on the ground pretending to be dead. With a thought, her pistol appeared in her hand. She waited quietly for the killer to come, so she could make him regret it. Lu Nian's ears twitched slightly, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. Her eyes suddenly opened wide. She tilted her head slightly and saw a flashlight flickering nearby, along with clearer voices. "Biaoge, this time we're really going to make a fortune. That kid is worth so much." "You said who is she? She made the Su family issue a bounty to kill her? I don't care about her status. As long as someone pays, I will kill without hesitation. If it weren't for Brother Biao's foresight, sneaking onto the train early, we wouldn't have succeeded so smoothly." "Enough, second dog. Stop the nonsense. Find her quickly. After dawn, take good photos and send them by fax to the Su family." "Yes, Brother Biao," second dog replied and hurriedly started searching carefully. The sound of footsteps grew louder. Lu Nian realized there were 2 people. Second dog's flashlight shone on Lu Nian. He was happy and was about to call out to Brother Biao. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Second dog's back of the head was instantly hit by a bullet, and he collapsed to the ground, silent forever. "Don't blame me for being ruthless. You know too much. I can't let you live." Brother Biao put his pistol back into his waistband, walked over to Lu Nian, and bent down to carry her away. His body suddenly stiffened. A cold, deadly aura instantly engulfed him. The dark gun barrel was pressed against his forehead. Lu Nian didn't hesitate and pulled the trigger. The bullet shot through Brother Biao's forehead. His pupils dilated rapidly, and he fell to the ground with a thud, silent. "For money, even killing my own accomplices. Truly ruthless, reaching the peak of a killer. If I didn't kill you, how many families would be broken, wives and children separated, homes destroyed in the future? Someone like you doesn't deserve to live in this world. I am just doing my duty to the people," Lu Nian whispered softly. She waved her right hand, putting the body and flashlight into her space. She quickly climbed the steep slope, slipped through the fence. She wanted to find a hidden place to dispose of the 4 bodies and not stain her space. At the North Province train station, everything was eerily quiet. The breeze brushed the ground, stirring up not a speck of dust. In the darkness before dawn, a pair of sinister, vicious eyes stared tightly at the platform. They looked like fierce beasts, waiting patiently for prey to show its head, then tearing it apart immediately. Zhou Hongru led Group A, rushing into the train station like a swift wind, heading straight for the platform, breaking the brief silence. The uninvited guests in the dark sensed danger and began to retreat, trying to escape. Zhou Hongru was very alert and sensed something unusual. He immediately drew his gun and rushed into the darkness, like an arrow shot from a bow. Group A members saw this and also drew their guns, following closely behind. With a loud shout from Zhou Hongru, the 3 men in black froze as if struck by lightning. They raised their hands high and dared not take a step forward. Group A quickly moved forward, caught them, and searched their bodies. Besides some controlled knives, they found no guns or ammunition. Zhou Hongru put away his gun and looked at the 3 men. He spoke slowly, his voice cold and sharp like ice. Take them to the platform and question them carefully. Find out who they are and why they are here. Yes, Brother Zhou. Everyone replied in unison. Then they took the 3 men in black to the platform. 10 minutes later. Brother Zhou, they've all confessed, Group A leader reported, wiping blood from his hands. Zhou Hongru said a single word, without showing any emotion. This is a reward order from the Su family in the capital. The target is a young girl. Here is the fax picture. The leader handed him a black and white photo. Zhou Hongru was surprised. He quickly took the picture and looked at it carefully under the light. In the photo, the girl's outline was clear. She looked about 5 or 6 years old. Although the black and white image was not very clear, it gave him a strange sense of familiarity. Suddenly, Ningning's face appeared in his mind. When he compared it, there was about an 80% match. Zhou Hongru was shocked instantly. If it really was Ningning, this matter would be very complicated. The Su family was extremely powerful, and killing someone was very easy for them. What kind of grudge was so big that they put a bounty on a child? The Su family was too overbearing. If the old master knew that his obedient granddaughter was the target of the Su family, would he still intervene? No. This matter must be reported to the old master quickly. If he doesn't handle it, Zhou Hongru would resign from the force and hide in the mountains with Ningning. He couldn't just watch a small child die tragically under the Su family's huge hand. Zhou Hongru hurriedly took out his big phone and dialed. It rang once before it was answered. Hello, Brother Zhou. Came the voice of Group B leader. Old M.O. Pass the phone to the old master quickly. I have an urgent matter to report to him. Zhou Hongru said urgently. Brother Zhou, the old man isn't with me. He took Yi Chen's helicopter and has already flown to North Province train station. Exactly which station he will land at, I don't know yet. Our Group B team has already entered North Province, Group B leader said in a slightly hoarse voice. You said the old man has come to North Province. Why didn't you stop him? It's too dangerous here. If something happens to the old man, even if we die 1,000 times, it wouldn't be enough. I'm at Lishui City train station. Hurry up and meet us. Zhou Hongru hung up the phone, quickly looked for Yi Chen's number and cursed silently. Yi Chen, you little rascal. If anything happens to the old man, I will destroy your Yi family. After searching for a while, he couldn't find Yi Chen's number. Frustrated, Zhou almost threw his phone. The only person around the old man was Yi Chen, that little rascal. He can't even defend himself. How can he guarantee the old man's safety? Isn't that reckless? What should I do now? Zhou Hongru was anxious, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Suddenly, he had an idea. He remembered the young master. Quickly, he found the young master's number and was about to call, but hesitated. The old man had said that if he secretly called the young master, he would have to leave immediately. Just as he hesitated, a large group of armed police rushed into the station. They quickly sealed off the platform and all entrances and exits, making it impossible for even a bird to fly out. Then, two figures strode confidently toward the platform. As they got closer, Zhou Hongru's pores tightened and his heart seemed to stop beating. Oh my goodness! Old man! What is this place? Why are you personally here? He hurriedly shut his mouth, took 3 steps forward, and went to greet them. All his previous bravado was gone. Old man! Why are you here yourself? Zhou asked respectfully as he approached Mr. Liu.
Humph. What?
If I, the old man, go somewhere, I need to report to you. Mr. Liu rolled his eyes and looked displeased. Hee. Old man, you're joking. I don't have that authority, Zhou said with a sheepish smile, scratching his hands. Old Master Liu raised his eyebrows and said teasingly, Wow, kid, you're really ambitious. You want to step on me to get ahead, huh? So, if you had that power, you'd probably lock me in a small dark room. Hee. Even if I lock myself in, I can't lock you in, old man, Zhou Hongru chuckled softly, muttering under his breath. Old Master Liu's face suddenly changed. He stared at Zhou Hongru with serious eyes and said in a deep voice, Stop talking nonsense. It's almost dawn, and the train still hasn't arrived. Such a short distance. Why is the train taking so long? My dear granddaughter, if anything happens to her, you can go to that deserted island. Yes, old master. Zhou Hongru immediately stood straight and saluted properly. The leaders at the train station, along with the standing committee members of Lishui City, all gathered here. Soon after, many important people also arrived. Everyone came forward to greet each other and introduce themselves. After a while, old Master Liu's hand was almost numb from shaking hands. Seeing this, Zhou Hongru quickly stepped in front of old Master Liu, glancing coldly at everyone. No one dared to approach anymore, and the scene suddenly became quiet. Old Master Liu turned and walked toward the platform, with Yi Chun and Zhou Hongru following closely behind. Suddenly, the station leaders received a call. Their faces turned very serious, and they hurriedly reported the situation to the city committee. Did you say a villain threw a child named Nian Nian out of the train window, and the train mysteriously stopped at the next station? The city secretary's face was grim as he asked urgently. Yes, secretary. The city secretary suddenly turned around, staring at Li Pei, and quickly ordered, Chief of Public Security, immediately set up a special task force, rush to the scene, and find that child as fast as possible. If you find the villain, arrest him immediately. Also, investigate whether the train's malfunction was caused by human action or a natural fault. Hurry. Yes, secretary. The police chief wiped the sweat from his forehead and hurried away. The city secretary ran to the platform, not daring to hide anything. He honestly reported that the child was thrown out of the window and that the train had broken down. Old Master Liu was struck hard. His body trembled suddenly, standing stiffly. His chest felt as if hit by a heavy hammer, causing him intense pain. He muttered to himself in distress. My good granddaughter, she is still so young. How could she suffer such a terrible accident? This can't be true. Seeing this, Zhou Hongru quickly handed the portrait to old Master Liu and told him everything he knew. Old Master Liu's anger erupted like a volcano, shooting straight up, as if a giant ancient beast had awakened. He radiated a frightening aura, and the air around him seemed to ignite, making crackling sounds. Immediately, search and rescue. My good granddaughter, kill anyone who harmed her directly. His voice was deep, as if coming from deep inside his chest, slow and powerful, like thunder. Yes, old master. Everyone responded in unison, then quickly left, rushing toward the scene of the incident. Old Master Liu stood in place, staring toward the train station, whispering to himself. Good granddaughter, you won't listen to Grandpa now, but when you grow up, will you earn money to support him? You can't break your promises. Grandpa hasn't even taken you home yet. If it weren't for you saving Grandpa, I might have already left this world. Good granddaughter, it's Grandpa's fault. I didn't protect you well, which caused you to suffer this hardship. He knew very well that being thrown out of a moving train through the window meant certain death. Su family, how bold you are, daring to use a reward order to harm my good granddaughter. I, Lu Qingtian, am in a fierce conflict with the Su family. I will definitely seek justice for my granddaughter. Old Master Lu turned and left the platform, walking in front of the city committee members. His gaze was sharp, sweeping over everyone, and his voice was hoarse as he spoke. The child thrown out of train 1036 is my granddaughter, Lu Qingtian's. Everyone was stunned, as if struck by lightning. They stood there blankly, their faces turning pale as paper, losing all ability to think. The entire scene was silent, dead silent. The child who was thrown out? Could it really be? The secretary of Lishui City, sweat pouring down his forehead, his clothes soaked through, trembling uncontrollably. The mayor and others were the same. They received news that a high-ranking military official from Kyoto was visiting the train station, but they knew nothing else. But who would have thought that the child thrown from train 1036 was actually the leader's granddaughter? Moreover, the location of the incident falls within Lishui City's jurisdiction, so no one can avoid responsibility. The secretary of the Lishui Municipal Committee took a step forward and bowed deeply to Old Master Lu, speaking with a choked voice. Old Master, I'm sorry. It's our lack of oversight that caused this to happen. We sincerely apologize. Did everyone feel the same? Old Master Lu looked over everyone, finally focusing on the secretary of the Lishui Municipal Committee. His voice was low and serious. I only have one request. Do everything you can to rescue my granddaughter and strictly punish the criminals. Yes, Old Master. The secretary immediately straightened up, with a determined look in his eyes. Suddenly, the encrypted phone in the old man's pocket vibrated loudly. He quickly took out the phone and pressed the answer button. Hello, came an anxious voice from the other end. Old Master, there's unrest in the country. We need you to return to Kyoto immediately for a strategic meeting. Old Master Lu didn't respond right away. He clenched his hand holding the phone and slowly closed his eyes. The ringing of the encrypted phone meant urgent news. He had to go back and take charge. His beloved granddaughter, Grandpa, has to leave now. He can't stay here with her. After he drives away the bad guys, he will come back to pick her up. He knew very well that his obedient granddaughter had faced life and death many times, but she would always be his little treasure. Even if he died, he was still a member of the Lu family and had to bring her back to the old family house and record her in the family genealogy. Old Master Lu opened his eyes, said okay into the microphone, and then hung up. He turned to look at Zhou Hongru, who dared not step forward, and showed a look of disappointment. His voice was hoarse as he spoke. If Nian Nian can't be found, you must immediately go to a deserted island for 3 years. If you come back alive, I will forgive you. Yes, Old Master. Zhou Hongru regretted it. He shouldn't have left Nian Nian on the train. She was so young. Although he meant well, he did something wrong. The main culprit for Nian Nian's suffering was himself. If he hadn't left her on the train, none of this would have happened. If anything happened to Nian Nian, he would risk his life to avenge her and make the Su family pay with blood. As for going to a deserted island, he would only go after he had avenged her. Not 3 years, but forever. Old Master. Zhou Hongru wanted to say something. He hesitated to speak, unsure of how to start, thinking this might be their last goodbye. He knew the old man was worried he might act impulsively, so he was sent to a deserted island for 3 years, not wanting him to get involved in the Su family's affairs. Old Mr. Lu didn't look at him and left the train station with Yi Chen, heading to the landing area. The roar of the engine sounded like a dull, rusty saw, harshly tearing through the dawn night sky. As the propeller spun, the plane lifted off the ground and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. It started to drizzle lightly. The people at the train station dispersed as if nothing had happened. Only one figure stood alone in place, rainwater sliding down his face, soaking his clothes, but he seemed unaware. The station staff handed him an umbrella and forcefully pressed it into his arms, then turned and left. The rain kept falling. Despite the pouring rain, he didn't open the umbrella in his arms. The ringtone of his phone suddenly sounded, startling him. He quickly opened his briefcase, took out the phone, and pressed the answer button. On the other end, Leader A's voice came through. Brother Zhou, According to the location given by the female police officer, we've searched everywhere but found nothing. Zhou Hongru's heart suddenly stopped, and he shouted into the phone, "Keep searching, don't leave any clues unexamined." Seconds ticked by. The phone rang again, and Zhou Hongru didn't hesitate. He quickly answered. Leader B's urgent voice came through. "Brother Zhou, we didn't find Nian Nian, but we did find 2 bullet casings. Based on the condition of the bullets, the time they were thrown out of the car window isn't much different from when Nian Nian was thrown. The 2 casings are from different guns, not the same model. So, I believe Nian Nian wasn't dead after being thrown out. The killer reloaded the gun when he arrived." Brother Zhou, it's raining heavily now, and we can't find any useful clues at the moment. Zhou Hongru walked to the platform, wiped the rain from his face, and said in a low voice, "Take your team to get something to eat, then conduct a thorough search within 20 miles of the bullet casings, including residential areas." He hung up the phone. Then he dialed another number, which was answered immediately. "Hello, good day. This is the Northern Province Military Command. Hello. I am Zhou Hongru. Please tell your commander that I need to speak with him urgently. Okay, please wait a moment." Not long after, hurried footsteps sounded on the other end of the line. Then, the phone was picked up, and a tense, loud roar erupted. "Zhou Hongru, I ask you, why didn't you notify me in advance when the commander came to the Northern Province? Li Dazhou, listen carefully. I'll keep it short. Our leader has a granddaughter." Zhou Hongru briefly explained the situation. Silence, dead silence, on the phone line. Half a minute passed. Suddenly, a sharp bang came through the phone, followed by angry shouting. "Zhou Hongru, you idiot! Do you believe I could shoot you dead? You left the old man's granddaughter on the train. You're not human, Li Dazhou. Whether you want to yell or hit someone, do it later. I need more people now. Be quick. If you don't need to tell me how to do my job, I'll give the order immediately. Use all available resources to find the old man's granddaughter." With a loud snap, the call ended. The Northern Province Military Command began an emergency meeting, issuing commands one after another. Suddenly, the entire Northern Province Military Command was shaken. After the storm, no rainbow appeared. Dark clouds covered the sky, making it hard to breathe. Zhou Hongru hung up the phone and didn't stay. He turned and left the train station, getting into a jeep. The engine rumbled low, and the jeep sped forward like a fierce beast. The wheels gripped the ground tightly, squealing loudly. Soon, thick smoke rose, and the smell of rubber filled the air. Zhou Hongru clenched the steering wheel tightly, his eyes fixed straight ahead. The scenery outside the window blurred into shadows as he sped away into the distance. He knew very well that after making this call, the entire northern province would fall into unprecedented panic. But in response, someone had to bear the consequences. That person was himself. No matter what, as long as he could catch the killer and find Nian Nian, he was willing to die happily. Time slowly passed. The Northern Army moved quickly, with soldiers rushing from all directions and setting up checkpoints on all roads. They checked everyone carefully, and any suspicious person, no matter who they were or how high their status, was detained. Drug traffickers, smugglers, human traffickers, and wanted criminals were all caught. But what made people anxious was that there was still no news from Nian Nian. After dealing with the body, Lu Nian Nian crossed mountains and hills, rushing toward Lishui City. Her short legs moved very fast, like a ghost in the mountains, disappearing in the blink of an eye. She didn't know how long she had been running, from daytime to nighttime, and from nighttime back to daytime. Her clothes were soaked, and when she looked up, she saw a few houses at the foot of the mountain. Lu Nian Nian planned to ask for directions, where she was, and how far it was to the northern military area. A light rain kept falling. She took out a pocket watch from her clothes and checked the time. It was already 4 in the afternoon. Without hesitation, she walked down the mountain step by step. She chose to take the mountain path instead of the main road, or train, or ask the police for help. This was because killers could be everywhere and she couldn't defend herself. If she accidentally fell asleep again, she might be in danger. If she died, she wouldn't know who had killed her. Living felt frustrating enough, and dying would be even worse. Taking the train was out of the question. Who could treat her like her grandfather did? She might get kidnapped by human traffickers. As for asking the police for help, she was an illegal resident and couldn't be found. The worst part was that her father didn't even know she existed. Even if she called him, he wouldn't admit it. Only face-to-face confrontation could work. If her father didn't want her, she would give up hope and leave without hesitation. Lost in these thoughts, Lu Nian reached the foot of the mountain and jumped down the steep slope. She landed steadily with a thump, sitting on her butt.
Ouch.
That hurts. Lu Nian's big eyes filled with tears, and she felt a wave of grievance. In her past life, her parents disappeared, and she was left to fend for herself, living a miserable life worse than that of a stray animal. Whenever she saw other children with loving parents, she could only stand nearby, feeling lonely and jealous. In this life, she was like a dog, locked in a small shed and a dark room. Finally escaping, she was chased all the way. Could it be that she was truly cursed, born under a bad star? Sniff, sniff. Lu Nian sat on the grass, burying her small head in her knees. The more she thought about it, the sadder she felt. Her shoulders shook as she kept sobbing. Suddenly, from the direction of the thatched hut nearby, a loud dog bark sounded.
Woof. Woof.
Woof. Lu Nian was so scared she shivered, and her crying stopped instantly. She forgot about her sore bottom and quickly stood up, her eyes wide with fear. Her body trembled as she pulled out a gun. Two big dogs ran toward her, their fur flowing like waves, moving up and down. The ground seemed to shake as the dogs got closer. She aimed her gun sharply at the lead dog, a big yellow one. Just as she was about to shoot, the yellow dog seemed to sense danger. It suddenly braced itself with its paws, stopping quickly. Then, it obediently lay down on the ground, opened its mouth wide, stuck out its tongue, and panted heavily. The black dog behind it ran to the yellow dog's side, circled once, and then also lay down, acting like a well-behaved puppy. A middle-aged man came out of the hut, calling out to the yellow and black dogs. Hearing their owner's voice, the dogs happily ran back to him. Lu Nian finally relaxed and hurriedly put her gun away. A black stone appeared in her hand. The middle-aged man approached her, with the two dogs following closely behind, looking very impressive. When he got closer, Lu Nian finally saw what he looked like. He had a square face, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a bit of stubble. He wore a blue-gray shirt, blue pants, and black leather boots. He held a whip in his right hand and carried a small baby in his left arm. The baby's bell jingled as it moved, holding half a piece of malt candy with sticky sugar on its sleeve.
Papa.
Papa, big sister, I'm hungry. Give me something to eat. The baby reached out with the remaining half of the malt candy, trying to give it to Lu Nian. The middle-aged man looked at his daughter with love and said softly, "Good girl, you're so sensible." Hearing her father praise her, the baby giggled happily, her voice clear and beautiful, like a heavenly sound. Lu Nian felt very envious. She really wanted to pull the baby down and sit on her place, to feel the mountain-like love of a father. But unfortunately, he wasn't her father. If she found her own dad, would he hold her like this? "Child, why are you here? Did you get separated from your family?" the man asked. Lu Nian snapped out of her thoughts, looked at the middle-aged man, and bowed politely. She said softly, "Hello, uncle. Nian and my mom are going to the Northern Province Military District to find Dad, but we got separated." "Oh, I see, child. If you don't mind, you can stay at my house for a night. Tomorrow morning, I need to go to Fancheng. The military district you're heading to is just 2 kilometers north of Fancheng. I can take you to the gate of the military district when I go." "Thank you, uncle. You're such a kind person." "Ha,
Child.
you don't need to be wary of me. I'm also a soldier. I retired a few years ago. My hometown doesn't have many people anymore, so I settled here. Oh, by the way, what's your dad's name? Can you tell me?" "My dad's name is Su Xianyuan. He's a big soldier," Lu Nian said, making up a story without hesitation. She deliberately changed her real dad's surname because she couldn't say his name. What if her dad had enemies? Always leave a way out, just in case. Su Xianyuan. He only knew Lu Xianyuan, the fierce soldier, and had never heard of Su Xianyuan. From his clothes, he could tell she was from a poor family. She was so young to be lost. Her mother must be very brave. The middle-aged man softly said, "Let's go. Follow me home." "Okay, uncle," Lu Nian cheerfully responded. The little girl and her dog followed behind as they headed toward the thatched cottage. As soon as they entered the yard, they heard loud coughing, mixed with a woman's sobs. "Dad, Dad, Grandma." "Cough, cough," the little girl pointed at the thatched house, pouting her lips, and her chewing gum lost its flavor. She quickly broke free from her dad's arms and clumsily ran to Lu Nian, speaking softly. Big sister, save Grandma." The chubby little girl reached out her small hand, grabbing Lu Nian's clothes, and looked up seriously. Lu Nian was stunned. Why would the little girl want her to save her grandma? Does she have some kind of premonition? That's so scary. Could she have discovered her secret space? If that's the case, I must leave quickly. Lu Nian, who had just regained her senses, looked down at the little girl and saw her pleading eyes. Tears shimmered in her eyes, as if she didn't agree, she would cry right away. Wow, I can't believe I am being controlled by this little girl in front of me. I want to refuse, but I just can't say it. Just then, a deep, steady voice sounded. "Tong Tong, big sister can't cure the illness, so don't make things difficult for her." The little girl turned to her father, pouting her lips, and started to cry. You. Meng told me that big sister can cure Grandma's illness. Meng wouldn't lie to me. A middle-aged man crouched down beside the girl, gently picked her up with care, and softly comforted her. "Good girl, don't cry. Don't cry. Everything in dreams isn't real. Daddy has told you many times. Why don't you believe it? Look at the big sister. She's so young. How could she have medical skills? Isn't that right? You."
"But Grandma is going to die."
"Tong Tong will never be loved by Grandma again. Sweetheart, I know you're kind and want to save Grandma. It's all my fault for being useless and not having money to take Grandma to the hospital." The middle-aged man's eyes turned slightly red. He looked at Lu Nian and softly said, "Child, you must be hungry. Come, let's go inside and eat." Lu Nian nodded and followed the man into the house. The first thing she saw was the stove, steaming. The smell of food wafted out, reaching her little nose. She couldn't help but swallow. All the big meat buns and 5 roasted chickens in the space had been eaten by her and the little white fox. Now, feeling hungry, even eating melons wouldn't satisfy her. Wandering in the mountains, she hadn't even seen a wild rabbit. Maybe it was because of the rain, or maybe because she was cursed, unlucky in every way. Cough, cough, cough. A series of coughs came from the east room. The man hurriedly pushed open the door, came to the bed, and asked, "Xiaomei, how is Mom? Should we sell the horse and cart to pay for her treatment? There might still be hope. We can't just watch Mom suffer." "Ew. Hung you know I can't sell it. Mom doesn't agree. What can I do? Cough, cough, I can't sell the horse and cart. My illness is incurable. It's like a bottomless pit." The elderly woman lay on the heated bed, coughing and speaking, with blood at the corner of her mouth, tears blurring her eyes. "Grandma, Ton will help you breathe, and you won't cough anymore." The little girl hurriedly broke free from her father's embrace and went to her grandmother's side, tears filling her eyes. "Good girl, Grandma might not be able to stay with you much longer. I hope my little treasure grows up safely." "Wah, Ton doesn't want Grandma to leave." The little girl cried breathlessly, tears rolling down her cheeks. "I can cure Grandma's illness." A sudden, childlike voice sounded, like a bomb exploding inside the house, and the crying stopped abruptly. Everyone turned to look at Lu Nian. Even the coughing elderly woman stopped coughing and struggled to turn her head toward the voice. The house was silent. Lu Nian smiled awkwardly and quickly turned to the kitchen, took out a melon from the space. She chopped the melon quickly with a kitchen knife, put it into a bowl, and grabbed a spoon. She brought the bowl to the Kong and softly said, "Grandma, eat this quickly. Your illness will get better." Wang Xiaomei looked at her husband, who shook his head gently, and no one said anything. Lu Niannian fed the bowl of melon to the elderly woman, then let out a sigh of relief. She looked at Wang Xiaomei and smiled, her clear, childish voice ringing out. "Auntie, don't worry. Grandma's illness will heal soon. This is my special secret recipe, cures all diseases." Wang Xiaomei's eyes turned red, and she choked up, "Child, thank you. If you can cure my mother's illness, you will be our family's great benefactor." "Oh, Auntie, no need to be polite. The baby is hungry. Can we eat first?" Yes, let's eat first." Half an hour later, Lu Niannian was holding a little girl in her arms, both adorable beyond words. The couple exchanged glances and looked at their mother on the Kong, finally smiling. The elderly woman was asleep, snoring softly. Her previously pale face had turned rosy again. Her breathing was even, and her gray hair was gradually turning black, but because the room was too dimly lit, no one noticed. Lu Niannian sat in a carriage, leaving the foot of the mountain and heading toward Fancheng. Chen Hongyu turned his head and looked at Lu Niannian in the car. He gratefully said, "Child, thank you for saving my mother-in-law." "Uncle, you're welcome. Niannian was just doing a small favor. Besides, you and my dad are comrades, and Niannian is considered your niece, right? Haha, good niece. If you ever need help from Uncle, just come to me. As long as I can do it, I won't refuse. Okay? That's what Uncle said, so no backing out." Lu Niannian's eyes twinkled, and she smiled happily. While talking, they arrived on the streets of Fancheng. Chen Hongyu drove the carriage to the vegetable market. Familiar with the way, he stopped at a grain and oil shop and tied the horse to the post. He planned to sell the corn first, then take Niannian to the military zone gate. He wanted to see her go into the camp himself before he felt at ease leaving. Lu Niannian jumped down from the carriage and looked at Chen Hongyu. She said in a sweet voice, "Uncle, Niannian is leaving now, so you don't need to see me off." Chen Hongyu hurriedly said, "That's not good. What if you meet a bad person? Uncle will sell the corn and then personally take you there." "Oh, Uncle, just relax. Niannian is super capable, and Mom is coming too." As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Niannian didn't wait for his reaction and suddenly disappeared with a flash. Chen Hongyu was so angry he muttered, "This little girl runs pretty fast. No, I need to sell the corn quickly and go to the military zone gate to check. I just can't feel at ease." Lu Niannian quickly ran into the street, starting her shopping spree. Rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, tea, baozi, fried dough sticks, big twisted crullers, tea eggs, and all kinds of delicious food. She bought everything she could find and stored it all in her space in a quiet place. Later, she went into a restaurant and ate a bowl of noodles. As she stepped out, she bumped right into a man with a scarred face. The scarred man froze in surprise. The boss was right. This little wild girl was really alive, and she had changed a lot. He almost didn't recognize her. In an instant, it felt like the air froze. A fierce anger burst out like a volcano erupting, pounding straight to the top of his head. Lu Niannian suddenly snapped back to her senses. She was so scared she broke out in a cold sweat. With a quick move, she dodged the scar-faced man and ran wildly toward the north of Fancheng. Damn scar-faced man, I can't believe he managed to come here. I really underestimated him. If we were in the wild, I would shoot him without hesitation. But unfortunately, this is Fan City. I already checked the military district's location. With her speed, she could reach the gate in about 20 minutes. However, with her small size, it's a bit risky. I need to find a way to lose them. When Scar-Faced Man saw Lu Niannian run away, he immediately got furious. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Chase her.
Quickly.
Don't let her escape. That damn little wild girl trying to run? Today, I must catch you. I want you to wish you could die or live in misery." A chase scene began to unfold. "Hey, Scarface, this little wild girl runs so fast. If we keep chasing like this, we won't catch her, let alone grab her. Pant, pant." The yellow-haired man supported his knees, sweat dripping down his forehead, panting heavily and stammering. "Yeah, you're right, Scarface. Her little legs are like wind turbines. I'm exhausted. Scarface, maybe we should just shoot her and end it." chasing her like this isn't working. Besides, in Fan City, we're not familiar with the area. Now that she's run into an alley, what do you suggest we do? Everyone shut up. Scarface shouted loudly, his eyes sharp. The scar on his left cheek looked even more fierce and terrifying at that moment. The three of them were startled, trembling all over, falling silent. They didn't even dare to breathe, afraid that Scarface might get angry and spill blood on the spot. They knew how fierce Scarface was. They absolutely dared not offend him in any way. Otherwise, there was only one way out, death. Seeing this, passers-by on the street quickly avoided them, as if they saw a plague god, walking away hurriedly. Scarface looked up at the alley ahead and coldly ordered, "Yellow-haired, take one person and go into the alley to find her. If you find her, deal with her directly." "Got it, Scarface," the yellow-haired man responded, and led someone into the alley. After the two blonde-haired people left, Scarface continued speaking. "Let's go. We'll go around to the back of the alley, so she can't escape." "Okay, brother Scarface." Lu Nian ran to the deepest part of the alley and suddenly froze in shock. It was a dead end. The tall wall was impossible to climb over with her current skills. What should she do? Should she disappear right here, or try to take out Scarface and the others? If she disappeared, Scarface might become suspicious and cause trouble. Then she might lose her peace and cause her father unnecessary trouble. If she shot, it would make a loud noise and attract the police. If someone got hurt, she would be in serious trouble. When she ran into the alley, many people saw her. She wasn't sure if she could still get out in time. Lu Nian's face scrunched up like a bun, and her mind started racing. She thought of many ideas to solve the problem. Suddenly, a loud, crow-like cry sounded above her head. "Hey, you keep walking into trouble yourself, instead of taking the easy way out." Lu Nian looked up sharply and saw a middle-aged man sitting on top of the high wall, looking at her with a mocking expression. She really wanted to jump up and give him a punch in the nose, right on his cheeky face. Unfortunately, she wasn't good at lightness skills or climbing walls. Otherwise, she wouldn't be chased out like this. "Little girl, don't think about escaping. Uncle will be angry. I do everything I want. Who are you? I don't even know you. I suggest you go do your own thing and not bother me. Otherwise, you'll regret it." "Haha, little girl, you dare talk to me like that? You really don't know your place. If it weren't for worrying about hurting you, I wouldn't bother with all this." Lu Nian raised an eyebrow, smiled slightly, placed her hands on her hips, and looked defiant. TSK, talking big, but aren't you afraid you'll hurt your tongue? Do you really think you can hurt me? I'll give you a piece of advice. Riding a dog with a torn pants pocket leaning on a wall with hemorrhoids, if it doesn't work, it'll hurt your balls. You're talking nonsense. I'm busy now. I don't have time to argue with you. Just go cool off somewhere else. Good job, little beggar. I'm angry now, said the man, throwing down a rope ladder along the tall wall. Wow, Uncle, you're so well prepared. There's even a rope ladder. But you can play with it yourself now. I'm leaving first. Bye-bye. Lu Nian turned to run away. She froze in place suddenly, because she realized that, at some unknown time, two strangers had appeared behind her. Looking at their faces, they looked very similar to the old men from a TV show in her past life. But she was sure they weren't scar-faced men. They were human traffickers. Lu Nian's eyes darted around. Her body kept retreating. A faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and she shouted loudly, "Help! There are traffickers! Hee hee, little girl. Even if you scream your lungs out, no one will save you. Let me go. My dad is very powerful. You bad guys." Lu Nian struggled a little. Then, a handkerchief with medicine was pressed over her mouth, and she fainted successfully. The two scar-faced men, limping, hurried here and found it was a dead end. They immediately cursed the ancestors of the old men from the mysterious world. 10 minutes ago, they had just entered the alley and were ambushed with a club. It's not just about being hit. They should have used some strength. But since they didn't faint, the two idiots waved their sticks and beat them up badly. "Brother Mao, let's leave here quickly. I feel a chill down my back." "Okay, let's go and meet Brother Dagger." The two blonde men supported each other and headed toward the alley entrance. Lu Nian lay on the cart's board, slowly opened her eyes, suddenly sat up and looked around. She found herself in a courtyard, where 3 men and 1 woman sat at a table, eating. With a thought, she disappeared from the cart and appeared inside a space, shouting loudly, "Mao Qiu, come quickly and untie me." As she spoke, a white light approached from afar and appeared in front of her in the blink of an eye. Master? What are you doing? Why did you tie yourself up? Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and untie me. I've encountered human traffickers and I need to get out now. Okay, Master. The little white fox waved its right paw, and the ropes on Lu Nian instantly turned to ash. Wow, Furball, your power is impressive. Find a time to teach me, okay? Yes, Master. The magic I learned can't be practiced by humans. If forced, it could lead to madness or even death. Master, didn't I tell you before? The little white fox's eyes darted around nervously. Lu Nian narrowed her eyes, but didn't expose it. There was no time to argue now. She would deal with it after reuniting with her father. All right, I'm leaving now. With that, her figure flickered and disappeared from the space. Fortunately, the space's flow rate was 10 times faster than outside. Otherwise, the traffickers would have noticed her. Lu Nian looked toward the gate of the courtyard, feeling happy. She jumped down from the carriage and rushed toward the gate. Second head, the situation in the North Province is getting tense. After this deal, we need to move quickly. We can't stay here. Yeah, patrols are more frequent now. If we get caught, our lives are over. Huh? Look at your courage. Are you afraid now? I don't believe in that nonsense. If you want to leave, go ahead. No one will stop me from making money. As they spoke, Second Head saw Lu Nian running toward the gate and was instantly alarmed. SHT, that kid ran away. Hurry, catch her. Otherwise, we'll be exposed. The others' faces changed. They didn't hesitate and quickly chased after her.
Stop.
Don't run. Using her memory, Lu Nian turned left and right, rushing onto the main road. Her worn clothes fluttered in the wind, her hair flowing freely. She tightly held a faded military photo in her hand. She was finally going to see her father. Quick. In 500 meters ahead is the provincial military district. No matter what, don't let her escape. The 4 pursuers kept chasing, but gradually 3 of them grew tired and couldn't run anymore. Only Second Head was still running fast, and the distance between him and Lu Nian was shrinking. 50 meters. 40 meters. Lu Nian sensed the traffickers catching up and suddenly sped up, using all her strength. But no matter how hard she tried, her short legs couldn't keep up, and the distance between her and the traffickers continued to close. 30 meters. 20 meters. The solemn and grand gate of the provincial military district is so close, yet Lu Nian's shoes have already fallen off. Hope is right in front of her. She must not give up. Dad, Nian has come to find you. As her feet cross the warning line, a guard shout is heard. Military restricted area. No unauthorized entry. Otherwise, the consequences are on you. With 2 quick clicks, the guard pulls back the bolt and chambers a bullet, ready to aim at Lu Nian. But she rushes forward like a cannonball, breaking through the military district gate. The guards are all stunned. The human trafficker is confused. Oh my goodness, is this little girl crazy? That's the gate of the Northern Province Military District. Crossing the warning line without permission is like stepping into the ghost gate. If shot, it's a pointless death. No, I absolutely cannot go forward recklessly. If she bites back, I'll be exposed. The trafficker gasps heavily, sweating all over, and punches a big tree by the roadside. That's a cooked duck flying away just like that. Though unwilling, the trafficker can only give up. Lu Nian just rushed into the gate. Before she can catch her breath, a big hand grabs her collar and lifts her up. Hey, let go of me, or don't blame me for being rude. Lu Nian, like a cat with fur standing on end, kicks and struggles, twisting her small body. She's not afraid because she knows that soldiers have a gentle nature deep inside and wouldn't hurt her. And also, the feeling of closeness. In her past life, comrades were like family to her. When she was feeling down, her comrades were like a bright lamp, staying by her side and giving her warm encouragement. Whenever she faced danger, they were like a steel wall, protecting her from wind and rain. They grew up fighting together, fought side by side in life and death, shared stories of joy and sorrow, and talked about dreams and life. Lu Nianyan's eyes turned slightly red, tears welling up and rolling down her cheeks. "Oh, little one, you have such courage, breaking into the military district gate without knowing how to stop. And you even dare to threaten me. Who gave you the courage to be so reckless?" The man's deep, resonant voice echoed in Lu Nianyan's ears, like a spell that pierced her mind. Suddenly, her thoughts were pulled back. She wiped away her tears stubbornly and spoke up. "Is the courage my dad gave me enough?" The man was visibly surprised and silent. He grabbed her by the back of her collar, walked to the door, and threw her onto the ground. Only then did he realize the little girl was crying. He was stunned. Wow, I didn't do much to her, so why is she crying? He definitely doesn't know how to comfort children. Two guards saw this and quickly looked away, their faces turning red, shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. Captain Chen looks so defeated. Honestly, it's kind of cute. Captain Chen looked at the guards, his mouth twitching, trying to keep a straight face. "Don't be so mischievous, you two. Come over and comfort the girl, then take her away." "Hee, Captain. We're on duty, can't leave our post. Maybe you should do it yourself." Captain Chen's expression darkened. Just as he was about to get angry, a sharp, commanding voice interrupted him. "Uncle, you don't need to comfort me. I'm here to find my dad," Lu Nianyan said loudly, puffing out her chest. The three of them were startled, and all looked at her carefully. The little girl, dressed in torn clothes, covered in scratches, barefoot, about 6 or 7 years old, looked just like a street beggar. She said her dad was here.
How could that be?
Was she lying to get sympathy? If her dad was really at the military base, how could he be in such a terrible state? Maybe her dad was a terrible person. If she was one of his soldiers, I'd skin him alive. He's worse than an animal. Captain Chen snapped out of his shock and quickly knelt down to look her in the eyes, softly asking, "Child, what's your dad's name?" Lu Nianyan raised her little face, stubbornly holding her head high. "This is a picture of my dad.
His name is Lu Xianyuan," she said.
Captain Chen was stunned, his mouth wide open. Countless thoughts raced through his mind. That cold, quiet, rumor-free Lu Yanwang. How could he have a daughter? He was his brother in arms. With his military achievements, he rose steadily. Now he was in a high position, far beyond his reach, like a firefly compared to the bright moon. I thought that by getting married and having children, I could somehow outshine him and give him a little push. But I never expected that my daughter would be so grown up now. Hey, uncle, wake up quickly. Nian Nian knows she's pretty, but you don't need to stare so openly. Uncle, do you really know my dad? Please tell me the truth. Lu Nian Nian didn't have time to waste with him. It was almost noon, and she didn't know if she could see her dad. Commander Chen snapped back to himself, took the photo carefully to look at it. The photo was a bit yellowed. But even if Lu Xuanyuan's face was turned to ash, she could still recognize him. Good niece, tell me, who are you with, and why do you look so miserable? Lu Nianyan lowered her head, tears flickering in her eyes. She clenched her small fists around her clothes, her voice trembling. She didn't know this uncle well and couldn't tell him her story. It wouldn't help at all. And she didn't need sympathy. She would handle the revenge against the Su family herself. She looked up, wiped away her tears quickly, and forced a smile. Uncle, I was chased by human traffickers, so I ended up like this. Human traffickers. Little niece, do you remember what the traffickers looked like or where they lived? Lu Nianyan described the location of the traffickers' small courtyard in detail. Damn traffickers. How dare they hurt my little niece? They must be looking for trouble. Chen Dongqi stood up, full of anger and killing intent. He went to the guard post and picked up the landline phone to call. The phone rang once before someone answered. Hello, I am Detective Captain Zhao Yong. I am Commander Chen Dongqi. I order you, all members of the reconnaissance team, armed and ready, with guns loaded. Gather at the south gate within 10 minutes. Yes, sir, Zhao Yong replied and quickly gathered his team, rushing toward the south gate. With Lu Niannian's help, all the traffickers were caught and handed over to local police. Lu Niannian stayed where she was, clutching the yellowed military photo in her hand, waiting for her dad to come and recognize her. If her dad refused to come, she would turn and leave, never to see him again in this life. 10 minutes ago, Commander Chen had rushed into the military camp, heading straight for the operations room. All the leaders of the Northern Province military district above the division level attended without exception, connecting via video call from the capital city. The meeting discussed recent movements in the island country and surrounding situations. In the command room, at the front and center, sat a man in his 30s. He had handsome features, sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, a straight nose, and some stubble. His eyes were deep, seeming to see through people, as if hiding many stories. This man was not anyone else but the youngest chief of staff in the Northern Province military district, Lu Xianyuan. Suddenly, the door to the command room was pushed open forcefully. Everyone turned to look, showing displeasure. Chen Dongqi ignored everything, walked straight past the table, and stood in front of Lu Xianyuan. He saluted properly and loudly shouted, reporting to the leader. A little kid at the gate of the camp is holding your photo and shouting "Dad." Silence. The meeting room was deathly quiet. The command rooms in the headquarters in the capital city, silent. The command room in the central war zone, silent. The command room in the eastern war zone, silent. The command room in the southern war zone, silent. The command room in the western war zone, silent. 10 minutes ago, Lu Xianyuan pressed the connect button to report the current situation in Northern Province to headquarters. Just after finishing, the connection was still active. Chen Dongqi's loud shout was like a thunderclap, shocking the entire military district. Yes, he did it on purpose, wanting to get an explanation for that thin, barefoot child with scratches all over her body and torn clothes. Even a fierce tiger wouldn't eat its own cubs. Lu Xianyuan, as a father, doesn't love his daughter? Such a brother is not worth keeping. He rushed to the command room, thought of many excuses, and anticipated all consequences. Even if he took off his uniform, he would fight Lu Xianyuan to the end. Once a good brother, now revealed to be a complete scumbag father. That little girl, he ignored her, letting her suffer and drift alone in the vast sea of people. Is his heart truly at peace? Although she didn't speak, her lonely eyes told everything.
She
is unwanted, an orphan girl. In everyone's minds, as if ignited by gunpowder, an explosion rang out, and they began to discuss heatedly. Oh my goodness. Quick, pinch my thigh and see if I'm dreaming. The chief of staff actually has a child, said the commander of the 119th Division, looking at the Special Forces Brigade commander. The Special Forces Brigade commander didn't hesitate and firmly pinched the thigh of the 119th Division commander.
Ouch.
Damn it, you old guy, you really hit hard. That hurts so much. The 119th Division commander glared and cursed. Hee, didn't you tell me to squeeze hard? Don't come after me later. The brigade commander replied with a grin. Get out of here. Do you think I'm that kind of person? The 119th Division commander shot him a sharp look. That's good. That's good. The brigade commander whispered softly. I didn't use enough strength. Hey, when did the chief of staff, so pure and innocent, secretly get taken? And have a kid? The 119th Division commander asked. What's the use of asking me? Who knows when the boss got married? I'm not a mind reader. The brigade commander rolled his eyes. Sure, keep your voice down. I suggest you go to the hospital for surgery. With your loud voice, you'll easily reveal your position, the 119th Division commander teased. Hee. What's wrong with my loud voice? It's better than being effeminate. Maybe you should consider gender reassignment surgery. The brigade commander shot back. I won't waste time arguing with the brute. Nothing to say. The 119th Division commander snorted coldly, then turned to look at Chen Dongqi, nodded slightly, and whispered softly. This kid is really fierce. I like him. Lu Xianyuan slowly raised his head, like a dormant ancient beast that had awakened after thousands of years. His eyes were cold and piercing, and the entire command room's temperature began to drop rapidly, reaching freezing point. He locked onto Chen Dongqi. What kind of gaze was that? Deep, sharp, stern, fierce, and strangely charming with a hint of evil. A cold, heavy word seemed to be polished in his chest for a long time before finally coming out.
Xianyuan.
If you don't. Chen Dongqi's words were cut off before he finished. Get out. Lu Xianyuan coldly spat 2 words, with a commanding tone. Chen Dongqi trembled all over, his forehead veins bulging, fists clenched tightly, and his knuckles cracking loudly. The last 2 words hit like thousands of steel blades stabbing into his chest, and his heartbeat seemed to stop in that instant. My longtime good brother was so cold and heartless. He told me to get out in front of everyone. His eyes were half closed, and a single tear silently slid down his cheek, like a quiet sigh. The anger in his heart exploded like a volcano, rushing out and hitting his forehead. His whole body became very fierce, and the floor beneath him cracked. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, slowly raised his right hand, and pointed directly at Lu Xianyuan, coldly saying, I'll say it again, there's a little kid at the camp gate holding your photo and calling you dad. Go see her at the camp gate, you. Go or not. Lu Xianyuan suddenly stood up quickly, grabbing Chen Dongqi by the collar. He pulled him close to the front, and the table between them made a creaking sound. He whispered into his ear, What the heck are you crazy about? I'm not crazy. Chen Dongqi glared angrily, not giving any face. I haven't even married. How could I have a kid? Lu Xianyuan squinted his eyes and said through clenched teeth. Then how am I supposed to know when you used a gun? You don't even know yourself. Chen Dongqi directly pressed him. Lu Xianyuan choked and then softly said, Forget it, don't worry about this. After the meeting, I'll handle it myself. No, you must come with me now, or I'll make you lose face in the whole military district, Chen Dongqi threatened. Do you dare? Veins bulged on Lu Xianyuan's forehead, and he stared hard at his brother. After a long moment, he asked, How old is that kid? About 6 or 7 years old. The photo in her hand is from 7 or 8 years ago when you were in uniform, she said. Chen Dongqi paused, about to say something, but Lu Xianyuan spoke first. What did she say? Wow, that kid really is his. Seeing how anxious he is, it feels so satisfying. Where's your icy face? Your coldness? Your composure? This guy is really ruthless. Luckily, I didn't curse him out. Otherwise, it might have gotten ugly, she said. You can ask yourself what she said. I can refuse to answer this question. Chen Dongqi showed no respect. Only he dared to speak like that in the entire military district. Lu Xianyuan pushed Chen Dongqi away, supporting himself on the table, his mind racing wildly. A photo of him in military uniform from 7 or 8 years ago. He had only shown it to his fiancée. Su Wan. Could this child be? Chen Dongqi adjusted his collar, also leaning on the table and staring at Lu Xianyuan with a mocking look, spitting out 2 words. Scumbag. Oh no, I should say, a bad father. Yeah, that suits you perfectly. Honestly, the match is quite perfect. Shut up, old man. Lu Xianyuan shouted angrily, his voice echoing through the war room. Ha! Lu Xianyuan, you bastard. Do you know how much suffering that child has endured, how many hardships she's faced just to reach the North Province Military District Gate? Even if she's not your child, what's wrong with just seeing her? Just fulfill her small wish. That child is covered in wounds, as thin as a stick, wearing ragged clothes like a beggar. She was barefoot, running into the military district gate. Do you know why? Because traffickers were chasing her. She ran desperately, trying to escape, just to see you. If only she were my daughter, I would spoil her to the sky. Chen Dongqi stood up, took a few steps, then turned and shouted loudly. The child said, If you don't see her, you will never see her in this life. With that, he turned and left. Lu Xianyuan's mind was struck hard, his body trembling violently. He clenched the table tightly, whispering softly, If I don't see her, I will never see her in this life. 8 years ago, His fiancée Su-won said the same thing. Now this child also said the same. No, this can't happen. He must see this child. Even if she's not his daughter, he has to go. Suddenly, a sharp pain in his heart, as if something was slowly pulling away from his body. Child, wait for me. Lu Xianyuan pushed away from the table quickly, rushing toward the door of the war room. The conference call was still ongoing. The previous conversation was like a live broadcast. Every military district was in an uproar. The command center in Kyoto is where all the top leaders of the Chinese military region gather, including senior commanders. Old Master Lu comes out of the restroom and walks slowly to the high platform, sitting in the main seat. Everyone's eyes focus on him, filled with curiosity, doubt, and confusion. They can't understand why he ignores his own granddaughter and insists on calling her his adopted granddaughter. When old Master Lu learns that his adopted granddaughter is missing and has no news, all evidence points to the Su family. He becomes very angry and, with 50 armed guards, rushes into the old Su residence. They press their guns against old Master Su's head, ready to shoot him, which frightens the old man so much he wets himself. The entire Su family is anxious and scared. After learning this, Su Shibang, the head of the Su family, quickly arrives with a large group of police officers. In an instant, both sides are tense, ready to fight. Old Master Lu remains calm and looks around coldly, finally fixing his gaze on Su Shibang. Su Shibang trembles with fear and steps back quickly. If his subordinates hadn't supported him, he might have fallen. He sees in old Master Lu's eyes the bones of many dead and an unshakable fighting spirit. An old, stern voice speaks out. Su Shibang, how dare you issue a bounty to hunt my dear granddaughter? You have broken Chinese law and offended my old head's bottom line. Old Master Lu, there must be some misunderstanding. I don't understand what you mean. Ha ha, bold enough to do wrong but not accept responsibility. You're a coward. It's a shame for a country to have someone like you. You're going too far. You brought guards to break into my Su family and pointed guns at my father. You owe me an explanation. You're crossing the line. Listen carefully, kid. First, immediately cancel the bounty on my granddaughter and publicly apologize in the newspapers, admitting your mistake. Second, stop having any wrong thoughts. If you don't, I won't hesitate to destroy your Su family. Third, half of your family's assets must be handed over to the National Treasury, as required within our borders. After speaking, old Master Lu puts away his gun, leads his guards, and leaves quickly. Angry Su Shibang was furious. The Su family's business spread across China and even abroad, making them as rich as a country. Old man, hand over half of your fortune. This is too much. Too much. That damn little rascal. You'd better be dead, or if this old man finds out, the Su family might really be finished. Old Master Su changed his pants and went to the yard. He raised his hand and slapped loudly, the sharp sound echoing through the old house. Dad, why did you hit me? Hitting you is nothing. You're an unfilial son, always dragging your feet. If the old man finds out about her, you think he'll let you go? Better to lose some money now to avoid disaster. Just do as he says. That's the order from inside the red wall. Dad, but that's half of the Su family's assets. Giving it away like this, I'm not happy about it. Son, as long as the Green Mountains remain, there's firewood to burn. Your job now is to keep your position. Don't worry about the others. Leave it to your second brother. Remember, where there's a sacrifice, there's a gain. Anyone who dares touch our Su family's things won't have a good ending. When the time comes, I'll personally send him on his way. Don't provoke him recently. If he gets pushed too far, he might do anything. Quick, get the people out. Today's commotion is big, and the inside of the red wall probably knows. I need to make arrangements. Oh, and that unfilial girl, keep her under watch. Don't let her step out of her room. Got it, Dad. In half a day, half of the Su family's assets were handed over to the state treasury. Su Shibang published a newspaper apology to old Master Lu's granddaughter. Old Master Lu looked around, sensing something strange. He glanced at a few old men nearby. They were all looking at him too. Oh no. Did they find out I was in the bathroom eating? That shouldn't be. I looked around several times, and no one was there. Old Lee, why are you all looking at me like that? Old Lee patted his chest, calm and unbothered. It's just his granddaughter, and maybe she's not even really his. But what does that mean, patting his chest? Haha. Old master, your granddaughter just went to find your son to recognize her as a relative. Old Lee recounted everything that had just happened, vividly and in detail. This is impossible. I would rather believe that a pig can fly than believe that my family's iron tree is dead. Oh, sir, I can't fool you about this. If you don't believe me, just ask them. Haha. Old sir, if you have a granddaughter, I'd love to hold her someday. Every time you peek at my grandson, he gets so scared he won't come out of his house. I think you're a kidnapper. If you let me hold your granddaughter, I won't argue with you. What do you think? Old Mr. Liu suddenly stood up without looking at Old Lee and said in a deep voice, "This meeting is over. All the leaders of the battle zones, return to your bases immediately and follow the plan to train specifically for your tasks." As he finished speaking, Old Mr. Liu hurried away quickly and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Old Lee felt awkward and rubbed his hands, angrily muttering in his mind, "That old guy, just because he has a granddaughter, what's so proud about? Besides, she might not even be his real granddaughter." Lu Xianyuan ran to the gate of the camp and saw a thin girl, as skinny as a bean sprout but with bright eyes, standing alone. She was wearing torn clothes, her hair was messy, and she had scratches all over her body. Her legs were bare. Lu Nianyan handed him a photo and said in a childish voice, "My mom's name is Suwan. She said you are my dad." Lu Xuanyuan's mind was hit hard. He froze in place, staring at the yellowed military uniform photo in his hand. That was him, 8 years ago. It was the only photo of him in uniform. He had given it to his fiancée, Suwan. So, this child might be his daughter. Lu Xianyuan quickly knelt down to look at Lu Nianyan face to face. A strange feeling suddenly filled his heart. Wow, this cheap dad looks so cool. His eyes, nose, and mouth are just perfect. Lu Nianyan looked at that handsome face, so close she wanted to kiss him. She fought the urge and took a step back, puffed up her little face, and said stubbornly, "I'm Lu Nianyan, your daughter. Do you accept me or not?" Lu Xianyuan was surprised, then a slight smile appeared on his face. He softly said, "Whether you accept me or not, what's the difference?" It's a big difference. If you accept me, you must give me a home. It doesn't have to be perfect, just a place to live. Also, I want to go to school. I don't need the best school, just pay the fees. And every day you must come home to cook. I want to eat well and not be hungry anymore. If you don't accept me, I, Lu Nianyan, will not stay with you. You can go your way, and I will follow my own path. From now on, we will never see each other again. Lu Xianyuan almost broke down and had tears in his eyes, but quickly hid them. He reached out gently and hugged Lu Nianyan softly, saying, "Okay, I accept." Lu Nianyan was stunned. Dad accepted so quickly, but I still have proof to show. Oh no, maybe my requests were too few. Should I add more before it's too late? Finally, Nian has a dad. Grandma. Mom. Finally, Nian found her dad. She's no longer a troublemaker or a little wild girl. Lu Nian whispered softly, tears welling up in her eyes. She carefully reached out her small hands and hugged Lu Xuanyuan's neck. Tears started to fall uncontrollably. The long-awaited hug finally came true. Thinking about her past life and all her experiences, Lu Nian couldn't hold back her sobs. Hearing her cry, Lu Xuanyuan's heart ached, but he didn't know how to comfort her. He only had an old, yellowed photo, and he wasn't sure if she was really his daughter. Maybe someone with bad intentions put her close to him on purpose. She appeared suddenly at the military zone gate without an adult, which was strange. She looked only about 6 years old, and he last saw her with Wanwan 8 years ago. It was obvious she was lying. Who was really behind all this? He had to find out. He accepted her not for any reason, but because seeing her gave him a special feeling. He couldn't quite grasp it, or touch it. Especially her every move affected him deeply. Her crying almost made his heart ache so much he could hardly breathe. In the Liu family, 5 brothers died in battle, and now only 3 of them are left. They must be cautious. A small mistake can lead to irreversible consequences, and how can I justify betraying my loyal brothers for the country? Today, China seems peaceful on the surface, but secretly, it is full of unrest. Little one, I hope you are not just a pawn. If you are, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lu Xianyuan patted the little one's back and softly comforted. It's all over now. Let me take you home, okay?
Okay, thank you, Dad.
Lu Niannian hiccuped while crying, speaking in a childish voice. Lu Xianyuan released his hold, stood up, and took Lu Niannian's small hand. The father and daughter were about to enter the military zone gate. Suddenly they stopped, because he saw Chen Dongqi and senior leaders standing about 10 meters away. Chen Dongqi curled his lips, puffed out his chest, raised his voice, and said, "Oh, Lu Xianyuan, are you crazy? How is she your daughter? Besides, you're not married, so where did this child come from? Don't you agree? Maybe you can give her to me. I need a daughter. Don't worry, Chen Dongqi, promise to treat her like my own daughter and spoil her to the sky." Lu Xuanyuan's lips curled into a faint smile, a rare sight that made everyone's jaws drop. Oh my, Lu the King of Hell is actually smiling. Having a daughter really changes everything.
Hey.
Don't say it, but when the chief of staff smiles, he looks just like the big brother next door. Sho, be quieter. You know the chief of staff's temper. Do you want the whole battalion to be armed and go off-road? Oh no, I forgot about that. The battalion commander quickly lowered his head, afraid to meet Lu Xuanyuan's gaze. Everyone was talking excitedly. Lu Xuanyuan's face suddenly turned cold. He looked at Chen Dongqi with an icy voice. Enough talking. Get lost. I won't leave. How can you say she's your daughter? Unless you have strong proof. Lu Niannian stepped forward, opened her hands, and blocked Lu Xianyuan behind her. She said fiercely, "Uncle Chen, you're not allowed to bully my dad. If you do, I won't be friends with you anymore." Lu Xianyuan was stunned. A warm feeling suddenly filled his heart. Everyone looked at the ragged girl, who looked like a beggar, and was stunned. Who would have thought this little girl is so brave? The chief of staff is so lucky. Of course, she's so young but already protecting her dad. Truly a little sweetheart. Chen Dongqi suddenly choked on his words, unable to speak what he wanted. He hesitated, unsure how to start. Lu Niannian puffed out her small chest, lifted her chin, and loudly said, "Uncle Chen, do you just want proof?" "Yes, Niannian, do you really have proof?" Chen Dongqi was surprised, then smiled knowingly. "Of course. Mom gave me 2 pieces of proof." "The photos are just one of them," Lu Niannian said, touching her chest. The military badge engraved with the character, Yuan, suddenly appeared in her hand. She turned her face up, handed it to Lu Xianyuan, and puffed out her little chest, saying proudly, "This is the proof my mom left." Lu Xuanyuan's pupils shrank. This military badge? It was the token he gave to his fiancée long ago.
So,
this child might really be his biological daughter. No, he couldn't take this risk. Everything must wait until the investigation results come out. Lu Niannian kept revealing more. "My mom said, you left her right after you kissed her." Lu Xuanyuan's ears turned red instantly. Everyone in the military zones stared wide-eyed, quickly standing at attention as if they were spectators. Wow, big gossip. The chief of the provincial military district kissed her and then ran away. Oh my, this joke is so funny. How exactly did he kiss her? Lu Xianyuan hurriedly picked up Lu Niannian and ran away amid everyone's watchful eyes. Dad, did Niannian say something wrong? Niannian won't do it again, Lu Niannian said with a sly smile. Cough, cough. Niannian, you're good. This has nothing to do with you. Lu Xianyuan cleared his throat, feeling a bit embarrassed. He drove with his daughter to the city, had a meal, bought new clothes and shoes. They also bought hair accessories, hair ties, some snacks, and other miscellaneous things, then returned to the family compound. As soon as they entered, Lu Niannian's eyes widened. This was 1988. The military family compound was surprisingly a two-story, small building. It wasn't as luxurious as in her previous life, but from the outside, it was definitely the best of that era. She didn't look back because behind it were all single-story houses, with only the front row of 9 units being 2 stories. The father and daughter arrived at the second floor of the 5th house. They pushed open the gate and went inside. The small yard had a wide cement path in the middle, with vegetable gardens on both sides. It was summer, and the garden was full of vegetables like beans, cucumbers, eggplants, peppers, and others. "Dad, is this our home?" asked Lu Nian, her eyes bright with excitement. She looked around eagerly, feeling very close to the place. In her past life, she grew many vegetables, but her uncle's family sold them all without caring. She never got to enjoy them. "Yes, this is our home," said Lu Xianyuan softly, looking at the little girl. Suddenly, an older woman, about 50 or 60 years old, came out of the second-floor house. She looked sharp and mean, like a tough person who was hard to deal with. "Oh, Mayor Lu is here. Come inside quickly. I just finished cooking and put the food on the table." "We haven't eaten yet," she said loudly. "Annie, I told you to move out half a month ago. Why are you still here? Didn't your family move to the 8th house?" Lu Xianyuan asked coldly, frowning. "Hee, Mayor Lu, you don't know everything. Our family has too many people, and the house is too small," she replied with a sneer. "I was thinking, since you're not home and the house is empty, I didn't move out," he said, feeling troubled. This troublemaker was hard to deal with. Getting her to leave might be difficult. Maybe he could find a place in the backyard to let Nian stay while he talked to the equipment director.
"Dad,
"Is this house ours?" Nian tilted her head and suddenly asked. "Yes, it's our house, and we've had it for over 2 years," Lu Xianyuan replied, helpless. As a leader, he couldn't just fight with this troublemaker over the house.
"Good.
"Since it's ours, it's easy to handle," Nian said, walking up to the chubby woman with small, quick steps. She looked fierce and said, "This is our house. Why you say you can just stay here? You either move out or pay us." "Oh, who is this little brat? Do you know who you're talking to?" the woman snapped, glaring and scolding. Nian crossed her arms, puffed out her small face, and said angrily, "I don't care who you are. Even if you're the king of heaven, you have to pay to stay here. Not a penny less. Also, please keep your mouth clean. I am Director Lu's daughter, and I am the owner of this house. The rent is 50 yuan a month, totaling 1,200 yuan. I don't want any change." "What? Are you trying to cheat me? I don't want money, just my life. Do whatever you want." Andy looked fearless, like a fearless pig.
"Dad, call 10 people right now."
"My daughter has something important to do." Lu Nian turned to her stunned father and said loudly. "Nian, you." Lu Xianyuan was stunned. Is his daughter so brave? "Come on, Dad, hurry and make the call," Lu Nian urged angrily. "Relax, Dad. I believe nothing will happen." Lu Nian blinked innocently, looking harmless. Lu Xianyuan frowned slightly. He looked deeply at his daughter, then walked aside and picked up the phone to call. As soon as the phone rang, it was answered immediately. "Yes, I am the chief of staff. Arrange 10 people to come to the residential area. Move quickly." "Yes, sir." After hanging up, Lu Xianyuan left the small yard, found a quiet place, and made another call. Aunt Wang saw he was serious and immediately became nervous. But thinking that her son-in-law was also a high-ranking officer, she suddenly felt more confident. Although he wasn't as powerful as Lu Xiaozi, he was older and more experienced. Calling people over, so what? If they dared to move her, she would threaten to ruin him financially. Just staying in a broken house for a few days. What use is calling people? They won't dare to touch me. I'm sick all over. If they try to move me, they'll regret it. Aunt Wang snorted loudly and shouted. Lu Nian crossed her arms, lifted her little head, and angrily retorted with a fierce look. "This is my home. Why should I give it to you? You shameless old woman." Suddenly, a loud voice made Aunt Wang tremble all over. She patted her chest and quickly looked down. In that moment, a surge of anger shot up her head. She crossed her waist with her left hand, pointed at Lu Nian with her right, and said sarcastically, "Oh, you scared me to death. If you hadn't spoken, I almost forgot about you. Blame you, little brat. If it weren't for you, Commander Lu wouldn't have called someone over. Think my wife is easy to bully, huh? Today, I will teach you a lesson so you know how tough my wife can be." Aunt Wang frowned angrily, rolled up her sleeves, and charged toward Lu Nian. Lu Nian smiled mischievously, showing a wicked grin. "Since you're so shameless, don't blame me for taking action." Aunt Wang's heavy body moved like a small mountain, each step kicking up dust on the cement ground. In a flash, she reached Lu Nian and raised her big hand like a fan, ready to slap down fiercely. If hit, Lu Nian's small body would probably fly out instantly. Lu Nian stood still, as if stunned, eyes wide open. Seeing this, Aunt Wang was delighted. If she could knock her down, she would be terrified and refuse to stay here anymore. Then, this second floor would belong to her, and no one else could claim it. As for Commander Lu, she was even less afraid. Her daughter and the wife of the commander are close friends. It's just a matter of a word. And besides, Commander Lu isn't even married yet. Where would the child come from? Maybe she found a stray kid somewhere. She just wanted to play a little trick to get the house back. Such a clumsy method, yet she dared to show off in front of her wife. Watch me slap her and break the deadlock. I will hit. As the big hand was about to land, Lu Nian moved. Instead of retreating, she advanced, grabbing Aunt Wang's right leg tightly. Aunt Wang's slap whistled through the air. Because she used too much force, her arm's momentum caused her body to lurch awkwardly to the left. If she had just stepped out with her right leg, she could have stabilized herself, maybe just stumbling a little. But Lu Nian wouldn't give her that chance. She wanted to lift that thick leg. She had to give this stubborn old woman a hard lesson, so she would know she wasn't easy to bully. Holding Aunt Wang's right leg with all her strength, she suddenly lifted it up with a loud "ah." Aunt Wang's huge body toppled down with a loud thud, causing the cement ground to shake slightly. A large faceplate made close contact with the ground, but luckily, at a critical moment, she turned her head to the side. Otherwise, she might have chipped several of her front teeth. Due to the force, Aunt Wang's body kept sliding forward. Her left cheek scraped the ground as she headed toward the water bucket under the cement platform. Her big head was just level with the bucket. Finally, her huge body stopped. A loud, miserable scream echoed through the residential area, like a thunderclap. The mouse that had just poked out its head was immediately frightened and shrank back. Lu Nian, with her short legs, ran to the cement platform, grabbed the water bucket, and poured it directly over her head. The scream suddenly stopped. Aunt Wang was instantly soaked, looking like a drenched chicken. Clear water ran down her hair and traced her cheeks. It was deathly silent, like a still pond. 1 second passed. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Suddenly, Aunt Wang let out a piercing cry that shattered the sky, causing the birds on the big tree outside to fly away in fright. Then she suddenly turned over, wiped her face with her hand, and shouted loudly, "You little brat! I'll kill you! You ungrateful little troublemaker!" She tried to get up, but a sharp pain hit her chest, so she had to stop. She gasped for air and muttered. Fortunately, the water bucket was cleaned, and it only had clean water inside. Otherwise, I'd be sick to death. But, isn't that a water bucket? Her stomach suddenly churned. Ugh, ugh. Lu Nian threw the water bucket aside, ran to the cement path on short legs. She took off her hairpin and hair tie, then with a thought, stored them in her space. She raised her small hand, roughly tousled her hair to make it messy, then smeared some cement dust on her face. She also took off her new shoes, patted off the dust, and tossed them aside, rolling on the ground. That should be enough now. When dealing with dogskin plasters, she couldn't show mercy. To have her own home, she was willing to give up her face and fight the old hag. Her acting mode was activated. Lu Nian pursed her lips, her eyes reddening, tears swirling in her eyes. With a loud wow, tears burst out like a flood. Her crying sounded like a ghost wailing, very sharp and piercing, with strong penetrating power. The neighbors nearby heard it and rushed over. As Lu Xuanyuan's phone was halfway through ringing, he heard a loud scream followed by his daughter's crying. His heart tightened, and he quickly hung up the phone, rushing toward the yard. As soon as he entered the yard, he saw a scene that made his anger flare. Without even glancing at Aunt Wang, he ran straight toward the small girl on the ground. "Nian Nian, don't be afraid, Daddy is here." Sniff.
Daddy. Sniff.
"I want Daddy." "Nian Nian, don't cry. Daddy is right here." Lu Xianyuan gently held his daughter in his arms, softly patting her back to comfort her. When he looked up, his eyes turned cold and sharp like a blade. He stared fiercely at Aunt Wang, as if he was about to tear her apart and scatter her bones. Aunt Wang suddenly sat up, feeling a cold chill in her back, as if a fierce beast was watching her from the shadows. She shivered uncontrollably. Many neighbors gathered around, pointing and whispering. "Hey, look. The person sitting on the ground seems to be Aunt Wang. Move aside, let me see." "Oh my, it really is her. Now, let's see if she still acts proud. She got what she deserved, taking over someone's house for more than 2 years. Lu Xianyuan didn't bother with her, but she still got cheeky. Yeah. If it were me, I'd chase her down the street with a kitchen knife. Hey, look. The child in Lu Xuanyuan's arms is the one he just adopted. My husband says that kid is so pitiful. Worn-out clothes, bare little feet, suffering a lot just to find a dad. Oh, what a sad child. From now on, we should all help take care of him. By the way, Aunt Wang really isn't a good person. She has her own house but refuses to live in it, insisting on staying in someone else's. Don't know what she's thinking. Probably just used to taking advantage of others." Aunt Wang snapped out of her shock, stood up suddenly, pointed at Nian Nian, and started shouting. "That damn little brat. You little troublemaker from who knows where. How dare you splash water on my wife and hang a urine bucket around my neck? You're asking for trouble." Sniff. "Daddy, Nian Nian didn't do it. Grandma hit me hard. It hurt. I dodged and she fell to the ground." Sniff. Then Grandma's head just happened to dip into the urine bucket and she was not lying. Everyone burst into laughter. Lu Nian Nian felt a little hope. She hoped her father would stand up for her. Even just a little. That would be good, right? Lu Xuanyuan's anger was like a volcano erupting, almost hitting the top of his head. His eyes were cold and sharp, locked onto Aunt Wang, radiating a terrifying aura. He slowly stood up, his voice deep and hoarse, like a demon from hell. "Bullying my daughter. I will make you pay." Aunt Wang was not afraid at all. She crossed her arms and looked angry. "Little brat, look at me." Before she finished speaking, Lu Xianyuan moved quickly and appeared in front of Aunt Wang, kicking her. Aunt Wang let out a scream. Her chubby body, like a broken kite, flew backward rapidly. Aunt Wang screamed again. Her fat body, like a grinding stone, roughly tore apart the beanpole rack. She crashed through the cucumber trellis and fell into the furrow, finally landing safely. Her head was buzzing, and she felt a sharp pain in her stomach, causing her to kick her legs and lie flat.
Sniff.
Shameful, Aunt Wang cried. It wasn't because she was hurt, but because she felt ashamed to face people.
She
had been kicked away. Thinking about how many years she had been in the family compound, she had never experienced such humiliation. No, if she didn't recover the scene today, she might lose her place in the family compound forever. Fortunately, my mother-in-law has tough skin and thick flesh. Otherwise, I would have to go see my mom. Lu Xiaoji is really ruthless? No matter how strong you are, do you dare to kill me? Pay the money. You must pay. And the house too. If not, I will report him for assault. Aunt Wang's throat moved, ready to make a big move. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, the last cucumber on the trellis, like a wild horse running free, directly shoved into her mouth. Aunt Wang's eyes widened in shock. She hurriedly tried to pull the cucumber out with her hands. Suddenly, with a crisp crack, the cucumber broke.
Aunt Wang damawosu degli startled.
She quickly sat up and hurriedly wiped the remaining cucumber from her mouth with her hand. Lu Xianyuan finished dressing his daughter's shoes and carefully checked her body. Seeing that she was fine, he finally relaxed. He didn't understand why, but every move his little girl made always made him feel uneasy. If she weren't his daughter, what would he do? Would he have to hurt her? He shook his head, held his daughter's small hand, and walked out of the yard to the jeep. He opened the door, helped his daughter into the car, then looked around at everyone with a blank face and said, Aunt Wangdama is fine. Everyone, go home now. All right, goodbye, Commander Lu. Everyone called out and quickly dispersed. Lu Xuanyuan's lips twitched slightly. Just as he was about to get into the car, Chen Dongqi and 9 soldiers ran over. When they reached him, Chen Dongqi stood straight, saluted properly, and said in a serious voice, reporting to the leader, all the people are here. Please give instructions. Before Lu Xianyuan could speak, Lu Niannian opened the car door and got out, softly saying, Daddy, Uncle, can I have the whole team now? Suddenly, Lu Xuanyuan's phone in his pocket started buzzing. He hurriedly answered. His brow furrowed, a flash of anger appeared in his eyes. His throat moved, and he muttered then hung up. He looked down at his daughter, reached out a big hand, gently rubbed her little head, and softly said. He took a deep look at Chen Dongqi, then opened the driver's door, sat inside, and the engine roared to life. The jeep sped away, leaving dust behind. Chen Dongqi was silently complaining inside. Such a proud, icy face. What are you looking at? I could just eat your daughter. If I could beat you, I'd definitely give you a good punch, he thought, waving his fist toward Lu Xuanyuan's direction. Hello, uncles. Lu Niannian blinked her big eyes, tilting her head with a cute, soft expression. Everyone hurriedly greeted her. She was the little princess. If anyone bumped into her, the leader might skin them alive. Lu Niannian smiled happily. Her dad's thigh was really thick, almost like her grandpa's. Next, all the uncles listened to me. Tonight, we have only one task: eat well, drink well, and sleep well. Lu Niannian briefly explained the plan. Everyone nodded, showing they would cooperate fully. Led by Chen Dongqi, everyone headed toward the second floor of Building 8. When they reached the gate of the courtyard, they saw it was locked. Lu Niannian waved her small hand and said firmly, Break it open for me. The soldiers looked at each other, then finally focused on Chen Dongqi, feeling a bit worried. Oh, my commander. Just tell me what to do. Should we break it or not? This was the home of Leader 8. If they broke the lock, it would look like a robbery. When the family of the leader came home, there would be a big fuss. It would be hard to explain. Chen Dongqi smiled slightly, looked at the soldiers, and said calmly, Watch me. This is an order from the Chief of Staff. Oh, right, this was the order from Leader 5. It didn't really concern them. Plus, the leader's daughter was inside. No big deal, just do it. One soldier picked up a big stone and, without hesitation, smashed it at the lock. With a loud bang, the lock fell off. It was now just scrap metal worth nothing. They pushed open the gate. Lu Niannian, with her hands behind her back, led the way. The others followed closely behind. After walking around the yard, Lu Niannian was very happy. She felt she hadn't been disappointed. She found 5 roosters, 5 big geese, and 4 rabbits. Uncles, bring the big iron pot. We're going to kill 3 roosters, 3 geese, and 2 rabbits. Let's make a big stew, she said, waving her small hand with a childish voice. Okay. Everyone replied happily and started working, feeling very excited. Half an hour later, loud screams, dirty words, and chaos echoed from the small yard. It sounded like pigs being slaughtered, and everyone was shouting loudly. But no one paid attention to her. At the other end of the cucumber trellis, a small figure with a mischievous smile on her face watched. She got up, hopped on her short legs, and ran out of the yard toward the second floor of Building 8. What she didn't know was that a figure was following her closely, eyes fixed on her. His face showed shock, confusion, doubt, and excitement all at once. Suddenly, he started crying.
Sniff.
I finally found my big niece. I don't have to destroy the Sioux family or go to a deserted island anymore. In the small courtyard of house number 8, Chindongchi was with 9 soldiers, starting to prepare food by killing chickens and geese. A large iron pot was placed steadily, with firewood burning loudly and yellow flames licking the bottom of the pot. The pot was filled with water, and bubbles slowly rose from the bottom, then quickly disappeared once they reached the surface. Lu Nian hummed a little tune as she walked into the courtyard, approaching the big iron pot, and looked at it. She added some more firewood, looked around, and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, the operation is quite quick. Uncle Chen, call me when the meat is ready. Your big niece is a bit sleepy and plans to take a nap. Alright, don't worry, big niece. When the meat is ready, I'll come upstairs and call you. Lu Nian pushed open the door to her room, went straight to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor, lay on the big bed, and soon fell asleep. She didn't know how long she had slept when she suddenly heard a woman's angry scolding. Startled, she shivered and opened her eyes quickly, only to see Chindongchi holding her. Wow, it's already dark outside. Uncle Chun, is the meat not ready yet? Lu Nian's soft voice sounded. Chindongchi was stunned and looked a bit embarrassed. The family of the leader, Gao Xiaomei, has returned. It seems we won't be able to enjoy the stew. Humph. Anyone who dares to stop me from eating meat, I will fight her, Lu Nian said, breaking free from his arms and standing on the ground, puffing out her small chest. Gao Xiaomei, with her eyebrows raised in anger, shouted sharply, "Tell me, who allowed you to break into my house and kill my chickens, geese, and rabbits?" "It was me. Do you have a problem with that?" Lu Nian stepped forward, looking fierce.
What are you? How dare you yell at me?
If you don't give me an explanation, don't even think about leaving my house. Oh, that's great. I was worried about not having a place to sleep. You're the best, Auntie. Gao Xiaomei instantly became furious. How dare that little brat call her auntie? That was a taboo for her. Everyone in the family compound knew this. She didn't expect to be called out by some unknown kid. Her anger flared instantly. She placed her left hand on her waist, pointed at Lu Nian with her right finger, and asked sharply, "Little girl, who do you think you are calling me auntie? You're the oldest here, so whether you call me auntie or not, who else can you call auntie?" Li Nianian showed no respect at all and continued to scold angrily. "Auntie, you and your daughter are really shameless. You took someone else's house and still act so confident. What are you talking about? Tonight, you will eat meat and stay in the house. If you don't like it, go report me to your superiors." The soldiers all held back their laughter, shaking their shoulders, secretly giving the eldest niece a thumbs up. "Mom, why are you arguing with a little kid? Hurry up and chase them away. I'm hungry." This was Gao Xiaomei's eldest daughter, Wang Yuyan, 22 years old, a soldier in the arts troupe. "Mom, I don't like this annoying little girl.
Please kick her out."
I want to eat meat." This was Gao Xiaomei's youngest son, Wang Zhigao, only 8 years old, in 2nd grade, a chubby little boy. All right, I understand." Gao Xiaomei looked around at everyone, a bit impatient, waving her hand. "Okay, everyone go back. But this isn't over. You must give me an explanation tomorrow." Li Nianian got angry. "Oh my gosh. How shameless. Are they planning to cook her in an iron pot? They really think I am easy to bully. If I weren't worried about causing trouble for Dad, I would have already taught you all a lesson with the truth." Li Nianian raised her small face, looking fierce. "Uncles, you are sent by my dad, so you have to listen to me. I command. Kick them out of number 8 yard immediately. The house tonight belongs to me." Hearing this, Gao Xiaomei's anger flared up instantly. She pointed at the yard gate and shouted angrily, "Get out of my house now, or don't blame me for being rude." Wang Zhigao, "Yes, get out of her house. Don't delay us eating meat." "You annoying brat, he. Wang Yuyan, this is my house. My dad is the commander of number 8. You better think carefully. Uncles, don't be afraid. If anything happens, Li Nianian will take responsibility. Hurry and kick them out." Li Nianian was determined, small but full of energy. The soldiers all looked at Chindongchi. He nodded slightly, and everyone else immediately cheered up. For the sake of eating meat, what's there to hesitate? Let's kick them out quickly. Chindongchi went to Gao Xiaomei, smiled awkwardly, and said with some difficulty, Sorry, sister-in-law. Your mom is living in someone else's house. Commander Lu had no choice but to let his daughter stay here. Oh, by the way, she will stay for half a month. All of us are here to protect the child, so we have to stay too. Please be patient with us. We don't mind the food, just enough to fill our stomachs is fine. To help the child regain strength, tomorrow we will also cook the leftover chicken, goose, and rabbit. But don't worry, we won't eat for free. Commander Lu will pay you. As for the time limit, probably around 10 or 8 years. You all are going too far. Gao Xiaomei was about to explode with anger, her eyes wide. If you really want to kick me out, aren't you afraid old Wang will deal with you? Fine, you all are really something. I'll remember this. Just wait and see. Chen Dongqi didn't care about all that. He waved his hand loudly and shouted, "Hurry up and send the sisters-in-law to the 5th courtyard. Commander Wang wants to get a promotion, so he's starting with someone else's house." Gao Xiaomei was instantly shocked. If the higher-ups found out, her husband would definitely get involved. No. Tomorrow, she must have her mother move back. Chen Dongqi continued. Oh, by the way, just report that the family of Commander 8 wants to change houses. Yes, Battalion Commander. Sister-in-law, please don't make things difficult for us. It's better if you leave on your own to save face. Gao Xiaomei panicked. She didn't dare stay in the 5th courtyard tonight. She had to leave early tomorrow and go back to her family's place. She absolutely couldn't let her husband find out about this. Otherwise, he would divorce her. It's all her mother's fault for insisting on occupying someone else's house. Now things are getting serious. Let's see how you handle this.
Sniff. Mom.
The son wants to eat meat. That's our meat. It's all Grandma's fault for insisting on staying in someone else's house. Now I don't even have meat to eat, the chubby boy cried. Humph. When my dad comes back, I'll make you all regret it, Wang Yuyan said fiercely. Gao Xiaomei's expression flickered with malice, but she quickly suppressed her inner anger and shouted, "Everyone shut up, we're leaving." After they left, the soldiers happily ate, their faces greasy. Lu Nianyan's small belly was round and full, and she let out a big burp. Lu Xianyuan was in a meeting and did not return for a long time. After the soldiers finished resting, a dark shadow outside the gate sneaked into the small courtyard, lifted the large iron pot, and scooped some chicken soup with a spoon. Slurp, slurp. It smells pretty good. Under the big basin, the meat left for Lu Xianyuan had been eaten up, and he also let out a big burp. He glanced at the second floor, smiled slightly, then turned and left, disappearing into the night. The door was knocked on. Gao Xiaomei's family appeared at the door, carrying big and small bags, with very serious expressions. Aunt Wang's eyes looked sharp and fierce, glaring at Lu Nianyan, as if she wanted to tear her apart. Darn little brat, you wait for my wife. I will make you regret your actions and make sure you suffer. Lu Nianyan ignored her. When trouble comes, she will face it. If needed, she's ready to send her away to meet the king of the underworld. She ran to the stove, heading to get the meat left for her father. When she opened the big basin, she was stunned. Could it be that her father came back last night? Why didn't he go upstairs to rest? The bed was already made for him. Humph. Her father came back and didn't even tell her. She would remember this. Back at building number 5, Chen Dongqi and his team thoroughly cleaned the house inside and out. They even washed the yard with water. But unfortunately, all the vegetables in the yard had been pulled out. At Lu Nianyan's request, they also dug up the 2 vegetable gardens and made new ridges. After Chen Dongqi and his team left, the once noisy yard suddenly became silent, as if a mute button had been pressed. Lu Nianyan sat quietly alone on the balcony, hugging her knees tightly, as if this could bring her some warmth and safety. Her body trembled slightly. Tears like broken pearls rolled down her pale cheeks. Softly, she whispered, her voice as light as feathers in the breeze, almost blown away if not careful.
Grandma. Mom.
These 2 words are the softest part of her heart, the people she misses the most. Nian Nian found her dad. And finally, we have a home. In her past and present life, she always longed for a complete family, for parents who loved her.
But
Dad never asked Mom, and he certainly never asked about his own experiences.
Dad.
Will he abandon me? Longjia Airport in Fancheng. Old Mr. Liu and his wife took a private plane and arrived at the airport around 8:20 last night. They came specifically for their good granddaughter. Just as they were about to get off the plane, they received a call inside the Red Wall. The military was conducting exercises near an island, requiring a high alert status, so they immediately held a phone meeting. Feeling helpless, old Mr. Liu used a secure line to work on his laptop on the plane until 8 a.m. After sleeping for about an hour, the phone rang, waking him up. He took out his phone and answered. "You." A crying sound came from the phone, startling old Mr. Liu. He sat up quickly, losing all sleepiness. "You." He hurriedly hung up, planning to lie down and sleep a little more, then saw his eldest granddaughter. "Who is it?" Grandma Liu asked. "I don't know." She started crying right away. "It must be a wrong number. She thought I was her dad. You should sleep a bit more. We'll go to the military district later, and then we can see our granddaughter." Sigh, I wonder if her mother is easy to get along with. That brat insists on marrying a woman who's been married before. Our son can't forget the girl from the Su family.
It's been so many years since she died.
He should have given up long ago. Now it's good. The little granddaughter came to recognize her father. "I know my son's character better than anyone. He won't mess around." This granddaughter was probably brought over by her stepmother. Anyway, she's willing to marry into our family, and that's a good thing. I'll treat her like my own granddaughter. Maybe in a year or two, we'll have a grandson. That would be perfect. Old lady, what are you rambling about? This child might really be my adopted granddaughter. That's too much of a coincidence. If she really is my adopted granddaughter, that would be great. At least she's an orphan and my son can still marry and have children. Stop talking nonsense. Even a dead tree can bloom. I call him Dad. All right, let me sleep a bit more. We'll see what's going on when we meet her. The phone rang again. Old Mr. Liu was so annoyed. Is this never-ending? He picked up the phone and answered. "Hey, are you crazy? I'm not your father, so there's no need for you to act sad. Just do what you should, and I'm hanging up. Old sir, please don't hang up. I'm Zhou Hongru. Your obedient granddaughter has been found." Old Mr. Liu is stunned, like struck by lightning. He suddenly realized that this thought was not the same as the one before. My little lucky girl has had an accident, or why would Zhou Hongru be crying? That small face, the size of a palm, appeared in his mind and wouldn't go away. His eyes reddened, his chest heaved heavily, veins bulged on his forehead, and his teeth clenched with a clicking sound. "The Su family, I will destroy you." Suppressing his anger, he took a deep breath and slowly said, "Send her body back to Kyoto and record it in the Liu family genealogy." Zhou Hongru on the other end of the phone was stunned. Did old Mr. Liu misunderstand? "I never said your obedient granddaughter was dead." Without time to think more, he quickly added, "Old sir, your obedient granddaughter is not dead. What did you say?" Old Mr. Liu cursed loudly, jumped off the small bed, and paced back and forth excitedly in the cabin. "Haha, my little lucky girl is alive, that's great." Old Mr. Liu laughed heartily. Old Madame Liu froze. "The granddaughter is safe?"
"Oh.
That's really good. Now I have 2 granddaughters. When I bring them back to the family estate in Kyoto, the other old ladies will be so jealous." For so many years, she rarely left the house except to buy groceries. It's not that she didn't want to go out, but others kept showing off their grandchildren in front of her, which made her feel uncomfortable. Now, it's finally her turn to be proud. Even though they're not her biological granddaughters, they don't know that. No, this time I must bring the little granddaughter back, or all this effort will be wasted. After the excitement, old Mr. Liu's face turned serious again, but a slight smile at the corner of his mouth showed he was in a very good mood. "Hongru, where are you now? And where is my little obedient granddaughter?" "Old sir, I am at the Northern Province Military District. Your obedient granddaughter is." "Dudu, hello, hello." Old Mr. Liu was furious. He really wanted to rush over immediately and give Zhou Hongru a good beating, making him stay in bed for 3 days. He angrily cursed, Hey, you say this little brat always messes up at critical moments. I haven't finished talking yet? Alright, you can sleep a little longer. When we go over, you'll see everything then, said Grandma Lu softly. No way, I'm not sleeping. Grandpa Lu started putting on his shoes, angry, and said, let's go now to the Northern Province Military District. You old fool, I gave you face, didn't I? Grandma Lu grabbed Grandpa Lu's ear and pulled upward. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Wife, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Humph. If you go 3 days without a beating, you'll start causing trouble. And watch your language. Just wait and see how I deal with you, old man.
Hee hee.
Yes, I will follow your instructions. Go away, you're not acting right. Grandma Lu rolled her eyes and started packing her things. At the family compound of the Northern Province Military District, Zhou Hongru sat on a stone bench beside gate number 5. He looked at his big phone without power, then peeked out his head and glanced at the small kid on the balcony. He took a deep breath, straightened his green military uniform, spat a couple of times into his palm, and adjusted his short hair. He rubbed his shoes on his pant legs, looked down, and nodded with satisfaction. Looks much better now. He reached up and touched his stubble, then his eyes twinkled. Suddenly, a military dagger appeared in his hand. He started shaving with a click-clack sound. Lunian saw someone at the gate and thought Dad was back. She ran over on her little short legs. When she got close, she looked up and saw the uncle shaving with a military dagger. Because of the angle, she couldn't see who it was clearly. She tilted her head and softly said, Uncle, go inside and shave. Wow, Zhou Hongru shivered in surprise. His hand trembled, and the dagger almost cut him. He hurriedly put it back into his waistband. He squatted down and looked at Lunian, feeling a bit embarrassed. Lunian, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Old man, who are you calling uncle? Hurry up and leave. This is my home, and strangers aren't welcome. After speaking, she turned around and closed the door quickly and smoothly, without hesitation. She walked into the yard on her short legs.
Zhou Hongru?
Oh no, I've been hated. Looks like I need to use a big move. Lu Nian paused, slowly turned around, and said fiercely, Grandpa's poison, I already helped him detoxify. I don't want to see you. Zhou Hongru's head buzzed, and he stood there blankly, muttering to himself. Grandpa's poison was actually detoxified by Nian. I really did a good deed that went wrong. Nian, uncle was wrong. Listen to my explanation. Suddenly there was a loud bang, and only a cold, shut door responded. Zhou Hongru reached out his hand and opened his mouth to speak.
He,
once a mighty warrior in China, was now being ignored by a child. Old man Lu, on the train, unexpectedly threw himself onto his seat and didn't give himself a chance to explain. He caused me to be separated from Grandpa and almost died. I hold grudges, so don't expect me to forgive you. He was the one following me. Does he really think I wouldn't notice? I was just pretending to be clueless. If you don't bother me, I won't bother you. But if you cross the line, I will deal with you.
Dad.
Why aren't you back yet?
I'm hungry.
Did you promise to cook for your daughter? Lu Nian leaned on the windowsill on the second floor, looking toward the gate. She saw Zhou Hongru occasionally poking his head out, acting like a spy. The elderly couple Lu bought some fruit, malted milk, toys, and white rabbit candies, then took a military jeep to the North Province Military District gate. The driver showed his ID to the guard, registered the vehicle, and smoothly entered the military zone. Turning the steering wheel to the right, the jeep slowly drove into the residential area, heading straight for building number 5. When they were about 100 meters from building number 5, Grandma Lu saw someone sitting on a stone block at the gate. They looked sneaky, glancing into the yard from time to time. They didn't look like a good person. The driver gently pressed the brake, and the jeep slowly stopped at gate number 5. Grandma and Grandpa Lu got out of the car. Zhou Hongru was stunned, his eyes wide with surprise, and hurriedly went to greet them. Old master, madam, why are you here? You didn't tell me in advance. I should have come to pick you up. Stop talking nonsense. Do we need to report to you wherever we go? Even if we did, your phone is dead, Grandpa Lu looked at him more and more displeased, almost wanting to slap him. Hee. Grandpa, you're too angry. The phone just ran out of battery, right? Otherwise, who would dare to hang up your phone?
Humph.
Do you often hang up on me? Do I need to remind you? Hee. No, I have a task to do. Enough, stop talking. Quickly tell me, where is my good granddaughter now? Yes, indeed. Our adopted granddaughter. Where is she? Why are you here? Grandma Lu asked. Madam, here's what happened. Zhou Hongru explained the recent events. After borrowing soldiers from the commander, Zhou Hongru searched everywhere for Lu Nian. They caught many people for illegal activities, but there was no news of her. Feeling helpless, they had to withdraw the troops. Zhou Hongru ordered Group A and Group B to return to the capital. He stayed in the northern province to keep looking for Nian, but it was like searching for a needle in a haystack. So, he decided to visit his junior brother, then return to the capital to destroy the Su family and later spend his life on a deserted island. When he arrived at the family compound, he saw the worried little girl he was searching for. He was so excited that he found her that he cried loudly in a quiet corner. Old sir, I took the initiative to call and move troops. I take full responsibility. But after waiting for a long time, no one responded. Zhou Hongru could only stand quietly aside, like a wooden post. Both Old Master Lu and Old Lady Lu looked at each other with surprise, then nodded slightly. From the beginning to the end, they only had one granddaughter, Lu Nian. Old Lady Lu couldn't stop smiling. She quickly went to the trunk and brought out food, drinks, and toys. They thought the two little granddaughters had bought double portions, but it turned out to be a big mistake. Hongru, what are you standing there for? Come help carry things, Old Lady Lu called. Zhou Hongru snapped out of his thoughts and hurried over to help carry the items. He was secretly happy. Maybe now he could see Nian. Old Sir Lu, Old Lady Lu, and Zhou Hongru carried big and small bags and pushed open the gate to the courtyard. But they didn't see their beloved granddaughter, which made them feel a little anxious. They reached the door, opened it, and entered the house. The first-floor hall was very clean and tidy. But after checking every room, they still couldn't find their good granddaughter. 3 people went upstairs. When they opened the bedroom door, they saw little Tuanzi sleeping on the windowsill. She was even softly snoring. Grandma Lu tiptoed forward carefully, not daring to make a sound, afraid of waking her obedient granddaughter. Grandpa Lu also came over, tilting his head to see if it was his good granddaughter. On the train, her torn clothes and ragged appearance made her look like a beggar. Now, she looked completely different. Hey, wife, move aside. I haven't seen her face yet, Grandpa Lu said, stretching his neck anxiously. Old man, get out of the way. I want to see her. If she's uncomfortable sleeping like that, I'll carry her to bed, Grandma Lu replied. All right, I'm going. Grandpa Lu hurriedly moved aside, but his eyes kept drifting, looking quite funny. Zhou Hongru stood at the door, like a big silly, staring straight at little Tuanzi and muttering to himself. Strange, she looked like a mad cat just now, and now she's turned into a gentle little lamb. Grandpa Lu heard this and without hesitation, slapped him on the back of the head. Hey, why did you hit me, old man? Zhou Hongru said, looking wronged. Don't talk about my good granddaughter behind her back. If you dare to gossip about her again, I'll really give you a slap, Grandpa Lu warned. Zhou Hongru pouted and muttered softly, such a granddaughter servant. Grandpa Lu shot him a glance, thinking silently, I like hearing that. Grandma Lu had already picked up Lu Nian and finally saw her adorable granddaughter. Her features were delicate, her hair black as ink, her skin snow-white and tender, her eyelashes curved like crescent moons, her nose small and cute, and her little cherry lips. Oh, my good granddaughter looks so beautiful. No wonder she's my obedient granddaughter, Grandma Lu said, sitting on the bed and holding her tightly. Grandpa Lu finally saw her face and relaxed completely, smiling broadly. Zhou Hongru also leaned in, but Grandpa Lu slapped him back. Get out of here. This is my good granddaughter. What does it have to do with you? Grandpa Lu held Lu Nian's small hand, full of affection.
Oh.
Why did you hit me again? Zhou Hongru rubbed his forehead where he was hit, looking like a little victim. Grandma Lu's heart tightened, and suddenly she felt a strange sensation, as if something was scratching inside her heart. Could it be that Nian Nian is... Her hand trembled slightly and unwillingly, slowly rolling up Nian Nian's left sleeve. Just a little. Just a bit. When the sleeve was rolled up to her upper arm, a crescent-shaped birthmark was boldly revealed. Grandma Lu's mind instantly went blank. Her eyes widened like bells, and her chest felt as if it had been struck hard. Everything was so quiet that even a pin dropping could be heard. Old Mr. Lu was stunned. His lips trembled, and he clenched his hand tightly, afraid that if he let go, his adorable granddaughter would disappear. This kind of birthmark only appears on girls of the Lu family bloodline, and it is on the left arm, unique and one of a kind. The boys of the Lu family have a sun-shaped birthmark on their right arm. Only they know about this. Yu Nian Nian is the only bloodline of our Lu family. She has been wandering outside for so many years, but no one knew. Grandma Lu gently patted her obedient granddaughter, as if she was a fragile porcelain piece. Her hand trembled slightly, so carefully that she seemed afraid of hurting her. Tears flowed down her wrinkled face like a flood. Old Mr. Lu squatted on the ground, his eyes slightly red, full of words he couldn't say, stuck in his throat. His pounding heart reminded him that this was not a dream. Everything was real. Perhaps it was heaven's mercy to send his obedient granddaughter to their side to save their family. If it weren't for her intervention, he might have already died from poisoning and wouldn't still be alive. Zhou Hongru wiped his tears, turned around and left the room, heading to the kitchen to start cooking. The driver also came to help. The two men worked busily in the kitchen. They cooked rice and stir-fried dishes with such skill that outsiders might think they were professional chefs. The aroma of the food wafted upstairs, slipped through the door crack, and drifted into the room. Nian Nian's little nose twitched. She made a munching sound, turned over, and nestled her small head into Grandma Lu's arms. Old Master Lu stood up, rubbed his hands, and softly said, "Wife, hold my sweet granddaughter for a while." "Hold what?" "Hold what? Hurry downstairs and use the iron pot outside to boil a big pot of water. I want to give the good granddaughter a bath." "You have no sense at all." Grandma Lu rolled her eyes and scolded playfully. All right, you're right." Old Master Lu quickly ran downstairs to prepare the bathwater for the granddaughter. "That old man, he still has some use." Grandma Lu smiled, full of thoughts. She and her husband had been childhood sweethearts. Over the years, they had never fought or even argued. Usually, she would tease him, but he never got angry, just chuckled foolishly. She knew he loved her deeply. He tolerated her and didn't want her to suffer any hardship. Grandma Lu's thoughts drifted back as she looked at her adorable granddaughter in her arms. She loved her more and more, gently planting a kiss on her small face. Little Nian Nian's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was an old face. She was startled. Could she have been kidnapped? Oh my goodness, I hope not. All her sleepiness vanished instantly. Her eyes widened, and instinctively, she wanted to punch, to test her strength. But then, in the next second, a loving voice sounded above her head, like a thunderclap hitting her heart. "Good granddaughter, you're awake," Grandma Lu said affectionately, tears sparkling in her eyes. She didn't want to cry, afraid of scaring her granddaughter, but she just couldn't hold back. Is she really her grandma? Nian Nian turned her head and looked around the room. She realized it was her home. Yes, it was. So, the kind old lady holding her wasn't a kidnapper, but her real grandma. Oh my goodness, I almost hit my own grandma. If that got out, people would think I'm terrible. Nian Nian blinked, trying to calm her emotions, then softly said, "Hello, Grandma." Yes. Grandma Lu was so happy to hear her call her Grandma that she felt like she had found a treasure, happier than finding money 1,000 times. Her face, full of years of experience, was filled with a sincere, happy smile. Nian Nian sat up, hugged her grandma's neck, and gave her a kiss on the cheek. Hee. Grandma smells so nice. Oh my sweet granddaughter. Grandma Lu's face lit up with joy. The two of them hugged each other, laughing happily. Grandpa Lu finished boiling water. Hearing the laughter, he hurried upstairs and gently pushed open the door. He saw his beloved granddaughter cuddling with his wife, acting cute. He wanted to tease her a little. He tiptoed closer, gently covered her eyes, and said loudly, "Little girl, guess who I am?" Lu Nian froze. This voice? Her mind raced. The face of her kind old grandfather appeared instantly.
Could it be Grandpa?
Suddenly, she remembered the scene on the train where she tricked Grandpa. Maybe hundreds of years ago, they were family. Oh my! Could it be that the grandpa she tricked is actually her real grandpa? This is so unbelievable. Sniff sniff, Grandpa. Is that you? Lu Nian suddenly turned around, like a lost child who finally found her family, and started to cry. Yes, it's Grandpa. Grandpa Lu quickly let go, his eyes slightly red. He hugged his sweet granddaughter tightly, full of love. Sniff sniff. Grandpa, I almost didn't see you. That bad guy, while I was sleeping, threw me out the window. Lu Nian cried and complained. Hearing this, Grandma Lu's temper flared. Her eyebrows raised sharply, and she looked fierce, like a lioness roaring. Bastard, hurting a child. She thought no one could bully her. That beast. How dare he hurt my granddaughter? I want to see who dares to touch her. Grandpa Lu hurriedly said, Wife, I've already sent people to investigate. But those two killers are missing, and the trail has gone cold. Although we know there's a mastermind behind this, without solid proof, we can't act. We don't want to alert the enemy, but I've arranged for others to investigate from another angle. I believe soon we'll have concrete evidence. Grandma Lu shouted angrily. Anyone who dares to hurt my granddaughter, no matter who the mastermind is, if you can't catch him, I will send people to do it. Calm down, wife. You're our last card. Please don't act rashly, Grandpa Lu quickly advised. Li Nian heard this, and immediately perked up her ears. Wow, it turns out Grandma is the real boss. Grandma, hug. Li Nian quickly reached out her small hands to Grandma, asking for a hug.
Grandpa?
Sweet granddaughter. Do we have to be so realistic? Grandpa has already started to act. Okay. Grandma will hug you. Grandma hurriedly softened her tone, pulling her beloved granddaughter into her arms, and gave Grandpa a stern look. Grandpa felt his arms empty. Just as he was about to reach out to take his granddaughter back, he met his wife's warning gaze. He immediately withdrew, looking sad and helpless, like a little victim. Li Nian finally understood. It turns out Grandma is the most powerful. From now on, I must hug Grandma's big, strong leg. Zhou Hongru arrived at the door and softly said, Old master, madam, shall we go downstairs for dinner? He happened to make eye contact with Li Nian. He tugged at his collar and chuckled. Nian, dinner time. Li Nian snorted coldly, immediately turning her head away, ignoring him completely. Grandpa knew the situation and didn't dare explain. His wife was furious and could do anything when angry. Grandma sensed something was wrong. Looking at her obedient granddaughter in her arms, she asked, Sweet granddaughter, tell Grandma, did he bully you? Li Nian looked at Zhou Hongru, patted her little chest, and said in a soft voice, No, Grandma. Nian is very strong. Uncle can't bully me. Uncle is actually Grandma's disciple. I can't let Grandma be sad. I'll give him a temporary pass. I'll find a chance to spar with him, crush him completely, and get this off my chest. Oh, my sweet granddaughter is so amazing. Grandma laughed happily, showing her teeth. Everyone went to the dining table. Li Nian broke free from her arms, moved two stools together, and placed them side by side. Holding her grandparents' hands, she helped them sit on the stools, took two bowls, poured her homemade juice into them, and placed them on the table. They looked at each other, shaking their heads, not knowing what the little girl was planning. Everything was ready. Li Nian picked up a bowl of juice, knelt in front of her grandparents, and loudly declared, I, Li Nian, acknowledge my ancestors and return to my family. I will be filial to you and be a good, sensible child. If there are any shortcomings, I hope for your criticism and guidance. I humbly accept and will make improvements. I wish my grandparents good health and a long life. Lu Nianyan bowed 3 times and respectfully handed the juice bowl to her grandparents. Old Mr. Lu cried. Old Mrs. Lu cried. She hurriedly took the bowl and drank it all, then hugged her well-behaved granddaughter. The 3 of them embraced each other. Wah! Grandpa and Grandma. Your granddaughter is no longer a stray child. Lu Nianyan sniffled, sounding like a cat meowing. Daring to call my good granddaughter a stray child shows you haven't learned your lesson yet. Old Mr. Lu's eyes flashed with anger, and his heart burned with fury. Zhou Hongru wiped his tears, turned his head aside, and the driver was also affected by the crying, with slightly reddened eyes. Everyone sat down to eat. No one spoke during the meal. Old Mrs. Lu kept helping her good granddaughter serve food. Lu Nianyan looked like a little hamster, cheeks puffed out, constantly stuffing food into her mouth. Seeing this, old Mr. Lu felt like his heart was being torn apart. He cursed the ancestors of the Su family repeatedly. The only descendant of the Lu family was being treated like this. I, Lu Qingtian, will not rest until I get justice. After eating, old Mr. Lu personally prepared a bath for his well-behaved granddaughter, sent her to the washroom, then turned to leave. Good granddaughter. Grandma will help you take a bath and make sure you're clean and nice, okay? Okay, Grandma is so kind. Lu Nianyan, in a daze, thought of her grandmother. Tears couldn't be controlled anymore and fell freely. Good granddaughter, tell Grandma why you're crying. Old Mrs. Lu asked. Grandma. Nianyan can't say. Nianyan doesn't want Grandma to be sad. Don't worry, good granddaughter. Grandma has prepared herself mentally and can handle it. All right then, Lu Nianyan replied softly, her mind quickly recalling the past few years. Tears blurred her eyes. Nianyan was abandoned as a baby, left in a woodpile from the moment she was born, her voice hoarse from crying, with no one caring. Kind-hearted Mama Wang fed me rice porridge but was dismissed. Every night, Grandma would sneak over, feed me, then leave. Nianyan spent every night with mice. Sometimes, hearing voices was the happiest thing for her. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter are all the same. Nianyan has never seen her mother and doesn't know what she looks like. Until that night 5 years later, Nianyan waited all night, but her grandmother never came. The next evening, a beautiful woman arrived. She said she was her mother and told her to find her father to stay alive. 2 more years passed and Nianyan was now 7 years old. That night, a scar-faced man came and took her away from the woodshed. I don't know how long I was in the car, but I arrived at a remote mountain village and was locked in a small dark room. The mean old woman, she beat and scolded me every day, leaving me badly hurt. Nianyan felt like she was going to die. 2 months later, in the evening, the mean old woman came to bring food and suddenly died of a heart attack. I managed to escape. However, I was chased all the way and Nianyan had some lucky encounters that helped her escape. At the train station, I met my grandfather and took the train. Later, everyone knew about it. Sniffles. Oh, my poor, obedient granddaughter, you've suffered so much. It's the Lu family's fault. My grandmother didn't know you existed. If she had known, she would have risked her life to save you. Grandmother Lu was furious. Her whole body radiated with killing intent, her anger like flames shooting into the sky. Her voice was deep, like a ghost crying. These animals dared to hurt my good granddaughter. I will make them pay a painful price. Anyone, even the heavens, I will make sure my granddaughter gets justice. Nianyan wiped her eyes and sweetly said, Grandma, I want to take a bath myself, okay? Grandmother Lu snapped out of her anger, quickly wiped her tears, calmed down, and said affectionately, Okay, my good granddaughter can wash herself. Grandma will go out first. Thank you, Grandma. Grandmother Lu opened the door and went to the living room, where she picked up an orange purse. She unzipped it, took out her phone, dialed a number and made the call. It rang once before being answered. On the other end, an old man's voice sounded, sending a chill down the spine, with just one word.
Iyama Shufen.
Immediately crush all of the Su family's assets. I want them to never recover. Yes, I will handle it right away. An elderly man's respectful voice came from the phone. Mrs. Liu hung up, feeling it wasn't enough, and took out a secure phone from her bag. Just as she was about to dial, Mr. Liu snatched the phone away gently, placed it back in the bag, and zipped it up. Darling, give me a chance to show myself. Otherwise, I'll seem useless as a grandfather, he said softly. Mrs. Liu shouted angrily, You old fool! Do you know what happened to our obedient granddaughter? She was abandoned as a baby, left in the woodpile for 5 years, locked in a small dark room, beaten and mistreated. She's 7 years old, but looks like a 6-year-old. Mr. Liu was suddenly hit with a cold shock, standing stiffly, unable to react. He knew their obedient granddaughter had been bullied, but he never expected the Su family to be so cruel and sneaky, abandoning the baby in the woodpile without care. Their granddaughter was already 7, yet he, as her grandfather, had no idea and kept calling her obedient granddaughter. Does he really deserve to be her grandfather? Mrs. Liu turned and went upstairs without saying a word. She packed her granddaughter's belongings into a large bag. She came downstairs to the bathroom, placed the bag down, took a deep breath, pushed the door open and went inside. Obedient granddaughter has finished her bath. Mrs. Liu, smiling happily, no longer looked commanding, just like a caring grandmother. Yes, Grandma, Nian Nian replied happily, smelling nice all over. You should smell how good I am. Oh, you smell so nice. Mrs. Liu kissed her little face gently and said softly, Obedient granddaughter, would you like to go back to Kyoto with Grandma? Yes, Grandma, Nian Nian eagerly agreed, but her eyes looked a little sad. Her father had left and hadn't come back. Had he forgotten her? Mrs. Liu noticed her little granddaughter's feelings and softly comforted her. Don't worry, obedient granddaughter. Your father might be busy now. When he's done, he'll come to Kyoto to pick you up. Okay, I understand, Grandma. Grandma, can I ask you for a favor? Nian Nian stretched out a small finger, speaking softly. Not just one, but 100 or 1,000 favors, Grandma will agree. Mrs. Liu gently rubbed her granddaughter's small head, full of love. Nian Nian wants to find her mother and save her. Can you help her? She hurriedly knelt down and softly said, Good granddaughter, Grandma will help you save Mom. Su-won surprisingly didn't die, which was not a good match, but for the sake of her obedient granddaughter, she chose not to argue. 8 years ago, when the Liu family fell into decline, she pretended to die and retired. This matter must be investigated carefully.
Thank you, Grandma.
I knew Grandma is the best, Liu Nian Nian said, kissing Grandma Liu on the face. Oh, my good granddaughter is so cute. Let's go back to Kyoto with Grandma. We will seek revenge on the Su family. Yay! Liu Nian Nian's lips curled into a smile, and she waved her little fist excitedly. She wanted to take revenge, buy a courtyard house, get rich, and send some money to her grandma. Grandma Liu held her little granddaughter's hand, opened the door, picked up her big bag, and walked to Grandpa Liu. She glared at him and said sternly, What are you standing here for? Like a wooden post, Grandpa Liu snapped out of his daze, quickly squatted down, and picked up the obedient granddaughter, without saying a word. Liu Nian Nian turned her head to look upstairs, feeling a bit reluctant. This was her first home in 2 lives. Dad. Nian Nian is leaving. The roar of the engine sounded as the jeep slowly left the residential area, heading swiftly toward Longjia Airport. Night fell. At Longjia Airport in Fancheng, Grandpa and Grandma Liu held their granddaughter's hand in front, with Shou Hongru following with a bag. Under the watch of the driver, they slowly boarded the plane to Kyoto. The cabin door closed gradually, cutting off all outside contact. Grandpa, Grandma, why didn't that driver come back to Kyoto with us? Liu Nian Nian tilted her head curiously. Good granddaughter, you don't know. That uncle is a staff member, responsible for transportation, Grandma Liu explained. Oh, did you check his identity? Liu Nian Nian suddenly asked. Grandpa Liu's heart tightened. A bad feeling suddenly arose. Although the little girl was young, her methods were extraordinary. Could she have discovered something? Grandma Liu and Shou Hongru also looked at the little girl with puzzled expressions. Good granddaughter. Grandpa didn't investigate his identity. It was arranged by the military. The driver was distracted while driving. He didn't press the gas pedal when he should have, and suddenly pressed it when he shouldn't have. When we boarded the plane, he looked nervous, and his hand gestures were unnatural. Normally, he should have looked relieved or relaxed, but he didn't. The engine's roar sounded like a chainsaw tearing through the quiet night at the airport. The private Boeing 707-300 taxied along the runway, lifted off quickly, and disappeared into the sky. After the plane took off, the driver hurried to the Jeep, suddenly opened the door, got in, and loudly shut it with a bang. He leaned on the steering wheel, gasping for breath, forehead sweating cold, trembling as he took out a cigarette, struck a match, and eagerly took a few puffs. The inside of the car filled with smoke, and the driver seemed to hate cigarettes, smoking nonstop. Suddenly, the phone rang loudly, startling the driver so much that the cigarette butt dropped onto the footrest. He quickly stomped it out with his foot, then took out the phone, pressed the answer button, and a husky male voice came through. "You're doing well. Your family is safe. Now I need you to take my person away from the airport. I've let your family go, and I will give you some money. I will arrange for you to go abroad." The driver took a deep breath, trying to stay calm, and said in a firm voice, "You better keep your promise. If anything happens to me, someone will have a recording. Don't worry, I will keep my promise." After hanging up, the driver quickly opened the car door, got out of the Jeep, and took deep breaths of the outside air, muttering to himself, "Old Master Lu, rest in peace. I had no choice. They threatened me with my family and made me bring him into the airport. Let me do my best to cooperate, or they'll kill my family. If you want to blame someone, blame them, not me." Suddenly, 5 security personnel quickly approached the Jeep, opened the door, and got in. The driver hurried back into the car, stepped on the gas hard, and the Jeep sped away like an arrow shot from a bow. 10 kilometers from the airport, the people in the car wanted to use the bathroom. When the driver stopped the car, he was suddenly stabbed in the throat with a dagger and died instantly. On the Boeing 737-300 special plane, Lu Nianyan felt more and more uneasy. She quickly asked, "Uncle, can you fly the plane?" Zhou Hongru was surprised but then said, "Yes." "What's wrong, little niece?" "Oh no, no time to explain. Hurry to the cockpit and check. If you find anything strange, kill the pilot immediately. Quick, quick." Lu Nianyan looked anxious, her face scrunched up like a bun. "Okay, little niece." Zhou Hongru didn't dare delay. He quickly turned and headed toward the cockpit door. Old Master Lu was shocked and quickly took out his phone, dialing a number. He kept hearing the busy signal, trying several times, but it was always the same. He was stunned. "It's over. Something really bad is happening. I don't mind dying, but my sweet granddaughter is still so young. She has suffered so much but hasn't had a chance to enjoy life before disaster struck." Grandma Lu also hurriedly took out her phone, entered a number, and pressed send. She tried many times, but all she got was the busy signal. "Damn the Su family, so evil. If I, Lu Qingtian, survive, I will wipe out your entire family. Old fool, if I had just made the call earlier, maybe things would be different. But you kept blocking me. Poor, innocent granddaughter. We've dragged her into this." Grandma Lu cried, tears blurring her eyes as she held Lu Nianyan close, feeling guilty. Old Master Lu punched the seat hard with a bang, his old face showing regret. He blamed himself for being too kind. If he had just destroyed the Su family directly, maybe none of this would have happened. Inside the cockpit, sounds of fighting came, followed by wild laughter. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and the laughter stopped abruptly, as if the world had gone silent. Zhou Hongru hurried back, his chest rising and falling quickly. His face was serious as he said, "Old Master, the plane is running out of fuel and the control panel is damaged. We can't even make an emergency landing." Old Master Lu's head buzzed, and he swayed. He quickly grabbed the seat to steady himself and said urgently, "Go find a parachute, even just one. We must save my granddaughter." All the parachutes have been removed, none left. Zhou Hongru slowly shook his head, feeling as if all his strength had been drained instantly, making his stance unsteady. The person executed by the gunfire just now wasn't a pilot at all, but a reckless criminal who knew how to fly. Zhou Hongru's words were like a heavy hand, crushing the last bit of hope from the elderly couple.
Hongru.
Is there really no other way? Old Lady Lu asked, feeling unwilling. Master's wife. I'm sorry. Zhou Hongru's face was pale, full of guilt. If he hadn't been careless, the enemy wouldn't have taken advantage.
Sniff.
My good granddaughter, so young and so sensible, you can't die with us. Grandpa, Grandma, don't be afraid. Your granddaughter will protect you. Lu Nian puffed out her little chest, speaking softly and cutely. Old Lady Lu wiped her tears and forced a small smile, gently patting her obedient granddaughter's head. Grandma knows my good granddaughter is the best. Yes, Nian is super amazing. Grandpa also believed in his sweet granddaughter, though his voice was choked with emotion. Nian apologized to her uncle. Sorry for leaving you on the train. I almost got you hurt. Humph. I don't accept your apology. How about this? If we survive, you can be my free bodyguard. Okay, little niece. As long as we live, I will always protect you. Zhou Hongru felt bitter inside, knowing the chance of survival was almost zero. Old Lady Lu stared at Zhou Hongru, seeming to want to say something for her sweet granddaughter. But in the end, she sighed. Suddenly, the plane jolted sharply. The wings stopped working, and it began to descend rapidly. Outside was pitch black. Nothing could be seen, but they could feel the falling sensation, and objects inside the cabin clattered loudly. Old Mr. Lu and Zhou Hongru closed their eyes slowly, memories flashing through their minds. I joined the army to serve the country, fought bravely, and achieved many victories. My 5 sons sacrificed their lives for the nation. Old Lady Lu held her little granddaughter and also closed her eyes, silent tears falling as they waited for death. Nian smiled slightly, gently waving her right hand, and suddenly, old Mr. Lu and Zhou Hongru disappeared. Holding her grandmother's hand, she moved her thoughts, and they vanished inside the cabin. The plane plunged into the dense forest. Due to the huge inertia, a loud cracking sound was heard as the wings and the plane's arms broke apart. Finally, he was trapped between 2 large trees and stopped. Sparks flew from the wires with crackling sounds. Fortunately, the plane had no fuel left, or it would have exploded. Luckily, the forest was wet, so no fire started. At Kyoto Chaoyang Airport, staff noticed the plane's signal suddenly disappeared. Their faces changed quickly. They dared not delay. They immediately grabbed their radios and reported the emergency to their superiors. Inside the Red Wall, the message was received. Everyone was furious like thunder. The top leaders of China looked serious, and the atmosphere was heavy and tense. Strict orders were issued. From inside the Red Wall, the commands spread quickly across China. Use all resources, spare no effort. Search and rescue the old man Lu and his wife with all your strength. South China Sea, a deserted island. The sea breeze stirred the waves, like a calm lion fiercely pounding the shore, making loud, dull sounds. Thick blood flowed down the cliff, blending into the sea, like a traveler returning home, falling into his mother's arms. A man wearing a mask stood on the shore. The wind blew his black clothes, making them flutter loudly. Around him, bodies lay scattered, giving off a strong smell of blood, like a hell on earth. The man looked toward home, a gentle smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, then quickly disappearing. He was the war god who rose 5 years ago, shining like a bright star in China. Lu Yanwang. No one knew his real name, age, whether he was married or had children, or where he lived. Even his comrades only spoke casually about him, just because his surname was Lu. 2 days ago, he received a mission. He didn't even have time to say goodbye to his daughter before rushing to the island. He joined forces with the island team and killed all the enemies invading the island, leaving no survivors. Half an hour later, on a military helicopter heading back to China, Lu Yanwang took off his mask, revealing Lu Xuanyuan's handsome face. He sniffed the bloodstain on his clothes, frowned slightly, then reached into his backpack to change into new clothes. He put the blood-stained clothes into the bag, kicked it aside with his foot, and looked disgusted. Suddenly, his phone rang. Lu Xianyuan casually picked up the call and pressed the answer button. Hello? Is this Lu Xianyuan? Came a middle-aged woman's voice from the phone. The results of the urgent paternity test are ready. Do you have time to come and pick them up? Lu Xianyuan was surprised and suddenly remembered that he had gone to the hospital to treat his daughter's wound when he bought her clothes. They specially kept a sample and did the test quickly because he wanted to know if this little girl was really his daughter. Yes, I will come to pick it up in half an hour, Lu Xianyuan said and hung up, feeling a bit hopeful. He wanted to ask about the result but hesitated, afraid it might be different from what he expected. After hanging up, a slight smile appeared on his face, a mischievous smile. Since he was heading to the city, he decided to buy some gifts for the little girl and also pick up the test report from the hospital. Whether she is his daughter or not, since she calls him Dad, he decided to treat her as his daughter for life. Little girl, you came to provoke me, trying to escape my grasp. Well, maybe next life. He wondered if the little girl had eaten. Before leaving, he had made arrangements, and he hoped that brat wouldn't forget. Time flew by quickly. At the entrance of Fan City Hospital, Lu Xianyuan, feeling nervous and uneasy, arrived at the blood testing lab on the second floor. Come in, a young woman's voice came from inside, not the middle-aged woman who had called him earlier. Lu Xianyuan pushed the door open and explained his purpose directly. The young woman handed him a file bag. He thanked her and took the file bag, then quickly headed to the flower bed outside. He nervously rubbed his hands, slowly opened the bag, and carefully took out the report. When he saw the words, "Confirmed paternity," in big letters, his eyes widened with excitement. His hands trembled, and he almost wanted to jump for joy. My daughter. She really is my daughter, Lu Xianyuan said, voice trembling with emotion, tears shining in his eyes. He was surprised to see himself crying. Having been through many battles, covered in scars, and even teetering between life and death, he had never cried before. But now, because of his daughter, he was moved to tears. He hurriedly wiped his tears, looked around to make sure no one was watching, and then let out a sigh of relief. If others saw him crying, he would feel too embarrassed. He quickly packed the report into the file bag and drove to the shopping mall. He started shopping wildly. Food, clothes, toys, hair accessories, creams, shoes. He bought a big pile of everything. Large bags were loaded into the car, and I sat in the driver's seat as the engine roared to life. I pressed the accelerator, and the Jeep sped away quickly toward the military area. The Jeep entered the gate of the military zone, turned right on the steering wheel, and headed straight for building number 5 in the residential area. The closer I got, the more excited I felt. I was finally going to see my obedient daughter. Daughter, Dad is back, I said, gripping the steering wheel tighter and speeding up. The Jeep stopped at the entrance of building number 5. I hurriedly got out, opened the trunk, and took out the shopping bags. Carrying the bags into the small courtyard, I smiled slightly. My good daughter would be so excited to see me that she would rush into my arms and call me Dad. I reached the door of the house. Since I was holding things with both hands, it was inconvenient to open the door. I kicked it gently with my foot and shouted loudly, "Good girl, Dad is back." Open the door quickly. Good girl, Dad is back, my obedient daughter. I called several times but didn't see her small figure anywhere. Lazy girl, she must be asleep, I muttered, shaking my head. I placed the gifts at the door. I opened the door and carried the presents into the living room, placing the big and small bags on the coffee table and sofa. I hurried upstairs, checked every room, but still couldn't find my daughter. Suddenly, I felt a bit anxious. While searching and calling out, I checked all the rooms on the first floor again, but still saw no sign of her. I sat down at the dining table, reached out with my left hand, and gently lifted the overturned aluminum basin. Inside, I saw a small bowl of spoiled food. Judging by how bad it smelled, it was probably from yesterday. Underneath the bowl, there was a note. I quickly picked it up and read carefully. Dear Dad, my daughter has gone back to Kyoto with Grandpa and Grandma. Don't miss her too much. This is the food I left for you. Reheat it before eating, or you might get a stomach ache. My throat tightened, tears flickered in my eyes. I lifted the bowl of food and ate it eagerly. My daughter left this for me. So, what if it's spoiled? Nothing can replace her homemade dishes. As I stepped out of the room, I saw the leaders of the military area and Shindongchi and others entering the small courtyard. They looked serious and steady, as if burdened with heavy responsibilities. The atmosphere was solemn, and everyone's gaze was fixed on me. Lu Xianyuan suddenly had a very strong bad feeling and quickly asked, "Vice Commander, if you're here at my house, just tell me what's going on directly." "Comrade Chief of Staff, last night at 8:10 p.m., Mr. Liu and his wife, along with their granddaughter, took a Boeing 707-300 plane to Kyoto. At 10:20 p.m., the radar signal was lost and contact was broken." The vice commander looked serious and spoke in a low voice. Every word sounded heavy, as if he used all his strength to finish. "They feel very sorry. If they had found out earlier that the leader was coming to the Northern Province Military District, they would have sent someone to escort and check the plane. Maybe then, nothing would have happened." Lu Xianyuan's mind felt like it was hit by a big rock, and everything went blank instantly. His body seemed to lose all energy, and he collapsed to the ground like a broken doll. Everyone was shocked and hurried to help him. In his heart, Lu Xianyuan was desperately calling for his parents and daughter, but he could only open his mouth. He couldn't make any sound, as if an invisible hand was choking him. His chest hurt badly, like a sharp sword was twisting inside, and his blood was boiling. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His vision darkened, his hands felt heavy as if carrying 1,000 pounds, and he finally fell down unconscious. Dear viewers watching on TV, let us all pray for the family of the pillar of our nation. May they turn danger into safety and overcome difficulties. "Grandpa, what is a pillar of the nation?" a curious baby asks in a farmer's home in the southern province. "Good grandson, I'll tell you. A pillar of the nation is someone who makes great contributions to the country," Grandpa patiently explains. "Oh, I understand now." The baby kneels on the kong, a traditional bed, bows to the TV, and mumbles while bowing. "As long as Grandpa's family stays safe and healthy, I can eat one less egg at each meal." Good, good. You are such a good child. Grandpa is proud of you. Let's all wish them well." At the foot of the northern mountains, the baby is crying loudly and cannot be comforted. Mom picks up her daughter. "Sweetheart, did you have a bad dream? Mom will make you steamed egg cake, okay?"
Wah wah. Mom.
"Please go help sister." The big bird fell down. The baby hiccups and cries, shoulders trembling, looking very pitiful. Chun Hongyu walks in and sees the little one crying so hard. He quickly takes the girl into his arms and softly asks, "Sweet daughter, what's wrong?" "Wah wah."
Dad.
The big bird sister was riding on fell down, the baby says while crying. Chun Hongyu is stunned. He quickly hands the baby to his wife, gathers some things, and rushes to the provincial military district. What his daughter saw in her dreams is real. She has had this ability since she was young, but she kept it a secret by living in the mountains. A few days ago, after selling corn, he went to look for Lu Nian Nian at the military district gate, but didn't see her. Helpless, he returned home, only to be scolded by his mother-in-law and wife, and even disliked by his daughter. "Damn it, Su Xianyuan. I don't know who you are, but if anything happens to Nian Nian, I will make you pay." The incident of the missing private jet kept escalating like a snowball, spreading rapidly across the country, and shocking all of China. The overwhelming news reports were like a heavy bomb, igniting a wave of public opinion that spread to every corner of the city and countryside. At the family compound of the Northern Province Military District, Lu Xianyuan sat on the balcony on the second floor, holding a bottle of wine in his right hand, taking a few big swigs. He hiccuped, his eyes unfocused, as scenes from his mind played back one after another. "You are not allowed to marry her. If you do, consider that I no longer have a son like you. I like Suwon. She is gentle and kind, very different from what you say. Please, I beg you. Yuan, Suwon is not a good match for you. Just listen to your father, okay?" Grandma Lu held her son's hand, tears in her eyes, and pleaded. "Mom, Suwon is a good girl. I know her well. She's not what you think. I say no, then it's no. If you have nothing to do, go back to the army quickly. If you insist on marrying her, never come back, old Master Lu said angrily. Mom, Dad, Lu Xianyuan, will marry her in this life. Take care of yourselves. I am a son who has been unfilial. Lu Xianyuan knelt and bowed 3 times, then got up and left the Lu family without looking back. Mom, Dad, I'm sorry. Lu Xianyuan drank a few more sips of wine, tears blurring his eyes as they rolled down his cheeks. The scene in his mind replayed, a tiny face, chubby and cute, calling out, Dad, softly. I am Lu Nian. You are my dad. Do you recognize me or not? The little girl, with a small face and a fierce look, asked loudly. Don't bully my dad. I have proof. Lu Nian pulled out a military badge engraved with a character, Yuan, from her pocket. My mom said you ran away after kissing her. Lu Nian crossed her arms, looking adorable and stubborn.
Thank you, Dad.
The food is so delicious. I've never had such good food before. At Fan City Restaurant, Lu Nian's mouth was full, looking like a cute little hamster. Dad, is this house ours? Lu Nian looked up with big eyes, asking. Dear Dad, your daughter and grandparents have gone back to Kyoto. Don't miss me too much. This is the food I left for you. Remember to heat it before eating, or you'll get a stomach ache. Daughter, Dad misses you. Lu Xuanyuan's lips trembled, tears falling heavily. A guard on the second-floor balcony, with red-rimmed eyes, hurriedly squatted down, trying to help Lu Xianyuan up, but he was pushed away suddenly, shouting angrily. Get out. Just get out of here. The guard stepped back, wiped his tears, and softly said, Commander, I brought food yesterday. When I saw your parents arrive, I took the food back. Lu Xianyuan turned to look at the guard, then looked away, and took a few more sips of wine. The guard wanted to advise him, but didn't know how to speak, so he silently stayed by Lu Xuanyuan's side. Lu Xianyuan. Suddenly, a loud shout came from downstairs. Chen Dongqi ran upstairs to Lu Xianyuan and grabbed his collar, shouting angrily, You coward, get up. Chen Dongqi was furious. Without hesitation, he struck Lu Xianyuan with a palm, and Lu Xianyuan immediately fainted. He bent down, carried him, and spoke in a serious tone to the frightened guard, I'm taking him out to get some fresh air. You go explain to the deputy commander. Yes, commander. The guard replied and quickly left, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chen Dongqi put him into a jeep, hurried to the driver's seat, and immediately turned off the phone. He started the engine, shifted gears, released the clutch, pressed the accelerator, and the jeep sped away suddenly. Half an hour later, the jeep was rushing along the provincial road toward the northern primeval forest. Based on the flight path analysis, Chen Dongqi believed there was a 90% chance that the missing plane had crashed into the forest. He hurriedly took Lu Xianyuan away, who now looked like a broken rag. He hoped they could escape danger. He pressed the accelerator hard, the engine roared, and with a sharp sonic boom, the jeep shot forward like a missile, disappearing in an instant. In the secret room of the Su family in Kyoto, has everything been taken care of? Old Master Su asked from his chair. Rest assured, everything is handled thoroughly, a middle-aged man with glasses replied in a slightly hoarse voice.
Good.
You did a good job. I'll note this as a major achievement, Old Master Su said, pouring tea from a teapot and handing a cup to the man with glasses. Thank you, Old Master. The man with glasses took the cup and drank it all without hesitation. Suddenly, the man with glasses covered his neck, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, and raised his right hand to point at Old Master Su. You're so cruel. With a thud, the man with glasses fell to the ground, lifeless. Old Master Su stood up, his eyes narrowing slightly, muttering to himself, Rua Kue. Don't blame me for being ruthless. You know too much, I can't keep you alive. Lu Qingtian. Old man, how do you like this gift? You dare to move the Su family's property. This is your punishment. In the northern primeval forest, within the broadleaf forest restricted area, lies the wreckage of a Boeing 707-300 jet caught between 2 large trees. It looks like a silent white shark, gently swaying in the rough sea. The powerful impact of the plane caused the tall trees to split as if cut by a sharp blade. The setting sun shone through, pushing back some darkness. Lu Nian rested her chin on her hands, quietly sitting on a tree stump, staring blankly at the campfire in front of her. Last night, around 11 p.m., when the plane crashed, Lu Nian waved her little hand and quickly put her grandpa and uncle into her space. With a thought, she and her grandma disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of the space's thatched hut. Grandma Lu was still sitting, her eyes closed tightly. Sweat and tears mixed on her face, dripping down. "Grandma, please let go. Your granddaughter is almost out of breath." Lu Nian tried to break free from her grandma's embrace, but underestimated her small strength. Cough, cough. "Grandma, if you don't let go, I might really die," she said. A streak of light approached quickly from afar and appeared before Lu Nian in the blink of an eye. "Old witch, how dare you hurt the young master? You're tired of living. Look at my claws." The little white fox waved its right paw, causing Grandma Lu to collapse to the ground, unresponsive. Lu Nian sat down hard on the ground, gasping for air, tears shining in her eyes. "Oh my, after escaping the plane crash, I almost got strangled by my own grandma."
Who can I talk to about this?
It's not Grandma's fault. In life and death moments, her instinct was to protect herself, which is normal. "Wow, little master, is this old witch a kidnapper? She's so cruel, trying to strangle you," the little white fox said angrily, walking toward Grandma Lu. "Furry ball, come back. She's my real grandma, not some kidnapper," Lu Nian shouted. The little white fox was stunned. "Oh no, I accidentally hit my little master's grandma. Will she be so angry that she'll roast me and eat me?" The more she thought about it, the more she believed it might be true. Her small, white body trembled in fear as she quickly explained. "Hee. Little master. It turns out this old demon. I mean, she is your grandmother. It's like a big flood washing away the Dragon King temple. Families no longer recognize each other. Am I just joking around?" Lu Nian stood up. With a thought, her unconscious grandfather and uncle appeared instantly before her. "Furry ball, why are they unconscious? Shouldn't you give me an explanation?" Lu Nian looked at the little white fox, her tone sharp with concern. The little white fox shivered and hurriedly said, "Little master, this is your private space. If outsiders enter, they will fall into a coma." "Oh, I see." Lu Nian nodded thoughtfully. "Then, how long will they stay unconscious outside the space?" "At most 24 hours. After waking up, they will forget everything about the space," the little white fox said seriously, resting its chin on its paw. "Furry ball, they are my family. If there's any danger, I hope you will act quickly to save them," Lu Nian said with a firm, innocent voice. "Don't worry, little master. Leave it to me. I promise I won't let you down," the little white fox assured, puffing out its chest in a cute way. Lu Nian yawned. With a thought, everyone appeared on the thatched bed in the hut. She lay in her grandmother's arms and soon fell asleep. Lu Nian's figure flickered and disappeared from the spot, reappearing inside the spacecraft. The ship gently rocked but remained steady. She walked to the window and looked outside through the glass. To her surprise, it was an untouched forest. She gazed at the tangled vines, like huge spider webs, tightly wrapped around each tall tree. The towering trees, blocking the sun, emitted a strong pressure that made her shiver. However, Lu Nian knew well that this primitive forest was home to many deadly creatures. Bullet ants, drought leeches, poisonous frogs, mosquitoes, and blood-sucking bats, she thought. These creatures hid in the dark, waiting for prey to appear. There are also large predators like leopards, pythons, bears, wolves, and giant crocodiles in the water. They ruled this forest, and anyone who entered could easily become their dinner. In her past life, Lu Nian was a top soldier, often carrying out dangerous missions in this primitive forest, surviving each time by a narrow margin. At that time, she had essential equipment like a map, a compass, and anti-poison serum. Now, she had none of those, and was just a small child needing care. Lu Niannian looked away, sitting on a broken chair, her brows tightly furrowed as if she could crush a fly. Her delicate face, once full of innocence, was now worried and scrunched up like a bun. She cleaned the cabin carefully, feeling happy when she saw it was mostly intact, except for the door being half open. She hurried to the door, using all her strength to close it. With a flick of her hand, she moved her grandparents and the uncle into the cabin from the space, then let out a deep breath. She covered her grandparents with blankets and placed pillows under their heads. She glanced at Zhou Hongru, pursed her lips, and looked annoyed. Lu Niannian stood up, waddled to the cabin door, and pushed it open with both hands. She stepped out with her right foot, balancing on a big tree branch, holding the door with both hands, and took a few steps back. Using all her strength, she suddenly slammed the door shut, grabbing the vines with her hands and feet. She slid down the vines to the ground. Luckily, the aircraft was not very high off the ground, or she wouldn't dare to come down. Lu Niannian quickly walked toward a big rock, noticing it was glowing green through the window.
Haha.
This must be a treasure. If she could bring it back, she could sell it for a good price. Then she could buy several courtyard houses in Kyoto and, after a few years, become a real little rich girl. She carefully examined the big rock for a while, then waved her right hand, and a small axe suddenly appeared. She used all her strength, swinging the axe to hit the rock, making a clear clang sound. A small piece of the rock broke off. Lu Niannian hurried forward, touching it with her tiny hand, and her eyes widened like copper bells. Oh my gosh! It's pure emperor green jade, no impurities. I'll be rich now, she whispered with a greedy smile. Such a big piece of emperor green jade. I wonder how much it's worth? She mumbled, then waved her hand, and the large rock over 2 meters tall disappeared instantly. Nearby, a hidden leopard was startled and ran away in fright, disappearing in the blink of an eye. When small creatures tried to attack Lu Niannian, they quickly pulled back their heads, trembling in fear. Lu Niannian nodded happily. With a thought, her axe was stored away in her space. She clapped her hands, moved to the ground below her machine, found a clear spot, gathered some twigs, and lit them with a match. Then she took out a wooden stump from her space, sat on it, and rested her chin in her hands, lost in thought. The area was very quiet, only the crackling of the fire could be heard. The flames made her small face turn red from the heat. Lu Niannian snapped back to her senses, patted her belly, and said softly, "You're hungry again, right? I'll make sure you eat well soon." With a flick of her right hand, a roasted chicken appeared in her palm. She skewered it with a nearby branch and held it over the fire, turning it to cook evenly. Soon, the smell of the roasted chicken filled the air. The chicken sizzled and oiled, making the small creatures around drool with envy. A huge snake, as thick as a water basin, appeared 30 meters behind Lu Niannian. The small creatures scattered in all directions. The poison frogs on the tree, scared out of their wits, hurriedly retreated and whispered to each other. Croaking, "Old man, what kind do you think she is? I've never seen one like her. Can she beat the big snake?" Croaking, "I haven't seen one either. Let's ask Brother Flying Eagle someday. He's seen a lot and probably knows." Croaking, "But the big snake is so sneaky. It's huge, yet it attacked by surprise." Croaking, "If they fought face to face, I bet she could defeat the big snake easily." Croaking, "Yeah, I think so too. The big snake makes the snake family look bad." Lu Niannian suddenly became alert. She quickly lunged to the right, narrowly avoiding the snake's attack. The big snake slithered through the fire, kicking up sparks, and suddenly stopped. It turned sharply and lunged again at Lu Niannian. The roar of the big snake was like tearing cloth, rough and harsh, carrying a cold, wet, and foul smell, rushing toward Lu Niannian. 2 poison frogs sat on a branch, croaking loudly and sharing their opinions. Croaking, "Old man, this kind doesn't seem strong enough to beat the big snake. Look, she's already down." Croaking, "Wife, don't argue. She's taken the big stone away, so the big snake probably isn't a match for her." Croaking, "Wow, I didn't see that. Tell me more, old man. Guagua. Old wife, I will tell you more tonight. Don't delay me from watching the show. Lu Nian Nian got up, patted her little bottom, and with a fierce look, said, Naughty creature, daring to attack sneakily. I will deal with you today. As she spoke, she waved her right hand, and the mighty snake instantly disappeared. Silence. Like deathly quiet. All the small creatures around didn't even dare to breathe, afraid of unexpected trouble. The snake, having been scared away, was not willing to leave and returned angrily, seeing its prey being attacked. It suddenly became furious, showing its teeth, ready to strike back, planning to catch the attacker off guard. Just as it was about to pounce, it was surprised to find the snake had vanished into thin air. The leopard suddenly stopped in its tracks, quickly raised its right paw, rubbed its eyes, and immediately broke out in cold sweat. Without time to think, it turned around and ran away, faster than before, disappearing in an instant. Lu Nian saw the leopard run away, but paid no attention. Her rule was, if the leopard doesn't bother me, I won't bother it. She rekindled the fire, picked up the roasted chicken from the ground, and roasted it over the flames. Looking at the fragrant roasted chicken, she swallowed hard without hesitation and took a big bite. She started to eat happily, her cheeks puffed out like a big hamster. Lu Nian finished the chicken completely and let out a loud burp. She waved her right hand, and a fragrant melon appeared in her palm. She rubbed it on her clothes, then bit into it with a crunch. After finishing the melon, Lu Nian, with her short legs, began gathering firewood. In a short while, she collected a big pile of branches, saving them for the night, so she wouldn't be left in the dark. Although it's summer, the humidity in this forest is as high as 80%, and the temperature difference at night is huge. To prevent wolves from approaching, the fire must stay burning brightly. Lu Nian sat on a wooden stump, resting her chin on her left hand, holding a stick in her right, and muttered to herself, Grandpa and Grandma must be awake now, probably cold and hungry. Should I go into the space to cook? But if I go into the space to cook and they wake up and can't find me, they'll go crazy. Maybe they'll open the hatch and jump down to find me. That would be too dangerous. There's one more important point. Unless absolutely necessary, I don't want to reveal my hiding place. It's my biggest secret. Moreover, there's that grumpy old man. I don't know if he's a good person or a bad one. What if he's a spy? Lu Nian muttered to herself, unaware that old Master Lu and the others had already woken up. Inside the cabin, everything was silent. Only a faint light flickered, shining on old Master Lu's face. His fingers twitched slightly, as if awakened by the dim glow. Slowly, his eyes opened, and his foggy consciousness gradually became clear. He whispered softly, like a candle in the wind, ready to go out at any moment. They say after death people go either to heaven or to hell. Am I in hell now? But my good granddaughter is so young. She shouldn't have died like this. Old Lady Lu also opened her eyes. Her movements were slow, as if she hadn't fully recovered from fainting. Instinctively, she reached out to hold her granddaughter, but suddenly realized her arms were empty. Her heart tightened, and a flash of the plane crash scene appeared in her mind. Could she already be dead? Fear and despair filled her heart. She thought of her sweet granddaughter, voice trembling as she asked, "Where's my good granddaughter?" No. No one can separate us, grandma and granddaughter. Not even the heavens. Old Lady Lu suddenly sat up, started feeling around, her hands grasping in the dark, her whimpering sounds filling the cabin. Her crying echoed eerily, making people's skin crawl. At this moment, Zhou Hongru also slowly opened his eyes. His head was foggy, and his vision blurry. He turned his head toward the faint light by the window, and hearing his teachers crying, his heart tightened. He quickly sat up. He moved his wrists and ankles, feeling no serious injuries, just some soreness. To check if he was still alive, he pinched his thigh hard. Ow! That hurts. The pain woke him completely and made him realize something shocking. The plane had crashed from high altitude, yet he was alive. Zhou Hongru quickly got to his feet, full of strength, and shouted loudly, "Teacher, we're not dead." Old Master Lu suddenly twitched and sat up, stretching his body. Only then did he realize it was real. He was truly alive. And the crying of his wife was real too. But what about my good granddaughter? Old Master Lu was instantly panicked. He hurriedly leaned into the cabin to feel for his granddaughter. Zhou Hongru came to the window, looking down through the blurry glass. He saw a small figure sitting by the fire, adding wood. He was happy and grinned widely. Old Master, Madam, you don't need to look anymore. Nian Nian is down there, tending the fire. Old Master Lu and Grandma Lu quickly moved to the window and finally saw their obedient granddaughter. Their hearts, which had been hanging in their chests, finally relaxed, and tears started to fall uncontrollably.
Sniff.
My good granddaughter is still alive. That's wonderful. Grandma Lu sat on the ground of the cabin, crying with her face covered. Old Master, Madam, let's go down now. Zhou Hongru wiped his tears and headed toward the door. All right, yes, let's all go down and be with our big, obedient granddaughter. Old Master Lu smiled broadly. Grandma Lu wiped her tears with her hand and scolded playfully. This child, why did she go down there? It's so dangerous. Old Master Lu helped his wife up and followed Zhou Hongru to the door. Zhou Hongru pushed open the cabin door, turned to Grandma Lu, and said softly, Madam, I'll carry you down. Kid, I can still carry my wife myself. I don't need your help, Old Master Lu said angrily. This young man was clearly implying that he was too old and weak, useless now, and would get back at him when they returned. No need for you guys. I can go down by myself from this height, Grandma Lu said proudly. As Zhou Hongru grabbed the vines and landed, a sense of calm filled his heart. Grandma Lu easily reached the ground. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she quickly walked toward her obedient granddaughter. When she reached Nian Nian, she was shocked to see that her granddaughter was actually sleeping. Oh my goodness, if something had gone wrong, what would we do? Grandma Lu was terrified. She hurriedly held her granddaughter tightly and gently patted her. Old Master Lu and Zhou Hongru sat on the ground by the fire, turning their heads to look at the wreckage of the plane, both showing expressions of shock. We really escaped death this time, Zhou Hongru whispered softly. She quickly withdrew her gaze, stared at the campfire, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Old Mr. Lu and Old Lady Lu looked at the chicken bones beside the fire and nodded slightly in agreement. Not far away, there was a rustling sound. Zhou Hongru's ears twitched. He suddenly stood up, reaching for his waist with his right hand, only to realize his pistol was gone. Damn it, Zhou Hongru muttered softly. He quickly grabbed a burning stick, his face full of fear. Old Lady Lu tightened her grip on her granddaughter and kept trembling. Old Mr. Lu stood up sharply, his pupils shrinking suddenly. His breathing became rapid as he muttered to himself. Could it be that I, Lu Qingtian, will lose my life here tonight? In the Forbidden Forest, the wolf pack gathered slowly under the glow of the fire, like a carefully planned concert. The tall figure looked like a sharp blade in the dark night, always dangerous. With the low growl of the alpha wolf, the pack dispersed and attacked from 3 directions. The wolves' eyes shimmered with a ghostly green light in the darkness, like eternal phosphorescent fires. Old lady, hold the obedient granddaughter tight and follow me. As long as we stay close to the big tree and get back to the cabin, we will be safe, Old Mr. Lu said in a deep, confident voice.
Okay.
Okay. Old man. Old Lady Lu's voice trembled slightly as she held her granddaughter and stood behind Old Mr. Lu. Old Mr. Lu looked serious. He slowly bent down, picked up a stick, quickly took off his clothes, and wrapped them around one end of the stick. Then he held the stick over the fire, and the clothes instantly caught fire, making crackling sounds. The flames shot up fiercely. Zhou Hongru did the same. Old Mr. Lu and Zhou Hongru stood side by side, protecting Old Lady Lu and her granddaughter, slowly retreating step by step. The alpha wolf saw the prey trying to escape, bared its teeth, raised its noble head, and howled loudly. The other wolves received the command. Their bodies trembled suddenly, ready to attack. Hearing the wolves' howls, Lu Nianyan suddenly opened her eyes. She found herself being held by her grandmother and had no time to think. She hurriedly broke free from her grandmother's embrace and stood steadily on the ground, surprising old Lady Lu. Lu Nian moved quickly, skillfully dodging past old Mr. Lu and Zhou Hongru, facing the rushing wolf pack directly. Due to the speed being too fast and catching her off guard, she suddenly appeared in front of the wolf pack. When old Master Lu and Zhou Hongru reacted, their faces changed dramatically. They wanted to rush forward to save her, but it was too late. Because the wolves were so close, in the next second, they would tear Lu Nian apart. Even if they rushed over, it would only be to sacrifice their lives in vain. Seeing this, Grandma Lu's pupils shrank, and her chest felt like she had been hit hard. She suddenly stopped. She opened her mouth but couldn't make any sound. Tears rolled down her cheeks. However, the next scene shocked old Master Lu, Grandma Lu, and Zhou Hongru so much that they all opened their mouths wide. Lu Nian stood still. She raised her right hand and gently waved it. The hungry wolves that had pounced on her disappeared instantly. The alpha wolf nearby froze in place. It even thought it was a hallucination. It hurriedly looked around but didn't sense any danger. The alpha wolf lifted its head and howled as loudly as it could. But the pack was nowhere to be seen. In that moment, it broke out in cold sweat. That demon. This human cub must be a demon. The alpha wolf showed its fangs and growled softly. It slowly backed away, wanting to escape as quickly as possible. Wow, there's still a big dog left. Lu Nian's clear voice rang out as she ran toward the alpha wolf. The alpha wolf saw the little demon running toward it and instantly turned pale with fear. It hurriedly turned around to run away. Seeing this, Lu Nian's eyes flashed with killing intent. She shouted fiercely, "Big dog, don't run away." With a wave of her hand, the alpha wolf disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed. Oh no, Grandpa, Grandma, and that stinky uncle are all watching. What should I do now? Lu Nian stood awkwardly, wishing she could hide in her space to avoid everyone's gaze. No. If I disappear suddenly like this, it will be even harder to explain, Lu Nian thought, her big eyes spinning around. She simply bent down to pick up some branches, trying to hide her inner panic, muttering to herself. Grandpa, Grandma, do you think they might think I'm a monster? Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded behind her. Lu Nian's heart jolted. She slowly stood up, hugging the branches. She turned around stiffly and saw her grandpa standing alone behind her. Grandpa Lu didn't speak. He took the small branch from Ningning's arms and tucked it under his left arm. He squatted down carefully and gently picked her up. Looking at his well-behaved granddaughter, he spoke in a low, hoarse voice. Sweet granddaughter, you must promise Grandpa. Never show your special skills in front of others. Okay, I understand, Grandpa. Ningning pouted, looking a little sad. Seeing his granddaughter unhappy, Grandpa Lu cleared his throat and quickly explained, Granddaughter, Grandpa hopes you grow up safe and happy, do you understand? Yes, I understand, Grandpa. Ningning hugged her grandpa tightly and kissed his cheek. Oh, you little girl, daring to surprise me. Come here, let me kiss you back. Wow. No. Ningning hurriedly dodged, and they both laughed as they walked to the campfire. Grandma Lu quickly took her adorable granddaughter, kissed her face many times, then hugged her tightly and quietly shed tears. Zhou Hongru gathered more branches and kept the fire burning brightly. He sat cross-legged, his eyes flickering as he looked at his niece. Suddenly, all three of them felt their stomachs rumble loudly, and they all smiled awkwardly. Ningning's lips curled slightly. She waved her right hand gently, and two big watermelons appeared instantly in front of them. Grandpa Lu was stunned, staring at the watermelons and then at his obedient granddaughter. Oh my goodness! Could my sweet granddaughter really be a reincarnation of a fairy? He's an atheist, but what just happened completely changed his understanding. Grandma Lu was so surprised, she couldn't close her mouth. Her mouth was wide open. Her obedient granddaughter could actually produce watermelons. It's truly unbelievable. Zhou Hongru was equally shocked. If his niece went to battle, She could wave her hand and make planes or cannons disappear instantly. When hungry, she could wave her hand again and produce food. She would be invincible. The 2 watermelons were eaten up quickly. Grandpa Lu, Grandma Lu, and Zhou Hongru suddenly felt sleepy and soon fell into dreams. Their hidden illnesses and internal injuries healed quickly, returning to normal. Old Mr. and Mrs. Lu's white hair gradually turned black, and their facial wrinkles became much less noticeable. Zhou Hongru changed the most, looking at least 10 years younger. His exhausted energy also slowly recovered. Old Mr. Lu, Mrs. Lu, and Zhou Hongru were all stunned into silence, their eyes full of admiration. Zhou Hongru climbed into the cockpit, quickly tidied up, and found his 2 pistols, which he then strapped to his waist. He pushed open the cockpit door, jumped down quickly, and hurried to the others, squatting down. He took out a military map and a compass from his bag, placed them on the ground, and began to determine their location. After about 10 minutes, he packed up the map and compass, and the group headed southeast. Lu Niannian wanted to take the big plane away, but was stopped by old Mr. Lu. Although it could attract rescue teams, it was impossible to explain the situation. If his granddaughter got into trouble, what was the point of him still being alive? So, they had to give up that plan. To leave the forest zone, they had only 2 options: mountain paths or water routes. After discussion, they finally chose the mountain path. Before nightfall, they reached a canyon. The canyon was shrouded in mist, looking peaceful but actually very dangerous, with the risk of losing their lives at any moment. They followed the gentle slope and safely reached the bottom of the canyon, quickly finding shelter to rest for the night. After searching for a long time, they finally found a cave that was dry and clean, with no signs of wild animals having been there. Zhou Hongru's ears twitched. Suddenly, he looked to the left of the cave entrance and saw some branches swaying. Inside the cave, a large iron pot was boiling, flames licking the bottom and making crackling sounds. Lu Niannian's stomach was growling loudly. She hurriedly raised her little hand and patted her belly, whispering to herself, "Come on, stop crying. Soon you'll be full." Seeing her granddaughter's actions, old Mrs. Lu's heart felt like it was being pierced with a needle, painfully hard to breathe. One could imagine that her obedient granddaughter, abandoned in a shed since birth and only eating once a day, how she managed to survive. Did she also comfort herself now, patting her little belly to ease her hunger? Grandma Lu couldn't hold back any longer. Her teeth clenched with a clicking sound as she desperately wanted to seek justice for her obedient granddaughter. She forced herself to stay calm, carefully holding her well-behaved granddaughter in her arms, softly saying, "Sweet girl, you must be hungry." Grandma Nian isn't hungry. She used to eat only 1 meal at night, but now she can eat enough every day. Lu Nian looked at the big iron pot, swallowing her saliva constantly. Old Master Lu's eyes were red. He quickly got up and went to the cave entrance, looking out into the dark night, cursing the Su family ancestors for 18 generations. Damn the Su family dog. When I return to Kyoto, it will be the day your Su family is erased. For the abuse of my obedient granddaughter, I, Lu Qingtian, will not rest until I get revenge. I am her real grandfather. Half an hour later, Zhou Hongru cooked a pot of rice and fried 2 dishes, 1 eggplant dish and 1 tomato scrambled eggs. Fortunately, there was a vegetable garden nearby. Otherwise, they would have had to hunt wolves or snakes for meat. Seeing the delicious food in front of her, Lu Nian's eyes lit up. She hurriedly served rice to her grandparents, then thought for a moment, and also served a bowl to Uncle Zhou. After all, he made the food, but that didn't mean she forgave him for leaving her on the train. She was very vengeful. Lu Nian picked up her bowl and started eating eagerly, her cheeks puffed out like a big green frog calling. Zhou Hongru was so happy to see his niece serve him food, his mouth stretching into a big smile. After eating and drinking enough, Lu Nian waved her right hand, and everything was stored in her space. She then took out a torn blanket from her space, spread it in the corner of the cave, and curled up in her grandma's arms, just about to sleep. Suddenly sensing something was wrong, she opened her eyes sharply. In the faint firelight, she turned her head toward the cave entrance. In an instant, her pupils contracted, her heart pounding wildly. She quickly looked at her grandpa and Uncle Zhou, only to see them lying there motionless. She shook her grandma's arm and found that she was also in a deep sleep. At this moment, a dizzy feeling hit her. She thought quickly and waved her right hand. The group disappeared instantly. With a sharp wooden stick, they flew into the cave with a whistling sound, followed by loud banging noises. It was just in the spot where they were lying. If they had been a little slower, they might have been turned into hedgehogs. Lu Nian opened her mouth, wanting to call for Mao Qiao, but no sound came out. She tilted her head and fainted. The little white fox appeared instantly in front of Lu Nian and quickly checked her. Relieved, the fox realized she had been poisoned. However, there was no need for her to act directly. The young master could detoxify her, just more slowly. The others were the same. They had eaten the fruit from the space, so they shouldn't have been poisoned. Maybe it was expired. The little white fox sat on the ground, resting its chin on its paw, lost in thought. Then it waved its paw, and a golden light entered Lu Nian's forehead. Soon, Lu Nian slowly opened her eyes. She saw Mao Qiao sitting beside her. She quickly sat up and moved to check on her grandparents. Seeing they were just unconscious, she let out a long breath of relief. She looked up at the little fox and spoke coldly. Mao Qiao, I want to punish those animals. Please take care of my grandparents. Of course, master. With this great fox here, you can rest assured, the fox said confidently, puffing out its chest. A dozen men suddenly looked stunned. They exchanged glances and shook their heads in confusion. They had just been there, so why did they disappear in the blink of an eye? Could they be gods? The leader waved his axe, and everyone entered the cave. They carefully checked inside and out. Besides a torn blanket and a fire, they found no sign of people. They weren't real wild men, but fugitives on the run. They had hidden in the forbidden zone for so long that they thought of themselves as wild men. Before nightfall, one of the skinny men noticed outsiders entering the valley. He hurried to tell the leader and prepared poisonous smoke, using the wind in the valley to send it into the cave. Their plan was to make the intruders faint, then attack with sticks and shoot them to steal their supplies. It was simple. Worried they might have guns, they didn't want to fight directly and risk being killed. Just as they searched in vain and prepared to leave, Lu Nian's figure suddenly appeared behind them. Seeing these ragged, evil-looking people, she guessed their intentions. She knew she couldn't show mercy. If they caught her by accident, she wouldn't have a good ending, possibly even being eaten. Lu Nian waved her right hand, and the dozen or so strong men who had just reached the cave entrance instantly disappeared from the spot. Lu Nian waved her hand again, releasing them. With short legs, she walked over to the man in front and squatted down. She took his axe, played with it in her palm, and found it felt quite good. Lu Nian moved quickly, slashing with her axe. Thud, thud, thud. Each strike cutting through their throats. Blood dyed the ground red. The smell of blood quickly filled the entire cave. It wouldn't be long before large animals were attracted. Lu Nian stood at the cave entrance, looked back at the campfire, and showed a bloodthirsty smile, like a demon child from hell. Suddenly, a tiger's roar came from the distance. Lu Nian turned and left the cave, disappearing into the night in the blink of an eye. Not long after she left, a colorful tiger appeared at the cave entrance. Without hesitation, it rushed inside to enjoy a hearty dinner. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 10 days, Lu Nian endured many hardships, climbing mountains, crossing rivers, and facing numerous dangers along the way. But with her strong will and the advantage of her space, she cleverly avoided danger time and again. When she felt tired, she would calmly hide in her space and sleep comfortably. When hungry, she didn't hold back and decisively killed wolves to feast on. Despite the harsh environment, Lu Nian not only didn't lose weight but actually gained some weight. Now, her face is round and cute, with a bit of baby fat, making her look even more adorable. Her height also increased noticeably, surpassing that of a typical 6-year-old. Although only 10 days had passed, it was an extraordinary time for Lu Nian, because the flow speed of her space was 10 times that of the outside world. This allowed her to sleep until she naturally woke up almost every day. With enough rest, her body recovered and developed fully, leading to such a big change. As for her grandparents, Lu Nian wasn't worried at all. She didn't know what the little fox had fed them, but even if they went half a year without eating or drinking, they wouldn't starve. Lu Nian took out the map, spread it on the ground, and used a compass to determine the direction. Then she picked up a stick, calculated something on the ground, and a big smile appeared on her round face. From the map, it is less than 3 kilometers to leave the restricted area and reach the heart of the forest. She put away the map and quickly ran southeast, her torn clothes flying, her hair flowing in the wind, and holding a compass that she kept swinging up and down. Suddenly, a helicopter flew overhead again. Lu Nian didn't care because she had seen it many times before. She also met many people, unsure if they were good or bad, but she skillfully avoided all of them. At the moment, besides her father, her grandparents, and her uncle, who was only barely considered family, she didn't trust anyone else. Lu Nian became alert. She turned sideways just as a gunshot rang out, a bullet hitting the tree behind her. If she had moved a little slower, the bullet would have pierced her head. Even a powerful immortal wouldn't be able to save her then. She raised her right hand, and her pistol appeared. Without hesitation, she started shooting back. Because there was an open space in the middle, her pistol's range was limited, and she couldn't hit the enemy. It was clear that the opponent was a sniper. Any small movement from her would cause the assassin to shoot immediately. If she couldn't escape, she could only hide in the space and wait until nightfall to leave. Damn the Su family, you all better watch out. Lu Nian's eyes were full of killing intent. Suddenly, the gunfire became dense, but it wasn't aimed at her. It sounded like both sides were fighting each other. Lu Nian was stunned, but she didn't dare go out, afraid of being shot in the head. If only she had a sniper rifle too, she wouldn't have to hide under the big tree like a scared turtle. The ragged little girl hid behind a big tree, holding a pistol with murderous intent in her eyes. As soon as the assassin got within her shooting range, she would shoot without hesitation, sending him to meet the king of hell.
Grandma. Mom.
Is Nian really a disaster star? Why does everyone who gets close to her have bad luck? Lu Nian's voice choked with emotion, tears shimmering in her eyes. Da-da-da! The sound of helicopter blades whirring overhead suddenly rose, bringing a strong gust of wind that made the trees rustle loudly. Lu Nian lifted her small face, the size of her palm, wanting to see who was so rude. She wondered if there was anyone still under the big tree. But the strong wind from the blades and the blocking trees prevented her from seeing anything. The helicopter continued to circle above, making a whir sound that completely drowned out the intense gunfire. A few fully armed masked men quickly approached from the open area, moving swiftly toward Lu Nian. Their goal was clear: the little girl behind the big tree. They absolutely could not let her leave the restricted zone alive. This was the order from the Wild Wolf group. Any child running out of the forest, no matter who they are, must be dealt with. If they failed, they wouldn't get paid, and might even be killed.
So, this little girl had to die.
The group's killers had never failed a mission before. But their actions were seen by the man on the helicopter, and he suddenly became furious. He suddenly opened the cabin door and aimed his M255 sniper rifle at them. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Several shots rang out, and the 3 armed masked men running there were shot dead instantly. The last masked man, fully armed, saw things were not looking good. He quickly dodged behind a big tree and took a deep breath. Suddenly, he raised his sniper rifle and decisively pulled the trigger again. A loud bang sounded as the bullet shot along its trajectory straight toward the helicopter's fuel tank. His goal was obvious. He wanted to hit the helicopter and cause it to crash. But just as he thought he was sure to succeed, a strange scene suddenly happened. 2 gunshots rang out almost at the same time. His bullet was shot down and another bullet hit him, right in the forehead. His eyes widened in shock. In his last moments of life, he muttered, "How is this possible?" He collapsed with a loud thud, and his sniper rifle flew out of his hands, landing 5 or 6 meters away. Lu Nian peeked her head to the right and saw where the sniper rifle had fallen. She blinked her big eyes. Quickly, she pulled her head back, then peeked out from the left side of the big tree again, looking at the helicopter in the open area. She grinned happily. Just lie flat on the ground, like a groundhog, and crawl toward the sniper rifle you love so much. Finally reaching the sniper rifle, she stretched out her small, dark hand and grabbed the gun, feeling a strong sense of safety instantly. Lu Xianyuan, your shooting skills are pretty good. Do you practice a lot? Otherwise, how could you be so accurate? Chen Dongqi teased playfully to lighten the serious mood. He really had no choice. Since he left the military family compound with him, he had been silent and closed off, as if shutting himself away. More than 10 days had passed. The guy ate only once a day, working tirelessly day and night, searching for his parents and daughter as if he had lost his mind. He searched almost the entire forest, flying the helicopter many times, but still no news. If this keeps up, his body will probably break down. His old injuries haven't healed, and new ones are appearing. The government sent many people into the forest to search and rescue, but there's still no news. It's likely that the old man and others have met with misfortune. He wondered if, when he hears bad news, he can handle it without losing control or doing something extreme. In the driver's seat, Chen Hongyu's eyes were red. Suddenly, he spoke angrily. "Don't waste time arguing with him. I don't care if he's dead or alive. I just want to find Nian and bring her back to the mountains to live with me. From now on, she's my real daughter. I have nothing to do with that irresponsible father anymore."
Ugh.
He's starting to curse again. Chen Dongqi was speechless. Whenever they met, they argued. Since they were new recruits, they never stopped. But now, Chen Hongyu cursed, and the other person didn't respond at all, as if he couldn't hear. Honestly, if Chen Hongyu hadn't come over, he might have fallen into depression. He looked at his bloodshot eyes and scruffy beard, feeling heartbroken, and shook his head. He took his sniper rifle and aimed at the spot where the shot had just been fired, then suddenly froze. Through the scope, he seemed to see something on the ground. Crawling. He quickly rubbed his eyes and looked again at the same spot. This time, he saw clearly something was indeed crawling. Maybe a child? Lu Xianyuan, hurry and check the place where the shot was fired. It looks like a child is crawling, Chen Dongqi said excitedly, starting to stammer. Hearing this, Lu Xianyuan moved quickly, tearing off the scope and placing it over his right eye to look. He saw a small head moving behind a big tree, slowly, as if holding something. Lu Xianyuan's mind suddenly exploded like 100 hammers hitting him, and he froze instantly. How could there be a child in the ancient forest? If there was, it must be his daughter. Thinking of the killers just now, he broke out in cold sweat all over. He didn't have time to think and jumped out of the cockpit door, falling quickly. 30 meters. 20 meters. 10 meters. With a loud bang, he hit the ground hard, his feet sinking deep into the sand. He used all his strength to pull his feet out and, like a madman, ran wildly toward a big tree 300 meters away. Chen Hongyu was stunned. Is this even human? He jumped from such a height and was fine? Chen Dongqi was also stunned.
Wow.
After knowing him for so many years, he didn't realize how brave his good brother was. Isn't he like Iron Man from the Avengers? Lu Nian climbed behind the big tree, annoyed by the helicopter's loud noise. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly as she thought about whether to try shooting the helicopter down. She poked her head out and looked at the helicopter, her mouth opening in shock. She saw someone jump from the helicopter, and not only was he fine, but he was also running toward her. This guy was actually coming toward her. Had she been discovered? Should she shoot him? Her face instantly scrunched up like a bun. Not daring to delay, she quickly lay on the ground and aimed her sniper rifle at the approaching person. Lu Nian's little head froze in shock, her big eyes filling with tears, softly whispering, "Dad, Dad. Snapping back to reality, she hurriedly put the gun away, supported herself with her hands, and suddenly stood up. Dad. Lu Nian, with her short legs, ran straight toward Lu Xianyuan. Father and daughter rushed toward each other. They both stopped at the same time, looking at each other with 1,000 words unsaid, but feeling like a knot in their throats. Lu Xianyuan's lips twitched, tears streaming down his face. He slowly stretched out his hands. Lu Nian's eyes filled with tears, and she burst into tears, throwing herself into her father's arms. Woo-woo. Dad. Lu Xianyuan quickly embraced his daughter, feeling as if he had the whole world in his arms. He didn't dare let go, afraid that this was just a dream that could end at any moment.
Sniff.
My good daughter, I miss you so much. Lu Xianyuan finally cried out loud.
Dad.
I miss you too. I thought I would never see you again. Lu Nian said through tears, her little shoulders trembling. Half an hour later, the helicopter took off and sped toward Kyoto, disappearing into the sky in an instant. The setting sun was blood red, and the remaining light looked like fire, turning the land of China into a sea of orange and red. Mi-299, armed helicopter, like a steel giant, landed loudly at the Taoyuan base in Kyoto. Since Lu Xianyuan boarded the helicopter, he reported the good news of his safe escape to the authorities inside the Red Wall. The leaders inside the Red Wall were very excited and immediately arranged for armed police and security forces to wait at the airport. They ensured full escort for the national pillar, Comrade Lu Qingtian, as he returned to the Lu family estate, with no mistakes allowed. The Taoyuan airport was brightly lit. Senior military leaders led by Old Man Li lined up neatly on both sides, looking up eagerly. The scene was very solemn, with almost all of Kyoto's military and local government leaders present. Even Su Shirbang, head of the Su family, was among the crowd, but his face was very grim. His eyes were cold, as if poisoned, staring fixedly at the helicopter door, his right hand reaching for his waist, ready to draw his gun at any moment. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of eyes watched his every move. Someone else also reached for their waist, ready to shoot him down without hesitation if he dared to act. Because this was an order from inside the Red Wall, and the actions of the Su family had been under close watch for a long time. The reason they hadn't moved against the Su family earlier was first because the timing wasn't right, and second because the country was still developing. The helicopter door opened and Lu Xianyuan, holding his daughter, jumped down from the helicopter and stood steadily on the ground. It wasn't about showing off. The armed helicopter didn't have a ladder unless specially installed. Lu Xianyuan looked around and recognized most of the senior leaders in Kyoto. He greeted them one by one before preparing to leave in a luxury car. Old Mr. Li hurried forward with a smile and asked, "Little Lu, I didn't see your parents. Where are they?" Everyone was wondering the same thing. "Uncle Li, it's like this. My parents have already gone home," Lu Xianyuan said calmly, without blushing or feeling nervous, speaking seriously. "You say your elders are already home? Are you sure you're not lying to me?" Old Mr. Li looked a bit doubtful. When he arrived, he had glanced at the Lu family house. The lights were off, so how could they be back?
Yes.
My parents really went home. If you come to my house tomorrow, you'll see for yourself. Lu Xianyuan replied politely and quickly got into the special car. A motorcycle led the way, followed by police cars for protection. The special car slowly left Taoyuan Airport, heading toward the old Lu family house in the city. 2 hours later, the car entered the residential area and stopped at the gate of the old Lu house. Father and daughter got out. Under everyone's watchful eyes, they confidently returned to the old Lu house. Chen Dongqi and Chen Hongyu followed closely behind. The big gate of the Lu family slowly closed, sealing out everything outside. Then, he picked up his obedient daughter. He walked to the flower bed in the yard, moved the water bucket, and easily found the key. At the door of the house, he opened it and went inside. No one said a word the whole time. Lu Nian hugged her father's neck, rested her head on his shoulder, and yawned. Lu Xianyuan turned on the light, and the whole hall lit up instantly. Looking at the familiar home, Many thoughts filled his mind. He remembered how he had left home 8 years ago for his fiancée, Su-won, ignoring his parents' objections, and left without looking back. Now, 8 years had passed. His parents' lives and deaths were unknown, and his daughter's words couldn't be trusted. She was probably just afraid he'd be sad and made up stories. His daughter wasn't a fairy. She couldn't bring his grandparents back to life. Shaking his head, he headed to the kitchen. He wanted to make something to eat because she must be starving. Chun Dongqi and Chun Hongyu exchanged glances, then shook their heads, feeling bitter inside. What was meant to happen would happen eventually. They were waiting for Nian Nian to say the result, so they could comfort her as brothers. Otherwise, they would have left long ago.
Dad.
Where are Grandpa and Grandma's bedroom? Lu Nian Nian ran to the kitchen door, blinking her big eyes, softly asking. Good girl. The room on the left is your Grandpa and Grandma's bedroom. Lu Su-yuan gently patted her little head, voice a bit choked with emotion. Thank you, Dad. Nian Nian turned around, walking on her short legs toward her grandparents' room. Lu Su-yuan looked at his ragged daughter, feeling a sharp pain in his heart. Tomorrow, he must buy her more clothes and shoes. She should have what others have. Now, with his parents in bad shape, only he and his daughter are left in the big Lu family. He looked up and saw the two brothers sitting in the hall, feeling a warm wave pass through him. Nian Nian pushed open the door to the bedroom, turned on the light, quickly locked the door, and pulled the curtains shut. Then she took off her shoes, got into bed, opened the wardrobe, spread out the bedding, and placed the pillows properly. With a wave of her right hand, Grandpa Lu and Grandma Lu suddenly appeared on the bed. Nian Nian helped arrange their sleeping positions, then gently covered them with a small blanket and placed the pillows. She sat down heavily between her grandparents, looked at her grandpa on the left and her grandma on the right, and kissed their faces one after another. Grandpa, Grandma, your granddaughter finally brought you home. Wake up quickly. Yes, Grandpa, Grandma, your granddaughter met a killer. Luckily, I ran fast, or my head would have burst open. Then Dad jumped down from the helicopter like Iron Man in the Hulk movie, so cool. After that, Dad took your granddaughter back to the old house in Kyoto. Nian Nian tightly held her grandma's hand and also clutched her grandpa's hand, talking nonstop with her little mouth like a machine gun. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, interrupting her chatter. Good girl, come out and eat noodles. Lu Su-yuan's gentle voice came from outside the door. Listening to Dad, Nian Nian's face showed a hint of reluctance. She gently kissed her grandparents on the cheeks, quickly jumped off the bed, and put on her shoes. Got it, Dad. Lu Nian Nian's voice was soft and sweet, like cotton candy, making people feel warm inside. She was replying to her father while reaching out to turn off the room's light. Then she quickly walked to the door, unlocked it, and stepped outside. A delicious smell of noodles wafted into her nose. Lu Nian Nian swallowed, and her stomach started to growl. Hurrying with her short legs, she happily ran to the dining room, forgetting about Shou Hongru in the space.
Dad.
Your daughter is here. Lu Nian Nian ran to the dining table, sniffed her nose, squinted her eyes, looking very happy. Lu Xianyuan gently rubbed her little head with a loving look and said softly, Good girl, are you hungry? Eat some noodles to fill your stomach. Tomorrow, Dad will go to the market to buy ingredients and make you something tasty, okay? Yes, yes. Dad is the best. Lu Nian Nian nodded hard, smiling happily. She reached out her dark little hand to grab chopsticks, but suddenly paused, feeling a bit awkward, and pulled back. Oh my hand is so dark. Lu Nian Nian grinned and quickly ran to the bathroom. Chun Dongqi also smiled awkwardly and hurried to the bathroom to wash his hands, worried that his little niece might dislike him. Chun Hongyu glanced at Lu Xianyuan with dislike, his voice low and cold. Nian Nian belongs to me. Tomorrow I will take her back to Bei Province. Nian Nian is my daughter. She won't go with you. You better forget that idea, or don't blame me for being rude. Lu Xianyuan's eyes were cold as knives, staring fiercely at Chun Hongyu. Chun Hongyu shivered, feeling the surrounding temperature drop several degrees, and swallowed nervously. But thinking of Nian Nian's pitiful look and how she searched tirelessly for this scoundrel, risking her life after the plane crash, He was furious. He suddenly stood up, pressing his hands on the table, staring at him with a cold smile. Lu Xianyuan, do you deserve to be her father? Lu Xianyuan choked on his words. He had abandoned his daughter alone in the family compound to carry out a mission, even without a place to stay. If his daughter hadn't taken back the house herself, she wouldn't have a place to live. The daughter wants a home, to go to school, and for her to cook for her. She no longer wants to go hungry. But I haven't even met these small needs. Am I really worthy of being her father? Uncle Hongyu, don't say that about my dad, or I won't recognize you as my uncle anymore. Lu Nian ran over and stood in front of Lu Xianyuan, looking fierce but cute. Chen Hongyu touched his nose, chuckled awkwardly, and said, Big niece, I was just joking with your dad. Don't take it seriously. Hurry up and eat your noodles or they'll get cold. Humph. Don't change the subject. Neither of you uncles is allowed to bully my dad anymore, Lu Nian said, hands on her hips, with a stubborn but adorable look. Chen Dongqi was confused. He had just finished washing his hands and didn't know anything. Why was he being warned by his little niece? It must be Chen Hongyu's careless words that upset her. It's better if he stays quiet. He quickly sat on a stool and started eating his noodles eagerly. It smells so good, Chen Hongyu awkwardly smiled. All right, big niece, I know I was wrong. Uncle Hongyu, it seems you haven't washed your hands yet, Lu Nian said, giving him a teasing look, clearly showing she was doing it on purpose. Okay, I forgot to wash my hands. I'll go now, right away. Chen Hongyu hurriedly stood up, puffed out his chest, and headed toward the bathroom. Oh no, he was being watched by his little niece. What should he do? Suddenly, Chen Hongyu felt a chill on his back. When he turned around, he met Lu Nian's gaze, and she grinned mischievously. He quickly slipped into the bathroom. Lu Xianyuan felt warm inside. He hurried to squat down and kissed his daughter's little face softly. Good girl. Thank you, Dad. No need to thank me. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, I'll stand up for you. Lu Nian patted her chest confidently. Chen Dongqi spat out his noodles and hurried to eat more, amused. A child of only a few years old, and she's already standing up for the chief of the military district. That's funny. Thanks, daughter. If anyone dares to bully Dad in the future, I'll tell you, okay? Lu Xianyuan said with a proud smile, raising an eyebrow at his two brothers. Okay, Dad. Lu Nian nodded happily, sweetly. After finishing the noodles, Lu Nian went back to her grandparents' room and locked the door. She lay between her grandfather and grandmother, resting her small head on her grandmother's arm, and fell into a sleepy daze. Chen Dongqi and Chen Hongyu shared one room, but Lu Xianyuan had no sleep. He turned off the light, opened the door, and went outside to the yard. He took out his phone, quickly dialed a number, and called. As soon as the phone rang, it was answered quickly. Hello. Who is this? A deep, steady voice asked from the other end. I am Lu Xianyuan. The man on the other side paused briefly, then said, Boss, the investigation you asked for has results. Speak. Lu Xianyuan's face was cold, and he spoke sharply, giving a clear command. Boss, after the youngest niece was born, she was abandoned in the woodpile, with no one caring for her. It was left to fate. Her sister-in-law threatened her with her life to keep her alive, and she only ate one meal a day. A nanny secretly brought her food at night, telling her it was from her grandmother. Until 5 years later, when the nanny fell ill and died, her sister-in-law took over and brought her meals every night. 2 years ago, which is 2 months ago, the youngest niece was taken away by the black forces from the Su family, led by the scar-faced man. They took her from Kyoto to Lushu village in Haijo County and kept her locked in a dark, small room. During that time, she was beaten and scolded constantly, covered in wounds. The villagers could hear her screams. Someone reported it to the police, but they didn't come. Instead, the house of the villager who reported was burned down. After that, no one dared to report again, fearing unnecessary trouble. 2 months later, the wicked woman who brought her food suddenly died of a heart attack, and the youngest niece managed to escape. Lu Xianyuan felt a thunderclap in his mind, as if struck by divine punishment. His chest heaved violently, as if pierced by a steel blade, making it hard to breathe. He clenched the phone tightly, his eyes red like a demon from hell. Boss, are you okay?" the man on the phone asked anxiously. Lu Xianyuan gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger, and said in a deep voice, "I'm fine." "Keep going." "Yes, boss," the man on the other end responded. Just as he was about to speak again, he hesitated, unsure whether to say more. "Speak." Lu Xianyuan's voice was hoarse and cold as he spoke one word. "Boss, the wife is the jewel of the Su family and is loved by old Master Su. According to investigations, she left the country 8 years ago and was not sacrificed. She only returned 6 months ago. She is usually arrogant and cruel, and when I meet her, she pretends not to know me. In other words, after the nanny passed away, the wife took her place to deliver food to the eldest niece, which is impossible." "Hey, boss, are you listening to me?" the man on the phone asked. "Yes," Lu Xianyuan replied, feeling confused. "Who is the person delivering food to his daughter? And who is threatening her life?" "Boss, should we keep investigating?" the man asked again. "Yes." Lu Xianyuan hung up, slowly stood up, walked to the door, and entered the hall. He casually turned on the light, and his face turned pale in shock. The phone in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. He actually saw his father's ghost. "Father, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I couldn't find you in time." Lu Xianyuan knelt heavily, tears streaming down his face. Seeing his son kneeling and crying, old Master Lu felt his heart ache like being pierced. "Just now, I felt extremely thirsty, suddenly sat up, turned on the room light, and realized I was back at the old house. Looking at the obedient granddaughter sleeping beside me, with a face full of affection, then glancing at my wife, I finally relaxed. Hastily got out of bed, put on shoes, turned off the light, and left the room. Following my instincts, I headed to the kitchen, drank some water, and then returned to the living room. As soon as I sat on the sofa, I heard the door open, which startled me. Could it be a killer from the Su family? Before I could get up, the living room lights suddenly turned on. Only then did I see clearly it was my son, Lu Xianyuan. "Son, Dad doesn't blame you. If anyone's to blame, it's those little bastards from the Su family." Old Master Lu's voice choked with emotion, like a ghost sobbing. Suddenly, the power went out, and the room was plunged into darkness. Only the sighs of old Master Lu could be heard. Lu Xianyuan felt a chill down his spine, trembling all over. His originally pale face turned even whiter. He lifted his hand to wipe away tears, looked up at the shadow sitting on the sofa, and saw his father waving at him. Suddenly, he was very scared, his forehead sweating, and his back instantly soaked. "Yuan. Son, come here, sit next to Dad, let's have a chat." Old Mr. Lu waved his hand, his voice choked and broken. Lu Xianyuan is a non-believer in ghosts, but what is happening right now makes him have to believe in ghosts. "Dad, I'll just kneel here. Feels pretty good, right?" Lu Xianyuan said with a stammer. "Ah, you child, you've always been stubborn. Let the past go, just let it go. When Dad is gone, you must take good care of my big obedient granddaughter." "Dad, I understand. You must take good care of yourself over there." Lu Xianyuan felt deep pain. His father was worried about his daughter, so he came back from far away to remind him. Old Mr. Lu was stunned. What does "over there" mean? He wanted to ask his son, but suddenly the door to the room opened. Old Mrs. Lu came out. He was awakened by crying. He fumbled to turn on the light and realized he was back in the old house. He hurriedly put on his shoes and got up, but before he could stand, the power suddenly went out. "That old fool, staying up late at night. What are you yelling about?" Old Mrs. Lu's voice was rough, like torn cloth, harsh and coarse. Lu Xianyuan? His mother's ghost actually came back and even returned to her room. Could his daughter be in trouble? Suddenly, the power came back on. Old Mrs. Lu instinctively covered her eyes, but to Lu Xianyuan, it looked like his mother was afraid of the light. Somehow, he found the strength and quickly turned off the light. Old Mr. Lu?
Wow.
Could this kid be afraid of the dark? That's why he turned off the light. Thinking for a moment, no, wait. When he just came in, he turned on the light himself. He's not afraid of the dark. Could it be that he thought he was a ghost? Oh my, this little brat. Old Mrs. Liu? In a daze, he thought he saw his son. But why did he turn off the light? No, his throat hurt badly. He decided to drink some water first before saying anything. Mom and Dad, you should leave now. Nian Nian is still young. Don't scare her. I'll send you money. Lu Xianyuan cried bitterly, kowtowing and begging. Old Master Lu was stunned. Old Lady Lu was frozen in place. Wow, this little brat really thinks he's a ghost. Just wait, I won't let him get away with it. Old Master Lu took off his shoe and clenched it tightly, storming over angrily. Hey, you little troublemaker. What are you up to? How dare you curse me to die? Just watch how I deal with you. Old Lady Lu stopped drinking water and rushed over as well. Half an hour later, Lu Xianyuan knelt on the ground, looking at his angry parents, grinning foolishly, feeling very happy inside. His parents were alive. What his daughter said really came true. How did his obedient daughter manage to do that? Chen Dongqi and Chen Hongyu had already woken up. They peeked out from the door crack, smiling broadly. The king of hell, Liu, was actually beaten up, and he couldn't fight back. How satisfying that was. Chen Dongqi and Chen Hongyu left the Liu family and flew back to North Province in a military helicopter called Mi-299. Suddenly, old Master Lu's encrypted phone rang. He hurried to the study and pressed the answer button. Commander, hello, I am Lu Qingtian. Old Master Lu quickly stood straight, his voice a little hoarse as he spoke. Qingtian, welcome home, came the wise and stern voice on the phone. Thank you, Commander. Old Master Lu respectfully replied. Well, there's a press conference this morning about your safe escape. You need to be there. People from all ethnic groups in China are concerned about you and thinking of you. Please give them some reassurance. Also, come see me. I want to discuss the plan for handling the Su family. Yes, Commander. Old Master Lu's eyes flashed with killing intent. The plan for handling the Su family. If anyone dares to hurt my sweet granddaughter, I will have the Su family erased. 2 days later, in the afternoon in Western Province, the sun was shining brightly. The radio at the bicycle repair shop on the street was playing storytelling programs when suddenly, a breaking news interruption interrupted the broadcast. Hello, friends. Here is a major update. Our hero of China, Lu Qingtian, has been rescued after great efforts. He is safe and in good health. The voice was quiet, but like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing the repairman to drop his wrench with a clatter. The old man fixing shoes next door stuck his head out, feeling no pain from the steel needle stuck in his hand. The woman operating the sewing machine stretched her neck, forgetting to press the pedal. Old Xia, was that the national hero Lu Qingtian just now? Is he okay? The sewing machine lady asked.
Yes.
Yes, it's him. He's safe now and out of danger. Old Xia stammered excitedly, shouting loudly. The news spread quickly like wings, causing a commotion at the alley entrance. Some rushed to the phone booth to call their families far away. Others brought stools and gathered around the radio to listen to more detailed reports. Soon, the whole alley became lively. People wore expressions of relief and joy, sharing this exciting news with each other. At the entrance of the state-owned brewing factory in the Eastern Province, the security guard, Old Wang, was reading a newspaper with reading glasses. A delivery person arrived on a bicycle, tossing him a stack of freshly printed newspapers. Master Wang, look. News. Big news. Old Wang picked up a paper and the bold headlines immediately caught his eye. National hero rescued. Comrade Lu Qingtian safely returns. He quickly grabbed the copper bell on the table and ran toward the factory area, shaking it vigorously as he ran. Good news. Good news. Comrade Lu Qingtian is safe and has returned. The clear sound of the bell broke the factory's quiet. Busy workers put down their work and gathered around. Someone snatched a newspaper and started reading aloud to everyone. Cheers, applause, and shouts erupted in every brewing room. People high-fived, hugged, and celebrated more happily than during the new year. Soon, as workers finished their shifts, the news spread across the entire city in an instant. The rescue of the national hero Lu Qingtian, safely returning to Kyoto, became a major headline that ignited excitement across all of China. At the Lu family old house in Kyoto, Lu Nian was wearing a floral shirt, pink checkered pants, and tiger head shoes. Her hair was tied into two playful ponytails, bouncing as she walked, looking adorable. She was happily running around the yard, her laughter ringing like silver bells, heard from afar. Suddenly, the front gate was pushed open, and old Li, carrying his grandson, entered the yard. A small boy about 7 years old is a chubby little kid with a round face, a small nose, and a tiny mouth. He has a big belly that shows he eats a lot. He walks with short, sturdy legs and comes up to Lu Nian, teasing her. "You're just a country bumpkin picked up by Grandpa Lu." Lu Nian stops walking. Her laughter suddenly ends. She tilts her head and looks at the chubby boy from head to toe. She is a bit surprised and says, "Oh, are you the second brother from the journey to the west?" After saying that, she reaches out her chubby hand and pokes the boy's big belly. The little boy pouts and suddenly starts crying loudly. His voice is sharp and loud, like a dolphin scream. He quickly turns around and runs toward Old Li. His fat body jiggles as he moves, like ripples on the water. Hearing the crying, Old Li turns around quickly and sees his grandson rushing toward him. He is startled and quickly sidesteps to avoid being hit, worried about embarrassing himself. His grandson is good at everything, but his strength is too much for Old Li's old body. If he doesn't dodge, he might fall over. Old Li quickly reaches out his right hand and grabs his grandson's collar. Because of the momentum, his body stumbles forward a few steps before he manages to steady himself. "Hey, you little rascal, slow down. Grandpa's old bones are almost shattered by you," Old Li gasps and says affectionately. The chubby boy is also scared. He almost hits the flower bed. Luckily, Grandpa pulls him back. Otherwise, he might have hurt himself badly, and that would be embarrassing. He wouldn't be able to stay in the big yard anymore. He blames that country bumpkin for calling him a pig. He remembers this grudge. Woo-woo. "Grandpa, that country bumpkin called me the second brother. Doesn't that mean she called you a pig?" The little boy cries and wipes his tears. "Stinky kid, what nonsense are you talking? You're the big brother, and you can't bully your sister." Old Li scolds with a serious face, releasing the boy. "Woo-woo. Grandpa, you're biased. She called me a pig, and you didn't help me. Instead, you scolded me." The little boy lifts his big round face, crying and shouting loudly. Old Mr. Li crouched down, hugged his grandson, patted his back and comforted him, saying, "Good grandson, second senior brother is just playing a role. He's a big star. Your sister is praising you. Stinky grandpa, I don't want to talk to you anymore. You even help her speak." "I will tell Grandma when I get home," the chubby boy said, breaking free from old Mr. Li's embrace and rushing out of the Lu family house. Old Mr. Li stood up, touched his nose, and looked a bit embarrassed as he said to Grandma Lu, "Old sister-in-law, this child is spoiled by us. He's outspoken. Please don't take it to heart. Donghai, you might not know, but the old lady, will tell you Nian is my biological granddaughter. She is the only bloodline of our Lu family. Anyone who dares to bully her is touching my bottom line." Old Mr. Li was stunned. He thought she was just a step-granddaughter. He didn't expect her to be a real granddaughter. He had been talking nonsense in front of the family. He must not spread this around. Otherwise, the old man would tear him apart. No, he needed to go back quickly and warn him. Hee. "Old sister-in-law, I really can't stay. I have some family matters, so I'll leave now," Old Mr. Li said hurriedly, knowing well how unpredictable his own family is.
"Yes.
"You can go. From now on, our Lu family's door won't welcome your Li family," Grandma Lu said without even looking at him, walking straight to her adorable granddaughter, picking her up and heading toward the door. "Old sister-in-law."
Me?"
Old Mr. Li was almost in tears, wishing he could slap himself. Why did he have to talk so much?
Sigh.
With this mess, how can I work with the old man in the future? But I have to say, just a quick glance, the old man's granddaughter is really beautiful. If she grows up and marries my good grandson, Our Lee family's ancestors' grave will be smoking with joy. Oh no! These little rascals better not go around spreading rumors. Old Mr. Lee hurriedly ran out of the house, rushing home. Good granddaughter, Grandma will cook you some braised pork for lunch, okay? Grandma Lu placed her granddaughter on the sofa, smiling kindly and asking. Okay. Thank you, Grandma. Nyen Nyen cheerfully kissed Grandma Lu on the cheek, smiling happily. Good, good. Wait for a moment. Grandma will go make the braised pork for you, Grandma Lu said happily and headed toward the kitchen. Suddenly, the phone in the pocket vibrated. Quickly, I took it out and pressed the answer button. Hello. I am Ma Shufan, boss. The Su family has gone bankrupt. We have already acquired 2/3 of their assets, came the deep, steady voice from the other end. Grandmother Lu looked displeased. Before she could ask, the old voice spoke again. Sorry, boss. We were a bit late. The remaining assets of the Su family were bought by the Yi family. All right, I understand, Grandma Lu said, hanging up. Her eyes flashed with anger. Anyone who mistreats my obedient granddaughter will pay the price. At the old Su family estate, the meeting room was very serious. Elderly members of the Su family sat upright around the table. Everyone looked angry, all eyes focused on the head of the family, old Master Su, waiting for his explanation. More than half a month had passed. The Su family's businesses had been under fierce attack by a mysterious financial group. This continued until 3:30 p.m. yesterday. After 100 years, the Su family's business had completely collapsed. With no choice, they had to sell their assets quickly to get money back and fight against the mysterious group, hoping for a little breathing room. During this time, the Su family asked the Yi family for help many times, hoping to join forces to fight the mysterious group and vent their anger. They promised to give 50 billion in return. But unexpectedly, the Yi family not only refused to help but also spent over 100 billion to buy all the remaining Su assets. Old Master Su had no choice but to sign and sell all remaining assets to the Yi family. Otherwise, the Su family would have gone bankrupt, losing everything and ending up on the streets. Big brother, say something. Can't you just swallow this anger? Old Fifth Su slammed the table and shouted angrily. Yes. Big brother, maybe we should use our family's resources and fight them to the end, added Old Sixth Su. The elders of the Su family shook their heads. They didn't care about anything else. As long as they got their share of the 100 billion, that was enough. If they didn't get their money, they would at least take a few houses from the villa area. Otherwise, they wouldn't leave. Enough! Old Master Su slammed the table and suddenly stood up, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone. The whole meeting room fell silent. The atmosphere was so heavy it felt icy, as if even breathing carried a chill. All right, that's all for today's meeting. Everyone come back before noon tomorrow to receive your share of the money, Old Master Su said as he turned and left. Everyone smiled and left the old Su family house happily, not caring about the feelings of the hosts. Old Master Su watched the elders leave, his eyes narrowing slightly, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, revealing a bloodthirsty grin. Heh. If you want my money, you'd better survive tonight first. As night fell, everything was silent. A gentle breeze blew across the ground, making rustling sounds. Suddenly, a dark figure appeared as if falling from the sky, standing abruptly in the Su family courtyard. He wore a mask and radiated a terrifying aura, like a demon in the night. He whispered, "How dare you hurt my daughter? I will make you wish you were never born, and wish you were dead." His figure flickered with lightning speed, rushing toward the main house of Old Master Su. He kicked the door hard, causing a loud screech as the door and frame creaked. Old Master Su suddenly woke up, terrified out of his mind, unable to react in time. In a flash, a dagger pierced deeply into his thigh with a thud. His scream shattered the quiet midnight like a thunderclap, waking the guards of the Su house. The man in black looked furious, remembering the suffering of his daughter. Driven mad, he waved his dagger wildly at the person in front of him. Screams echoed as Old Master Su bled heavily. If he received help within 2 hours, he might survive. Otherwise, he would definitely die. Every strike avoided vital organs, but blood stained the bedsheets, frightening the beautiful woman nearby. After stabbing countless times, the shadow suddenly disappeared as if he had never been there. The guards rushed in, frantic and wild, searching for the attacker while rushing old Master Su to the hospital. However, the shadow did not leave. Instead, he knew his way around and went straight to Suwon's room. Unfortunately, Suwon was not there. The shadow quickly left the old house and headed directly to the Su Villa area. The Su Villa area is located in the northern part of Kyoto City, covering 4.6 million square meters. It is conveniently situated near schools, shopping malls, hospitals, markets, and antique streets. The smallest villa is 200 square meters, with a unique layout and complete facilities. The property has a private yard, a rock garden, flowers, a pavilion, and an outdoor swimming pool. It can be called one of the best in the world, as it features foreign design styles. A famous international designer was specially invited, and it took 6 months to complete the plans. It then took 5 years of continuous work to build this new villa area. There are 239 villas in total, all with water and electricity. For safety, a security company was set up. There are 528 security personnel, made up of retired soldiers and top mercenaries. Around 2 a.m., the roar of engines sounded like thunder, breaking the peaceful night. A motorcycle sped along Highway 108. It stopped by the main road 2 kilometers from the Su family villa area, turned off the engine, and the rider got off. A shadow slowly took off a mask, reached into his pocket for a pack of cigarettes, and lit one, holding it between his lips. He then put the cigarette back, struck a match, and a bright flame lit up the dark. His handsome face was clearly visible. He took a deep drag, then exhaled after 3 seconds. The cigarette flickered in the dark. He thought, "Su Shirbang, the head of the Su family, you hurt my innocent daughter. Tonight I will make you pay a heavy price." He continued, "Public officials in China imprisoning my daughter for 7 years. You're worse than animals. If you don't want her, you can give her to the Liu family or find someone to raise her. I won't blame you, but you shouldn't have treated a baby so cruelly. Many days and nights. You've been so vicious. You don't deserve to live. However, Liu Xianyuan wouldn't kill you because that would be too easy. Let you lie in bed for the rest of your life." He finished his cigarette, threw the butt on the ground, stomped it out, and put his mask back on. His figure flickered and disappeared, rushing toward the Su family villa area. Liu Xianyuan appeared in front of Villa Number 1, which covers 500 square meters in the center of the area. He smiled cruelly, like a demon from hell, dark and terrifying. "Su Shirbang, your nightmare begins tonight." He leapt into the air and easily jumped over the wall. Silent and unnoticed, it fell into the yard. Anger surged in his heart, and his eyes showed no warmth, only madness and hatred burning everything away. As he bypassed the fake mountain, he suddenly stopped, listening carefully. He heard a woman's sobs, faint and broken, coming from beneath the fake mountain. Liu Xuanyuan's body shifted quickly, pressing close to the mountain. He focused intently, and the woman's crying became clearer. A strange feeling of confusion arose in his mind. He really wanted to know who the woman under the mountain was and why she was kept there. Suddenly, he remembered the woman who risked her life to save her daughter.
Who was she?
He also thought of the woman who brought food to his daughter. Could they be the same person? What difference would it make to let that old dog, Su Shirbang, enjoy one more night of comfort? If this woman was truly the one who saved his daughter, then he had to repay her kindness. He hurriedly searched for the entrance to the underground area. Time passed second by second, but he found nothing. Just as he was about to give up, suddenly, he felt something hit his leg. He bent down quickly and reached out to touch it.
He found a small lock.
Following the lock, he discovered a tiny door. He forcefully pulled the lock off, hearing a crisp click. Liu Xianyuan quickly crouched down. Seeing no immediate danger, he carefully opened the small door. He took out a matchstick. Under the cover of the door, he struck a match. The flame lit up, and he hurriedly threw the match into the hole. He saw a staircase leading underground. Not hesitating, He closed the door before the fire went out. Then he quickly descended the stairs, lit another match, and finally saw everything inside. The basement was small, about 10 square meters. It was empty and smelled foul. At the far end, on a pile of hay, lay a woman with messy hair, sobbing nonstop. On the right side, there was a candlestick with only about 2 centimeters of wax left. Lu Xianyuan went over and lit the candle. The faint light illuminated the basement. He turned and moved to the woman's side. Suddenly, he noticed her neck and ankles were chained. A slight frown appeared on Lu Xuanyuan's face. How deep is the hatred between this woman and the Su family? How strong must the grudge be to keep her locked in this dark, sunless basement? The woman's crying stopped. She slowly lifted her head and looked at the masked man standing in front of her. Suddenly, she was so frightened she trembled all over and quickly backed away. The chains clanged loudly as she shouted, "Don't come near me! Don't come near!" She curled into a ball, burying her head in her knees, extremely scared. Lu Xianyuan snapped out of his thoughts and hurried to kneel down. His throat moved slightly as he spoke softly. "Miss, don't be afraid. I am here to help you. Would you like to come with me?" Hearing this, the woman slowly looked up. Her face was dirty and unkempt, so her features were hard to see. Her eyes were full of suspicion. "I can't go out. If I leave, my baby will die. They will hurt her." Sniff. "I won't go out. They are monsters, very bad ones. I don't want my baby to die. They use my baby to threaten me and won't let me see her." "Haha. Who are you?" "Big brother, I can't see your face clearly." Sniff. "My husband is very brave. He will come to save me. My baby promised me. Hee. Are you hungry?" "I haven't eaten yet. I'm so thirsty. I want some water." Lu Xianyuan frowned. This woman was clearly not mentally stable. She was talking nonsense, with no logic at all. She cried and laughed alternately. Should I really save her? The Su family was truly terrible, cruel, and heartless, locking people in the basement. Lu Xianyuan cleared his throat and softly said to the woman, "Miss, don't you want to see your baby? I can take you to see her, okay? Big brother, can you really take me to see my baby?" The woman hurriedly rushed forward, grabbing Lu Xianyuan's sleeve, looking very excited. "Yes, as long as you come out with me, I can let you see her." Lu Xianyuan's voice was firm, but inside, he felt very guilty. "Okay, big brother, then take me out." "Haha, I'm so happy. I can finally see my baby." The woman quickly fixed her hair and tidied her clothes. Just as Lu Xianyuan was about to break her chains, he heard footsteps above. Suddenly, the woman started screaming wildly, completely losing her mind. "Let me out, you bad people, demons. My husband won't let you get away with this." The woman shouted wildly, struggling nonstop. Her eyes were red, and she grimaced, transforming her hands into claws, swinging them in the air. Her voice was sharp and piercing, like a ghost from hell, crying out with anger and screaming in despair. Her wild hair flew around, torn cloth sleeves fluttered, chains clanged loudly, kicking up dust and dry grass. Lu Xianyuan stood still, a fierce fire of anger burning in his chest, as if to swallow the whole world. He knew he had to save this crazy woman, no matter what, kill if necessary, whether gods or Buddhas stood in his way. He raised his head, his gaze cold and sharp, fixed on the small door at the top of the stairs. His right hand moved to his waist. If anyone dared to challenge him, he would shoot without hesitation. Suddenly, the footsteps above paused briefly, then hurried away as if they hadn't heard the woman's screams. But Lu Xianyuan knew better. He had been exposed. If he didn't leave quickly, he might become trapped. In a flash, he appeared beside the woman, delivering a swift hand strike, silencing her scream. Her body slumped down, chains clattering on the ground with a crisp sound. Lu Xianyuan quickly knelt, gripping the leather collar around her neck with both hands and pulling hard. With a loud bang, the thick leather was torn apart, freeing her neck. Without delay, he grabbed the iron ring on her foot, trying to tear it off. He noticed the flesh around her ankle was bloody and mangled, Any careless move could cut an artery. If that happened, even if he rescued her, she might die from blood loss. Damn it! Lu Xianyuan cursed silently, quickly standing up and rushing to the other end of the chains. He grabbed the chains with both hands, channeling his energy, veins bulging as he pulled with all his strength. With a loud crash, the chains snapped apart instantly. He crouched beside the woman, grabbing her arms gently but firmly, and lifted her onto his back. He then grabbed the chains around her feet, wrapping them around each other several times to secure them tightly. To prevent the chains from slipping, he used dry grass from the ground to fix them in place, finally letting out a breath of relief. Fortunately, the chains were long enough, saving him a lot of trouble. Otherwise, he would have had to find another way. Lu Xianyuan walked steadily up the stairs, listening carefully with his ear pressed against the small door. His expression suddenly changed, and a terrifying aura radiated from him, like a fierce demon from hell. Hee. Your moves are quick. You've surrounded the fake mountain, and at least 50 guns are aimed at the small door. As soon as you dare to step out, they will shoot you instantly, turning you into a sieve. Su Shirbang. Do you really think that can take my life? Lu Xianyuan's lips curled into a cold smile. He slowly raised his right hand, gathering powerful energy quickly in his palm, his 5 fingers forming a fist. With all his strength, he suddenly punched out. A loud bang echoed as the small door was blasted away instantly. A few painful cries sounded, and before everyone could react, a figure shot out like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he reached the villa wall, lightly touching the ground with his feet, then leaping into the air. Everyone was stunned and shocked. The middle-aged man leading the group raised his hand and fired a shot angrily, shouting, "Chase him. We must not let him escape." Intense gunfire suddenly erupted in the villa area, with flames shooting from the muzzles as they quickly pursued him. Lu Xianyuan jumped over the wall. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he ran wildly toward the southeast. He couldn't go through the villa gate because there were surely snipers waiting for him there, ready to trap him. Before he entered the villa, he had already chosen his escape route. He's just waiting for something to go wrong. As expected, instead of avenging his daughter, he ended up rescuing a stinky, crazy woman. I don't know what he's thinking. Maybe he felt sorry for her tragic fate. Lu Xianyuan moved so fast that he disappeared into the night in an instant. Brother Bao. This guy is too fast. I didn't even see which way he ran. Should we keep chasing? One of his subordinates asked. Yeah, Brother Bao. We can't even see his shadow. How can we chase him? Another subordinate agreed. Shut up. The leader, a middle-aged man, looked grim and cold, his voice low and stern. As a mercenary who had faced countless life-and-death battles, he couldn't believe a small thief had escaped. What made him angrier was that the thief was carrying someone. It was a huge shame. He took out his phone, quickly dialed a number, and called. It rang several times, but no one answered. Just as he was about to hang up, the call was picked up. A deep voice sounded. Hello, who is this? Master, this is Bao Zi. Well, you'd better have a reason for calling. You know my temper, Su Shirbang said unhappily. Master, something's wrong. The woman in the basement has been rescued by someone, Bao Zi said, his voice trembling slightly. Useless. All of you are useless. Are you just eating and doing nothing? Hurry up and send everyone out to find her. If you can't find her, don't bother coming back, Su Shirbang shouted angrily into the phone, then hung up immediately. The others heard the conversation clearly, and all looked at Bao Zi, waiting for his orders. Bao Zi looked around at everyone, full of anger and killing intent. He roared, "Notify the security company immediately. Mobilize everyone. Go and find her." Yes, Brother Bao, one subordinate responded and ran toward the security company. Another subordinate told the people at the villa gate to leave quickly. Since everyone had already run away, there was no point in waiting. Yes, Brother Bao, another subordinate quickly left and headed toward the villa gate. The rest, follow me and get in the car. I want to see how far this little thief can run with a person on his back. Yes, Brother Bao. Everyone answered in unison, like a thunderclap breaking the night. Lu Xianyuan carried the crazy woman, moving extremely fast, like a ghost, rushing toward Highway 108. He had to run faster. The smell on this crazy woman was so foul that it was hard to endure. Whenever he stopped, the stench would hit his nose directly. This made Lu Xianyuan feel very uncomfortable, his stomach churning. Several times, he almost threw her away. If he encountered a river or something similar, he would definitely jump into it without hesitation. If it weren't for saving the crazy woman, as a mighty hero of China, how could he run away like a stray dog? If he hit her somewhere, he could crush this group of little thugs easily. But he couldn't do that. He had just managed to save her, and if something went wrong, he would feel uneasy. Time was fleeting. Lu Xianyuan ran onto Highway 108, about 300 meters away from the motorcycle. Just as he was about to catch his breath, a foul smell hit him, and the pursuers were catching up. Damn it! Lu Xianyuan cursed silently, then sprinted wildly, almost losing control. Behind him, a crazy woman with wild hair was running, chains clanking loudly, like a vengeful ghost possessed. 50 meters. 30 meters. Lu Xianyuan quickly reached the motorcycle, smoothly jumped on, took out the key, and lightly pressed the ignition with his right foot. The engine roared like a chainsaw, tearing through the pre-dawn darkness with wild power. He shifted gears, released the clutch, sharply turned the handlebars to the left, and the rear tire spun rapidly. The motorcycle shot forward like an arrow. 10 jeeps, like fierce steel beasts, roared low and sped down Highway 108. Billowing smoke and dust rose, like a winding yellow dragon, rapidly closing in on the motorcycle. On Highway 108, a chase was unfolding. A strange-sounding motorcycle sped like a wild horse, crying out mournfully into the night sky. 10 jeeps roared like ancient beasts, relentlessly pursuing. The distance was closing. 300 meters. 200 meters. 100 meters. The jeep's engines roared like thunder, deafening Lu Xianyuan and drowning out the motorcycle's wails. Lu Xianyuan twisted the throttle to the max, looked up at the narrow bridge ahead, and a mischievous smile appeared on his face. The motorcycle shot like an arrow, speeding onto the narrow bridge without slowing down, heading toward the other side. Baozi, he was stunned instantly. He had been so happy that he took a wrong turn thanks to this little thief. He should have shot him dead earlier. No, he couldn't give up like this. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain to his boss.
Quick.
Take a detour. Hurry. Baozi shouted angrily, his hoarse voice full of urgency. Yes, Brother Bao. His subordinate replied, quickly turning the steering wheel to the right and leaving the main road. 300 meters upstream, there was a large bridge. If they could go around it, there would be no more obstacles. But they had already entered Kyoto City, facing the risk of getting caught instead of catching someone. Lu Xianyuan rode his motorcycle quickly into the city. He turned left and right, then drove for another half-hour before stopping in front of a courtyard house. He turned off the motorcycle, patted it gently, and muttered, "Thanks, old buddy." He took out his keys, opened the big gate, pushed the motorcycle inside, and then closed the bright red painted door. This courtyard house was his wedding home, bought 8 years ago. He never had the chance to share it with his fiancée. Su-won went missing during a mission, and there's been no news since. Authorities have declared her dead. But fate is strange. Her death 8 years ago was actually a trick. It wasn't a sacrifice, but her studying abroad. He was foolish enough not to know the truth. Fortunately, he still has a good daughter, like a light in the dark, bringing warmth and hope. Maybe heaven, when closing one door, opens another. If it weren't for his daughter, he wouldn't have had the chance to kneel and admit his mistakes to his parents. The plane went missing, but his parents appeared unharmed. Maybe it's connected to his daughter. Although his parents don't want him to ask, he can guess that his daughter has a big secret. Suddenly, a foul smell hit him. Lu Xianyuan snapped back to reality and hurried toward the door. He opened the door, turned on the light, and quickly headed to the bathroom. At the bathroom door, he turned on the light, pushed the door open, then closed it quickly behind him. He hoped the smell wouldn't escape. Better stay inside the bathroom. Although he hadn't been back in 8 years, he often hired someone to clean. Overall, it was quite tidy. The bathroom had all the necessary toiletries and, best of all, a large bathtub, perfect for use. He felt the crazy woman behind him move. He was startled and hurried to wash her. If he didn't, she might wake up and run around, and he'd lose his house. He quickly unlocked her chains, placed her on the floor, then grabbed some tools and a towel to protect her ankles. With a loud bang, the shackles broke apart. The crazy woman frowned. Lu Xianyuan didn't notice. He threw the chains into a corner, then started running water. When the bathtub was half full, he turned off the tap, pushed the door open, and hurried out, closing it quickly. He was gasping for breath, muttering, "Oh my God, isn't this just torture? If it weren't for the fact that you might be my good daughter's savior, I would have thrown you out long ago." Lu Xianyuan went to the kitchen, opened the lid of the pot, filled it with water, and started the fire to boil the water. Half an hour later, when the water was hot enough, he filled a bucket and carried it to the bathroom, pouring the hot water into the bathtub. He tested the water temperature with his hand. It was just right, neither cold nor hot. He was about to throw the crazy woman in. Suddenly, Lu Xianyuan stopped. If he put her in fully dressed, she probably wouldn't be clean until tomorrow night. His hand reached out, then pulled back. Although she was acting crazy, she still had a husband. It didn't feel right to just strip her clothes off, so maybe he should cover her eyes. He stood up, grabbed a towel from the shelf, quickly covered her eyes.
Snip.
Snip. In a flash, he stripped her completely, then casually threw her dirty clothes at the door. He picked her up and placed her in the bathtub, resting her head on the edge, and quickly washed her body. He used half a bar of soap and finally finished bathing her, then carried her out. He placed her on the sofa in the living room and covered her with a blanket he had prepared, finally feeling relieved. He hurried to change the water and washed her twice more. Washing her hair took a lot of effort before it was clean. Lu Xianyuan took a shower himself and burned all her dirty clothes in the stove. He quickly cleaned up. The bad smell was gone, probably because he had gotten used to it. After tidying everything up, he carried the crazy woman, still wrapped in the blanket, into the room. He took out clothes from the wardrobe that he had bought for his fiancée, Siwon, 8 years ago. Covering her eyes again, it took him a long time to get her dressed. Surprisingly, the clothes fit her perfectly, like they were made for her. He took out a first aid kit, treated the wound on her ankle, and wrapped it with gauze. Then he went to the bathroom, grabbed a dry towel, and dried her hair. He took a hair tie from the dressing table and tied her hair up. Now I see her face clearly and I'm stunned. She's so beautiful. She's too pretty, Lu Xianyuan mumbled, feeling like a fool for letting such a treasure slip away. He carried her to the bed and suddenly felt like kissing her. Quickly covering her with a blanket, she ran out of the room. She went to the kitchen and drank several large sips of cold water, feeling a bit better. Just after Lu Xianyuan left the room, the crazy woman slowly opened her eyes and suddenly sat up. Her stomach was growling loudly. She hurriedly got up, opened the door, and went outside. She looked around the hall, sniffed the air, and headed toward the kitchen. Lu Xianyuan was frying dough balls in a hot pan. Soon, he served 2 bowls of the dough ball soup. The crazy woman rushed over, trying to grab the soup. This scared Lu Xianyuan, and he shouted angrily, "Don't move. Do you believe I'll hit you?" The crazy woman immediately behaved herself, sat quietly in a chair, and kept looking at the soup, swallowing her saliva. Lu Xianyuan handed her a spoon and pushed the bowl of soup toward her, softly saying, "Eat slowly, don't burn your mouth. Hee. Thank you, big brother." The crazy woman quickly took the spoon, imitating Lu Xianyuan, and started eating little by little. Her eyes narrowed happily, looking very content, which made Lu Xianyuan stare in amazement. Oh my goodness! Such a mischievous girl. Who did she get so lucky with? Big brother, the baby still wants to eat. The crazy woman looked at the pot, drooling nonstop. No more eating. You've already had 3 bowls. Do you believe I'll scold you? Oh, okay then, she said reluctantly, her eyes drifting toward the pot. Lu Xianyuan turned his head away, pretending not to see anything, with that expression. Who could resist? He quickly got up and left. When the crazy woman saw her big brother leave, she stood up and went to the living room. She sat on the sofa, but her head started to hurt badly. She held her head and rolled on the floor as confusing images replayed in her mind. Suddenly, a dirty little face appeared vividly in her mind. The crazy woman staggered to her feet, pushed open the door, and went outside, repeatedly calling out for her child. "Wah, baby, Mommy's here. Mommy's here to find you and save you," she sobbed, running toward the front door. In her wild state, whenever she saw a child, she called them baby, which frightened other children into tears. "Wah, baby." She kept crying, tears falling heavily down her face. The hair tie was lost, and she was now with messy hair, looking very frightening. Someone wanted to call the police, but in a moment, the crazy woman disappeared. The crazy woman walked around, then arrived at the old Yi family house, curling up under a big tree. She looked around the street, and whenever a child passed by, she would rush out like she was crazy. The woman and children were so scared they ran away in fear. The man kicked her to the ground, scolded her, and took his wife and children away. The crazy woman returned to the big tree, staring at the street with her eyes, shouting, "Baby," non-stop. She found a new target and hurriedly ran toward the street, still shouting, "Baby." The old lady heard someone shouting, "Baby," and looked toward the sound. She saw a woman with messy hair rushing toward her, and she was very frightened. She quickly protected her young granddaughter behind her, her eyes cold as a knife, watching the crazy woman run closer. The crazy woman ignored her and stared fixedly at the small face peeking out from behind the old lady. "Crazy woman, I advise you to leave quickly, or don't blame me for being rude to you." Grandma Lu, feeling like she was facing a big danger, held her obedient granddaughter tightly behind her. But the crazy woman didn't even look at her. She kept staring at the tiny face. Suddenly, chaotic images flooded her mind like a wave, knocking her to the ground instantly. The crazy woman hugged her head with both hands, curled up, rolling on the ground, and crying out in pain. Grandma Lu was stunned. "Oh no, is this crazy woman trying to blackmail us? I just scolded her a little. She wouldn't fall to the ground and scream like that. Someone who didn't know might think I hit her. No, I must leave quickly. If someone sees this, it would be really embarrassing. Sweet granddaughter, let's go quickly and visit Grandma Yi another day, okay?" Grandma Lu grabbed her granddaughter's small hand, trying to leave, but she couldn't pull her away. She quickly knelt down and saw that her granddaughter looked strange. Her eyes were blank. This scared Grandma Lu badly. Could she have been frightened by the crazy woman? She hurriedly hugged her granddaughter, patted her back, and softly comforted her. "Don't be afraid, sweet granddaughter. Grandma is here. She won't hurt you." Hearing the scream, everyone moved forward to see what happened, pointing and talking excitedly. "Oh wow, this old Mrs. Lu is amazing. She actually managed to knock down the crazy woman. Experience really counts," Mrs. Li said sarcastically. "Don't talk nonsense. I saw everything just now. The old lady didn't even touch her. She just fell down on her own." A young woman stepped forward to argue loudly. "That's right. I can also testify for the old lady. She was more than 2 meters away, not holding anything. So how could she have hit her?" An older woman agreed. "Honestly, we should call the police. I think this crazy woman is sick." "Did you see her holding her head?" a middle-aged man said quietly. "Does anyone have a phone? Can we call the police?" "I think she's about to give up," the young woman said anxiously. "Calling the police won't help. Who would bother with a crazy person? Better to ask Mrs. Lu for help. She probably has a way." Mrs. Li smirked secretly, muttering to herself. This morning, she went to the Lu family to get some good food for her grandson, but she didn't even get inside the gate. She just has a granddaughter, so what? She's so proud, but she's just a burden. Compared to my grandson, who can carry on the family line and has children with the surname Li. Tears filled Lu Nianyan's eyes as she watched the distressed woman scream in pain. Her heart ached so much it felt like it was being pierced. Tears silently rolled down her cheeks. She suddenly saw a pair of mother's eyes, so focused on her, as if she was her whole world.
Mom.
Is that really you? Lu Nian whispered, sniffling like a kitten. She missed her mother very much, the name she had buried deep in her heart and never dared to say aloud. Su Wan, but her appearance was completely different from her mother's. Her mother was beautiful, but in comparison, she seemed worlds apart. Lu Nian gently pushed her grandmother away, lifting her tear-streaked face and softly said, "Grandma, can I take her in? Oh, my good girl, don't cry. It's just one more person at the table, right?" Grandma agrees to take her in. Grandma Lu was so caring she quickly wiped her granddaughter's tears. "Thank you, Grandma." Lu Nian hugged her grandmother's neck and kissed her cheek. Mrs. Lu quickly took out her phone, entered the number, and dialed. As soon as the phone rang, it was answered by an elderly woman's voice. "Hello, who is this? I am Ma Shufan. Please arrange for 2 mental health doctors to come to the old Lu family house immediately." "Okay, Sister Shufan," the elderly woman responded quickly without asking any questions. "Mrs." Lu hung up, gently rubbed her adorable granddaughter's head, and nodded affectionately. The onlookers clapped their hands in applause. Not only did the old lady take in this troubled woman, but she also found her doctors. She is truly a kind person. No, the little girl is also a good child. If she hadn't spoken up, the old lady wouldn't have taken her in. Both the grandmother and granddaughter are good people. Otherwise, who would take in a troubled woman? Everyone praised her, making Mrs. Li very angry. She stomped her feet in frustration and quickly ran away. Suddenly, the troubled woman started to scream again, her voice hoarse, like torn cloth. Her body trembled uncontrollably, her hands clutching her hair tightly, and her eyes were bloodshot. Scenes from her mind began to replay slowly. Suddenly, a dirty little bundle appeared. It was clearly in front of her, constantly calling, "Mom," and tilting its head, asking questions.
Mom.
"What does the sun look like outside? Mom, is the moon outside round? Mom, is the world outside big? Mom, can you take me outside?" Sniff. "My baby, my little one." The troubled woman quickly stood up and started searching everywhere for her child. The frightened crowd hurriedly moved away, scattering in all directions. Some even lost their shoes and ran barefoot, moving very fast. Lu Nian, with her short legs, walked behind the troubled woman and quickly held her big hand. The troubled woman suddenly turned around, looked down at the little girl, and her irritable aura instantly calmed. Lu Nian raised her small face, her voice soft and childish. "Mom, are you looking for me?" The troubled woman was stunned, then quickly squatted down and hugged Lu Nian tightly, kissing her repeatedly.
Sniff.
"Baby, Mom finally found you. Don't run around next time. There are bad people outside, you know." The troubled woman looked at her child in her arms and spoke softly. "Okay, Mom." Lu Nian nodded her little head and replied sweetly. "Baby, let's go home with Mom." The crazy woman hurriedly looked around and tried to carry Lu Nian away. Grandma Lu was very frightened. She shouldn't have agreed earlier to let her obedient granddaughter go over. Now, things are worse. The crazy woman actually wants to take her obedient granddaughter home. Isn't that kidnapping? She even found a doctor to help her get better. Did she really mean well? Grandma Lu was angry. If she dares to take her granddaughter, she might be in trouble. She reached for her waist to draw her gun.
Mom.
"Baby, let's go home with you, okay?" Lu Nian hugged the crazy woman's neck softly and sweetly. The crazy woman thought for a moment, then nodded firmly. She kissed Lu Nian's face and softly said, "Okay, Mom listens to baby." Grandma Lu's hand, which was reaching for her waist, withdrew. She walked over to the crazy woman with a calm face and said, "Let's go home, Mom."
"This is baby's grandma."
"You should call her Mom." Lu Nian smiled happily, adding another Mom. "Mom. Mom." The crazy woman's throat moved as if the word was unfamiliar. She looked at baby in her arms and finally called out. Grandma Lu smiled and turned to walk toward the Lu family house. The crazy woman followed closely behind. Inside the old Lu house, Lu Nian broke free from the crazy woman's embrace. She held her mom's hand with her left hand and her grandma's hand with her right, walking toward the door. When she opened the door, she saw her father, who was a night owl, sitting on the sofa smoking, with a frown on his face. Holding the crazy woman's hand, she went to the sofa and said angrily, "Dad, I found a mom." Lu Xianyuan was stunned. The crazy woman's charm was too strong. He was afraid he couldn't control himself and might do something reckless. She already had a husband, and he wouldn't do something so beastly. He decided to step outside for some fresh air. He left the house and went straight to the market to buy some ingredients to bring back and help her recover. The crazy woman was so thin she looked like a skeleton. If she didn't eat well, her health would seriously suffer. He also planned to visit the old house to see his daughter. Missing her for a night felt like 3 years. Additionally, he wanted his mother to call a doctor to check on her, as she might be his daughter's benefactor. Lu Xianyuan went to the market, bought chicken, duck, fish, and meat, along with 2 packs of white rabbit candies. He also bought malt extract and a baby bottle and picked up some health supplements and miscellaneous items for his parents. When he arrived at the old house, he found that his mother and daughter were not there. After putting down the things, he carried the groceries and headed toward the courtyard, feeling happy and humming a tune. At the courtyard, he suddenly saw the gate open, and a bad feeling quickly came over him. Without thinking much, he hurried to the door, opened it, and rushed inside. He searched everywhere inside and out but couldn't find the crazy woman. He was very worried. He ran out of the courtyard and looked around but still couldn't find her. He then returned to the old house. Sitting on the sofa, he lit a cigarette. Halfway through, the door was pushed open. He quickly put out the cigarette and heard his daughter's angry voice shouting,
"Dad,
I found a new mom." Lu Xianyuan snapped out of a shock, stood up quickly, and stared hard at the crazy woman. His face showed a mix of excitement, guilt, fear, and confusion.
Dad.
"Whether you like it or not, she's my mom now," Lu Nianyan said, crossing her arms and speaking sternly. Lu Xianyuan looked away and hurried to squat down, hugging his daughter gently. He softly said, "Good girl, she's not your mom." "I don't care. She's my mom, and if you don't agree, I'll stay with her alone," Lu Nianyan insisted, not backing down. She was very vengeful. Last night, after her father left, he didn't come back, and she waited foolishly all night. Morning came, and her father still hadn't returned. She thought if she had known, she wouldn't have left food for him. "Sweet girl, listen to your dad. That crazy woman is married. What if her husband comes looking for her?" Lu Xianyuan patiently advised his daughter. Lu Nianyan blinked her big eyes, looked at her father, then at her mother, who was nervously twisting her fingers, and said softly, "Dad, I think you misunderstood." Lu Xianyuan was stunned. He looked at the crazy woman, then at his obedient daughter, and softly asked, "Aren't you asking me to marry her?"
"Dad."
"Don't be so full of yourself. Who said you're going to marry her?" Lu Nianyan crossed her arms, pouting angrily. "Good girl, you call her mom, and you want me to marry her, right?" Lu Xianyuan was a bit confused and hurriedly asked, Silly dad, my daughter is just like a stepmother to her. What does that have to do with you? Besides, the stepmother is so beautiful." "You, Dad, don't deserve her," Lu Nianyan said immediately, not giving her father any face. Lu Xianyuan? Oh no. The little girl has let the secret slip. In just 2 sentences, she crushed his pride completely. The crazy woman slowly looked up and saw Lu Xianyuan's handsome side face. Something seemed to flash through her mind. When she entered the hall earlier, she felt uncomfortable and didn't dare to lift her head. Her heart was pounding with worry. She was afraid of doing poorly and being disliked, so she stood there, not daring to breathe loudly. Lu Xianyuan also looked up at her. When their eyes met, the crazy woman's mind replayed the scene again. With a muffled sound, the crazy woman collapsed to the ground. The terrible pain in her head felt like a heavy hammer hitting her hard. Lu Xianyuan was shocked. He quickly stepped forward and picked her up, heading toward the room. Lu Nianyan waved her hand, and a fragrant melon appeared in her hand. She waddled after him on her short legs. Grandma Lu heard the noise and hurried out of the kitchen, reaching the door of the room. She looked at the crazy woman tossing and turning on the bed, sighed softly, and muttered, "How much suffering has this child gone through?" The door opened, and two doctors in white coats entered, nodding to Grandma Lu. They hurried into the room, opened the medical box, and started preparing medicine and giving her an injection. Only then did the crazy woman calm down and fall into a deep sleep. The doctors began examining her. After the checkup, the doctor spoke slowly. Her head was hit hard, which caused her mental confusion. She's not truly crazy. She needs treatment and must avoid stimuli. Otherwise, she will have terrible headaches. I'll prescribe some medicine for her. Start with 2 courses of treatment. Tomorrow, you should take her to the hospital for further tests. Lu Xianyuan was stunned. He touched his face and muttered to himself, "Afraid of stimuli? This crazy woman only gets headaches when she sees her own face. Could it be that she's afraid of the mask being removed? Or maybe she's really frightening." "Thank you, doctor." Lu Nianyan's eyes welled with tears as she cheerfully expressed her gratitude. "You're welcome, little one. This is what we're here for." 2 doctors packed up their things and left the room.
Dad.
"You should go out too. I want to stay with Mom alone, okay?" Lu Nianyan wiped her tears and whispered, "All right, Dad still has some things to do. You stay with Mom," Lu Xianyuan said, patting his daughter's head before leaving. Once her father left, Lu Nianyan quickly locked the door and pulled the curtain shut. Only then did she go to the bed. She held the hand of the disturbed woman. With a thought, both of them disappeared from the room instantly. In the highest-level meeting room, old Master Lu was surrounded by a chilling aura that made people feel afraid. Everything around was covered by this powerful energy. His eyes were cold and sharp, showing great authority and a hint of anger, making it hard to look directly at him. His gaze was like a beast from ancient times, awakened after a long sleep. This feeling didn't come from physical strength, but from deep inside his heart, pure rage. "Damn the Su family. For hurting my good granddaughter, I, Lu Qingtian, will make them pay a heavy price." He quickly took out his phone and dialed a number. As soon as the call connected, before the other side could speak, Lu Qingtian spoke first. "I am Lu Qingtian. All armed forces in the security zone, ready with guns. Within an hour, surround the Su family. Not even a fly is allowed to escape." "Yes, Commander." Old Master Lu slowly put down the phone, staring at the empty meeting room with deep, hollow eyes. It was as if his soul had been drained, and his body suddenly looked much older. After leaving the old house, he hurried to a press conference, summarizing the plane crash, safe rescue, and return to Kyoto. Then he focused on evaluating the military exercises in the island country and discussing national security. Finally, he attended this high-level meeting about handling suggestions and opinions from the Su family. But unexpectedly, the commander wanted to protect the Su family, which was the opposite of what he had expected. He was instantly furious. Suddenly, he slammed the table and stood up, eyes wide open, glaring fiercely at Officer Number 4 on the podium. He shouted loudly, "Su family is guilty of treason, selling out the country, plotting rebellion. The evidence is clear and undeniable. They must be punished severely." Officer Number 4's eyes were cold as he stared at Lu Qingtian, radiating authority. He said in a deep voice, "Comrade Lu Qingtian, I have sent people to verify the evidence you provided. The Su family is innocent. They are being framed. Perhaps you are also deceived. I won't argue with you. I hope you do the right thing. Additionally, lift the restrictions on the Su family. Do not suppress them, or don't blame me for not showing mercy. And what if I refuse?" Old Master Lu's eyes were icy, each word seeming to squeeze out from between his teeth. "Comrade Lu Qingtian, this official document bears the signature of Officer No. 1. It is a national order. You must obey." Officer Number 4 picked up the document and spoke coldly. "The Su family is imprisoning my granddaughter and abusing the only bloodline of my Lu family. I, Lu Qingtian, will use military power as leverage to seek justice for my granddaughter." Old Master Lu's words exploded like a bomb, instantly shocking everyone. Silence. Deathly silence. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Crazy. You're just a madman. Officer number 4 suddenly stood up, pointing at old Master Lu and shouting angrily. He was completely panicked. Not only could the Su family be ruined, but he himself might also be implicated. In China, senior military officers have a military law. Within the prescribed limits, they can use military power to mobilize the reserve zone for 12 hours. Afterward, they must retire from active duty and never be reemployed, without affecting their families or friends. The meeting room erupted. All the senior officers suddenly stood up, their eyes bloodshot, glaring at officer number 4. They wanted him to give an explanation. Old Master Lu's 6 sons had all died fighting for the country. His only granddaughter was imprisoned, abused, and tortured by the Su family. This was a provocation, a contempt for the law, and an insult to the Chinese military. All the evidence is solid, yet you can overturn it? Are you secretly working for the Su family? A Navy general loudly questioned. The mountain of irrefutable evidence was right in front of him, yet he turned a deaf ear, insisting that what was black was white. Do you think we are fools? An Air Force general angrily questions. Exactly what benefits did the Su family promise you? How can you be so biased? Aren't you worried about getting involved? The Army general's words cut like a sharp blade, directly targeting Commander Number 4. Everyone, shut up. Commander Number 4's forehead veins bulged, fists clenched, and he shouted angrily. Lu Qingtian, aren't you trying to use your military power to help your granddaughter get justice? Fine. I agree with your request. In 12 hours, you must pack up and leave immediately. Commander Number 4 also lost his temper, having done all the dirty work. This old man must hold a grudge against me, but I don't care. If necessary, I can just go back to the Yi family to retire. Thank you, Commander. Old Mr. Lu saluted in a perfect military style. This might be the last time he salutes the military. All for the sake of avenging his beloved granddaughter. Giving up everything is worth it. If he had to choose again, he would make the same choice without hesitation. Everyone else left, leaving old Mr. Lu standing still. He took out his phone, dialed a number, and issued a military order directly to the military district. Suddenly, old Mr. Lu snapped back to himself, wiped away tears that had unknowingly fallen, and looked back at the high-level conference room. Then he took a big step forward, got into a jeep, and the engine roared like a beast in anger. He stepped hard on the accelerator, tires screeching on the ground, black smoke billowing out, and a harsh sound. He released the handbrake, and the jeep shot out like an arrow from a bow. On the street inside the red walls, black tire marks and the pungent smell of rubber remained. And there was also one of old Mr. Lu's stinky socks lying lonely on the ground. An old man standing on the red wall building watched everything unfold, a fox-like smile on his face, humming softly as he slowly left. 1,000 armed soldiers in the military district surrounded the Su family tightly, not even allowing a mosquito to fly out. The Su family was no pushover either. Over 100 thugs and 500 armed police faced each other in a tense standoff. Old Mr. Su, wrapped in bandages, sat in a wheelchair, smiling bloodthirstily. His superiors had abandoned him, and he knew this day would come, but he didn't expect it to arrive so soon. He just didn't know who would get involved in this mess. Hopefully, old Lu would be the one to go to hell with him. Alas, only 2 chips escaped, or else I wouldn't be facing such a tragic end. Dad, our Su family is surrounded. What should we do now? Second son Su Shihao said anxiously.
Yes, Dad.
Please say something. Su family's eldest daughter, Su Wan, looked worried. Everyone, shut up, Su Shibang shouted angrily, eyes wide with anger.
Oh.
Big brother, why are you yelling at me? You scared me. Su Wan turned sharply to her brother, stomping her feet in anger, her eyes full of scheming. Why are you yelling? If it weren't for you running away from the army and escaping marriage, could Dad have used her to replace you? Su Shibang looked at his sister, furious. Big brother, that little wild girl has returned to the Lu family. If I marry Lu Xianyuan, Do you think our family can avoid this disaster? Su Sherbang's eyes lit up. He patted his thigh and stood up suddenly, excited. Yes. Why didn't I think of that? You're engaged to Lu Xianyuan. The Su family and the Lu family are originally connected by marriage. Maybe we can turn things around. And with that little wild girl around, she's just a child. As long as you coax her, she'll surely get the Lu family to help save us. Big brother. That little wild girl isn't mine. What if she doesn't recognize me? Su-won said worriedly. Oh, sister, are you confused? That wicked woman has been living with your face all along. Lu Xianyuan and that wild girl can't tell the difference. Moreover, that wicked woman has already regained her looks and is acting crazy. In this world, you are unique. Su Sherbang held Su-won's hand excitedly. Yes, I am that wild girl. I mean, I am the child's mother. Su-won straightened her chest, a wicked smile in her eyes. Su Sherbang quickly took out his phone, dialed the landline number of the Lu family, and made the call. Hello. How are you? Lu Nianyan's sweet voice came from the phone.
Susiban froze.
He was about to speak, but the words got stuck in his throat, and he held them back. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say, unable to make a sound for a long time, his mind drifting back to the past. Back then, that wicked woman was pregnant, and he told her to abort the wild child, but she refused at all costs. Fearing that the little troublemaker might get out of control, he arranged for someone to fake her death so she could escape and return to the Su family. On the day the wild child was born, he almost strangled her. If that unkind person hadn't threatened to die, she wouldn't have survived until today. Helpless, he threw her into the woodpile to use her as leverage against that person. But unexpectedly, the little girl ran away. Even after offering a reward, he couldn't catch her. By chance, she ended up back at the Lu family. When that unkind person heard the girl had escaped and was out of control, she also wanted to leave the Su family. During the struggle, she was knocked to the ground and became mentally confused. That's when she was locked in the basement of the fake mountain. Hey, are you mute? Lu Nianyan's angry little voice came from the phone.
Haha, you're Nianyan, right?
I'm your Uncle Su. Su Sherbang regained his composure, lowering his voice and smiling. There was complete silence on the other end of the line. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Suddenly, a fierce and quick voice came from the phone. Sorry, you've dialed the wrong number. Nianyan doesn't have an uncle, he's already gone. Before Su Sherbang could speak, the line went dead with a beeping sound. Damn little troublemaker. How dare she hang up on me? Su Sherbang's face turned green with anger as he cursed loudly. Big brother. Just dial the number again and let me talk to the troublemaker. Maybe it will work, Su-won confidently suggested. Okay. Su Sherbang dialed again. The phone rang once and was answered. Hello, are you done? I already said my uncle is dead. Stop calling, Lu Nianyan said, about to hang up.
Wah.
Daughter, it's me, Mom. Su-won's voice was a little choked with emotion. Auntie, you dialed the wrong number. My mom's voice isn't like that. Lu Nianyan almost broke her composure with her words. Su-won suppressed her anger and softly said, Nianyan, I really am your mom. I've just been a little hoarse lately. Are you really my mom? Lu Nianyan's sobs came from the phone. Yes, I am your mom. Su-won squeezed out a few crocodile tears, speaking with a crying tone. Mom, where are you? I miss you so much, Lu Nianyan cried, even louder. Su Sherbang and Su-won exchanged a quick look, both showing a sneaky smile, pleased that their plan was working. Nianyan, come quickly to save Mom. There are many people from the Su family here, and they all have guns. Su-won urgently called for help.
Woo-woo. Mom, don't worry.
Your daughter will come to save you right away. Lu Nianyan cried as she spoke. Okay, Nianyan, hurry up and save Mom. Su-won's voice trembled slightly as she quickly hung up the phone. Big brother. How is my sister's acting? Su-won raised an eyebrow with a mischievous smile.
Not bad.
As long as the Su family gets through this, I promise you'll become a big star. Su Sherbang nodded happily. Thank you, big brother. Su-won smiled brightly, her body trembling with excitement. Outside the Su family's courtyard, there was a commotion. Old Master Lu, dressed in a military uniform and wearing a military cap, strode confidently into the yard. He was followed by military leaders and armed guards, while the armed police in the courtyard quickly made way. Everyone aimed their guns upward and saluted him respectfully. This made Su Shirbang very angry, and he shouted loudly, "Quick! Shoot him dead!" The armed police dared not move. Old Master Lu was a pillar of the nation, but that didn't mean the Su family's enforcers wouldn't act. The enforcers from the Su family quickly cocked their guns, pushing bullets into the chambers. Before they could aim at Old Master Lu, the machine gunners on the courtyard walls and rooftops decisively pulled their triggers. A burst of gunfire erupted, flames spewing from the muzzles. The bullets shot out like shooting stars, flying straight toward the Su family enforcers. In an instant, screams of pain filled the air as they fell one after another, like wheat being harvested. All of them were shot dead, blood staining the ground red. The smell of gunpowder and blood mixed together, creating a nauseating, pungent odor. The Su family members trembled in fear, especially Su Shirbang, whose face turned pale as paper, with cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Especially the stool beneath him, which seemed to suffer a great misfortune, as yellow liquid slowly dripped down the legs. Su-won hid behind Old Master Su's wheelchair, trembling like a leaf, covering her mouth and sobbing softly. Old Master Lu reached the steps, paused, then suddenly turned around, glaring at the armed police in the courtyard and shouting angrily, "The Su family has committed treason and rebellion, with undeniable evidence. Leave immediately. I will overlook this matter, but if you refuse, don't blame me for being ruthless." Upon hearing this, the armed police unit quickly turned around and hurriedly retreated without any delay. After the police left, Old Master Lu turned to look at the bandaged Su Laogo with a fierce look in his eyes. Seeing the situation was bad, Su-won quickly ran behind Su Shirbang and hid. Suddenly, a strong smell of urine hit her, almost making her faint. She quickly covered her nose and mouth and ran into the crowd of the Su family. "Why you? What are you trying to do?" Old Master Su trembled and stammered. Without saying a word, Old Master Lu kicked him. Old Master Su and his wheelchair flew out instantly. They crashed onto the ground in front of the door, and the wheelchair shattered loudly. Old Master Su fell on his back, crying out in pain. His voice was loud and harsh, echoing through the yard. "Someone, lock him up and take him to the jeep. Don't let him die," Old Master Lu ordered coldly. "Yes, Commander." Several guards stepped forward and detained Old Master Su. "Old Lu, you won't have a good death. I'll take you to hell with me." Old Master Su cursed loudly. Old Master Lu looked at Su Shirbang, his anger like a volcano about to erupt, pressing down on his head. His eyes widened with rage, veins bulging on his forehead, looking like twisted worms, ferocious and terrifying. The one who had imprisoned and abused his beloved granddaughter for 7 years was none other than Su Shirbang. Quickly drawing his gun, he pressed the cold barrel firmly against Su Shirbang's forehead and snarled through clenched teeth, "Kneel down." Su Shirbang was so scared he froze. His mind went blank, his chest heaving violently, sweat soaking his clothes. He seemed to hear nothing of what Old Master Lu said, or even if he did, he couldn't control his body. "Su Shirbang, kneel or not." Old Master Lu shouted angrily, pressing the gun harder against his head. Su Shirbang suddenly fell to his knees with a thud, crying and begging, "I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please don't kill me. Grandpa. Let me handle him." Lu Nian's voice suddenly rang out. The face that even the king of hell fears immediately softened into a kind smile. He quickly crouched down in front of his obedient granddaughter and softly said, "Good girl, I missed you so much." He reached out his rough hand and gently hugged his granddaughter, showing his love and care.
Sniff.
"Grandpa." "Thank you." Lu Nian hugged her grandfather's neck, tears streaming down her face. When she received her mother's distress call, she knew her grandfather had come to seek revenge for her. Otherwise, the Su family wouldn't have let her mother call her for help. She only wanted to save her mother. Whether others live or die didn't matter to her. In that dark, gloomy shed, her mother brought her food every night, helped her wash, and told her stories about the outside world. Although they had only been together for 2 months, her mother's love was undeniable. Her mother hugged her and cried, as if she wanted to merge her into her bones and blood. That helplessness and heartbreak made her truly feel maternal love. "Good girl, don't cry, don't cry." Old Master Lu was heartbroken. He patted his granddaughter's back gently to comfort her. "Grandpa, leave him to me." Lu Nian wiped her tears, tilted her head, and said softly, with a childish voice, "All right, I'll leave him to you. Do whatever you want to deal with him. Grandpa will support you." Old Master Lu loosened his embrace and smiled affectionately. "Thank you, Grandpa." Lu Nian quickly pecked her grandfather's cheek, then swiftly reached for the pistol at his waist and walked towards Su Shirbang. Old Master Lu was stunned. His hands moved so fast. Before he could react, his granddaughter had already taken the gun. Oh no, she can't kill anyone. She's so young. If she gets a bad reputation, his wife would be furious. He hurriedly stood up and quickly moved behind his granddaughter, acting as her protector and stopping her at a critical moment. The grandfather and granddaughter didn't look at Lu Xianyuan the whole time, who was standing there dazed.
Sniff.
Nian, I'm your big uncle. Your grandpa is trying to hurt me. Please help me." Su Shirbang knelt on the ground, looking like he had found a life-saving straw, crying and begging for help. Lu Nian stood in front of Su Shirbang, looking at the stranger kneeling and begging her for help. Her expression was calm. He said he was her big uncle, but why hadn't he come to see her in the shed? Based on his appearance and clothing, it is clear he lives a privileged life. Since Grandpa has taken action against him, he might be the one behind imprisoning and chasing after me. Su Shirbang. Lu Nian raised her right hand. The dark gun barrel looked like the eyes of death, coldly staring at Su Shirbang's forehead. Su Shirbang's cry for help suddenly stopped, as if an invisible hand was choking his throat. The entire courtyard suddenly became terrifyingly silent, as if time had stopped. His pupils shrank quickly, as if witnessing the end of the world. His body trembled, and cold sweat covered his forehead.
"Speak."
"What's your name?" Lu Nian's fierce voice sounded, like a judge from the underworld. Su Shirbang snapped back to his senses, his voice trembling as he stammered, I am your uncle Su Shirbang." Lu Nian's mind was struck like thunder. Her small body trembled violently, and her anger surged like a volcano erupting. "So, he is the mastermind behind imprisoning and chasing me, Su Shirbang, the head of the Su family. A cowardly, bullying dog claiming to be my uncle. How ridiculous. I've been cursed with bad luck for generations, and I end up with an uncle like him. If it weren't for my mother's sake, I would have shot him dead." Lu Nian regained her composure, suppressing her anger. She looked at him coldly and asked, "Su Shirbang, you imprisoned me in the shed for 7 years without caring, not expecting today, right? When I escaped, you sent people to hunt me down. If I weren't lucky, I would have died. You even issued a bounty to kill me. How dare you ask me to save you now?" Su Shirbang's hope shattered. His face turned pale and red repeatedly, like a palette changing colors. That damn little wild kid. So sharp-tongued. Turns out she knew everything all along. I should have strangled her back then, and I wouldn't be in this mess today. It seems I can only place my hope on my sister. Maybe I can persuade this little wild kid. He hurriedly turned his head and looked at Su Wan, who was standing there staring at the man. He shouted loudly, "Little sister, don't just stand there.
What's so good about that man?
Come and save Big Brother. Your daughter wants to kill me." Hearing my older brother shout, Su Wan suddenly snapped out of her thoughts. She took a deep look at Lu Xianyuan, then walked toward her brother, lost in contemplation. "Oh my goodness. This man is so handsome. I wish he were my husband. I don't know whose family he belongs to. Once the Su family gets through this crisis, I must find a way to marry him. The way he looked at me just now, so confident.
Oh.
I can't take it anymore. Is this love at first sight? Lu Xuanyuan's brow furrowed slightly.
So when?
She seems not to recognize me. Did something change in these 8 years? When she left before, maybe she was forced to. Otherwise, why would she work so hard to have a daughter? It seems I need to start with Su Shibang to find the truth. Everything is connected to these two, father and son. Thinking this, she looked up and saw her daughter, a small figure, pointing a gun at Su Shibang's head. Her heart trembled. She dared not delay. In a flash, she quickly ran toward her daughter. Lu Nianyan's expression was cold, and a faint, sinister smile appeared on her lips. She quickly pulled back the gun's hammer, loading a bullet. The sound of the gun clicking echoed in Su Shibang's ears, like a thunderclap, making him feel as if his soul was leaving his body. Before he could recover, Lu Nianyan's cold, piercing words, like a spell, entered his ears. For Mom, you must die. This sentence was like a powerful bomb, ruthlessly destroying his mental defenses, leaving him unable to repair himself. No, don't kill me, Su Shibang shouted, fear filling his eyes. With a loud bang, the gunshot sounded like a thunderclap, echoing through the entire courtyard. The whole place fell into complete silence. 1 second. 2 seconds. Suddenly, Su Wan, like she had gone mad, threw herself onto her fallen brother, crying and speaking.
Sniff.
Big brother, you can't die. You promised me you'd become a big star. You can't break your promise. Lu Nianyan took 2 steps forward, reached out her small hand, and said softly, Mom, don't cry. Big uncle. He didn't. Before Lu Nianyan could finish her words, Su Wan suddenly turned around. Without thinking, she pushed Lu Nianyan away and cursed loudly. Damn little brat. Why don't you just die? Suddenly, an unexpected scene unfolded, catching even old Master Lu and Lu Xianyuan off guard. The woman who had lost her memory appeared suddenly, calmly catching Lu Nianyan and holding her in her arms. Tears streamed down her face as she softly said, Little Nian, Mom is taking you home. Sniff, sniff. Mom doesn't like little Nian anymore. Lu Nianyan clung to the woman's neck, crying as she spoke. Don't cry, little Nian. She isn't your real mom. Just looks similar, the woman gently said as she picked up her daughter. But I've seen my mom's face. I wouldn't mistake her. Lu Nianyan wiped her tears and whispered back. The woman thought for a moment, then softly whispered in Lu Nianyan's ear. Little Nian, you have a round birthmark on your left buttock, right? Wow. How do you know that, Mom? Lu Nianyan hiccuped through her tears, eyes wide with surprise. Little Nian, want to know? It's simple. Because, before she finished, Su Wan suddenly rushed over like she was crazy, shouting angrily, Su Yi, you better think carefully before you speak. Aren't you afraid of my dad's whistle? The woman who was called Su Yi was the second young lady of the Su family, a dispensable existence. She lived with the servants, doing the hardest chores. Not only was she underfed, but she was also beaten and scolded. Because she was an illegitimate daughter, at age 5, old Master Su brought her home from outside. He claimed she was his daughter, named her Su Yi, and put her in the servants' quarters to learn manners. At that time, Su Yi couldn't remember who she was. Her memories before age 5 were lost. She worked desperately, trying to prove herself and earn her father's approval. In winter, she washed clothes with ice water, her small hands covered in frostbite. Her thin body endured the cold wind and snow day after day, year after year. When she was 13, in winter, her father finally acknowledged her, inviting her to sit at the dining table and preparing a big meal. She was very happy, calling her father over and over. She ate for a long time, reluctant to part from him. Suddenly, she collapsed to the ground, rolling back and forth, her whole body convulsing, and she lost consciousness. When she woke up, her father was sitting in a chair, blowing a whistle. Su Yi was in terrible pain. She kept shouting, Dad, but only received cold and unfamiliar looks in return. From that moment on, she became a sharp sword in old Master Su's hands, responsible for contacting foreign organizations. She gathered various intelligence, hoping to break free from old Master Su's control and end her own life. Just as she made up her mind, Su Wan, who was engaged to the Liu family, ran away from the wedding. To win over the Liu family, old Master Su had Suyi take her place, using the family's secret traditional medicine, which was a form of disguise magic. Disguised as Su Wan, she went to join the army to serve the country, but in reality, she was trying to attract Liu Xianyuan.
Unexpectedly, Suye became pregnant.
Old Master Su handed this matter over to his son, Su Shibang, insisting that the mother be kept alive. But Suyi threatened to die, which led to the events that followed. Suye's face changed. She looked at her obedient daughter in her arms, then suddenly raised her head, her eyes full of murderous intent. She slowly stood up, holding the baby with her left hand, and suddenly reached out with her right hand, grabbing Su Wan's neck, her voice sounding like it was squeezed from between her teeth. Old dog Su, I will kill him myself.
You can die right now.
With that, she squeezed her hand harder, intending to crush her throat and avenge herself. Su Wan had humiliated her, made her drink muddy water, and in winter, she kneeled in the snow, shouting that she was a wild child. She slapped herself in front of everyone, tied a rope around her neck. As a dog for others to play with and amuse themselves, she deserved the punishment. Su Wan struggled, trying to pry Suye's hand off her neck, but it was useless. Her face was pale as paper, cold sweat dripped down her forehead, and she weakly begged, "No. Don't kill me. Please let me go. I'll kowtow and admit my mistake. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything you want." Suye's lips curled into a sneer, lifting her chin with a mocking look. Hee hee. You're scared now. Miss Su, you really are a useless waste. Besides being flirtatious and happy, you're just fat now. And me? I didn't want to argue with you, but you insisted on rushing into danger, so don't blame me. My dear sister, remember, in the next life, you must be a good person. Suye's right hand was just about to tighten. Suddenly, a figure appeared and struck her right hand. If she hadn't stopped, she would have been hurt. She was not afraid at all, her eyes full of anger. She suddenly squeezed, trying to choke Su Wan. There was a sharp snap. Suye's arm hurt. He hugged Nian Bao and took 2 steps back, then looked up at the person who came. His body trembled, tears welled up in his eyes, but he forced them back. His gaze was sharp, staring at him as if he wanted to see through his heart. Liu Xianyuan. He didn't want to see her hurt anyone. He had just acted, thinking she could dodge, but he didn't expect her to prefer getting hurt rather than letting Su Wan be harmed. Su Wan is the mother of the girl. He couldn't just watch her die. He wanted to go check her arm, see how badly she was hurt, but Su Wan grabbed him. Brother, my throat hurts so much. Please take me to the hospital quickly. I beg you, Su Wan said with a pale face, looking like she was about to die. Liu Xianyuan quickly pulled his arm away, his eyes full of disgust.
He didn't know why.
Just looking at her made him feel sick. He wished he could kick her away. Lu Nian was confused. Why does her stepmother want to hurt her? And why does she call her sister? Could it be that her stepmother and she are real sisters? It seems that Su Wan might not be her real mother. Otherwise, she wouldn't have pushed her away. Her stepmother wants to hurt her, but she feels strangely happy about it. Dad saved her and even hurt her stepmother's arm, but her heart felt like it was being torn apart. Lu Nian broke free from Suye's arms, took out a melon from her clothes, and wiped it with her hand. Stepmother, eat the melon. If you eat it, the pain will go away, she said with tears in her big eyes, softly. Suyi snapped out of his thoughts, quickly squatted down, and endured the sharp pain in his right arm. He gently said, Nian Bao, I won't eat the melon. You eat it yourself.
Oh.
Stepmother, if you let me eat, I will eat it. Otherwise, Nian Bao will be angry, she pouted, looking upset. Seeing his daughter's cute look, his cold heart melted instantly. He smiled affectionately and softly said, Okay, is it okay if I eat it? He took the melon from her and ate it eagerly. Soon, the whole melon was finished. Suyi felt a sudden numbness in his arm. He quickly looked at the injured area. In an instant, his eyes widened with disbelief. He saw that the swollen, bruised spot was visibly healing, the redness and swelling fading away rapidly. Soon, it was as if nothing had happened. Suyi hurriedly moved his arm and realized he no longer felt any pain. He wondered where this miraculous healing effect came from. Could it be that his memory recovery was thanks to his daughter? Suyi quickly picked up his daughter and took a few steps forward to grab the pistol lying on the ground. He went to the unconscious Su Shirbang, aimed at his knee, and without hesitation, pulled the trigger. Bang!
Bang! Bang!
Bang! He fired 4 shots, shattering Su Shirbang's kneecap. From now on, he would be confined to a wheelchair. At least, he had avenged his daughter. Su Shirbang was awakened by the pain, crying out miserably. He covered his knees with his hands, blood flowing through his fingers. Suyi held the pistol, turned, and looked at Suwon. Suddenly, he raised his right hand and aimed at her left knee, ready to shoot. Lu Xianyuan quickly stepped in front of her, staring fiercely at Suyi, shouting loudly, "Put the gun down now."
Lu Xianyuan,
our fate is sealed. We will never meet again in this life. Suyi sighed bitterly, threw the gun on the ground, and turned to carry his daughter toward the door of the courtyard. Lu Xianyuan trembled suddenly, as if struck by lightning. He froze in place, whispering softly, "Our fate is sealed. We will never meet again in this life." His eyes fixed on her departing figure, feeling a sharp pain in his heart, as if something was peeling away from his body, a little. A little. Deep in his mind, memories seemed to be summoned, trying to break free and escape the confinement. A faint. A faint. Lu Xuanyuan's head throbbed painfully. He covered his head with both hands, roaring like a beast, pounding his skull. Gradually, those fragmented memories faded like a tide. His eyes turned red. He slowly extended his right hand, trying to hold her back. He opened his mouth but couldn't produce any sound. "Brother, Wanwan's throat hurts so much. Can you take me to the hospital?" Suwon grabbed Lu Xuanyuan's arm, nuzzling his flesh, and spoke shyly. Lu Xianyuan snapped back to reality, suddenly pushing Suwon away. His eyes were sharp like knives, staring at her coldly as he asked, "Tell me, where is the birthmark on my body? What shape is it?" Suwon was pushed off balance. Just as she steadied herself, she heard his questioning voice. Anger burned inside her, making her feel furious. She crossed her arms and said sarcastically, "Oh, big brother, are you kidding? I just think you look good, and I'm interested in your body. You ask me about the birthmark and its shape? I'm not your mother. If you ask me, who should I ask?" Lu Xianyuan was stunned. She didn't even know about the birthmark on her own arm. Who is she really? From the moment she pushed her daughter earlier, even if she was her mother, she would never marry her. And why does she have no memories between them? Lu Xianyuan stared at Suwon tightly. His voice sounded like it was coming from his throat as he continued to ask, "Then tell me, have you lost your memory? Or has someone threatened or intimidated you?" Suwon couldn't help but laugh out of anger. Although the situation was strange, this man might be seriously ill. It's a pity about his good looks. If he were a bit smarter, even if I were a moth flying into the flame, I'd still be willing to give myself to him. Since that's the case, don't hold back. Watch me tear you apart. She placed her left hand on her waist and pointed at Lu Xianyuan with her right finger, shouting angrily, "Big brother, are you crazy? If you're sick, go see a doctor. I've never lost my memory since I was a child. Besides, my father is the head of the Su family. Who dares threaten or intimidate me? What are you even? You look decent, but you're just a useless coward. If it weren't for you saving me just now, I'd make sure to call out your ancestors' names." Lu Xianyuan was silent. The girl in his dream wasn't Suwon.
Who could she be then?
He looked up at the figure stopped by the military zone and saw her daughter, who was quietly holding her without crying or making trouble. Thinking of Su Ye's words earlier, "Our fate is over, we will never meet again in this life," he realized that her determined look was somewhat similar to the girl in his dream.
Could she be
the girl from his dream?
So,
What was he doing just now? Suddenly, a loud shout rang out like a thunderclap, shocking everyone in the courtyard. All the people from the Su family and the security zone trembled and looked toward the source of the sound. Old Master Lu stood on the steps, radiating a frightening aura. Like an ancient beast just awakened, his cold eyes swept over everyone, and his deep voice sounded. The Su family is guilty of treason, selling people, abusing women and children, hiring thugs, and harming innocent lives. They planned rebellion, colluded with officials and businessmen, disregarded human life, and kept my granddaughter in prison for 7 years. They murdered over 200 elders for billions of dollars, committing a terrible crime. Within the Red Walls, it is a national order. From this moment, all property of the Su family is confiscated and turned over to the state treasury. The business license of the Joint Defense Security Company is revoked, and weapons and ammunition are seized. All members of the Su family and security personnel will be examined by the judicial authorities. Additionally, for the more than 100 thugs executed earlier, their families will be notified to claim their bodies after their identities are confirmed. If no one claims them within 3 days, they will be taken directly to the crematorium for burning, led by me, Lu Qingtian. With the cooperation of all officers in the security zone, this will be carried out immediately. After Old Master Lu finished speaking, the security zone began to arrest people, and chaos broke out instantly. People begged for mercy, cried, cursed, and pushed and pulled, creating a mournful scene. This is the punishment the Su family deserved. In all parts of China, their influence reached far. Countless families had been persecuted. Elderly people, crying all day long, stood in front of dilapidated thatched cottages, looking out with hope. Orphan children, bullied and ignored because they had no parents. When someone announced, "Dinner is ready," it broke everyone's heart. Orphans sat on the ground, smelling the aroma of food, swallowing their saliva repeatedly. Parents who went out to work with hope, saying goodbye tearfully to their children, never expected it to be forever. One story after another, all related to the Su family. Suwon was handcuffed by 2 soldiers. Only then did she realize that the Su family was finished. No matter how powerful the Su family was, they could not oppose a great nation. Fortunately, she had not killed anyone or committed any crimes. She only used some dirty money. As she passed by Lu Xianyuan, she looked up at the handsome man, raised her chin, and asked, "Hey,
Man,
what's your name?" Lu Xianyuan seemed not to hear her. His eyes stayed fixed on the mother and daughter at the gate. She wanted to step forward but was too afraid. The mighty Lu Yanwang of China was actually as timid as a mouse. Suwon smiled and was about to leave when she suddenly heard Old Master Lu shout loudly, "Lu Xianyuan, hurry up and bring back my big obedient granddaughter." "How did you become a father?" Suwon's mind went blank. She froze in place, feeling like she had been slapped hard in the face, burning with pain. It turned out that her marriage partner was the handsome man in front of her. Why was she running away from marriage? It was all because of her friends, who kept whispering nonsense in her ear. They said he was extremely ugly, snored loudly, and even dreamed so badly that he could wake himself up. They also said that after she married him, she would become a widow soon, since all 5 of his brothers had died in battle, and he might be next. Suwon struggled desperately, her body twisting and falling backward, screaming in pain. "Fraud. All fraud. My man is being taken by that wicked girl. I won't accept this." 2 soldiers tightly held Suwon and dragged her toward the gate, leaving 2 marks on the ground. A deafening explosion tore through the air, violently ripping the void apart. The entire old Su family house was instantly destroyed. The loud noise rumbled like thunder, causing the whole city of Kyoto to shake. Fragments of stone flew everywhere, smashing onto the car holding Old Master Su with loud bangs. The Su family members being taken out of the house, along with most of the soldiers from the security zone, were all knocked unconscious. Old Master Su's lips curled into a faint smile as he muttered, "Old Lu dog, the gift I prepared for you, surprise or not, unexpected or not. I planned to perish with you, but I didn't expect you to put me in the car. The old house had explosives buried inside long ago. Before you arrived, I already pressed the button. However, what he didn't know was that just at the moment of the explosion, Mao sensed danger. It broke through the barrier, escaped into space, and cast a spell to bring everyone into it. The fur ball was badly hurt, breathing weakly, and fell into a deep coma. Lu Nian held the unconscious fur ball, her heart aching terribly. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she sobbed. Fur ball, please don't die. Let's eat chicken legs together, okay? Sniff. Furball, you're my best friend. I can't be without you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have awakened my past life memories, and I wouldn't have found my dad. Sniff. On the train, if you hadn't saved me, I might have died. Lu Nian hugged the little white fox, gently patting its belly with her chubby hand. Tears kept falling, like free-flowing strings of crystal-clear water. The tears and mucus mixed together, forming shiny, transparent threads that dripped down. Some of the tears landed on the white fox's soft belly fur, making a damp patch that was sticky and uncomfortable. The sleeping consciousness of the white fox was slowly waking up. It only felt its body was soft and weak, and it was extremely thirsty. Suddenly, it heard its young owner crying loudly nearby. It was so happy that it wanted to speak. It opened its mouth but couldn't make any sound. It used all its strength to move its tiny paws. It wanted to remind its owner that it was alive and to stop crying because the crying was so unpleasant. And it felt sticky stuff on its belly. What was that? It was so uncomfortable. Oh no. Could it be that its owner's nose mucus fell on its belly? Sniff. The white fox's mind went blank. It was a very clean fox, after all. Ah. Furball, you're awake. That's great. Lu Nian saw the white fox open its eyes and stare at her intensely. She was instantly overjoyed. Furball, are you thirsty? Just wait a moment. Lu Nian waved her right hand, and a glass of water appeared. She leaned the little white fox against her chest and fed the water into its mouth. Soon, the glass was empty. She fed it 2 pieces of fruit, then carried it into the thatched hut and placed it on the bed. She covered it with a blanket, finally feeling relieved. She looked at Zhou Hongru and smiled slightly. A mischievous smile appeared on her face as she muttered to herself, "Old uncle, you'll be out soon. The little white fox said your bones are special. I will help reshape your muscles and bones. You'll have great achievements in the future. Protecting you means I don't know if you can handle bullets, planes, or cannons. All right, just stay here and lie down. I need to leave this space quickly, or something big might happen." Lu Nian's figure flickered and disappeared from the spot, appearing among the ruins of a Su family old house. She looked around but saw no one. With a wave of her right hand, she moved everyone out of the space. Seeing the people lying in disarray, Lu Nian suddenly felt a headache. Her clothes didn't quite fit either. Her mind started to work quickly. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she hurriedly began to tear her clothes apart. Using her space powers, she started to sprinkle dirt on them and made their clothes look torn and ragged. Lu Nian, with her short legs, pouted her little bottom and worked happily and busily. Outside the abandoned area, a small bird perched on a big tree, tilting its head and watching intently. Wow, this little human child can actually create corpses out of thin air. So amazing. But why did she have to tear people's clothes? She even stepped on them with her foot. Such a young age. Why not learn better? And she has this strange habit. Lu Nian looked at her masterpiece, nodded with satisfaction, and then made herself look dirty. She went over to her adoptive mother, lying down beside her, placing her hand on her, and curling her little head into her embrace. She slowly closed her eyes and soon fell asleep, even snoring softly. Not long after Lu Nian fell asleep, leaders from various levels and rescue teams arrived at the scene and began their rescue work. Surprisingly, everyone was alive and unharmed, which puzzled them greatly. The inspection showed that everyone had been knocked out by the shockwave but was fine. For safety, they were still sent to the People's Hospital in Kyoto for observation. When Grandma Lu heard the bad news, she almost fainted and hurriedly rushed to the hospital. She saw her obedient granddaughter lying in the arms of a crazy woman, snoring softly, and couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Then she went to see her son and the old man, found they were unharmed, and finally showed a smile. She knew very well that all this was thanks to her obedient granddaughter. Otherwise, they might not have escaped the disaster. She sat by her granddaughter's hospital bed, gently holding her small hand, full of love. Suyi slowly opened his eyes and saw Grandma Lu holding his mother's hand, smiling warmly. This is a heartfelt smile, a deeply loving smile, a kind of smile she has never experienced before. For a moment, she hesitated, wondering whether to take her daughter back to her own home. Was this act too selfish?
Oh,
You're awake. Are you hungry? Grandma Lu asked with concern. Mom, I'm not hungry. Suya's voice was a little hoarse, and tears sparkled in her eyes. She wished so much that the elderly woman in front of her was her real mother, so she could jump into her mother's arms and be a little spoiled like others. Oh, you child. What time is it? How can you not be hungry? Grandma Lu was touched by Suyi calling her Mom, feeling a mix of emotions she couldn't quite explain, partly moved, partly pained.
Mom.
I'm really not hungry, just a bit thirsty. Could you pour me a glass of water? Suyi looked at her with hopeful eyes.
All right.
Wait a moment, I'll pour water for you now. Grandma Lu hurriedly got up, picked up the water jug on the hospital table, and poured a glass of water. Thank you, Mom. Suyi whispered, tears falling, which she quickly wiped away. Grandma Lu tested the temperature, then brought the glass to her lips and softly said, Sweetheart.
Drink it.
It's not hot. Oh, sweetheart, you're not crazy, are you? Grandma Lu looked surprised. I'm not crazy.
Suya nodded softly.
Oh, that's wonderful. Grandma Lu smiled with all her wrinkles showing. Sweetheart, wait for me. I'll make something delicious for you. Grandma Lu hurriedly left.
Mom. Sorry.
Does Lu Xianyuan not like me? Suyi whispered softly, then quickly got up, put on her shoes, and took her daughter to leave the hospital room. Suyi carried her daughter out of the hospital, heading toward their home. 2 hours later, she held her daughter's hand and arrived in front of a traditional courtyard. She stopped and softly said, Nianbao, this is Mom's home.
Mom.
Aren't we going back to Grandpa and Grandma's house? Lu Nian asked curiously. We're not going back. From now on, we'll live here. Suyi gently rubbed her daughter's little head. She squatted by the wall, took the key from under the brick, and unlocked the big gate. Holding her daughter's hand, she entered the courtyard, reached the door, and unlocked it with a key. Mother and daughter stepped into the hall. This is the house she bought with her savings when she was working as a killer. It was her safety and her daughter's safety. But she never expected her daughter would be taken away and she would be knocked out and locked in the basement. Nianbao. Do you remember that nursery rhyme in the woodshed? Suyi crouched down, holding her daughter's shoulders gently, and asked softly.
Wow. Mom.
How do you know that? Lu Nian's eyes widened in surprise as she asked softly. Because I am your real mom, Suyi explained simply what had happened. Sniffle.
Mom.
I miss you so much. Lu Nian threw herself into Suyi's arms and cried loudly. Suyi also hugged her daughter tightly, tears streaming down her face. Mother and daughter held each other closely. Lu Nian was playing in the yard, sticking out her little bottom, poking an ant hole with a stick, while small puppy sat nearby. The puppy barked now and then, playing with its owner. Its adorable, puppy-like look was simply heart-melting. This was the little puppy she brought back from the market, hoping it could keep her daughter company and chase away her loneliness. In recent days, her daughter sat on the steps, staring blankly at the gate, clearly missing her grandparents. But her daughter was everything to her, her only comfort. She couldn't bear to be separated from her. Seeing her daughter's small body, Suye's heart felt like it was pierced by needles, hurting deeply. She quickly wiped her tears, stood up, and went inside the house. She planned to cook something delicious for her daughter to make up for the lost years and her daughter's health. Su Yu went straight to the kitchen, started picking and washing vegetables and cooking rice efficiently. Soon, the aroma of food filled the entire courtyard. Lu Nian sniffed the air, her eyes squinting instantly, and her little belly growled loudly.
Wow.
It smells so good, Mom. Nianbao is coming. Lu Nian immediately dropped her stick and ran back on her short legs. Vegetables for sale.
Come and see.
No fresh vegetables, no charge. A familiar voice came from outside the yard. Lu Nian hurriedly stopped, turned her head toward the gate. She felt conflicted inside. Her mom didn't want her to go out, worried about bad people taking her away. But she was very brave. Ghosts had to go around her, so she wasn't afraid of humans. Yet, this voice was clearly her grandpa's. She misses her grandparents very much. If she opens the door to the yard, will her mother be angry? Lu Nian's small face puckered up like a bun.
So Danny, sui se voice sounded.
Lu Nian hurriedly turned to look at her mother, full of excitement, and said, "Thank you, Mom." After speaking, she couldn't wait to run toward the gate. Her clothes fluttered happily in the wind, and her pigtails swung back and forth. When she opened the door, she saw her grandfather wearing a straw hat, pushing a cart full of vegetables, coming toward her. Hearing the door open, Grandpa Lu turned his head and saw his well-behaved granddaughter standing at the gate. He thought he was dreaming. He quickly rubbed his eyes, then looked again. This time, he was sure it was his beloved granddaughter. Tears welled up in his eyes. He let go of the cart handle, and with a loud clatter, the cart tipped over, and vegetables spilled everywhere. Grandpa Lu didn't care. He hurried 2 steps toward his granddaughter, his throat moving, eyes fixed on her. He slowly squatted down, stretched out his hands, his lips trembling, and choked out, "Sweet granddaughter, Grandpa missed you so much." "Woo-woo, Grandpa, I missed you too." Lu Nian instantly burst into tears, like a small cannonball rushing into her grandpa. They hugged tightly.
Tightly.
Lu Nian held her grandpa's neck with her small hand, her chin resting on his broad shoulder. Her tiny face, covered with tears, kept sniffling, her shoulders trembling. Hearing her granddaughter cry, Grandpa Lu's heart felt like it was being torn apart, like a big knife stabbing into his chest, twisting wildly. It was so painful he could hardly breathe. He held his granddaughter in his arms, tears uncontrollably sliding down his face, trembling as he said, "Sweet granddaughter, ever since that crazy woman took you away, Grandma and I have gone crazy with worry. We searched everywhere for you, but we couldn't find any news. So, we thought of selling vegetables to make a living. Woo-woo, Grandpa, I miss you too. I think about you all the time." Lu Nian hiccuped through her tears, speaking softly. Grandpa Lu's eyes were red, and his anger burned like lava, ready to explode. He wished he could immediately punish that crazy woman. After Grandpa Lu woke up, he asked the doctor about his obedient granddaughter. When he heard she was fine, he finally relaxed. He quickly got out of bed and went to his granddaughter's hospital room. When he pushed the door open, he saw Lu Xianyuan sitting on the ground, smoking nonstop. Meanwhile, Grandma Lu was crying on the bed. Sensing something was wrong, he hurried over to ask what happened. He learned that a crazy woman had taken his granddaughter while his wife was cooking. Grandpa Lu was furious and immediately took out his phone to send people across the city to search for his granddaughter. She had to be found. But just as he was about to dial, Lu Xianyuan snatched the phone away and refused to let him call. He didn't explain why, just sat on the floor, looking like he had drunk half a bottle of strong liquor. Grandpa Lu was so angry, he was trembling. He pointed at Lu Xianyuan and shouted loudly, "You little brat, why won't you let me call? If you don't tell me the truth, I'll skin you today. Are you going to tell or not? You disobedient son. Ningning is your daughter. Now a crazy woman has taken her. Aren't you worried at all? Fine, you won't say anything, huh? Just wait, I'll beat you to death for being unfilial." After saying that, Grandpa Lu grabbed a broom from behind the door and started hitting him. But Lu Xianyuan remained silent. Grandma Lu let out a soft cry and then looked at Grandpa Lu, raising her voice. "What's the use of hitting him? Ningning's whereabouts are unknown. We must find her. If he won't let me call, I will. I'll send people to look for her. If we find the crazy woman, we'll kill her immediately. No. None of you are allowed to touch her. Otherwise, I will never forgive you. Lu Xianyuan suddenly stood up and shouted loudly. Grandpa Lu was stunned. Grandma Lu wiped her tears, glanced at her foolish husband, and softly said, Xianyuan, you have a task. Just go. We've been urging you to call for a while now. Lu Xianyuan stood up, looking at his parents with a mix of guilt and sadness. He didn't know how to speak. If she wasn't his daughter's mother, it would all be for nothing. He couldn't be sure that Su Yi was the mother without clear proof. Their looks were completely different. He couldn't just guess and call her his wife based on feelings. Only a paternity test could confirm. Additionally, the name Su Yi always feels familiar, but I can't remember where I saw it. Mom and Dad. Nian Nian will be fine. When I finish my mission, I will give you both an explanation, Lu Xianyuan said firmly, standing straight. Got it. Now go away. Old Master Lu turned his head to the side, sounding annoyed.
Dad.
Can I discuss something with you? Lu Xianyuan asked carefully. Say what you need to say, or just shut up, Old Master Lu snapped angrily. Next time, could you please not embarrass your son? Lu Xianyuan quickly moved to the door, ready to leave. Old Master Lu shouted loudly, like a thunderclap, echoing through the hospital. When Lu Xianyuan stepped outside, his aura suddenly changed, like a beast breaking free from chains, showing fierce teeth. His throat moved, voice hoarse, as if it was ground from within his chest, sounding rusty and harsh. Damn those foreigners from that island country. How dare they cross into our China and harm our people? I, Lu Xianyuan, will make them pay with blood. Old Master Lu and Grandma Lu started searching for their well-behaved granddaughter, checking every street and alley. They also sent people to ask around, but no news of the good granddaughter. This made them very anxious. Finally, Grandma Lu came up with the idea of selling vegetables, hoping to find their big, obedient granddaughter. She entrusted this difficult task to Old Master Lu, leading to the scene at the beginning. Su Yi stood at the door, watching the grandfather and granddaughter hugging, and her icy heart melted a little. Facing Old Master Lu's fierce gaze, she showed no fear. She looked up at the bright sun and said calmly, Nian Bao. Bring Grandpa inside to eat. Thank you, Mom. Nian Nian wiped her tears, sweetly saying. Old Master Lu was stunned. It was different from what he imagined. The anger that had just risen was like being poured with a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguished. Grandpa, wait a moment. Nian Nian went to the cart, looked around, and with a wave of her hand, the vegetables and cart disappeared into her space. Then she walked over to Old Master Lu, reached out her small hand, and gently grabbed his finger, softly saying, Grandpa, come inside with your granddaughter to eat. The grandfather and granddaughter walked into the yard. The small puppy on the ground saw the stranger and started barking loudly. Lu Niannian quickly knelt down, picked up the puppy, and sternly said, Don't bite Grandpa, or I won't play with you anymore. The puppy wagged its tail, licked its nose twice, and made soft whining sounds. Lu Niannian put it back on the ground, and it stopped barking. It then ran to Grandpa Lu's feet and sniffed around. Grandpa, let's go inside. Mom's cooking is so delicious, you'll want to eat more, Lu Niannian said happily, smiling and blinking her big eyes, looking very pleased. All right, then Grandpa will have a good meal, Grandpa Lu said, squatting down and lifting his obedient granddaughter into his arms. He strode toward the house. This crazy woman was holding her granddaughter in the Su family and talking about unrelated things. He decided not to argue with her for now. He wanted to see what her real purpose was in taking his granddaughter away. When they reached the door, he opened it and went inside, heading straight to the dining room and sitting down. Looking at the table full of delicious food, he swallowed hard and looked across at Su Yi, sitting opposite him. He said in a serious voice, Tell me, why did you take my obedient granddaughter away? To get my daughter registered for household registration. I want her to go to school. Su Yi replied calmly, meeting Grandpa Lu's gaze. Grandpa Lu was stunned. Oh no! How could he forget? His obedient granddaughter still hadn't registered her household. After returning home, so many things happened that he forgot such an important matter. As a grandfather, he felt he wasn't doing a good job. He needed someone else to remind him. But then again, whether his granddaughter has household registration or not, what does it have to do with this crazy woman? If she doesn't give him an explanation today, he would call the police. And how could she claim that his obedient granddaughter was her daughter? How shameless! Grandpa Lu's whole body suddenly radiated a strong aura, and the air around him seemed to cool. His eyes turned cold as a blade, and he stared fiercely at Su Yi, saying in a deep voice, "Nian Nian is my Lu Qingtian's granddaughter, the only bloodline of the Lu family. Getting her registered and sending her to school are our responsibilities." "What does that have to do with you?" Lu Nian was standing on a stool, holding her favorite braised pork and scooping some into her bowl. Then he picked up his bowl, jumped off the stool, and walked into the living room with short steps. He sat on the sofa and started eating eagerly. His cheeks were puffed up like a big hamster's, and his eyes were squinted into a small slit. He looked very happy and content. He didn't dare get involved in the fight among the gods. His grandpa and mom were his family. At a critical moment, if he stepped in, he would definitely impress everyone. That would be very cool. Mom's braised pork smells so good. Lu Nian was eating with her mouth full, her eyes occasionally glancing toward the dining room. Hee, what does that have to do with me? Sui smiled playfully and said, Nian is registered because she is my daughter. What does that have to do with your Lu family? Did you raise her? She was imprisoned in the woodshed by the Su family for 7 years. Does anyone in your Lu family even know she exists? Just because you call her your granddaughter, where do you get such confidence? Today, I make this clear. If you want to take my daughter away, there's no way. The threshold of your Lu family is too high. Su Yi and my daughter can't reach it. Pay for the meal and leave. I don't owe your Lu family anything, and your Lu family doesn't owe me either. Besides, I already paid for 2 of your meals, and my daughter has already paid me back. Su Yi stood up, trembling all over, and pointed coldly at the door. Old Master Lu, the door is right there. Have a good trip. Humph. You can't be Nian Bao's real mother. If you want me to leave, I can. But I must take my lovely granddaughter with me. Old Master Lu snorted coldly, sat on the stool, and started eating his bowl of rice. You. Su Yi forced down her anger and stared fiercely at Old Master Lu. This dish is pretty good. If only it had a little more salt. This braised fish is quite creative, but it tastes so. And this braised pork just used less dark soy sauce. It looks a bit too black. Old Master Lu kept commenting while eating, ignoring Su Yi's fierce gaze. He was eating happily. After finishing the meal, he let out a big burp, wiped his mouth, and stood up. He went outside to freshen up, then returned full of energy, sat on the sofa again, and watched his obedient granddaughter eat. He felt very happy. Nothing big happened recently. Not only can I spend time with my obedient granddaughter, but I can also enjoy meals without washing dishes. Where else can I find such happiness? As for registering my obedient granddaughter's household, it's really a difficult problem. It's quite hard to handle. China has very strict family planning policies, and they enforce them tightly. Having more children than allowed is definitely not permitted, especially since I don't even know who the granddaughter's biological mother is. Oh, right. Maybe Suwon knows who the granddaughter's mother is? How did I forget about her? This is terrible. No, I must call and ask immediately. Just as I was about to stand up, I saw my granddaughter staring at me with big eyes, not holding back her feelings. Oh, my dear granddaughter. What's wrong? Come and tell Grandpa, Grandpa Lu said, holding her in his arms with concern.
Sniff.
Grandpa, did you eat my braised pork? Nanbao's tears started to fall, and she was really crying. She had just looked at the dinner table and saw nothing left, not even the fish bones from the braised fish. Don't cry, my good granddaughter. It's okay. Grandpa was wrong. It's all my fault, Grandpa Lu said, hugging her and apologizing repeatedly. He really wanted to find a hole to hide in. How could he be so greedy? He ate his granddaughter's braised pork.
Sniff.
Grandpa, I'm hungry. Nanbao's tears rolled down her cheeks. Be good, my granddaughter. Wait a moment. Grandpa will ask that crazy woman to cook something nice for you. Grandpa Lu gently patted her back and softly comforted her.
Grandpa.
Mom is not a crazy woman. She is my real mother, Nanbao said, puffing out her little face angrily. Grandpa Lu was surprised, then he asked, Sweet granddaughter, don't lie to Grandpa. Are you telling the truth? Absolutely. Su Yi is my real mother, Nanbao nodded firmly, speaking fiercely. Dear granddaughter, did she tell you that? Or are you being tricked by her? Grandpa Lu asked softly, holding Nanbao. Could it be that this crazy woman really is the granddaughter's mother? If so, did I overreact just now? My son told me not to touch her, or I would never be forgiven. That means what the granddaughter said is probably true. No, I can't just take her word for it. I need a DNA test to be sure. My dear granddaughter, wait a moment. How about going to the hospital with your mother to do a paternity test? Old Mr. Lu gently patted Nianbao's small shoulder, asking for her opinion. No way, Nianbao answered firmly, not giving her grandfather any face. Su Yi finished washing the dishes and went to the living room. He overheard old Mr. Lu talking about having his daughter do a paternity test with himself. He frowned slightly, turned around, and walked into the room. He approached the redwood wardrobe, opened the door, and searched inside but found nothing. He touched his chin thoughtfully. Then he closed the wardrobe door and went to the bedside. He squatted down and opened a drawer. The upper drawer was filled with miscellaneous items. He looked through it, but still couldn't find what he was looking for. He then opened the lower drawer. His eyes lit up, and he quickly reached in to take out a wooden box. He opened the box, revealing 2 red booklets like passports. He took them out. On the covers, it said, Marriage Certificate in big characters. He gently opened it. On the left side, it was stamped with Ministry of Civil Affairs, North Province, Huaxia, and on the right, a large double happiness character. Above the double happiness symbol was a photo of her with Lu Xianyuan. At the bottom, handwritten, was Certificate Holder, Su Yi. The other booklet had Certificate Holder, Lu Xianyuan, written on it. Tears welled up in her eyes. She hurriedly wiped them away and placed the empty box back into the drawer, closing it. Holding the marriage certificate, she decided to register her daughter's household registration this afternoon. She and the Su family didn't share the same household registration, which she was grateful for. Old Mr. Su said she was unworthy. So she kept her own household registration, brought the prepared documents, and left the room. She went to the coffee table and handed the marriage certificate directly to old Mr. Lu. Old Mr. Lu suddenly stood up. He quickly took the certificate, opened it in shock, and his jaw dropped instantly. Her son was actually married.
How could that be?
As a senior leader, marriage approval was very strict. There was no way such a mistake could happen unless someone deliberately did it or there was negligence. Even if her son was married, it was to the girl from the Su family, not this crazy woman, who was behind the scenes at the North Province Military Command's Family Planning Office and the local Civil Affairs Bureau. Without her son knowing, he married this woman and they had her adorable granddaughter. The photo, name, and the stamp from the Northern Province Civil Affairs Department on this marriage certificate are all genuine. Could it be that enemy agents have infiltrated the top levels of the Northern Province and are working hard to make this happen? Their goal is to get inside, steal military secrets, and control the strategic plans of the province.
So,
the crazy woman in front of us might actually be a spy planted by China. Old Master Lu suddenly drew his gun and aimed it at Su Yi, radiating a terrifying aura. His eyes were fierce, like an ancient beast, staring tightly at his target. His throat moved as if being hammered in his chest, producing a deep, heavy sound.
Speak.
What is going on with this marriage certificate? You better give me a good explanation, or I will shoot you right now. Su Yi suddenly froze. Her eyes turned slightly red, and her heart felt like it was being torn apart, as if a long-hidden scar was being reopened. Her lips parted slightly, and her thoughts drifted back to 8 years ago. It was the winter when she replaced Su Wan to join the army. Snow was falling heavily, covering the military camp in white. A liberation truck drove steadily into the northern province military district. The wheels crushed the snow with a crunch, heading straight for the hall entrance. 10 minutes later, Sui got off the truck with her female soldier comrades, standing among the crowd, trembling from the cold. Because she had no winter coat, and even the uniform issued by the army had been burned by Su-won. People said she wasn't fit to wear the uniform, just a stand-in, and she would never escape the control of the Su family. In the end, she wore her torn clothes, braving the cold winter, and boarded a train to northern province. But luckily, she met a benefactor in her life, her mentor, Yi Guiqing. He took off his coat and forced it onto Su-yi, sharing his food with her. Otherwise, she might have fallen seriously ill before reaching northern province. Her body was weak, and the biting cold finally brought her some comfort. After registering and counting the personnel, Su-yi was successfully assigned to the reconnaissance company as a scout. She had her first filling meal, slept in her own bed, and received a new military uniform. Time flew by quickly. In June, with her strong will and resilience, she successfully joined the Wolf Fong training team and became a Wolf Fong soldier. The team leader was Yi Guiqing. Under the careful guidance of her master, and with the assassination skills she learned from the Su family, she finally saw a glimmer of hope. That was to break free from the control of the Su family. She kept completing missions, gained recognition, and was included in the list for promotion. Liu Xianyuan drove a jeep to the training ground, specifically to find her, saying that his family was urging him to marry. That was their first meeting. The afternoon sun reflected on his handsome face, making him very charming, and her heart was captivated. But she knew that this man loved not her, but Su-won, the eldest daughter of the Su family. The secret medicine from the Su family couldn't be kept hidden, but she still fell for him like a moth to a flame. 2 months later, in mid-August, she felt nauseous and asked for leave to go to the hospital, where she found out she was pregnant. She was stunned instantly. She wanted to tell Liu Xianyuan about the pregnancy, but was afraid to, worried he would find out she was a substitute and abandon her and the baby. For the sake of the baby, she had to get a marriage certificate first and find a chance to tell him. If he insisted on abandoning her and the child, she would raise the baby herself. She had already submitted the marriage application, but didn't want to marry him as Su-won's substitute. So she sneaked into the family planning office, found the approval document, crossed out the word Wan, and wrote Yi instead. Then she approached Liu Xianyuan, asking for his help, saying her cousin was forced into marriage, but didn't want to marry. She asked him to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau, just to pretend, without actually registering the marriage, to fool her family. Unexpectedly, he agreed immediately. Su-yi felt anxious and uneasy, but decided to take a chance for the baby. At worst, she would come clean later. Now she was just waiting for the secret medicine to take effect, so she could restore her appearance and get the marriage certificate. But she had a strange feeling that something was wrong. So she went to her master's house, finally knocking on the door and walking in. Her master and his wife cared for her deeply, so she poured out all her grievances. She told them about replacing Su-won, the bullying she suffered in the Su family, and the terrifying whistle. Yi Guiqing was furious and immediately wanted to call the Yi family to seek justice. But she stopped him. She said she would wait until she had the marriage certificate and hoped her master could help her get the approval document. Her master agreed, without hesitation. He hurriedly took out his phone. In less than 20 minutes, the troop's approval letter arrived. Her appearance finally returned to normal. She put on glasses and Liu Xianyuan cooperated by going to the civil affairs office. When they met, he didn't even look at her. After taking photos and completing other procedures, they went to the marriage registration window. Su-yi felt confused. If he didn't sign, all his previous efforts might be wasted.
Hey,
What are you doing?
hurry up and sign.
Don't you see there's a line behind us? The civil worker urged. Brother-in-law, please sign your name quickly. My family is here. Hurry up. Once you sign, you can leave, she said. I don't have your military marriage application. What are you afraid of? Besides, my sister asked you to cooperate with me, he replied. Lu Xianyuan signed his name. Just as he was about to stand up, he saw another application form with Su Ye's name on it. A soldier ran over, saying the Wolf Fong battalion leader was looking for him urgently. Lu Xianyuan hurried out of the civil affairs office. The engine roared, and the jeep sped away. Sui held the freshly issued marriage certificate and left the civil affairs office. He saw a fake soldier and gave him 5 yuan. The fake soldier nodded at Su Yi and then ran off very quickly. Su Yi applied a secret medicine, put on a mask over his face, and after a sharp pain, he took the mask off, revealing Su Wan's hateful face. Su Yi received a mission. This time, he would never return. Su Yi hugged his daughter and left the house, leaving old Master Lu standing there in a daze. The fake marriage certificate. No, it wasn't a lie. It was real. I, Lu Qingtian, admit it. My wife also admits it. Our Lu family all admits it. Suddenly realizing what had happened, he hurriedly ran outside, quickly took out his phone, and called his wife. The phone rang once before it was answered. Before old lady Lu could speak, he eagerly shouted, "Wife, come quickly. The eldest granddaughter has been found. Not only that, we also have a new daughter-in-law. If you're late, our big granddaughter might change her surname to Su." Half an hour later, at the North City Public Security Bureau, "Mom, you're here?" Sui looked at old lady Lu and asked softly, "Daughter-in-law, you've suffered all these years." Grandmother Lu held Su Ye's hand with a loving face and said kindly, "Yes, yes. It's all Dad's fault." Old Master Lu rubbed his hands and agreed. "Godmother, let's register Nianbao's household first. We can talk about other things when we go back," Su Yi said softly, looking at Grandmother Lu. She has never seen her mother. She doesn't know what her mother looks like, but she is sure that her mother is not from the Su family. Nianbao is the treasure of the grandparents. She didn't plan to put her daughter's household registration under her name. Actually, in these days, she just wanted to see how much her daughter means to them. And she might not have much time left. She hopes they will treat her daughter well and give her a better life. Let her daughter have no worries about food and clothing and protect her as she grows up safely. That would make her feel at ease. So far, it seems good. At least, they are willing to give up their status for their granddaughter. They have become vegetable vendors. They searched everywhere and learned that their granddaughter was at the Public Security Bureau, and they hurried there as fast as they could. This shows that Nianbao's position in their hearts is irreplaceable. "Godmother, did you bring your household register?" Sui asked softly, looking at Grandmother Lu.
"Child,
"What are you talking about?" Grandmother Lu was stunned for a moment and asked hurriedly. "Godmother, if you don't bring the household register, how can you register Nianbao?" Sui said with a smile.
Oh.
I brought it. Grandmother Lu was happy inside, took out the household register, and handed it to Sui. Old Master Lu heaved a sigh of relief, finally feeling at ease. Fortunately, his wife came. Otherwise, their obedient granddaughter wouldn't have the surname Lu, and those old folks would surely laugh their heads off. Honestly, this daughter-in-law is really good. Old Man Lu is very satisfied, especially because she's beautiful. She definitely outshines all the other daughters-in-law in the neighborhood. Our Lu family ancestor's grave is really smoking with pride. When that brat comes back, I will teach him a lesson. He can't even recognize his own wife. Half an hour later, the household registration for Nianbao was finally completed. Su Yi handed the household register to Grandmother Lu. "Godmother, let's go. We're going home."
Yes.
"Let's go home." Grandmother Lu looked at the new household register with a happy heart. Since returning to the capital, she has been busy and almost forgot about such an important matter. I, as a grandmother, feel I am not very good at my role. Luckily, I went to the old family house that day. I saw my daughter-in-law and brought her home. It felt like fate, something I couldn't cut apart. But why does this daughter-in-law look so much like Grandma Yi when she was young? Could it be that she is a child of the Yi family? I haven't heard about the Yi family losing a child. Maybe she just looks similar, that's all. "Grandpa, let's go." The granddaughter is hungry, Ningbao said, her small face glowing with excitement. Grandpa Lu snapped out of his thoughts, squatted down, and picked up his well-behaved granddaughter, smiling kindly. Okay, let's go, good girl. We'll go home and eat something delicious. Yay! Grandpa is the best. Ningbao blinked her big eyes happily. After leaving the police station, they got into a jeep. As the engine roared, the car slowly drove away toward the old Lu family house. Back at the old house, Grandpa Lu cooked himself. Grandma Lu and Sui helped out, busy preparing. Nian Nian and the driver went to the courtyard and brought the little puppy back to the house. The puppy looked around at the new environment, feeling unfamiliar. It tucked its tail, drooped its eyes, looking a bit scared. Nian Nian waddled over with her short legs, picked up the puppy, and comforted it. Don't be afraid. This is our home too. She petted the puppy's head and gently set it down on the ground. The puppy barked twice and started running back and forth, circling around Nian Nian. Nian Bao. Dinner time, Sui called softly from the door. Okay, Mom. Nian Bao ran toward the door with her short legs. The puppy saw its owner run away, so it followed quickly, not falling behind.
Mom.
The daughter is here. Nian Bao cheered happily and ran toward the door. Whoa! Slow down, Nian Bao. Suyi hurriedly crouched and hugged her daughter.
Mom.
What delicious food is Grandpa making? Nian Bao blinked her big eyes and asked. You little glutton. You'll find out soon, Suyi said, lifting her daughter and heading to the dining room. She sat her on a stool, filled a bowl with rice, and placed a bowl of meat nearby. Nian Bao grabbed a small spoon and started eating eagerly, her cheeks puffed out like a big frog. Grandpa, Grandma, and Mom all love me very much. If Dad were here too, that would be even better. Our family lives together, and she is the happiest child in the world, carefree and joyful. Suddenly, old Mr. Lu's phone rang loudly, breaking the warm scene. He walked to the coffee table, picked up the phone, and answered. The voice on the line brought shocking news. Old sir, something big has happened. After the island nation's military exercises, they didn't return home as planned. Instead, they changed course and are heading straight toward our northern province. The infantry crossed the border, attacking and looting our border villages, causing many injuries and deaths. The northern military region, the elite units 116th, 117th, 118th, and 119th divisions are fighting bravely, but they can't hold back the island nation's firepower. They've already retreated 20 kilometers from the northern border. The situation is very serious now. If we don't get help soon, the consequences could be terrible. A loud roar echoed in old Mr. Lu's mind, like a heavy hammer hitting a drum, making a dull sound. His whole presence suddenly changed. The space around him seemed to shrink rapidly, his voice hoarse and deep. That damn island nation dares to invade our Chinese territory and harm our people. I, Lu Qingtian, swear, we will make them pay with blood for their crimes and avenge my 5 sons. Old sir, there's more bad news. Your son, Comrade Lu Xianyuan, was attacked by island invaders and is currently missing. Old Mr. Lu was struck like lightning. He froze in place, his eyes red, thoughts chaotic, lips trembling. His chest hurt terribly, as if a big knife had pierced him and was twisting inside. He couldn't hold it anymore. His body staggered. He felt dizzy, almost fainting. Grandma Lu was shocked. She hurried out of the dining room, helped her husband, and asked anxiously, Are you okay, old man? What's wrong? Weren't you fine just now? Ugh. Grandpa, Nian Bao held his hand, sobbing non-stop. Xianyuan. Something happened to him. Old Mr. Lu forced himself to speak, voice hoarse with pain. What? Grandma Lu's body trembled suddenly, tears falling down her face. They supported each other and sat down on the sofa.
Sui's heart sunk.
If Lu Xianyuan gets into trouble, her daughter will become an orphan. She must go to the northern province. She radiates a frightening aura, and her killing intent in her eyes becomes real. 1 minute. 2 minutes. She turns around, goes to the washroom to wash her face and wake herself up. When she returns to the living room, she softly says, Godmother, I need to go to the border. Niano. Stay at home and listen to Grandma. Don't run around, okay?
수의 위시스.
Old Lady Lu looks up at Su Yi, her voice choked with emotion. The border is too dangerous, you. Don't worry. Take good care of Niano, Su Yi says firmly and calmly. Old Mr. Lu frowns slightly, opens his mouth, but it's stuck in his throat. Finally, he sighs.
Mom.
Can I go with you? I'm very brave. Niano puffs out her little face, choking on her words. Good girl. Listen to Grandma at home. Su Yi kisses her daughter and then leaves the Lu family old house. Wah wah wah. Dad is missing, and Mom is left too. Niano throws herself into Grandma's arms, tears shining in her eyes. She lifts her small hand, wipes away her tears, and a strong killing intent shows in her eyes. In the capital, all the lights are on, but there is never a light belonging to Su Yi. Her thin, fragile figure stretches long under the moonlight. Since returning to the courtyard from the old house, she wrote a will and placed it in the drawer of her room. That was everything she could give her daughter, her savings from her missions, including this courtyard. She had planned to stay with her daughter longer, but fate was cruel. Lu Xianyuan had disappeared. Her daughter is still so young. Without her mother, she can't be without her father anymore. The secret medicine of the Su family is very powerful, but anyone who uses it won't live past 27. Her daughter has secrets. She can cure her own memory confusion, but she cannot heal the damage caused by the secret medicine. She feels her health declining each day. Recently, she has started coughing up blood. While her daughter was napping, she went to the hospital for a detailed checkup. The results showed organ failure, with only about a month left to live. Although she is reluctant to leave her daughter and wants to see her grow up, she knows she can't do it anymore. So she must go north to find Lu Xianyuan as quickly as possible to bring him back to his daughter. For her daughter, even risking her short life to save him is worth it. Su Yi looked up toward the old Lu family estate, tears running down her face, softly whispering, Nian Bao. I'm sorry. Mom is leaving now. I hope in our next life, we can be mother and daughter again, okay? She turned and headed toward Jingbei prison, determined to personally kill old Master Su to end a regret. At Jingbei prison, in the cell of a condemned prisoner, old Master Su was wrapped in bandages, lying on a small bed, looking relaxed. He didn't want to survive after being locked up here. The authorities had already given up on him. But they didn't dare to kill him because he held solid evidence of their crimes. If he was executed, those crimes would be exposed, and no one could escape justice. He picked up a large chicken leg and started eating, squinting happily, looking very content. Now, he had the best food and clothing, and a black and white TV to watch. Life was quite comfortable. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded, and the prison door was forcefully kicked open. The warden entered, followed by a masked woman, full of murderous intent. Old Master Su was shocked. His eyes widened, and before he could chew his chicken leg, he swallowed it with a gulp. He trembled all over, and the half-eaten chicken leg fell onto the bed. He recognized the mask immediately. It was a mold of his daughter's face. He had made it himself, and it was a secret tool used to disguise Su Ye's face. She was Su Yi. She wanted to kill him. No, he didn't want to die. He couldn't accept dying at the hands of a lowly ant. That was too humiliating. Oh, right, her background. She must be eager to know who she really is and where her parents are. Old Master Su tried to stand up, to act tough, but Su Yi didn't give him a chance. She was surrounded by killing intent, her eyes cold, locking onto Old Master Su. Suddenly, she raised her right hand. A dark gun aimed at his head, and she pulled the trigger decisively. With a loud bang, the bullet spun rapidly, shooting straight into his forehead with precision. How dare you? Old Master Su's eyes widened in shock as he fell back onto the bed, ending his sinful life. The Su family, once a wealthy and powerful clan, had its head murdered in prison. Su Yi strode confidently out of Jingbei prison and quickly disappeared into the night. The warden wiped his forehead's cold sweat and hurried back to handle the aftermath. He owed this lady a favor. Without her, he might have died long ago. However, old Master Su's death seemed like a gentle breeze passing over the ground, stirring no dust. Major media outlets began to report the important news of the enemy crossing into our country. The speed of the news spread was astonishing, like a fierce wind sweeping across the land of China. In an instant, public anger rose, and the wave of opinions surged like a tsunami toward the capital. Retired soldiers eagerly prepared, waiting for the call to serve their country. If there is a war, we will answer the call. Defeat the invaders. Reclaim our land. In Dadong Village, North Province, the village chief's yard was crowded with people holding shovels, brooms, hoes, and various tools. The atmosphere was serious, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the black and white TV, as if it were a terrible criminal. Latest news from our station. The enemy forces from the island nation have boldly invaded our northern border, attacking innocent tribes. They have committed brutal acts of burning, killing, and looting, causing heavy casualties. According to incomplete statistics, about 13,000 people have lost their lives. All were cruelly murdered by the enemy, and their deaths fill us with grief and anger. Facing such ruthless enemies, our northern troops are not afraid. They are working closely together, fighting bravely and fiercely. After intense battles, our army has destroyed over 5,800 enemy infantry, dealing a heavy blow. However, because the enemy is numerous and well-equipped, our forces are under great pressure. We have had to retreat 20 kilometers to hold the line and wait for reinforcements. Here, I urgently call on the people of North Province to prepare for evacuation. The island invaders could attack the northern province at any time. Everyone's safety is very important. The government is taking this invasion seriously and has held a military meeting. The meeting said that we must act quickly and decisively to defeat the enemy and protect our country's dignity and the safety of our people. We will keep watching the situation and bring you the latest news. Village Chief. My friend Danyo won't leave. He's ready to fight the dogs and troublemakers. Yes. Village Chief. My friend Taiju also won't leave. Killing one enemy is enough, and 2 would be a bonus. That's right. We all won't leave. We will fight the invaders together. Everyone agreed. The village chief suddenly stood up, looked at everyone, and shouted loudly. Good. Then none of us will leave. I am a native of Dadong Village in the northern province. If those troublemakers come, they won't leave alive. We will avenge our fellow villagers. Vengeance! Vengeance! Everyone shouted together, loud as thunder, shaking the sky. In the highest command room of the northern battlefield, the atmosphere was serious. Senior generals looked serious and full of fierce energy. Their eyes burned like fire, as if they wanted to turn the whole world to ash. Everyone was fully armed and ready. As soon as they received the order, they could destroy any enemy that came. On the high platform, 3 leaders sat: the Army commander, the Navy commander, and the Air Force commander. They looked grim, as if they could drip water. They stared tightly at the red encrypted phone. Suddenly, the encrypted phone rang loudly, like thunder, breaking the tense silence. The Army commander trembled and quickly picked up the phone, pressed it to his ear, and his throat moved as if he was speaking from deep inside. Hello, Commander. I am Li Yuanchao, the Army commander of the Northern War Zone. 1 second. 2 seconds. Silence. Dead silence. A crackling sound came from the receiver. It was as if time had stopped. Suddenly, the voice of the old general came out of the phone, full of anger like a raging sea, with overwhelming power. I give the order. The Army, Navy, and Air Force will act together. No matter the cost, they will surround and destroy the island invaders from thousands of miles away. Give me a hard hit, tiny nation. How dare you offend my China? Be sure to make them afraid and obedient. Yes. Commander, we will complete the mission. Everyone shouted together. Inside the northern border island camp, the land and air forces were ready, quietly planning an invasion. They aimed to strike quickly and destroy all resistance forces in China. Then, they would retreat fast, trap the Chinese army, and launch a powerful attack with heavy fire. Their goal was to wipe out all living forces in China's northern region. Other countries would then take the chance to rise up and carry out their final plan to attack China together. At the old Liu family house in the capital, Grandpa went to a meeting and Grandma fell ill. Nianbao, with her short legs, ran to the kitchen to wash dishes and boil water. She wanted to cook for Grandma. She carried a small stool, ran to the rice jar, put down the stool, and picked up a rice basin. Then, she sat on the stool, sticking out her little bottom. She bent down to get a rice bowl from the rice jar, but her foot slipped. With a loud splash, she fell headfirst into the rice jar, legs up, struggling non-stop. Nianbao stuck her hands into the rice jar, her head pressed against the rice. She pulled out her right hand, then stuck her left hand in again. After a lot of effort, she managed to squeeze herself into the rice jar, sitting on the rice, panting heavily. Her face was covered with rice flour, her hair messy, looking very embarrassed. She mumbled to herself, "Oh no, this is so embarrassing. I haven't even cooked the rice, and I fell into the rice jar. If Grandma sees this, she'll nag me forever, maybe even spank me. I was in such a hurry earlier. If I could go into the space and come out, it would be solved. Besides, there's nothing lacking in the space. Why did I fall into the rice jar? So embarrassing." Nian sat in the rice jar, her head just level with the rim, so she couldn't be seen from outside. It's easy to get in, but how to get out? Maybe
call Grandma to help.
After thinking for a moment, she decided not to. She couldn't let that person see her like this. She tilted her head and suddenly had an idea. She quickly poured the rice from the space into the rice jar. Soon, the bowl was filled, and holding onto the edge of the rice jar, she stood on a small bench, finally feeling relieved. Nianbao cooked a small pot of rice and prepared 2 dishes, scrambled eggs with tomatoes and stir-fried meat with chili. After the meal was ready, she brought the dishes to the dining table and served the rice. Only then did she go to the door of the room. "Grandma, time to eat," Nianbao called softly, leaning at the door with her head tilted. When there was no response, she stepped inside and gently pushed her grandma's foot. "Grandma, wake up. It's time to eat." Nianbao reached out her small hand and tugged, shouting loudly. Still no response. Nianbao was instantly frightened, quickly climbing onto the bed. She then realized something was wrong. She checked her grandma's nose and suddenly turned pale. There was no breath. Nianbao was stunned with fear. She waved her hand and stored her grandma in her space. She looked around the room, but found nothing unusual. Suddenly, she looked up and saw the open window. The window was wide open. She hurried over and saw fresh footprints on the windowsill, more than one set. Last night, her grandma had talked with her for a while before leaving the west room. After her grandma left, she took the little puppy into her space to check if the fur ball was okay. But she was too tired and fell asleep inside the space. She didn't know how long she slept until she came out. It was already dawn. Worried about disturbing her grandma's rest, she didn't go to the east room but played outside in the yard for a while. Then she returned to the living room, gently pushed open her grandma's door, and went inside. She approached the bed and gently pushed her grandma, but there was no response. She thought she might be sick, perhaps with a heart problem. Quietly, she left the room and softly closed the door, sitting on the sofa. She waited for her grandma to wake up and start cooking, but it was almost noon, and her grandma still hadn't woken. Grandpa hadn't come back either. Her stomach was growling loudly, so she went to the kitchen to cook, which led to the earlier scene. How dare anyone harm her grandma? No matter who you are, Nianbao would not let you go. In a flash, Nianbao disappeared from her spot and appeared inside her space. With a wave of her hand, she expelled Zhou Hongru from the space. I placed Grandma on the Kong bed, looked at the fur ball inside, and hurriedly got up to go to the kitchen. I started cutting the melon, mashed it into a paste, put it in a bowl, and brought it into the room to feed Grandma quickly. Then I fed Grandma watermelon and fruits from the tree, not sure if it was helpful. Can Grandma be saved? Nianbao's big eyes filled with tears, but she forced them back. She couldn't cry. Dad and Mom weren't here. Grandpa was in a meeting, Grandma had been attacked secretly, and her life was uncertain. If the furball could return to normal, maybe it could help save Grandma. Who is revenge on the Liu family? What are their real goals? This hidden, dangerous wolf might also be the one responsible for the deaths of the 5 uncles. Grandma had told her everything about the Liu family based on her own analysis. It seemed they wanted to destroy the Liu family completely, making it disappear from history. Very cruel. Maybe the Su family was just a pawn in their game. Her existence might be unknown to the mastermind, but she escaped and was accepted back by the Liu family. This disrupted their plans, so they abandoned the Su family and turned their attention to the Liu family. Oh no, what about Dad and Mom? Are they doomed? What should I do? Nianbao was anxious, tears welling up in her eyes. She was still too young but wanted to save her parents. She had to find someone to help. Uncle Zhou is the best choice. She looked at Grandma, then at the fur ball inside the Kong, and suddenly disappeared in a flash. She appeared in the room, looked at Uncle Zhou on the bed, and walked out of the room with short steps. She reached the dining table, picked up her bowl, and started eating heartily. Tears fell into her rice, mixing with the food, and she swallowed everything. Her cheeks puffed out, and she kept moving her jaw. If Grandma, Dad, or Mom were in trouble, she would turn into a fierce warrior, fighting fiercely, killing anyone blocking her way. Unstoppable. What does it matter if she lives or dies? In her past and present life, she just wanted to come back. Zhou Hongru slowly opened his eyes, as if a sleeping dragon of 1,000 years had awakened. What kind of look was that? Cold, sharp, steady, and commanding, a gaze that overlooks all living beings, calm and fearless after crossing mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Suddenly, he sat up, moving his wrists and ankles, making a clear, sharp sound. He quickly got up and went to the door, pulled it open, and froze in surprise. He saw his young niece sitting on the sofa, holding a gun, with tears streaked across her face, and knew something was wrong. How long had I been asleep? Wasn't I in the cave? How did I return to the Su family old house? Could it be that my niece brought me back, or did the rescue team arrive? Uncle, you're awake. Nianbao looked up at Zhou Hongru, showing a cold look in her eyes, not like a child her age.
Yes.
Uncle is awake. My big niece brought me back, Zhou Hongru asked carefully. Yes, Nianbao coldly replied, then said no more, lowering her head to continue cleaning her gun. Big niece. Can you tell Uncle what happened? Zhou Hongru asked again. Nianbao didn't hide anything. She recounted what had happened after she returned, then pointed at the dining table. Uncle, there's food there. Sit and eat while thinking. The killers will be here soon. Nianbao stared at her gun, not lifting her head. Zhou Hongru snapped out of a shock and headed toward the dining table, but Nianbao's voice rang out again. Uncle, tomorrow, Nianbao and I will go north to rescue Dad and Mom. Is that okay? Okay. Uncle will go north with Nianbao. Zhou Hongru reached the dining table, picked up his bowl, and ate heartily. He was truly hungry. After finishing all the food, he felt only half full, still a bit unsatisfied. Then he got up, took the dishes to the kitchen, washed them clean, and put them away in the cabinet. He went to the living room, but didn't see Nianbao. His heart skipped a beat, and his twin guns appeared in his hands instantly. He hurriedly pushed open the door and quickly stepped out. He saw Nianbao standing in the yard, with her back to him. Under the light, he saw clearly 4 men in black lying on the ground, all with their throats cut, silent. Nianbao was holding an axe in her right hand. Blood dripped from the axe blade. 1 drop. 2 drops. The evening breeze brushed past, carrying a strong smell of blood, making Zhou Hongru suddenly snap back to reality, his eyes flashing with killing intent. His aura suddenly changed, and his anger erupted like a volcano, surging out. The voice was hoarse and deep, as if squeezed out from between teeth. It said slowly, "Damn it, not even a doll is safe. Zhou Hongru, will not rest until I defeat you." Zhou Hongru's ears twitched. Suddenly, He acted without hesitation and pulled the trigger. There was a loud bang, and the man in black on the roof was instantly shot through the forehead. His body fell heavily to the yard, making a dull thud, with blood spilling from his mouth. Nian Bao turned to look at her uncle. With a wave of her right hand, she stored the 5 killers and their axes into her space. Then she walked toward the door without saying a word, only her ponytail swaying as she moved. She opened the door and entered the hall, slowly sitting down on the sofa. She picked up a cloth from the coffee table and gently wiped her pistol. Her small face, about the size of a palm, was streaked with tears, showing no emotion. The sudden change of events had taken away her brief happiness, which she buried deep in her heart. Her grandmother's life was uncertain, and her parents faced a life-threatening crisis. Her heart had grown cold. In the highest command room of the Northern War Zone, the atmosphere was tense, like a huge machine running rapidly. The 3 top leaders and battle strategists gathered around a large sand table, communicating through radios with the highest level orders. The 3 armies, land, sea, and air, were working together. The army launched a full-scale attack, with artillery, armored units, and long-range missiles firing like a fierce storm. The Air Force deployed over 100 fighter jets and 50 armed helicopters, forming a powerful combat group. They sealed off the airspace tightly, launching devastating strikes against the enemy fighters and bases. The Navy quickly assembled its fleet, unleashing relentless artillery fire on the enemy fleet at sea. If the enemy fleet were destroyed, the 100,000 soldiers landing on the shore would be completely trapped within Chinese territory. They would become helpless lambs, with no chance to fight back. Only a matter of time. Since the highest command issued the order from within the Red Wall, the defeat of the enemy was already certain. Both their forces and equipment were fully suppressed, with no hope of victory. In the subconscious of the enemy, China dared not engage in large-scale fighting with them. They originally thought it was just a border defense unit, but they didn't expect the entire Northern Theater Command to come into action. And they were fighting with all their strength, not giving any chance to breathe.
Who could handle that?
The most frustrating part was that the fleet had suffered heavy damage. If they didn't retreat now, the consequences could be unimaginable. Since the fighting began, the island nation's army has suffered heavy losses. Out of 100,000 troops, only 30,000 remain. And the casualties are still increasing. Soon, the entire army might be wiped out. The explosions were deafening, tearing through the sky. Bright flames lit up the day like noon. Missiles rained down like a dense curtain, streaking across the night sky with white flashes at the tail, hitting targets precisely. The roar of engines sounded like deep thunder, rumbling loudly and shaking the ground. The army's top commander led the remaining troops in a hurried retreat toward the naval fleet. He disobeyed the left-wing orders and didn't follow the planned route back home. Instead, he listened to the right wing's urging. He tried to invade China but was met with a fierce counterattack, leaving him in a sorry state. Over 20,000 soldiers faced heavy fire, hurriedly boarding ships and quickly leaving the coast. The island nation's air force had only about 20 fighters left, awkwardly flying back. Some fighters were shot down and crashed onto the fleet, causing deafening explosions. "Damn it! Hurry! Speed up!" Tian Yejuan shouted angrily. The ships accelerated with roaring engines, sounding like wounded wolves howling painfully as they moved away from the coast. Fighter jets landed on the aircraft carriers one after another, but then bombs started falling. Before the pilots could leave their cockpits, they were blown to pieces in massive explosions. In an instant, thick smoke billowed up. The island nation's aircraft carrier crew was so scared they lost their minds, ignoring whether the fighters had landed safely. They hurriedly drove the carriers away from the coast. In the end, 2 fighters crashed into the sea with a loud splash, stirring huge waves and turning into makeshift submarines. In the Northern Theater Command War Room, the Navy and Air Force commanders looked at Commander Li Yuanchao with proud smiles. This was their territory now. Seeing the old general commanding the battle with such a smug look, they really wanted to slap him. They couldn't afford to delay even a moment. Hastily, he grabbed the radio handle and issued the highest command inside the Red Wall to launch a sea attack. Air Force, all officers and soldiers, listen carefully, must carry out the sea attack. Navy, all combatants, follow orders. Be prepared to do whatever it takes to launch the sea attack. 2 hours later, the entire island nation was destroyed. Inside the Red Wall, news arrived, and a meeting was immediately convened. They began planning the post-war rebuilding of the nomad tribe and organizing supplies and aid. The invasion of the Chinese mainland by the island nations sparked international outrage, with countless reports flooding the media. In no time, the incident spread worldwide. The island nation overestimated itself, violating treaties and openly provoking China. Reparations must be made. Otherwise, it will be hard to satisfy public opinion across the world. There are also reports saying, China is truly powerful. In less than 12 hours, they destroyed 100,000 people from the island nation. Many countries want to form strategic partnerships with China and are calling the Chinese leaders. Another report states, although the island nation is hateful, after their defeat, China crossed the sea and launched a 3,000-mile attack, disregarding human lives. This is an international conflict and an act of aggression. An apology and compensation for economic losses must be made to the island nation. Furthermore, China must publicly apologize to the island nation internationally and admit to the invasion. Otherwise, it would be seen as a blatant provocation to other countries. In the border canyon, bodies lay scattered everywhere, some from the island nation, others from mercenaries. Liu Xianyuan held a dagger, sitting behind a large rock, covered in blood. His vision was blurring, life hanging by a thread. With his last bit of strength, he bit his lip to stay conscious. Not far away, more than 10 mercenaries carried torches, slowly approaching the large rock. They showed fierce, terrifying smiles, thinking that once they killed Liu Xianyuan, their task would be complete. They would receive a generous reward and could live carefree lives. 5 meters from the rock, the group stopped. The leading man shouted loudly, "Hey, just come out now. You're definitely going to die tonight. Even if a great immortal descends from heaven, he can't save you. Why struggle so hard? Don't worry, I'll make it quick. I promise to kill you with one strike, so you won't suffer at all. But we should be careful. This guy is too strong. Not only did he kill over 200 islanders, plus, he killed over 20 of our brothers. If he hadn't been injured, we probably would have died too. There's no need to say it. He was shot 4 or 5 times. Soon he will bleed and faint. Then we will cut off his head and go back to claim the reward. Haha. Are you going to die?" Liu Xianyuan leaned against a rock, feeling weak and exhausted, and gave a faint, bitter smile. He received an order. Without hesitation, he rushed to the nomad tribe and saw a heartbreaking scene. Anger instantly flared in his heart. He wanted to kill all the islanders and crush them completely. What was happening was a brutal massacre. Women being assaulted, children thrown into fires. Old people and young men were being mercilessly slaughtered. A young girl, unable to escape, was pushed to the ground. They began tearing at her, ripping her thin, worn clothes with a tearing sound. Rows of island soldiers laughed wildly, as if they were enjoying a beautiful view. His anger burned fiercely. He charged at the island soldiers, aiming to kill them all, but was ambushed. More than 2,000 island soldiers surrounded him, guns pointed directly at him. The tribe's leader shouted loudly, "Kill the islanders." Suddenly, chaos erupted. This gave him a chance to move through the soldiers. Wherever he went, screams of pain rang out. However, the leader and the tribe members were all shot dead, with no one surviving. He charged recklessly, not even noticing that he was hit. The island soldiers finally grew afraid, because he had killed about 1,500 of their 2,000 soldiers, leaving only around 700 or 800. His strength was also waning. He knew he had to escape quickly, or he would surely die. So, he kept killing more islanders. Under the cover of night, he escaped from the nomad tribe, But the island soldiers behind him were crazed and relentlessly chased, not giving him a moment to breathe. Helpless, he had to fight them off. Over several days, he nearly wiped out all the soldiers. Only about 200 remained. Until this morning, he hid in this canyon and fought a life-and-death battle. His bullets ran out, so he resorted to hand-to-hand combat, using his dagger to kill all the islanders. This was also a way to avenge the nomad tribe. Just as he was about to rest, the war in the northern theater erupted, with loud gunfire and thunderous explosions.
He wanted to go help.
He just stood up, ready to leave the canyon, when he saw about 60 or 70 mercenaries approaching. They completely blocked his way out of the valley. Before Lu Xianyuan could speak, the man in front shouted his name. Lu Xianyuan, where are you going? Haven't we been looking for you for a long time? Who are you? Why are you looking for me? Lu Xianyuan stared hard at the group and asked back.
Haha, who are we?
Of course, we're here to get your life. The leader laughed loudly, showing a row of yellow teeth. We have no grudges or enemies with you. Why do you want to kill me? Lu Xianyuan wanted to buy some time to recover his strength. Someone paid money to kill him, but he didn't know who was behind it. If he could find out their plans and escape, he would definitely personally kill them. Lu Xianyuan, I don't know if we have a grudge, but I do know I have no problem with money. Kill you, and I can get a big reward. That will be enough for my brothers and me to live comfortably for the rest of our lives. The leader laughed loudly, and the other mercenaries also burst into laughter. Lu Xianyuan moved. He dashed out of the crowd like lightning, quickly killed one person, grabbed his gun, and fired. Gunshots rang out continuously, and he killed 5 or 6 mercenaries. Because he was so fast, by the time the mercenaries reacted, Lu Xianyuan had already picked up 2 more guns. A fierce battle was about to begin. The mercenaries decisively opened fire in response.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The intense gunfire continued. Lu Xianyuan was hit several times, but quickly hid behind a large rock. Using the 2 rifles, he fought from daytime until night. Out of the 60 or 70 mercenaries, only about 10 remained. If he still had guns in his hands, he would guarantee to send them all to meet their end. Lu Xianyuan's eyes were hazy as he thought of his daughter's small face.
Daddy.
My name is Lu Nianyan. I am your daughter. Do you recognize me or not? If you do, you must give me a home. It doesn't have to be fancy, just a place to live. Also, I want to go to school. I don't need the best school, just pay for it. Additionally, you must go home every day to cook. I want to eat well and not be hungry anymore.
Dad.
My daughter and grandparents have returned to Kyoto. I left some food for you. Just heat it up before eating, or you'll get an upset stomach. Lu Xianyuan begins to lose consciousness. The scene is flashing back quickly, like a last moment of clarity. I see my mother's kind face and my father's regretful expression after hitting me. Next, it's Su Ye's face, with that determined look that I can't forget. My left hand hangs weakly, and my right hand slowly drops to the ground, still clutching the dagger tightly. My breathing becomes shallow, and blood soaks through my camouflage uniform, dripping from the hem. Tick-tock, tick-tock, boss. I think he's about done. He hasn't moved for a while. He must be dead. A younger brother with a mole on his face says.
Yeah, boss.
This canyon is so creepy and scary. Hurry up and finish him off, so we can leave here quickly. Another younger brother with pimples says.
Right.
After so many shots, even a god would have a hard time surviving. Another brother adds. Everyone shut up. The leader, with cold eyes, yells angrily. Everyone immediately falls silent, not daring to make a sound or even breathe loudly. The leader nods with satisfaction and then says, Raise the torches, let's go over and check. If he's not dead, shoot him again, got it? Yes, boss. Everyone replies in unison. They lift their torches and slowly walk around the big rock, seeing Lu Xianyuan covered in blood, leaning against the stone. His hands hang down, head bowed. Everyone breathes a sigh of relief. No need to check. He's definitely dead.
See.
Go cut off his head And let's leave the canyon quickly, the leader orders.
Yes.
Boss. Mazi pulls out his dagger, walks up to Lu Xianyuan, grabs his hair, and lifts his head. He scratches the dagger against his body twice, then, without hesitation, tries to cut off Lu Xianyuan's head. Suddenly, a gunshot rings out above everyone's heads. Mazi instantly falls to the ground, unable to get up, and the dagger drops from his hand. Everyone is shocked and looks up quickly. Suddenly, a woman wearing a mask descended from the sky at a very fast speed before anyone could react. She fired her guns with both hands at the same time.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
After the continuous gunfire, the masked woman fell to the ground with a loud thump. Dust and dirt flew into the air as her feet hit the ground, creating a cloud of dust. She bent her legs slightly, lifted her chin, and aimed her gun at the boss of the mercenaries' forehead. Please, don't kill me. I beg you, kind lady, please let me go. I am nothing to you. The man raised his hands above his head, trembling, kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy. I might let you go. Throw your gun over here, close your eyes, and leave the canyon. Thank you, kind lady, for sparing me. After speaking, the man picked up his pistol and threw it over. The masked woman dropped her gun, caught it quickly, and loaded a bullet into the chamber. Without hesitation, she pulled the trigger.
Bang!
The gunshot rang out. The bullet spun out of the barrel and shot straight into the man's forehead, blood instantly flowing out. The man's eyes widened in shock, showing a look of unwillingness. As he was dying, his lips moved. Damn it! I was tricked. The woman in the mask was Su Yi. She had killed old Master Su, left Jingbei prison, and then called her master. When her master and mistress learned Su Yi was alive, they burst into tears with excitement. Su Yi told them about her 8 years of suffering, which made them furious. They wanted to return to Kyoto immediately and punish old Master Su.
Child.
You've suffered all these years. Why don't you come back? With your master and mistress here, no one will dare to bully you, her mistress said tearfully. Your mistress is right. From now on, you are our daughter. Your older brothers and the others can take care of you, Yi Guoqing agreed. Master, mistress, thank you so much. Su Ye's eyes turned red, and her voice choked with emotion. Child, are you facing any difficulties? Her caring mistress asked with concern. Master, mistress. I want to go to the northern border to pick someone up. It's urgent and I need a helicopter. No, you can't go. The country is dangerous right now, Yi Guoqing said angrily. Master, mistress. I am just going to pick someone up and come back, not going to fight a war, Su Yi softly said. Okay, don't worry. I'll have your master arrange it and tell me your location. In the end, Su Yi took an armed helicopter and quickly headed north. After arriving at the nomad tribe, she told the helicopter to turn back, but unexpectedly, they didn't listen. The pilot refused to leave, saying the higher-ups ordered them to bring her back safely, or they wouldn't come back either. Finally, Su Yi had the helicopter stop at the edge of the northern province and waited for her call. It took a lot of effort before the pilot finally got on the helicopter and sped toward the northern border. Su Yi started looking for Lu Xuanyuan's figure, walking through several nomad tribes. From night to day, then from day to sunset. Eventually, she reached the slaughtered Lur tribe, where the scene was too horrible to look at, with bodies everywhere. Upon inspection, most of the injuries on the island raider were caused by dagger throat cuts. She guessed what might have happened and didn't waste time, following the trail forward. Before dark, she reached about 1 kilometer from a canyon and heard intense gunfire. She hurriedly increased her speed and ran toward the gunfire, but ended up at a steep slope in the middle of the canyon. Suddenly, the gunfire stopped, and she felt panic rising. She quickly slid down the steep slope. Below the canyon, she saw someone holding a torch, moving toward a large rock. Su Yi was sliding fast, and when she saw someone with a knife walking behind the rock, she wanted to stop, but the slope was too steep, and the ground was getting closer. If she fell into their hands, the outcome would be worse than she imagined. Better to eliminate them. But her pistol bullets were limited, and she was short by 1 shot. So, she decided to take a gamble. She quickly put on her mask, making herself look cooler and more intimidating to the last remaining person. Suddenly, Motzi grabbed Lu Xuanyuan's hair and pulled him up sharply. Suyi saw his face clearly. She quickly drew her dual pistols, leaped down the steep slope, and decisively fired, killing Motzi. This was the scene from earlier.
Ow.
That hurts so much, she exclaimed. Suyi hurriedly threw away her guns, sat heavily on the ground, and kept rubbing her calves and ankles. She staggered to her feet, picked up a torch, and limped toward Lu Xianyuan. He sat down beside him on the ground and realized that Lu Xianyuan was covered in blood and barely alive. Without thinking much, he placed a torch aside and laid Lu Xianyuan on the ground. He quickly opened his backpack, took out an aluminum box, opened it, and grabbed a pair of scissors. He cut open all of Lu Xuanyuan's clothes and finally saw a shocking scene. This guy had been shot 5 times. He was hit in both shoulders, the right rib, and twice in the stomach. There was nothing else he could do now but stop the bleeding. He needed to call the pilot immediately. He had to send him to the hospital for surgery, or he wouldn't survive past tomorrow night. That terrible man, I really owe you for my past life. If I weren't running out of time, afraid my daughter would be left alone and helpless, I wouldn't save you, this unfaithful man. I thought you were my salvation, but I never expected you to be a heartless, unfaithful man. Back then, the knot of our vows under the military camp tree was buried underground with us. I remember telling you that if one day I disappeared, you should dig it up. Maybe we would meet again. 8 years have passed in the blink of an eye. I waited for you for 8 years, my daughter waited for you for 7, but you forgot the vow. You also forgot me. In your heart, Suwon is just a tool for marriage, but I probably don't even count as that. Forget it. We are destined to part. I hope you stay alive and live well for my daughter, Suyi whispered softly. He kept working without stopping, applying hemostatic medicine and gauze to Lu Xianyuan. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he reached into his pocket and bag, and suddenly his face changed in shock.
Fuck.
Where's my big brother's phone? At the old residence of the Lu family in Jingdu, Nian Bao returned to his room, slipped into his space, and appeared inside a thatched hut. He saw his grandmother sitting cross-legged, with Mauchio crouched behind them. The 2 front paws kept moving, and a faint golden light enveloped his grandmother. Black mist appeared between her eyebrows, but as soon as it emerged, it was swallowed by the golden light and quickly disappeared, as if it had never existed. Time slowly passed. Mauchio withdrew his front paws and slowly opened his eyes. He saw his young owner enter the room. Oh, little owner, you're here. The small white fox blinked, looking cute and adorable. Mauchio, are you okay now? Ningbao looked at him with concern.
I'm fine.
I just broke the restriction and was hit back, but now I've mostly recovered. The white fox waved his small paw and turned around. Good. As long as you're okay? My grandma. Why is she completely silent? What happened? Ningbao frowned, her face scrunched up like a bun, softly asking. Little owner, your grandma was cursed with a heart-lock spell, which locked her consciousness in her mind. She can't breathe, like a dead person. If it's not lifted within 12 hours, she won't wake up. Even at my strongest, I couldn't save her.
Luckily, you sent her into the space in time.
So, is my grandma completely fine now? Ningbao hurriedly asked. Yes, little owner, your grandma is fine now. The person who cast the heartlock spell will also suffer backlash. Mauchio, I have other things to do. I'll take grandma out of the space now. Ningbao's eyes flashed with determination. Okay, little owner. Mauchio turned into a streak of light and disappeared. Ningbao held her grandma's hand, then suddenly vanished from the spot, appearing inside the room. There was a knock on the door, followed by Shou Hongru's voice. Great niece, are you asleep? Uncle, do you need something? Ningbao asked. Great niece, here's the situation. An urgent order from the Red Wall. All-out search and rescue for Chinese hero Lu Xianyuan. Rescue teams, immediately head to Taoyuan Airport. I want to hear your opinion. Uncle, you stay and protect grandma. I'm going to the northern border to find my parents. Don't tell Grandpa, Ningbao said with a firm look. All right, great niece. Be careful. I'll send a car to take you to the airport. Zhou Hongru didn't ask anything and immediately made a call. The engine roared loudly. 5 helicopters and transport planes took off from Taoyuan Airport, rushing toward the northern border. Shortly after Nianbao left, more than 10 men in black broke into the Liu family's old house. Their clear goal was the little girl. Tonight, she must die. Zhou Hongru stood at the door, full of killing intent, his anger boiling inside him like a fierce beast, locking onto the dozen or so intruders. He grabbed his gun, suddenly raised it and fired. The sound of gunfire rang out. More than 10 people instantly fell to the ground, blood pouring from their foreheads, all shot dead. Zhou Hongru picked up the guns on the ground and placed them on a table outside the door. There were 4 pistols and 9 rifles. He then sat in front of the door, waiting for the attackers to come. He agreed to let his niece leave because he knew the Liu family was now a target. If she had stayed, she might have been hurt, and he wouldn't be able to explain to the old master and the lady. Now that his niece has left the Liu family, the fight is his to handle. No matter how many come, he will kill them all. Even a few weak soldiers are no match for him. They are overestimating themselves. He is not worried about his niece's safety because she is stronger than he is. With a wave of his hand, enemies could disappear. His terrifying skills mean he could kill not just a few petty thieves but even thousands of people in front of her and still be safe. If the old master knew Nianbao went to the North Province, would he kill Zhou Hongru directly?
Sigh. If I die, so be it.
In 20 years, I could be a hero again. At night, hearing gunfire, a large group of armed police and soldiers rushed to the Liu house. They sealed off the entire area and quickly started clearing the scene. Old Master Liu returned home and, upon hearing that his granddaughter had gone north, was furious. He almost scared Zhou Hongru to tears. In the North Valley, Su Ye's older brother's phone was lost somewhere. She was frantic, worried that Liu Xianyuan might not last long and could have a high fever, which might worsen his injuries and cause him to go into a fake death state. If that happened, even if he was taken to the hospital, he might not survive.
Sigh.
If only my daughter were here, she would definitely know how to save her father. Sui picked up the burning torch and searched through the pile of bodies. Maybe they had a phone on them. After feeling around for a long time, she found nothing. Maybe their temporary shelter is nearby, or so it seems. Otherwise, why are they so poor? Sui turned back to Liu Xianyuan, patted his head, and sure enough, it was just as she thought. He had a high fever. What should she do? No, Liu Xianyuan must not die. Nianbao is still so young. Without his mother, he can't lose his father now. Sui squatted down and carried Liu Xianyuan on her back, muttering angrily. Stinky man, are you a pig? Why eat so much if you're just going to be heavy and sluggish? Liu Xianyuan, you can't die. Nianbao is still waiting for you at home. If you die, Nianbao will become an orphan, and your parents are old. What will they do if you pass away? Hey, I'm talking to you. Can you hear me? Sui carried Liu Xianyuan and staggered toward the canyon's edge, talking as she went. She wanted to carry him out of the canyon, find water to help lower his temperature, and maybe buy some time. She quickly threw away the torch, panting heavily, out of breath. Her whole body was soaked with sweat. She dared not put Liu Xianyuan down because she might not be able to carry him again. She was extremely thirsty, her face pale, showing signs of exhaustion from dehydration. If she didn't replenish her salt intake soon, she might collapse on the spot, unable to stand, let alone carry someone. Not far away, a group of about 80 or 90 people approached, dressed in mercenary camouflage uniforms. A wolf head emblem was embroidered on their right chest, and they all held guns. Sui looked up and saw them. A glimmer of hope appeared in her eyes because she recognized these people, the wolf pack mercenaries. They often operate on the borders of different countries. As long as you pay enough money, they are a sharp weapon in your hands. They will do anything. In simple terms, they are ruthless killers, a scourge in the world. Every country tries to eliminate them, but no one knows where their base is. This is a large organization, and no one knows exactly how many members they have. Once they accept a mission, it's impossible to fail. They will chase you to the ends of the earth and kill you. Otherwise, the leaders of the wolf pack will step in and eliminate the small teams that take on missions, meaning they will kill them. Suyi slowly crouched down, gently placing Lu Xianyuan on the ground, and touched his forehead. He had already cooled down.
Damn.
So all my effort was for nothing. I just carried a lonely burden. Dog man, you must have done this on purpose, right? Suyi glared at Lu Xianyuan with a fierce look, weakly scolding him. Then, she forced herself to stand up and looked at the wild wolf mercenaries surrounding her. Just as she was about to speak, a lecherous voice interrupted her. Captain, this woman isn't bad-looking. Why not let us try her out? The lecherous man's eyes gleamed as he stared at Suyi. If this had happened 2 hours earlier, she would have definitely killed him without hesitation. But now, she was weak all over, her body trembling. She was not only hungry, but also extremely thirsty.
Fine.
Hurry up and don't delay our mission. The leader of the wild wolf team glanced at Suyi and sat down on a large rock. Yes, Captain. I promise we won't waste time. I'm very fast, the man said with a lecherous smile, showing a few yellow-black teeth. Those of you who like this kind of thing, come quickly. Once you miss this chance, there won't be another. The lecherous man waved his hand. 7 or 8 big men started to strip off their clothes as they approached Suyi. The others sat on the ground, cheering and shouting encouragement. Suyi fought to control her anger, her eyes sharp as she slowly scanned the crowd, finally settling on the captain about 30 meters away. She swallowed the remaining saliva hard, moistening her dry throat. Her voice was hoarse and rough, like sandpaper had been rubbed over it, carrying a hint of exhaustion. Wild Wolf Team Leader, I want to hire you to take us to the North Province Hospital. I will pay you a large sum of money, ensuring you won't have to worry about food or clothing for the rest of your life. What do you think? The Wild Wolf Team Leader sneered and turned his head aside, not even bothering to look at Suyi. Suyi was furious inside. She almost wanted to draw her gun and shoot him. She looked at Lu Xianyuan on the ground again. She cursed the dog man in her mind once more, then looked up at the captain and spoke again. I'll give you a 50,000 yuan commission. Is that acceptable? The captain turned to look at Suyi, his eyes showing impatience. He glared at his subordinates and shouted angrily, Hurry up and handle this. I'm taking my people and leaving. Okay, Captain, don't worry. I'll take care of her now and show everyone my strength. As he finished speaking, the sleazy man rushed forward.
Suyi anger flared instantly.
He used all his strength, drew his guns with both hands, aiming the left gun at the captain and the right gun at the approaching man. Without hesitation, he pulled the triggers. A burst of gunfire rang out. The captain and the sleazy man were instantly shot in the head, and the others were also killed with a single shot. Suyi's body started to shake, and everything went black. With a loud thud, he fell to the ground. His gun slipped from his hands and clattered nearby, making a loud noise. The whole scene fell into complete silence, dead silence. 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. Suddenly, the wolf pack mercenaries stood up quickly, drew their guns, and rapidly chambered their weapons, making clicking sounds. Their gun barrels locked onto Suyi and Lu Xianyuan. Their faces twisted with rage, their bodies radiating killing intent. Their eyes were filled with ferocity and madness. They were about to shoot, seeking revenge for their captain and comrades. At this critical moment, Nian Bao suddenly appeared nearby. With a wave of her right hand, the wolf pack mercenaries were all pulled into her space. Then she released them again. Holding an axe, her figure flickered as she began to fiercely attack the wolf pack mercenaries. In an instant, Nian Bao transformed into a demon. The members of the wolf pack were all cut across the throat with her axe, falling silent. Her small, blood-stained hand tightly gripped the axe handle, standing among the corpses like a vengeful little ghost. She was dressed in tattered clothes, with exposed arms and legs covered in scratches. Her entire body was soaked in sweat, and the pain from the scratches was sharp and piercing. Her chest rose and fell rapidly as she gasped for air. With a thought, the axe disappeared. She quickly moved to her parents' side, waved her right hand, and directly pulled them into her space. A wave of fear swept over her. If she hadn't escaped, she would still be inside the plane, protected. Now her parents must be in danger. When the plane landed at the border, she had a very strong premonition that something was wrong. She wanted to follow the team and search for her parents, but she was strongly opposed. She also sent people to protect her, not allowing her to join the rescue efforts, which made her very anxious. A voice in her heart kept telling her, "If you don't get off the plane, you might lose your parents forever and become an orphan." Without hesitation, she took action, putting her protectors into her space and then releasing them. Then, she jumped off the plane and ran desperately toward her instinctive direction, sprinting with all her might. She crossed mountains and valleys, climbed over ditches, and pushed through thorns, not daring to stop for a moment. When she was about 200 meters from the canyon, she heard gunfire, and her heart started pounding. Ignoring everything, she charged forward. At 100 meters. At 50 meters. When she saw a group of people aiming guns to shoot, she waved her hand and pulled them into her space. She ran closer and finally saw clearly, lying on the ground were her parents. That explained what she saw earlier. Nianbao looked up at the canyon, then at the scattered bodies on the ground, and finally fixed her gaze on the distant mountain. Without hesitation, she hurriedly ran toward the mountain. She absolutely could not go back. The mastermind behind the scenes must know she has arrived in the northern region. Maybe they have already sent many killers on their way. If she returned with the rescue team, innocent people might get caught in the crossfire and be harmed. More importantly, her parents were injured and unconscious, likely with serious wounds. Although she hadn't checked, from their appearance, they couldn't hold on much longer. She had to find a safe place to enter her space and treat their injuries. Then she would make plans. Nianbao's clothes fluttered in the wind, and the sound of rushing air filled her ears. She held half a melon in her right hand, eating as she ran, the juice sticking to her sleeve. Not knowing how long she had been running, she crossed through trees and over thorny terrain, finally reaching the foot of a tall mountain. She let out a breath of relief. She didn't want to step into her space only to fall into an encirclement, or be shot in the head by snipers. Using her hands and feet, she climbed the mountain quickly, like a lonely monkey. A wild boar, foraging on the mountain slope, suddenly lifted its head and looked around, its hair standing on end. What the heck? What kind of monster is that? Before she could think further, it turned and ran away, disappearing into a cave in the blink of an eye. Suddenly slammed on the brakes, kicking up a cloud of dust, and quickly reversed into a parking space. Xion's heart was pounding, and she was breathing heavily, exhausted and sighing. Nianbao heard the noise and turned to look, but all she saw was leaves flying in the air. She couldn't see anything clear. She felt worried and quickly looked for a hiding spot, but it took her a long time to find one. Finally, she found two large stones forming a natural clearing, filled with fallen leaves. Nianbao sat down, tidied herself up, and then nodded with satisfaction. In a flash, she disappeared from the spot and appeared inside a small thatched hut. She saw Mao Qiu sitting on the bed, looking thoughtful, sometimes scratching his head with his paw, sometimes resting his chin on his paw. From Mao Qiu's actions, Nianbao could tell that her parents' injuries were very serious and complicated. "Mao Qiu, my parents are badly hurt. No matter what method you use, you must save them. If my parents are gone, I will really be an orphan. Please, I beg you," Nianbao said tearfully, climbing onto the bed.
"Oh,
"Little master, you're finally here," Mao Qiu quickly snapped out of his thoughts, speaking urgently. "Nianbao, as long as you can save your parents, any method is fine," she whispered, tears falling down her face. "Little master, it's not that I don't want to save them, but I arrived too late to send them into the space. Your father lost too much blood, and too much time has passed. He should have already lost hope. But surprisingly, his willpower is very strong, and he's holding on stubbornly, refusing to give up. Your mother took forbidden medicine. Based on human age, she should only live to 27. Now her internal organs are failing, and even if you give her more melon, it won't help. Under normal circumstances, she could live about a month, but her body is severely overdrawn. Now, she only has about 12 hours left to live. Nian Bao's mind was struck like thunder, her small body trembling violently, standing frozen. It felt as if a sword had pierced her chest, twisting inside her, and her heart suddenly stopped. She spat out a mouthful of blood, her body seeming to lose its soul, slowly collapsing onto the bed. Her vision darkened, and she clutched her parents' hands tightly, then fainted completely. "Little master, why do you have to do this? Everyone has to die eventually." The little white fox shook its head and disappeared in a flash of light. The space suddenly trembled violently, and a deafening sound rang out. It was like an ancient giant hammer pounding heavily on a thunder drum, producing a dull rumbling noise. Then, the space stopped shaking, and thick fog rolled in quickly, beginning to gather rapidly. It spread out suddenly, then contracted again, repeating this process. After a long time, everything gradually calmed down. The little white fox instantly appeared inside the room. With a swipe of its right paw, a golden light shot into Nian Bao's forehead. "Little master, wake up quickly. The space has upgraded, and your parents can be saved. Little master, don't pretend to be asleep. You heard right. Your parents can be saved." Nian Bao suddenly sat up straight, staring intently at the fluffy ball, asking seriously, "Fuzzy, is what you said true? My parents really can be saved. Oh, my little master. Can this little fairy really deceive you?" The white fox returned to its usual mysterious look. Nian Bao hurriedly asked, "Fuzzy, tell me quickly, how can I save my parents? Using your blood as a guide, combined with my advanced formation techniques, we can help your parents be reborn. But, little master, you might fall into a coma for half a year." "Don't worry about that. With me protecting you, no one can hurt you. Just 6 months, and you'll be back to normal. Little master, if you agree, I will immediately set up the formation to save your parents." The white fox crossed its paws and looked mischievous.
"All right, Fuzzy."
"Nian Bao will use her blood to save my parents. Fuzzy, during this time, you have to protect my parents, okay?" Nian Bao's eyes filled with tears as she softly said, "Don't worry, little master. I will set up the formation on them," the white fox assured confidently. "Good. Fuzzy, hurry up and cast the spell." Nian Bao slowly closed her eyes, tears streaming down her face. She must save her parents. Even if it takes half a year or a lifetime of confusion, it doesn't matter. She can't let anything happen to her parents. Otherwise, what is the meaning of living? Besides, if she is confused for half a year, she can also see clearly how her family truly feels about her, right? "I hope that in the next 6 months, my parents and grandparents won't abandon her, or she will never forgive them." The little white fox sat quietly on the bed, slowly closing its eyes. Its fluffy paws moved constantly in the air. It muttered words softly, and golden light covered the whole room, forming a protective circle. As the circle formed, the injured girl gradually fell into a faint, lying gently beside her parents. The little white fox waved its paw. The protective circle started working. 2 streaks of blood-red gold wrapped around Lu Xianyuan and Suyi. The blood-red gold quickly entered their bodies, covering their internal organs and pouring in energy wildly. Their hearts, which were lifeless before, began to beat with new vitality. Except for the absence of a pulse, everything else returned to normal. Then, the blood-red gold slowly withdrew. It moved along their special meridians, bringing new life wherever it went. Their pale faces gradually regained color. Time passed slowly. The bullet in Lu Xuanyuan's body slowly moved out and fell onto the bed, making a tiny sound. Suya's body also started to recover quickly, and the leftover medicine was completely cleared away. The little white fox waved its right paw. Both Lu Xianyuan and Suya's bodies each drew a thin red bloodline. These lines entered the girl's chest and mind, beginning to extract her consciousness and her heart's blood. The moment her consciousness and heart's blood were taken out, her body started trembling. Soon after, she calmed down again. The little white fox slowly opened its eyes. With a flick of its right paw, the protective circle disappeared instantly. Lu Xianyuan and Su Ye's hearts were now beating strongly, more vigorous than before. They radiated a terrifying aura. The little white fox was startled, scratching its head and muttering to itself. This shouldn't happen. Did I forget a step in the new formation I just learned? That's impossible. Why do their auras make me feel scared? No, I should send them out of this space. Little master, I think they might not need my protection anymore. They protect me better than I protect them. The little white fox waved its right paw, sending the three out of the space.
It quickly patted its chest.
Oh my! I was so scared.
No.
I must go practice now, said the character, then turned into a streak of light and disappeared instantly. Lu Xianyuan and Su Yi lay side by side, with Nian Bao sprawled across them. Two little legs rested on Lu Xianyuan's stomach, and her small head was on Su Ye's chest. She drooled slightly, her eyes dull and unfocused, looking silly. She giggled foolishly, her body twitching a little. Big horse. I want to ride the big horse. When Lu Xianyuan heard his daughter's voice, he slowly opened his eyes and looked up. He saw two small legs kicking, then turned his head to look at her face. He realized his daughter was also looking at him, and his heart warmed. He quickly moved her legs gently aside. He sat up and was surprised to see Su Yi lying beside him. A wave of happiness flooded him. He hurriedly picked up his daughter and softly asked, "Good girl, did you save Daddy and Mommy?" Hee, I want to ride the big horse." Nian Bao tilted her head and giggled foolishly. "Good girl, what's wrong?" "Don't scare Daddy." Lu Xianyuan quickly looked at his daughter, but she just kept giggling foolishly. Su Yi heard her husband's voice and suddenly opened her eyes, turning her head quickly. She saw her daughter bouncing up and down in his arms, giggling foolishly, and suddenly felt something was wrong. She sat up abruptly and quickly took her daughter into her arms. Nian Bao was startled and burst into tears loudly, crying uncontrollably. They were all frightened. What had happened to their daughter? Why did she change like this? Half an hour later, Su Yi held her sleeping daughter, tears of pain in her eyes. Her daughter had become mentally dull. Lu Xuanyuan's eyes were also red. He held his daughter's tiny foot, feeling a sharp pain in his heart. Thinking about all the moments with his daughter, tears finally fell uncontrollably. He knew he was able to recover because his daughter had saved him, but he didn't know how she had done it. She had caused her to become dull, and he felt guilty. If only he could, he would die immediately to undo this. He would rather die than see his sweet daughter become like this. "Good girl, I'm sorry. It's all my fault," Lu Xianyuan cried, holding his head in his hands. "All right, let's hurry back and find the best hospital to cure our daughter," Su Yi said, wiping her tears with a choked voice.
"Yes."
"Okay, we're going back now," Lu Xianyuan said, holding Nian Bao. The three of them left the mountain. Time passed quickly, like a fleeting horse. 4 months went by in the blink of an eye. During this long time, Lu Xianyuan and Su Yi took their beloved daughter, Nian Bao, everywhere across the country, seeking medical help, hoping to cure her sad illness. Despite their great efforts, they never achieved their goal. Finally, they returned to the family housing at the Northern Province Military District and settled there because it was Nian Bao's favorite home. Nian Bao sat in the yard, sunlight shining on her young face, making it look golden. She tightly held a toy doll in her hand and occasionally made a silly hee-hee sound. Her laughter was clear and pure, as if untouched by the world's dirt. But along with her laughter, drool kept slipping from her mouth, wetting her chest. Su Yi looked at Nian Bao with love and pain, holding a bowl of hot food carefully. She used a spoon to scoop some and brought it to Nian Bao's mouth. Nian Bao opened her small mouth, like a cute little bird, swallowing the food in one bite. Then she slowly chewed. Her mouth was puffed up like a little squirrel, making people want to laugh. "Hee hee, mama. Good, good." Nianbao mumbled with a silly smile on her face.
Mom.
Also good. Nianbao raised her chubby hand and pushed the spoonful of food towards Suyi. Okay, Mom'll eat too. Suyi quickly ate the food from the spoon, so Nianbao would also eat.
Mom.
Smells good. Nianbao tilted her head, drooling, calling softly.
Oh.
It really smells good, Suyi agreed, hurriedly wiping the drool from Nianbao's mouth with a handkerchief. Seeing that Mom ate, Nianbao smiled foolishly, holding her toy doll and gently patting it, muttering to herself. Baby, don't cry. Su-ye's heart ached deeply. She turned her head away and looked at the stove outside the shed. She wiped away her tears, quickly stood up, opened the greenhouse door, and went outside. She approached the stove, used a hook to open the lid, and saw that the firewood was almost burned out. She added a few more pieces of wood, and the flames immediately flared up, crackling loudly. Suyi hurriedly closed the stove lid, then turned to look at her daughter inside the greenhouse, filled with many thoughts. Since her daughter became mentally challenged, she and Lu Xianyuan had searched everywhere for good doctors, visiting many hospitals across the country. All the results were the same. Her daughter, Nianbao, had no illness and was very healthy. As for her mental condition, they couldn't explain it. Some said she was frightened, others said it was natural, or attributed it to spirits. For her daughter, they visited many spiritual experts, but it was all useless. They planned to return to Kyoto and live in their courtyard, but Nianbao cried so much that she refused to stay. They also went to the Lu family's old house, but she kept crying and muttering incoherently.
Bei.
It was Grandma Lu who finally understood. Nianbao probably wanted to go back to her family home in Beisheng, her first home. So, she hurriedly packed her things, took a plane, and headed to the Beisheng family residence. When they arrived, Nianbao indeed stopped crying and smiled widely, calling out, "Home! Home!" She quickly broke free from her mother's arms, ran back and forth in the yard on her short legs, giggling foolishly. Her ponytail bounced up and down as she ran, swaying left and right. It was then that she realized Nianbao's subconscious still remembered this place as her home. Every day, Nianbao sat on the cement platform playing, even eating without going back inside the house. She mumbled to herself,
Wait. Baba.
"Home." Then she patted her little belly and looked toward the gate from time to time, her face showing a silly smile. The weather grew colder, but Nianbao refused to go back inside, waiting eagerly every day. When she saw her father return, she would smile foolishly, but after a moment, she would still stare at the gate like before, and no amount of persuasion worked. Helpless, they built a greenhouse on the cement platform, surrounded by thick glass. The lighting was very good, and somehow, the man had bought it somewhere. He also built a stove himself, bought a stovepipe, assembled it, and ran it through the glass shelter. The chimney sticks out from the west side, releasing smoke upward to warm the greenhouse. In November, the weather in the northern province is very cold. Although it hasn't snowed, the water has frozen into ice. The sunlight during the day shines into the shed like a warm winter sun, combined with the heat from the stovepipe. Even through the entire winter, Nianbao won't be cold. Recently, the dog man has been very busy. Several months ago, he led over 2,000 island bandits in attacking a village on the island. He successfully prevented even greater casualties among other tribes, becoming a great hero of China and promoted to deputy commander of the provincial military district. He was awarded a top merit medal and 10,000 yuan. This is the highest honor for Chinese soldiers. He was quite happy. When he returned home, he directly hung the medal around Nianbao's neck. He also put the 10,000 yuan into her small bag and started bragging while sitting on her quilt. In these 4 months, due to the war, China's treasury was empty and the leaders inside the Red Wall were anxious and overwhelmed. Just when they were about to fall into trouble, 200 billion yuan began to flow steadily into the country's account. This is a huge amount of wealth, enough to change many things. After verification, the donor of this money was Grandma Lu. She donated her hard-earned savings to help China through an unprecedented crisis. When this news spread across the country, it caused a big shock. Both government officials and ordinary people sincerely admired and appreciated Grandma Lu's kindness. The top leaders praised her as a role model of the present day, a shining example for all Chinese people to learn from. Her actions showed the traditional virtues of the Chinese nation, embodying selfless dedication and patriotism. People from all ethnic groups also gave her a thumbs up, calling her a national hero. Her good deed not only saved the country from danger, but also warmed the hearts of every Chinese citizen. Grandma Lu's name became a well-known story, widely praised and shared. She demonstrated through her actions what true patriotism and selfless dedication mean. In this challenging and difficult era, Grandma Lu's behavior is like a bright light. The story highlights the importance of guiding people on the right path and encouraging more concern for the country, caring for others, and contributing to the great revival of the Chinese nation. Since Grandma Lu donated money, the mysterious troublemaker behind the scenes has disappeared, as if they never existed. After Grandpa Lu took control of the military, he held meetings every day, making Grandma Lu very angry. Now, her silly granddaughter is very naive. She wants to come to the northern province to take care of her, but she still has to cook for the old man. She spends her days crying, not knowing when she will see her beloved granddaughter again. Suyi snapped back to reality and hurried to the firewood shed to gather more firewood for backup. Nianbao turned to look at the gate and saw a group of children passing by. She quickly got up. Holding her doll, she pushed open the door of the warm shed and ran toward the children. Soon, she caught up with them, laughing foolishly and calling out repeatedly, "Gua gua." "Sister." 6 children turned around. They saw a little girl in a red sweater, black pants, small cotton shoes, holding a doll, standing behind them. She was smiling foolishly. "Hey, little fool, you should go home. We don't want to play with you," said an 8-year-old girl, standing confidently and pouting.
"Yeah.
"Hurry back. No one wants to play with a silly girl," said a 9-year-old boy in a leather jacket.
Nian bao poutet.
She instinctively took a step back, tears welling in her eyes. She was afraid to cry, worried they might hit her. "Sister doll. Here." Nian Bao offered her favorite toy to the 8-year-old girl. The girl stepped forward, clearly taller than Nian Bao, and smiled slightly. She took the doll from Nian Bao, looked at it, and saw that it had her saliva on it. Suddenly, she threw it on the ground and stomped on it a few times, glaring angrily. "Little fool, who do you think you're disgusting? This doll is covered in your saliva, and you still dare to give it to me," she said angrily. Seeing her doll being stomped on, Nian Bao's tears fell. She quickly squatted down, trying to pick up the doll. But unexpectedly, the 8-year-old girl kicked the doll away.
Doll.
"Sister. Bad." Nian Bao stood up, crying and mumbling. "Hey, silly kid. How dare you insult me? Watch me teach you a lesson today." With that, he kicked towards Nian Bao. "Su Ling, are you sick?" A tall boy stepped in front of Nian Bao, scolding angrily. "Brother Jingyan, did the silly kid call me names?" Su Ling looked surprised and said with a pout. "Even if she did, you deserve it. You stepped on her doll," Jingyan said, picking up the doll, brushing off the dust, and handing it to Nian Bao. "Stop it. Go go." Nian Bao took the doll and hurriedly walked back home, glancing over her shoulder. Su Yi saw her daughter was not in the shed, so she knew she had gone out again. She hurried to the front gate. She saw her daughter holding her doll, crying as she came back. She gently picked her up and softly comforted her. "Don't cry, Nian Bao. Mom will play with you, okay?" "Mom." "Sister." "Bad." Nian Bao sobbed, shoulders shaking, speaking softly and sweetly. Su Yi was cooking in the kitchen. Today, Old Master Lu and Old Lady Lu were coming. Nian Bao, dressed in new clothes, sat inside the shed, with Lu Xianyuan playing beside her. As they played, she looked up at the door, seeming to wait for someone. Suddenly, the roar of an engine was heard. A military jeep stopped steadily at the gate. Nian Bao quickly turned her head. When the 2 elders stepped out of the car, she started crying. Nian Bao's mind regained some clarity. She looked at her grandparents walking into the yard, tears filling her eyes. Then she suddenly fell into confusion again. Hee.
Baba.
Look, Nianbao jumped in place, clapping her little hands and smiling foolishly. Good girl. Grandma and Grandpa are here. Are you happy? Lu Xianyuan hugged Nianbao and softly asked.
Baba. Yeah.
Mom. Nianbao struggled to remember these words, then smiled happily. Old Master Lu and Old Lady Lu carried food, drinks, toys, clothes, shoes, and many bags into the yard. Zhou Hongru carried meat, vegetables, and more, following closely behind. He also had 2 pistols tucked into his waist, looking impressive, keeping about 2 meters away from the old man and his wife. Learning from the last blood incident, Zhou Hongru carefully checked everything before boarding this time. He even didn't forget to check the pilot. This person actually pulled off the pilot's pants to see if there was a bomb inside. It made the pilot's eyes turn green with anger. They should have arrived earlier, but after checking the plane for over 3 hours, they almost dismantled it. The pilot was also angry. Guard Zhou, maybe you should ride a bicycle instead. I think that would be safer, don't you agree? Your way of checking isn't helping. Lunch is almost here. Shut up. If you say one more word, I swear I'll shoot you right now. Zhou Hongru said coldly, pressing his gun to the pilot's forehead. The pilot immediately fell silent. He felt his underwear get wet. This guy isn't a tiger. He's just a fool. If he dares to say one word, that tiger might really shoot him dead. Hongru, stop bothering the pilot. Just take off already. Grandma Lu couldn't watch anymore and quickly spoke up. Okay, mistress. Zhou Hongru finally gave up, sat back in his seat, and closed his eyes slowly. The pilot felt relieved. He had to focus completely on flying the plane. Any mistake could mean he wouldn't see tomorrow's sun. That guy was definitely doing it on purpose, daring to strip his pants to look for a bomb. Even if I really had a bomb, I wouldn't hide it in my pants. Could I really blow up my own bird? Phew. Nothing at all. The plane landed smoothly at Longjia Airport. Watching the officials leave, the pilot finally let out a breath. Grandma Lu finally saw her beloved granddaughter. She hurriedly carried her things into the shed. She placed the items on the quilt, then quickly squatted down and hugged her precious granddaughter into her arms. Smelling the sweet milk scent on her granddaughter, Grandma Lu's tears started to flow uncontrollably. Her empty heart suddenly felt full. Holding her sweet granddaughter felt like she had everything in the world. Grandma, don't cry. Nianbao tilted her head and spoke softly, then giggled foolishly. Grandma Lu was stunned. She looked at her son and asked, "You honor? Did you just teach Nianbao what you said?" No. When you all got out of the car, Nianbao saw it and started jumping around, calling us Grandma and Grandpa, Lu Xianyuan said seriously. Oh, okay. That's good. My good granddaughter still recognizes Grandma and Grandpa. Grandma Lu was moved to tears. The obedient granddaughter was so silly and innocent, like a sharp knife stabbing her heart, making it hard for her to breathe. These past few months, Grandma Lu felt like each day was a year. She heard that praying at the temple could help, so she secretly went there. Kneeling on a mat, she sincerely prayed for her granddaughter's recovery. Only after everyone in the temple left did she stand up. She went once a week. The temple people recognized her and joined her in praying. They hoped her granddaughter would get better soon, return to normal life, and stay close to her. Old lady, please move aside so I can hold my granddaughter. Grandpa Lu whispered. Grandma Lu picked up the obedient granddaughter, turned around, looked at her husband, then softly said, "Sweet granddaughter, do you think Grandpa can hold you?"
Hee.
Riding a big horse. The granddaughter clapped her hands, twisted her body, drooling from the mouth, and giggled foolishly. Okay, riding a big horse. Grandpa is a big horse? Grandpa Lu picked up the granddaughter, raised her with both hands, and she sat steadily on his neck. Sweet granddaughter.
Sit tight.
The horse is going to run. Giddy up. Grandpa Lu walked around in the shed. Hee. Riding a big horse, waving a banner, clop clop. That's how we play. The granddaughter clapped and spoke, giggling foolishly. Old man, the eldest niece said, waving a banner. but we don't have one. Maybe you should hang a toy gun instead. Zhou Hongru chuckled foolishly.
Get lost.
Hey, okay then? Zhou Hongru grinned and stepped aside. Everyone burst into laughter. The shed suddenly became lively, chasing away the brief sadness. Grandpa Lu held his granddaughter close and softly asked Zhou Hongru, "Sweet granddaughter, do you know who he is?" "Big Pig." The granddaughter tilted her head, clapped her hands, and giggled foolishly. Everyone laughed loudly.
Mom,
"You're here. Dinner is ready. Come inside and eat." Sui opened the shed door softly.
all right.
"Let's go inside and eat." Grandma Lu took Sui's hand and went into the hall. The others followed closely behind. Grandpa Lu glared at his son, angrily walked to the side, sat down, and muttered to himself. "This useless guy, his wife still isn't settled. If he can't do it, he should learn from me. It's okay to kneel on a washboard or something similar. I don't believe they can't handle it. The daughter-in-law doesn't even call him dad. It's all my fault for speaking carelessly earlier. I really got a harsh lesson." Sui sat down holding his daughter. Today, he was very tired. Since waking up, he had prepared a big meal. Most of the dishes were favorites of the old man and the old lady, even if she didn't admit they were her in-laws. But for the sake of Nian Bao, she couldn't neglect the elders. After all, they were her grandparents. She also made braised pork, which Nian Bao liked. As for the man, whether he liked it or not, that was his choice. Zhou Hongru could do as he pleased. His skin was thicker than a city wall. If she didn't let him eat, he would even reach into his bowl and grab food with his hands. "Come on, let's eat." Grandma Lu saw the atmosphere was a bit off and quickly spoke. "Hee, big niece, I am the big piggy. The braised pork belongs to me." Zhou Hongru chuckled foolishly. "Haha, like Pigsy gnawing on pig trotters, self-harming with his own flesh." Nian Bao clapped her hands and giggled. Everyone looked at Nian Bao, hoping to find an answer on her little face. But she just kept smiling foolishly, eating with her mouth full and greasy. Old Master Lu also took a sip of wine. Grandma Lu added some meat to Suya's plate and gently carried Nian Bao into her arms, feeding her herself. After everyone was full and satisfied, they all got into a jeep and headed straight to the military district auditorium to watch a cultural performance. This had been planned for a long time. They wanted Nian Bao to participate in more activities, hoping she would get better. The jeep slowly stopped in front of the auditorium. Everyone got out and entered the hall. The auditorium was decorated with lanterns and banners, celebrating the new year. Various slogans were neatly arranged in straight lines. Rows of seats were filled with people. Different units were organizing singing competitions, creating a lively atmosphere. Lu Xianyuan held Nian Bao and sat down in the front row, near the leaders. His daughter was taken away by her mother. Old Master Lu and others sat quietly in the family area, waiting for the show to start. Time passed quickly. The curtains of the auditorium slowly opened, and two hosts with microphones stepped out. After a passionate introduction, the first act was a chorus from the reconnaissance battalion. As the program was about to end, Wang Yuyan took the microphone and stepped onto the stage. She looked at the family area's Nian Bao and spoke, "Respected leaders, dear comrades, let's give a warm round of applause. Now let's invite our little genius, little friend Lu Nian, to perform." "Okay? Okay." The soldiers started shouting loudly, creating a lively atmosphere. "I heard she sings very beautifully. Wang Yuyan, also want to learn from her. Let's give a round of applause. Here comes little friend, Lu Nian." Lu Xuanyuan's face darkened as he looked at Wang Yuyan on stage, wishing he could scold her. Old Master Lu and Old Lady Lu frowned, their faces turning very serious. Their obedient granddaughter was simple-minded. How could she sing on stage? Even before she was sick, she wouldn't sing. If someone wanted to embarrass their granddaughter, they would not agree. They felt angry and ready to fight back. Sui suddenly stood up, about to speak and stop her. His daughter's simple-mindedness made it impossible for her to sing. This girl clearly just wanted to make his daughter look bad. His heart was filled with anger. "Okay, I agree. A clear voice rang out like a thunderclap in the hall. Nianbao, with her short legs, ran onto the stage, grabbing the microphone. She sang a song from her past life, Dawn. The whole hall was stunned. All the soldiers sat upright. Nianbao, wearing a red sweater, stood in front of the stage, holding the microphone tightly. Her voice was pure and beautiful, like heavenly music. She remembered her past life. Her parents had promised her that when she grew up a little, they would send her to learn music so she could become a great musician someday. But her parents sacrificed themselves. All her dreams shattered, and she was seen as a troublemaker by her eldest uncle. After joining the army, she worked hard on her tasks. In her free time, she found the best teachers to learn music theory, singing, dancing, and various instruments. She was not perfect in everything, but she was close. Most of the musical instruments in the unit's arts room were bought by her. She just wanted to fulfill her musical dream. Sadly, at age 25, she died on a mission. Now, she remembered her current life. She was imprisoned in a woodshed, countless days and nights, through spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Every night, she had the same dream. In her dream, she saw her parents, her grandmother, and faces smiling at her. Their encouragement helped her to keep going. In the dark shed, tears blurred her eyes. Her parents' images faded away, leaving her alone in this strange little room. Nianbao held the microphone, swaying from side to side. Tears rolled down her cheeks, and a sense of chaos filled her mind. She gritted her teeth and held on. Just now, Nianbao went on stage. People were curious about what kind of young talent she was, so impressive that even host Wang Yuyan wanted to learn from her. When the first note came from Nianbao's mouth, her pure and clear voice instantly filled the dull hall. It didn't sound like singing. It was more like a mountain stream flowing over rocks with a cool feeling. It was also like the morning sunlight, clean and pure, without any impurities. That was an autumn day, with the wind so gentle. Nianbao's voice was soft, clear, and struck everyone's hearts. The leaders and soldiers, who had experienced many hardships, held their breath and watched the small figure on stage. When she sang, "I saw my parents walk away, leaving me in this strange world," her voice was tinged with a slight choking sound. It was like a needle piercing the softest part of everyone's heart. The auditorium became eerily silent. Nianbao's singing echoed above the ceiling. Soldiers and family members all started to cry. Even Wang Yuyan was stunned. Lu Xianyuan suddenly stood up, his eyes red, staring tightly at the small figure on stage. His daughter was finally awake. Suddenly, he heard her singing again, and tears uncontrollably fell down his face. His chest heaved violently, as if pierced by thousands of steel blades, making him feel almost suffocated. Nianbao had been imprisoned for 7 years. Every day, she longed for someone to appear and save her from suffering. But he didn't even know she existed. He felt he didn't deserve to be her father. Su Yi stood up excitedly, staring at Nianbao on stage, tears welling in his eyes. His daughter was finally healed. As he listened to her singing and the longing expressed in her lyrics, he thought about all the hardships she had endured. She covered her face, tears slipping through her fingers, and spoke with a choked voice. "Nianbao, Mom is sorry. I should have fought to save you, even if it meant risking everything with the Su family. Ugh, Nianbao, it's Mom's fault for being so helpless and making you suffer so much. Su Shibang, Sia, will definitely take your life." Old Master Lu suddenly stood up sharply, his eyes sharp as a torch, staring directly at his well-behaved granddaughter on stage, with a slight smile on his lips. All right, my good granddaughter has recovered." When he heard Nianbao's angelic singing, his eyes turned slightly red, and a powerful, unsettling aura radiated from him. His throat moved, and his voice was hoarse and trembling. He opened his mouth and whispered softly, "Good granddaughter, you've suffered. It's all Grandpa's fault for not noticing you earlier. Don't worry, I won't let any of the Su family members who hurt you go. I will make sure they spend the rest of their lives in prison. Good granddaughter, I will shield you from the wind and rain on your future path and keep you safe and happy. Grandma Lu hurriedly clasped her hands together, constantly thanking the Buddha. She never expected her prayers to be so effective. The good granddaughter was no longer foolish. When Nian Bao's singing reached her ears, she was struck like lightning and then burst into loud sobs. Zhou Hongru and all the soldiers stood up at the same time, their eyes fixed on the stage. Nian Bao's song continued. Mom told me hope still exists. When I see the sun rise, they smile. It's dawn. Her melodious voice floated in the air. The crowd below was silent for about 3 or 4 seconds. Suddenly, thunderous applause erupted. The commander of the Northern Province Military District pointed at Nian Bao on stage. He said to the political commissar beside him, "Wow, this little girl really touched my heart. For tonight's prize, I think it should go to her. Yes, I fully support that. But I wonder, whose child is she? Nian Nian? That sounds so familiar. Oh my, could she be the poor child from the vice commander's family?" The political commissar suddenly said. The commander was stunned and then asked, "You say this girl is from the Xuanyuan family? But I heard she's supposed to be foolish. She must be better now. Otherwise, why would she be on stage performing?" The political officer clapped his hands and then sighed, saying, We just got back from studying and haven't had a chance to see the child. It's our fault. Yes. Tomorrow morning, let's go to the family housing to see her." The commander nodded and said. Nian Bao stood in front of the stage, swaying slightly. Her small hand holding the microphone suddenly clenched tightly. She wanted to shout Dad, Mom, Grandpa, Grandma, or Uncle, but her mouth opened and no sound came out. A sharp headache struck her, and she quickly fell into confusion. Darkness clouded her vision. With a loud thud, she collapsed in front of the stage, dropping the microphone and losing consciousness completely. Everyone was stunned instantly. Lu Xianyuan jumped up and rushed forward, stepping over chairs and rushing toward the stage. The military district leaders also panicked. They quickly stood up and hurried toward the stage. Old Mr. Liu and Old Lady Liu were shocked, stumbling out of the seating area for family members. Crying, they ran straight toward the stage, praying in their hearts that their good granddaughter wouldn't get hurt. Su Yi and Zhou Hongru moved very quickly. The moment Nian Bao collapsed, they ran over immediately. When everyone reached the stage, Lu Xianyuan had already picked up his daughter and was running out of the hall as fast as he could. He shouted angrily. The crowd surrounding them was startled and quickly made way. Su Yi and Zhou Hongru followed closely behind. Old Mr. Liu and Old Lady Liu looked at Wang Yuyan, then turned and ran out quickly. The commander and the political officer were stunned. He is the top leader of the military commission, Lu Qingtian. "Commander, don't just stand there. Hurry and check on the child," the political officer urged urgently. "Oh, right. Let's go see the child." The commander snapped out of his shock and ran toward the hall entrance. "Oh my, Lao Li, wait for me." The political officer chased after him. Military and security personnel immediately took control of the scene, finishing the last performance. But everyone's hearts had already been captured by that small figure. No one was in the mood to watch the show. Everyone was worried about Nian Bao, praying silently for her quick recovery. Chun Dongqi sent his wife and children back to the family housing and then hurried to the military hospital. He just saw Nian Bao go on stage and was so happy he almost jumped up. If the situation had been right, he would have shouted loudly. Nian Bao is finally okay. Her singing was so powerful that it moved their whole family to tears. At first, when he found out Nian Bao was mentally challenged, he really wanted to punch Lu Xianyuan, but he couldn't fight him. He went to see Nian Bao almost every day until he was sent on a mission and only returned yesterday. He thought that on New Year's Eve, the whole family would go together to celebrate with Nian Bao. They would make dumplings, put up couplets, hang red lanterns, making it lively and happy. After all, this was the first New Year Nian Bao had experienced since she was born, and it shouldn't be quiet and lonely. But Lu Xuanyuan's serious face might have made Nian Bao feel upset, and who would have thought he suddenly fainted? "Wow, what the heck? Where are my shoes? Chen Dongqi ran so fast that his shoes flew off. In the dark, he fumbled around for a long time but couldn't find them. He decided to throw away the other shoe too. Barefoot is better, more grounded, and he was running faster than before. At the military hospital, in the emergency room on the first floor, Nianbao was placed on a rescue bed and 4 specialists, internal medicine and neurology experts, began a thorough check. They did all kinds of tests, and the results showed she was healthy. In the end, they reached 2 conclusions. First, the child had just recovered and fainted due to external stimulation. Second, the child was too tired and hadn't rested well recently, so she probably just fell asleep. But they didn't dare say this aloud, worried about angering the leaders, which could make the new year difficult. To be cautious, they chose to say the first conclusion. The 4 experts exchanged glances and nodded. One female military doctor picked up Nianbao and headed toward the emergency room door. Grandma Lu and Suyi whispered, sniffling quietly, afraid to cry out loud and affect her treatment. The commander of the military district and the political commissar arrived at the emergency room door, saluted, but before they could speak, old Master Lu waved them to stop. They had to stand properly, not daring to breathe loudly. Chen Dongqi, barefoot, ran toward the emergency room, panting heavily, with sweat pouring down his forehead, looking like a fleeing soldier. He tried to calm himself and focused his eyes on Lu Xianyuan, ignoring everyone else. He stepped forward toward Lu Xianyuan, fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles cracked loudly. Without saying a word, he grabbed Lu Xianyuan's collar and pulled him close. His voice was cold and sharp as he said through gritted teeth, "Lu Xianyuan, are you still human? Ning Bao is just a child. Why don't you let her perform on stage? Don't you know how to stop her? Do you even care as a father? She's so young and doesn't understand anything. Don't you realize that? You're just a jerk." After speaking, he didn't hesitate and threw a punch straight at Lu Xianyuan's face, moving very fast. Everyone tried to stop him, but Lu Xianyuan caught his fist and said in a deep voice, "Stop acting crazy. My daughter is still being treated. You better not provoke me, or don't blame me for being rude. Lu Xianyuan, if you can't take care of Ning Bao, I will ask Chen Hongyu to come and take her away. You will never find her again in this life, not even among your so-called family." Chen Dongqi looked around. He was suddenly shocked. When did the commander and the political commissar arrive? He hadn't seen them before. Lu Xianyuan, this useless brat, should have warned him. Finally, his gaze fell on old Master Lu. His pupils shrank suddenly, and his body started trembling. He hurriedly sat down against the wall, holding his head with both hands, pretending no one could see him. Just a dream. The door of the emergency room was pushed open. A female doctor came out holding Ning Bao. Suyi hurried forward to take his daughter. He saw that his daughter was breathing evenly, not running a fever, and looked as if she was sleeping. He quickly asked, "Military doctor, how's my daughter?" "Your daughter is fine. She just recovered and isn't used to it yet. She was also stimulated by the outside world, which caused her to faint. Don't disturb her when she wakes up. She'll be okay soon. Hurry home for the new year," the female doctor said with a smile. "Thank you, doctor." Suyi finally relaxed and quickly expressed his gratitude. "You're welcome. That's what I should do. Hurry back now." The female doctor smiled and turned to walk into the emergency room. Everyone left the military hospital and got into their cars. Lu Xianyuan looked back at Chen Dongqi, who looked upset and said in a deep voice, "Hurry up and get in the car." "Get in what car?" "I still need to find my shoes first." Chen Dongqi glared at Lu Xianyuan and scolded him as he walked away angrily. Lu Xianyuan smiled happily and then sat in the driver's seat. The engine roared loudly, like a dull, rusty saw tearing through the quiet night. The jeep started slowly, heading toward the residential compound. After arriving home, everyone washed up and the elderly couple went back to their room. They lay in bed and soon fell asleep. Zhou Hongru insisted on sleeping in the living room, with 2 pistols tucked at his waist, fully loaded, always alert. Lu Xianyuan stood at Suye's door, hesitating for a long time, but finally gave up. He returned to his own room, lay on the bed, and carefully thought about what happened 8 years ago. His wife said that when he remembered, they would discuss whether to forgive him or not. What was it exactly? On New Year's Eve, just as dawn was breaking, snow began to fall gently, covering the entire yard in white. Firecrackers sounded everywhere, and each family started their busy day, smiling simply and sincerely. After getting up, Lu Xianyuan opened the yard gate, grabbed a broom, and began sweeping the snow. Like usual, he lit the stove to warm the shelter, waiting for his daughter to wake up so she could play inside. Then he boiled some water, sat by the stove, and the flames licked the bottom of the kettle, making a sizzling sound. Lu Xianyuan wiped the snow off the stool, sat beside the stove, and stretched out his hand to warm himself, feeling a bit warmer. A small figure quietly approached from behind, crunching the snow with each step. She tiptoed behind Lu Xianyuan, hugged his waist softly, and sweetly said, "Daddy, are you cold?" Hearing his daughter's voice, Lu Xianyuan froze for a moment, his heart suddenly filled with joy. He quickly turned around, squatted down, and hugged his daughter into his arms, shielding her from the snow with his clothes. "Good girl. Daddy isn't cold. Tell Daddy, are you feeling better now?" Lu Xianyuan asked excitedly.
Daddy.
"I've regained my senses. Thank you for not giving up on me for half a year." Mingbao blinked her big eyes and said softly, "Daddy will never abandon you. You are my whole world."
Ha!
My good girl is finally okay. Lu Xianyuan lifted his daughter and spun her around. Nianbao giggled happily, her cheerful laughter ringing through the small courtyard like a copper bell. Old Master Lu and Old Lady Lu heard the laughter and hurriedly put on their clothes and came outside. "Oh, my good granddaughter, you're finally okay." Old Lady Lu quickly hugged her and gave her a big kiss. All the unhappiness in her heart was forgotten. Compared to her adorable granddaughter, everything else was insignificant. Old Master Lu's hands trembled with excitement as he laughed loudly. The three of them played happily in the snow, their voices louder than the firecrackers in the distance. Su Yi didn't come out because she had been playing with her daughter for a while. Now she needed to start working. Her daughter's recovery had wiped away her worries from the past 6 months. This New Year's Eve, she wanted to cook a special dish. Zhou Hongru stood at the door, acting like a brave guardian, hands on his hips, ready to step in at any moment. They put up spring couplets, pasted lucky characters, and hung big red lanterns outside the door, swaying in the cold wind. Inside the living room, Old Lady Lu took out a property deed, a bank book, and a shop ownership document, placing them in Nianbao's arms. She said kindly, "Nianbao, these are your New Year's gifts from Grandma. Do you like them?"
Thank you, Grandma.
Nianbao likes them very much. Wishing Grandma a long life. Nianbao's little mouth was sweet, and she smiled happily with her eyes crinkling. Oh, what a sweet granddaughter. Old Master Lu took out 2 small pistols, placed them on the table with a crisp pop, and said with a smile, "Here, granddaughter, these are Grandpa's gifts for you." "Old man, what are you trying to do?" But Old Master Lu stopped her and softly said in her ear, "Old wife, these 2 guns are specially bought by me for my good granddaughter. They are for her self-defense. When we're not around, if she faces danger, she will have a handy tool. Although it's not allowed, I don't care about the rules. I just want my good granddaughter to be safe and happy. Nianbao is my life, the only bloodline of the Lu family. If anything happens to her, I might as well end my life." Old Lady Lu opened her mouth but finally sighed and said nothing, then got up and went to the kitchen. "Sweet granddaughter, Grandpa's New Year gift for you. Do you like it?" Old Master Lu smiled and said. Nianbao snapped back to her senses, put the gift and the gun into her space, bypassed the coffee table, and threw herself into Old Master Lu's arms. She hugged his neck, kissed him softly, and said sweetly, "I like it." "Thank you, Grandpa. Haha. Good granddaughter, I'm glad you like it." Old Master Lu laughed loudly, then said seriously, "But I told you beforehand, don't use it unless it's a critical moment, understand? Otherwise, I'll take the gun back. Don't cry if that happens." "Oh, I got it, Grandpa. I won't use it easily," Nianbao said with a clever smile, soft and gentle. Of course, She wouldn't use it because there were many guns in her space, just lacking bullets. She needed to find a way to get some bullets, just in case she faced danger and wouldn't be caught off guard. While the grandfather and granddaughter were talking, Lu Xianyuan opened the door and came in. He walked over to his daughter and slowly squatted down. He reached into his chest, searched around, took out a thick red envelope, and handed it to Nianbao softly. "This is your New Year red envelope from Dad. I plan to give it to you tomorrow. But your grandparents already gave you theirs, so I can't be left out. Thank you, Dad," Nianbao said sweetly, then pinched the envelope with her small hand and showed a big smile. Dad is really nice, giving her several thousand yuan, probably all his savings. Recently, he paid for her medical expenses and other costs. Mom said all the money was from Dad. But it's okay, Grandma's bank book has 50,000 yuan. In this time when the average salary is just over 100 yuan a month, it feels like a huge amount of money. When I return to Kyoto, I must buy a few more traditional courtyard houses so I can relax and enjoy life. If Nianbao knew that Grandma donated 2 billion yuan, 50,000 yuan wouldn't seem so impressive anymore. Around 2 p.m., heavy snow was still falling. Lu Xianyuan held a string of firecrackers, while Nianbao carried 5 small firecrackers, and they arrived at the gate. They cleared a space, placed the firecrackers on the ground, and lit them. Instantly, they crackled loudly. Nianbao stood inside the gate, wearing a pink scarf, a cotton hat, and cotton mittens with strings. When she heard the firecrackers, she hurriedly covered her ears, a happy smile on her face. After finishing the small firecrackers, Lu Xianyuan went to his daughter, brushed the snow off her, and gently picked her up. He held her under the arms and carried her into the shed, stepping through the snow. He stomped his feet to shake off the snow, opened the door, and entered the living room, heading toward the bathroom. After washing their hands, the father and daughter sat down at the dining table, looking at the delicious food. Nianbao swallowed hard, tears flickering in her eyes. In her past life, after her parents sacrificed themselves, she was a servant at her uncle's house and was not allowed to sit at the table. Especially during the New Year, they prepared a big feast, and everyone ate with oily mouths. She could only watch from outside, swallowing her tears, even as her hands and feet turned purple from the cold, unable to leave. If she tried to leave, they would give the food to the dogs and not let her eat, leaving her hungry all night. Grandma Lu quickly stood up, hugged her adorable granddaughter, sat on a stool, and used a handkerchief to wipe her tears, her face full of concern. "Don't cry, dear granddaughter. Everything is over now. From now on, Grandma, Grandpa, Dad, Mom, and Uncle will celebrate the New Year with you. Okay? Nianbao feels so happy." "Thank you, Grandma, Grandpa, Dad, Mom, and Uncle," Nianbao said softly. Sui got up and went to the bathroom, returning after a while with red eyes. Lu Xianyuan and Grandpa Lu quickly turned their heads, pretending to look for wine, but their eyes were teary. Zhou Hongru stood up, picked up a bottle of wine, and loudly said to Nianbao, "Happy New Year, niece. The big piggy, let's drink first. You can do as you like." He finished his drink in one gulp, then picked up his bowl and started eating heartily. "Haha, Uncle, take it easy. No one is fighting you for the food." Nianbao finally smiled. Everyone started eating, and the meal was full of happiness, talking and laughing. Only Grandma Lu went to the washroom and stayed there for a long time. Old Master Lu looked at the washroom a few times, took a sip of wine, and remained silent. Because he knew. His wife was thinking about their 5 sons. After they died in battle, their bodies were never found, which was a deep pain in his heart. Many years ago, during the invasion by the island country, all 5 sons died in battle. They have been investigating ever since, but with no results. During breakfast, everyone started making dumplings, with everyone taking part. Old Master Lu and his wife rolled out the dumpling skins, while others began wrapping dumplings. Zhou Hongru, tall and strong, made delicate dumplings that looked very elegant, like a noble lady. Nianbao carefully made all kinds of animal-shaped dumplings, lively and vivid. Everyone was amazed, opening their mouths wide, feeling like Nianbao often made dumplings. Nianbao didn't mind. After wrapping the dumplings, she turned on the black and white TV to watch the Spring Festival Gala. Offering sacrifices, setting off firecrackers, and eating dumplings, these were the happiest moments of her two lives on this New Year's Eve. On the first day of the new year, snow was still falling, swirling down, thick snow underfoot, making a crunching sound. In the big iron pot in the yard, a pig-killing dish was simmering, bubbling, and fragrant. Chun Dongchi and Chun Hongyu, the commander and political commissar, brought their families and children to gather at the family compound. Nianbao was the happiest. Red envelopes seemed to have eyes, constantly rushing into her arms. She kept waving her hands, saying no, but they still tried to stuff them into her. Suddenly, many people arrived at the gate, filling the courtyard completely. Zhou Hongru immediately looked like he was facing a great enemy, holding 2 guns, ready to shoot.
Oh.
Put down your guns, quickly. Don't scare the children. The organization director hurriedly ran to Zhou Hongru and said. Zhou Hongru ignored him, aiming his guns at the man at the gate and his bodyguards. Just now, those 2 tried to force their way in, but were scared off by his guns. The man in a suit and sunglasses looked suspicious, more like a gangster than a good person. The organization director anxiously said, "Oh, sir, you should put down your gun. If someone gets hurt, who can take responsibility? Besides, bad guys can't even get into the residential area. And there are elderly people and children in the cars behind. Let me introduce myself. I am Pan Dong from the Provincial Military District, the organization director, here to bring people over. The higher-ups already know about this. Didn't he tell you? Pan Dong. If you dare to say one more word, I'll crush you." Zhou Hongru widened his eyes, pressing his gun against the director's head, shouting angrily. The director was speechless, silently complaining inside.
Oh my.
Who did the boss find to be so fierce? It's so frustrating. Does he not understand? I'm speaking proper Mandarin. This guy will never get married in his life, and if he does, it's just to scam money.
Hey.
What's with that look? Do I feel like you're cursing me inside? Zhou Hongru coldly pressed his gun further against Pan Dong's head. Pan Dong also got angry. He had never been humiliated like this in his whole life. If I don't lose my temper, does he think I'm easy to bully? He immediately retorted angrily. Hey Blackie, enough already. Don't be so shameless. I respect you, calling you boss, but you're not worth a damn. I advise you to put down your gun quickly. It's cold outside. Go stand in the snow for a while. That last remark was a bit much. Was Pan Dong calling Zhou Hongru a dog? Zhou Hongru's whole body radiated killing intent, his eyes cold as knives, staring at Pan Dong, speaking slowly. Pan Dong, you're asking for death. Suddenly, he turned sideways and delivered a whip kick, knocking Pan Dong flying out. Pan Dong screamed and fell into the snow pile inside the gate. The sound stopped abruptly, only 2 legs sticking out, stomping repeatedly. Zhou Hongru smiled, then quickly turned serious, glancing at everyone at the gate. They had turned into snowmen, even the men's sunglasses and bodyguards' shades covered in snow. They didn't dare move at all. He nodded with satisfaction and said, "Move around a bit, don't freeze. I'll go ask about your situation." The man was shivering so badly that he could hardly speak. Zhou Hongru ignored him and turned to walk into the shed. He opened the door and was instantly stunned. In the living room, the sounds of adults talking and children making noise blended together, like a big choir. He had been wondering earlier why no one came out despite all the noise he made. Finally, he understood. The sounds outside were not as loud as those inside. That's enough. Don't keep talking endlessly. It's disturbing the leader's rest. Also, a group of villagers has gathered at the gate and surrounded us. Go out quickly to see what's happening. Maybe come up with a plan, whether to surround them, go around, or maybe eliminate them all or pick them off one by one. I won't get involved. After speaking, Zhou Hongru ran into the kitchen, grabbed a stool, and sat in front of the stove to warm himself. Everyone in the living room looked confused. Lu Xianyuan stood up to go outside, and the political commissar also stood, smiling as he said, "Let's all go out." These were the families of children who had been kidnapped. here to thank the rescue team for saving their children. The political commissar then explained what had happened. Everyone suddenly understood and hurried out the door to the main gate. They saw the organization director sitting in a pile of snow, looking like a big snowball. He was waving his small fists and hitting the snow next to him hard, as if he hated the snow.
Pan donc.
Get up quickly. Aren't you ashamed? The political commissar glared and said sternly. Commissar, you're late. I've already lost face. Pan Dong got up crying. Stop crying. What exactly happened? The commander angrily asked. Pan Dong recounted what had just happened. You say Guard Zhou kicked you into the snow pile? The political commissar asked with a serious look. It wasn't a kick. It was a big whip kick, and he pushed me into the snow with about 200 jin, around 100 kilograms, Pan Dong wiped his tears and said seriously.
Wow.
That must have taken a lot of strength. The commander shivered and then said, hurry over to the big iron pot and warm yourself. There's a big pig's hoof inside as a reward for you. Okay. Thank you, Commander. Pan Dong hurried toward the big iron pot. Oh my, slow down. Don't fall, the political commissar said worriedly. The organization minister is very capable and honest, never breaking the law. His only flaw is that he loves to eat. Most of the materials from the military district are prepared by him after working overtime, and he never complains. Pan Dongle happily ran to the iron pot, lifted the lid, grabbed some chopsticks, and stirred the pig's head dish. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he saw a pig's tail, which was his favorite. Without hesitation, he used his chopsticks to pick it up and started eating happily. His small eyes narrowed into slits, and he looked very pleased. Everyone looked at each other and smiled, then quickly turned to shake hands with the family of the rescued child and invited them inside. The man wearing glasses looked at Nianbao with tears in his eyes and said, Child, thank you so much. You saved my son. If it weren't for your clues, he might have been sold by traffickers. Thank you, kid. Other parents echoed. The door creaked open. Many gifts were brought inside: food, drinks, clothes, rice, flour, and cooking oil. Eggs, small chickens, and big and small gift boxes piled up like a small mountain. Then everyone started putting red envelopes into Nianbao's arms. Child, this is a small token of our thanks. Yes, child, this is from Annie. Nianbao was stunned. Oh my goodness, she had become a live streamer on the spot, with everyone fighting to give tips. Except for two people in suits, most were not wealthy and probably struggled to make ends meet. She absolutely couldn't accept this money. If she took it, wouldn't her grandparents, parents, and family become targets of gossip and blame behind their backs? Uncles and aunts, I appreciate your kindness, but I can't accept the gifts or red envelopes, Nianbao said clearly. Saving your child is what I should do. I am a descendant of soldiers, and I carry the blood of the Red Army. Nianbao's voice grew a little louder. The living room fell silent, so quiet that you could hear the passage of time. Suddenly, thunderous applause erupted, filling the room. Everyone praised her enthusiastically, like waves crashing one after another. Old Mr. Liu and old Mrs. Liu's faces were full of affection, a kind of love that words cannot describe. As expected of their obedient granddaughter, she is like a shining pearl, glowing with endless light. Su Yi and Lu Xianyuan looked at each other and smiled, satisfied, with admiration and approval in their eyes. The rescued children came to Nianbao and, at the same time, knelt down to thank her for saving their lives. Nianbao sidestepped and said angrily, Why are you kneeling? Get up quickly. You can kneel to the sky, the ground, or your parents, but not to anyone else. Constantly kneeling not only loses your dignity, but also embarrasses your parents. Everyone praised Nianbao enthusiastically, sincerely impressed. Half an hour later, the thank you guests left. They left all the gifts, and Grandma Lu gave the children red envelopes based on market prices. After everyone finished eating, they all left one after another. Nianbao lay on the bed, counting the red envelopes, looking a bit like a little money lover. Lu Xuanyuan's lips curled slightly as he turned to go downstairs, sat on the sofa, and picked up a frozen pear, about to bring it to his mouth. Suddenly his phone rang. His expression darkened. He hurriedly put down the pear and got up to the TV cabinet. He reached out and picked up the phone, pressed the answer button, and a tense, deep voice came from the other end. A murder case happened in Dawang village. A family of 8 was brutally killed, with no survivors. After investigation, the police found a suspect with a noticeable scar on his face. I suspect this is the scar-faced person who is chasing after my niece. Lu Xuanyuan's face changed suddenly and a cold aura radiated from him, causing the temperature in the living room to drop rapidly. His eyes were filled with intense killing intent, almost tangible, and his voice was low and hoarse, as if coming from deep within his chest. Find him at all costs. I will personally avenge my daughter. Yes, boss. Lu Xianyuan hung up the phone, clenched his fists, and his anger surged like molten lava, rushing straight to his head. He slowly walked to the courtyard, looked up at the sky, where snowflakes fell on his face, and his mind was full of thoughts. Since seeing his daughter, he had sent people to investigate who sent her to the military zone and what their purpose was. It was impossible for a child to get into the military zone alone. Who is behind all this? To defeat the Lu family, they even used children as pawns. It was really painstaking and extreme. After investigation, it was found that the daughter had been imprisoned for 7 years, and she fought hard to escape. With a paternity test, his cold heart began to slowly thaw. However, his daughter's suffering was like a knife from the behind-the-scenes villain, stabbing deeply into his heart. The pain made it hard for him to breathe, so he vowed to make those who hurt his daughter pay the price. He broke into the old Lu family house at night, using the cruelest methods to take revenge on old Master Su. He planned to kill Su Shirbang but accidentally saved his wife instead. As the Su family fell, the truth about his daughter's captivity and the wife's substitution surfaced. But the behind-the-scenes villain kept trying to kill their whole family, like a sword hanging over their heads. Although he didn't know why the villain disappeared, he had to find him and kill him. Otherwise, he would always be a big threat, and his family's lives could be at any moment in danger. Lu Xianyuan whispered softly. Scarface, you rat in the gutter, I've been looking for you for a long time. I've searched almost all of North Province, but I just couldn't find you and your 2 pests. Unexpectedly, you are so cruel, slaughtering an entire family. It's utterly inhumane. I, Lu Xianyuan, will make you atone and regret for the innocent lives you took. My phone in my pocket suddenly started to roar loudly, so abrupt in the snowy night. Lu Xianyuan took out his phone, pressed the answer button, and a worried voice came through.
Boss.
Scarface has been found, right behind the mountain in Dawang village. Brothers, we've already caught his henchman, Huang Mao. According to the interrogation, Scarface has been hiding in the tiger's den behind Dawang village's mountain for some time. The terrain there is dangerous. To catch him, we need more people. If he hears the noise and escapes, it will be very hard to catch him again. Big head. Don't act rashly. I'll send reconnaissance troops to support immediately. After speaking, Lu Xianyuan hung up. Then, he dialed the reconnaissance team's landline. It rang once before being answered. Before the other side could speak, Lu Xianyuan spoke first. I am Deputy Commander Lu Xianyuan. The reconnaissance team was fully armed and ready. In 10 minutes, they gathered at the military district gate. Yes. Commander. Beep beep beep. Lu Xianyuan hung up the phone, then called the vehicle unit to arrange 20 transport trucks. Everything was arranged. Lu Xianyuan returned to the living room and saw his parents, wife, and daughter all looking at him. There was no time to explain. He quickly said, I have to go out for a bit. You all go to bed early. After saying that, he went back to his room, fully armed. He put on his helmet, strapped on his gear, and slipped into his combat boots. With a few clicks, he checked the bullets in his gun, and then put it into its holster. He opened the door and stepped out. He crouched beside his daughter, hugged her gently, and said softly, Good girl, Dad has an urgent task and needs to go out. I should be back by tomorrow. Then, Dad will take you out for a walk and also teach Wang Yuyan a lesson. Dad, did you find the Scarface guy? Can I go with you? Nianbao hugged Lu Xuanyuan's neck, speaking softly and sweetly. Lu Xianyuan was startled. He quickly looked at his parents, then at his wife, and asked quietly, "Did you hear that just now? To avenge my granddaughter? And you didn't even want to take me? Have you gotten too confident?" Old Master Lu's eyes widened with anger as he scolded sternly.
Dad.
"You should stay home and rest. Catching the scar-faced guy is no big deal. No need for you to get involved," Lu Xianyuan said as he released his daughter and stood up, ready to leave. Old Master Lu was about to get angry, but he saw his wife's fierce look. He immediately picked up a frozen pear and started eating. "Xianyuan, be careful. After you catch the scar-faced guy, bring him back to the camp. I want to see how fierce he really is, daring to bully and chase after my sweet granddaughter." "Got it, Mom," Lu Xianyuan replied. He turned to look at Su Yi, who sat silently with her head bowed. He was about to leave when he noticed his daughter holding onto his leg tightly. He reached out, gently rubbed her little head, and felt warm inside. He softly said, "Good girl, stay at home and wait for Dad. Catch that scar-faced guy and handle him however you like, okay? Not okay?" Nian Bao immediately objected. Then she raised her little face, looking fierce and determined. "Dad, my daughter also wants to go. I will personally catch him and hand him over to the police. Let him die at the hands of justice to comfort the souls of those who died tragically." Nian Bao doesn't want her father to do these things. If that happens, she would be even more reluctant to leave her father. She has already promised her mother to leave the residential area and return to the Sihiyuan in Kyoto. Her mother feels sad and helpless, with only her as her daughter. Her father and grandparents, along with his comrades, are not alone. Moreover, she is very close to her grandparents and can take care of them. "Oh, silly Dad, if you never remember the promise you made long ago, maybe your wife and you will never be together in this life, and my brothers and sisters might never come into this world."
No.
"You can't go," everyone said in unison. Angrily, Nian Bao turned around and ran upstairs quickly, locking the door behind her. A sly smile appeared on her face. She was waiting for everyone to oppose her, so she could get angry and go upstairs, even jump out of the window. Using her agility, she jumped down from the upstairs. When passing by Zhou Hongru, she stopped and hurriedly said, "Protect them well. No accidents allowed." "Understood, young lady." Nian Bao went to the jeep, opened the door, got in and closed the door smoothly. She then hid under the back seat, so discreet that no one would notice if they weren't looking carefully. After Lu Xianyuan got in the car, he turned the key and the engine roared, tearing through the night sky. The wheels crushed the snow and ice, carefully avoiding slipping, and awkwardly drove away from the residential area. Nian Bao was mentally criticizing him fiercely. "Oh, Dad, your driving skills are really terrible. I wonder which instructor taught you to be such a road hazard. Compared to my driving skills, yours are not just a little bit worse. In the middle of the night, you must not lose the car, or else your face will be lost at Grandma's house."
Oh.
Maybe Grandma is no longer around, just like me, without Grandma. In the tiger cave on the back mountain of Dowang village, Scarface was walking back and forth inside, constantly looking out of the cave entrance. Inside the cave, a bonfire burned, warding off the cold brought by winter. Broken straw mats and quilts were piled in the corner. He is Scarface, the one chasing Nian Bao. Suddenly, Scarface's left eyelid twitched fiercely. He felt something was about to happen and became anxious. "You said that the blonde-haired guy might get into trouble, and I feel nervous about it. Why hasn't he come back after several hours of shopping? If he gets caught, we will both be in danger. Brother Scar, maybe we should leave first. I feel just as scared as you. My body is trembling, and I can't stop shaking. I don't want to stay in this terrible place even for a day. It's better to get caught. At least I would have a warm meal. Brother Scar and the blonde-haired guy are involved in stealing and fighting, but I haven't done anything wrong. Why should I suffer here? All right, let's go now." Brother Scar and I leave the cave. The snow has stopped. I instinctively look to the left of the cave and see many dark shadows approaching quickly. Brother Scar looks very frightened and starts to run. I am so scared I feel like I might faint, and I chase after him. running towards the only way out. Behind the mountain in Dawang village, there is a tiger cave, but there are no tigers. It's a story passed down from elders. The mountain is called Tiger Tooth. From above, it looks like a tiger's tooth. No one has ever seen a tiger here, and the cave is naturally formed. People, both adults and children, call it Tiger Cave. Because of its dangerous location, few people come here. Heavy snow covers the mountain, making everything white. Standing at the cave entrance, you can see hundreds of meters away. But it's hard for someone a few hundred meters away to see the entrance clearly because a large rock blocks the view. Only someone very familiar with the cave's location can see the head peeking out from behind the big rock. So, Brother Scar, Lu Xianyuan, and the soldiers from the reconnaissance team didn't notice them escaping. Chen Dongqi ran very fast and fell into the deep snow, only one foot showing. It took his soldiers a long time to pull him out. He was so angry, he cursed Brother Scar's ancestors many times. Everyone moved carefully, about 100 meters from the cave entrance, and stopped. They signaled to each other with hand gestures. Chen Dongqi led the reconnaissance teams, flanking from below, trying to catch Brother Scar before he escaped. Lu Xianyuan and the remaining soldiers slowly approached the tiger cave. The villagers from Dawang village, seeing the scene, were so frightened they turned around and ran away. The acrobat was running so fast in the snow that he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chen Dongqi and his men had already surrounded the right side of the cave entrance. One scout with sharp eyes quickly spotted footprints in the snow. He hurried over to Chen Dongqi and whispered, "Captain, there are footprints in the snow. The bad guys probably already ran away." "What? You say there are footprints?" Chen Dongqi asked the scout. "Yes, sir." The scout nodded confidently.
Damn.
"So, I've been wasting my time. Falling into the snow earlier was just a joke." Chen sat down heavily on the ground, gasping for breath, looking very grim. He reached into his pocket for a flashlight, turned it on, and shined it at Lu Xuanyuan's face. He shouted loudly, "Don't act like a spy." Scarface has already run away. Lu Xianyuan was startled and rushed toward the cave entrance. When he looked inside, he was stunned. The tiger's den was empty, only a campfire flickering in the breeze. There were also a few old blankets and scattered trash piled there. Without hesitation, he stepped inside, looked at the campfire, then at the chicken bones he had just finished eating. Suddenly, he turned around with a fierce look, like an ancient beast, his voice hoarse and deep as he roared. "Scarface, he can't have gone far. Everyone, turn on your flashlights and follow his footprints." "Yes, sir." Everyone responded in unison. They quickly turned on their flashlights and chased after the footprints. Scarface ran wildly, his steps unsteady and staggering, as if he was drunk. He stumbled along the way, ignoring his injuries, not knowing how many times he had fallen. At some point, his head was hit hard, blood pouring out and staining his hair. The blood froze into ice, tangled with his hair, forming red icicles. His messy beard and the scar on his face made him look like a demon escaped from hell, terrifying and hideous. As he kept running, he suddenly felt something was wrong. He remembered Mauzi and quickly looked back, but Mauzi was nowhere to be seen. Only the snow, trees, and the biting cold wind remained. Scar-faced man angrily punched a nearby tree and cursed loudly. Suddenly, he saw a flashlight shining toward him. He had to abandon his belongings and turned around, running as fast as he could. His two big legs moved quickly on the steep slope, like two large sticks. His thick pants steamed, covered in snow, forming small ice lumps that clinked as they hit each other. With every step, he used small trees on the slope to steady himself. Otherwise, he would slip down the mountain. Even if he didn't get seriously hurt, he would be badly injured. The Tiger Tooth is part of Stone Mountain. The trees halfway up are small, only taller than two people, and look like parachutes. The slope is gentle at the top but becomes steep further down, with no exit, like a huge basin. No one knows how it formed. Scar-faced man kept running, breathing heavily, with white frost on his breath. He showed signs of exhaustion. Once he reached behind Tiger Tooth Mountain, there was a small path that could lead him back to Dawang village to hide. Or he could find transportation to return to the city and his original shelter. He could then escape danger and find a way out of North Province. This place was not where he belonged. People were everywhere trying to catch him. He didn't know which ancestor he had offended, or else he wouldn't be robbed and attacked. He felt cursed for life. The Su family, a bunch of scoundrels, had abandoned him. He had called so many times, but no one answered. Even when his phone ran out of credit, he couldn't reach anyone. Now, he was chased like a stray dog, running around desperately. He had to find a way to return to the Su family. Suddenly, Scar-faced Man looked back and saw the lights getting closer. He faintly heard the voices of the pursuers. He felt like he was in great danger. He started running for his life. Finally, he reached behind Tiger Tooth Mountain and sprinted along the small trail. His torn clothes fluttered, his messy hair flew wildly, and the ice lumps in his pants jingled loudly. The shelter was his only hope. He suddenly remembered that little wild kid who seemed to be in a similar situation. While running, he suddenly fell into a ditch with a loud splash, buried instantly by the snow. Scar-faced Man quickly got up and crawled out desperately. He looked back. The pursuers were still 300 meters away. He was so scared his hair stood on end. Without hesitation, he stepped on the gas and ran wildly. Scarface is right ahead. Don't let him escape. Whoever catches him will get a reward of 1,000 yuan, shouted Qin Dongqi loudly. When the scouts heard about the reward, they suddenly became very excited and started chasing eagerly. Snow was falling all around on the mountain trail. The flashlight beams flickered like stage lights. The scout leader running at the front smiled widely, tired but happy. He was still 200 meters away from the criminal and was quickly getting closer. Scarface was desperately running away. Finally, he reached the foot of Dawang village and saw a jeep parked nearby. It seemed that where there's a will, there's a way. Scarface's life shouldn't end like this. 50 meters. 20 meters. He reached the jeep, opened the door, sat in the driver's seat, closed the door, and turned the key. His movements were smooth and quick. The engine roared like a wild beast, and Scarface showed a victorious smile.
Oh.
Scarface. Long time no see. Looks like you walked right into our trap. Scarface was suddenly shocked. Why was this little rascal on the car? And she even had a gun in her hand. He shouted angrily, "You little rascal. You!" Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Scarface was instantly shot in the head and died. The scout leader was shocked. The criminal tried to drive away, but there was no time to think. He quickly drew his gun, aimed at the driver's seat, and decisively pulled the trigger.
Bang!
The bullet spun through the air, shattered the windshield, and shot straight into Scarface's forehead. Scarface was instantly killed. Nianbao was startled, trembling, blinking her big eyes as she looked at the broken windshield and the dead Scarface.
Oh.
Scarface was caught by me. Why is he taking credit away from me? Stinky's soldier uncle. With a thought, she stored her gun in her space and crossed her arms, pouting angrily. The scout team surrounded the jeep tightly, aiming their guns at the driver's seat. Suddenly, they opened the door and saw that Scarface had already been shot dead, with no sign of life. Two scouts dragged the scar-faced body off the vehicle and threw it into the snow. They all looked at the squad leader. They all gave a thumbs up, saying that the squad leader was the best. His shooting was really accurate. The squad leader stood still, holding his gun, feeling very angry inside. He was so close to earning a 1,000 yuan bonus, but then a jeep appeared. Whoever parked that jeep here must be so careless. It made him so mad. The headlights shined on him, hurting his eyes. He couldn't see the license plate clearly, or he might have been scared out of his wits.
Hey.
Squad leader, the criminal is dead. You should put down your gun now.
Yeah.
Squad leader, you did a great job this time. You're sure to get a promotion this year.
Bah.
It's just shooting a criminal. Nothing special. My second company's squad leader has killed enemies from another country before. Second company, shut up. Who cares if you've killed enemies? Everyone's done it at some point. The squad leader quickly put away his gun. He went to the jeep and looked at the license plate, and suddenly he was stunned. It was actually the vice commander's car. Oh no! He had accidentally made a hole in the windshield. Would he have to pay for it? He quickly disappeared into the crowd, looking up at the night sky.
No one could see him.
Lu Xianyuan slowly walked to the jeep, kicked the dead scar-faced man, and wished he could shoot him a few more times. Then he turned to Chen Dongqi and ordered, "Notify the local police to come and pick up the suspect. Also, hand over those 2 criminals to them." "Yes, Vice Commander." Chen Dongqi saluted and hurried to contact the local police. Using the light, Lu Xianyuan looked around at the soldiers of the reconnaissance team. He pointed at the body and asked in a serious tone, "Who shot him?" "Report." "Commander, I shot him myself." The squad leader bravely stepped forward, saluted, and answered loudly. "Good. You did well. Which company are you from?" Lu Xianyuan asked coldly. Oh no. Was he going to make him pay for the windshield? He only had 10 yuan left in his pocket. "I am Guakai, squad leader of Reconnaissance Company 1, 1st Platoon. About the money for the broken windshield. I will use my monthly military allowance to pay you back. Please, sir, give me some more time." Lu Xianyuan almost laughed out of frustration. What is this guy thinking? Did I ever tell him to pay for anything? Do they see me as someone who doesn't care about right or wrong, just greedy for profit? Suddenly, the car door opens from inside. Everyone is shocked and quickly draws their guns, aiming at the person jumping out, Nian Bao.
Hee.
"Hello, uncles." Nian Bao waves his chubby little hand and greets them with a big smile. Seeing this, everyone immediately lowers their guns and steps forward to say hello.
They all know Nian Bao.
A song called "Dawn Has Arrived" became very popular in the army camp. Everyone knew it and loved it. It had already won their hearts. Many wanted to go to the family area to see Nian Bao and maybe get his autograph. But the leader issued a strict order not to disturb Nian Bao's life. If anyone did, they would be put in detention. So no one dared to go to the family area. But tonight, seeing a little star up close, how could they not be excited? Lu Xianyuan was completely stunned. When he heard the car door open, he suddenly turned his head and saw his daughter jump out of the car. His pupils shrank, his face turned pale, and he staggered, almost falling to the ground. He felt a surge of fear. Earlier, Scarface had gotten into the car. If he found out about his daughter, the consequences would be terrible. Damn girl. When did she get on the car? Why didn't I notice? If something happened to her, how could I go on living? Mom, dad, wife. If they found out, they'd tear him apart. He'd live the rest of his life in pain. Lu Xianyuan wanted to step forward and deal with his unruly daughter. But Chen Dongqi stopped him. "What are you doing? If you dare to hurt Nian Bao, I'll call the old master." "Do you believe that? Besides, do you think you didn't know Nian Bao was in the car? I think the one who needs a lesson is you. Stop making that face. Who are you trying to impress?" Earlier, Chen Dongqi saw Nian Bao get out of the car and was surprised. He looked at his good friend and understood what was happening. That girl must have sneaked into the car secretly. He didn't know. "Uncle, Dad won't make you pay for the windshield. If you hadn't shot, Nian Bao would have been in trouble." "Thank you, Uncle. You're the hero tonight." "Dad hasn't even had time to thank you." Nian Bao was secretly complaining inside. "Humph. Uncle Smelly, if you hadn't shot, I would have caught Scarface. Hand him over to the police, and maybe the reward money will be ours. Because you shot and lost my little money, but since you helped me get revenge, I forgive you. I'll even help you boost your credit. Your achievement must be quite something." Everyone finally realized how dangerous it was earlier. If Sergeant Detective hadn't acted quickly and shot, my big niece might have really been in trouble. Nian Bao looked up and saw her dad with a serious face. Her alarm bells went off, and she cheerfully shouted, "Dad, your daughter is here." She hurriedly opened her arms, wobbling like a little penguin, and ran toward her dad. Lu Xianyuan quickly crouched down and picked her up. He raised his right hand to give her a couple of pats. Seeing this, Nianbao hugged her dad's neck and gave him a kiss on the cheek, softly saying, "Dad, let's go home." The anger in Lu Xuanyuan's heart instantly disappeared, replaced by tenderness. He gently lowered his hand and softly said, "Okay, let's go home." Then he turned to the sergeant detective. "I'll give you 1,000 yuan as a reward. When it's time for awards, you'll be recognized for second-class merit." "Thank you, Deputy Commander." The sergeant immediately saluted with a military gesture, grinning widely. 3 days later, on the 4th day of the new year, old Mr. and Mrs. Liu took a private plane back to Kyoto. Before leaving, they hugged their obedient granddaughter tightly, unwilling to let go, tears streaming down their faces. Nianbao's big eyes filled with tears as she waved goodbye to her grandparents. On the 5th day of the new year, Suyi left a letter and took Nianbao away from the family compound, their destination unknown. When Lu Xianyuan heard the news, he went crazy, rushing to Longjia Airport, the train station, and the bus station. He saw no sign of mother and daughter. Back at the family compound, recalling every detail, he burst into tears. Lu Xianyuan returned home, looking exhausted as if his soul had been drained. He seemed like a lonely drunkard, picking up a bottle of wine and gulping it down. Suddenly, a flash of lightning lit up his mind, revealing a long-forgotten memory. Once, under the military camp's tree, they had buried a knot symbolizing their unity. Unable to think deeply, Lu Xianyuan threw down the wine bottle and quickly ran out of the residential area, rushing toward the big tree in front of the military camp gate. Lu Xianyuan arrived at the camp gate, rushed into the reconnaissance company, and went to the tools storage. He picked up a shovel and pickaxe. He turned around and ran out of the unit. The duty officer saw him and was stunned, thinking he must have seen it wrong. He hurriedly rubbed his eyes and looked again. Sure enough, he saw correctly. The person running into the unit to get tools was Lu Xianyuan, the deputy commander. Without thinking much, he quickly ran to the meeting room and knocked on the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in," came the voice of the company commander. The duty officer pushed the door open and saluted properly. "Company commander." "Instructor." Deputy commander is holding a shovel and pickaxe, running out of the unit and heading to the big tree. He's digging at the tree. The company commander and the instructor suddenly stood up, staring at the duty officer and asking, "Are you sure the deputy commander is digging at the big tree in front of the gate with a shovel and pickaxe? You're not joking?" "Yes, sir. The deputy commander is digging at the tree. It's definitely true," the duty officer said firmly. "Disperse. Based on the meeting agenda, we need to implement the plans quickly. The leaders will inspect the unit tomorrow. If any class has problems, the squad leader will be checked during the military assembly." After speaking, the company commander quickly headed toward the door. The instructor gave a few more instructions and also hurried out of the unit, approaching the company commander and asking, "Company commander, what do you think the deputy commander is doing? Should we help?" "I'm not sure. It looks like he's practicing his strength. It's better not to disturb him. If the deputy commander needs help, he will definitely let us know," the company commander whispered. "Oh, by the way, should we tell the battalion commander? The deputy commander is digging a hole here," the instructor casually asked. "No need. The battalion commander is at home helping his kids with homework and doing chores like washing dishes. He's got a lot on his plate," the company commander shook his head. Lu Xianyuan was still swinging the iron pickaxe, working hard to dig the hole. The company commander and the instructor, shivering with runny noses, watched him. They hurried back to the unit, put on their coats and wore wool hats, returning to the same spot as before. They continued to watch as spectators, daring not to approach or disturb him. When cold, they stomped their feet. Lu Xianyuan saw a corner of the metal box and felt a surge of happiness. He quickly grabbed his flashlight and moved closer. This was the metal box he and Suyi had buried long ago, containing a heart-shaped knot. She once said that if she ever disappeared, he should dig it up, and maybe they would meet again. Her passing was a huge blow to him, like a thunderclap that struck his head hard. It also caused all their shared memories to be completely sealed away, hidden deep in his heart. It was like a sensitive spot. Touch it, and it would be deadly. 9 years had quickly passed. No one dared to mention her in front of him. He started to carry out his tasks like he was going crazy. Later, after he was injured and hit his head, when he recovered, he no longer remembered their past. He only had his fiancée and some scattered, vague memories. The appearance of his daughter gave him great encouragement and helped him slowly recover some feelings. When he saw Su Yi, he felt very familiar. Small images began to come together until Su Yi left again. This huge shock made him remember the heart-shaped knot under the military camp tree, symbolizing their love. It was a witness to their vows and unwavering love until death. He could almost smell the sweet, clinging scent of their early love. Lu Xianyuan cried. He cried like a lonely, helpless child. He used his hand to dig at the hard soil, afraid of damaging the box. It was as if the box was priceless, a treasure close to his heart. He handled it gently, not daring to be forceful. His long fingers were frozen, stiff, red, and even torn and bleeding, but he didn't notice. Tears and blood were flowing together. After a long time, silence. The flashlight was passed back and forth between the company commander and the instructor, who wanted to help but dared not speak. They could only watch silently. At the sound of the morning bugle, he finally dug out the metal box and held it tightly in his arms. His blood-stained hand stuck to the box as if fused together, forming a bloody ice. He smiled happily, leaning on his elbow in the snow, slowly standing up, his body unsteady. He staggered toward the family quarters, a ray of morning sunlight shining on him. His shadow stretched very long behind him. The company commander and instructor felt a bit sad and silently watched him leave, neither daring to speak. Lu Xianyuan returned to the residential compound. Instead of opening the metal box right away, he first dealt with the blood on his hand. He was worried that the blood would stain the love knot, and his wife might get angry. He placed his bloody hand into a cold basin of water. The water quickly turned red, and the pain spread through his body. Lu Xianyuan's mouth twitched as he took out a first aid kit to disinfect his hand and wrapped it with gauze. His wrapping was clumsy, making 2 white buns. Then, he sat on the sofa. He looked at the metal box, unsure what technique his wife used, because the box was still intact. Even the rust was only on the surface, and it came off easily with a little rubbing. His wife was really skilled. Lu Xianyuan struggled to open the box, using a lot of effort. Inside, he saw a red love knot. To his surprise, there was also a letter. He remembered there was only one love knot, so he wondered when the letter was put inside. Before he could think more, he hurriedly opened the envelope and took out the letter. The paper slowly unfolded, revealing elegant handwriting. It was definitely his wife's writing. Dear Xianyuan, picking up the pen, my feelings are mixed. I know some words are better said face to face. I'm afraid you might not accept it, so I chose this way to say goodbye. The time I spent with you is the most precious memory of my life. Our meeting at the training ground. Our first handhold, eating together, sleeping in the same bed. Those moments shine like stars in my heart.
Xianyuan, I'm sorry.
I lied to you. I am not Suwan. My name is Su Yi. I was picked up from the Su family. Old Master Su controls me, using secret techniques to change my face and replace Suwan. He wanted me to seduce you, to bring down the Lu family, or to make me a servant of the Su family. But I fell in love with you. I want to break free from his control, but I can't because he put a spell on me. If I don't obey Old Master Su, he will blow a whistle, and I will suffer terribly. And there's one more thing. You love Suwan, not me, Su Yi, so I didn't dare tell you. Actually, we are officially married. The marriage certificate has my name and photo. That cousin is me. Also, I want to tell you one more thing. The Su family is afraid I will escape their control and might try to take me back. I'm worried I won't have time to tell you. I opened the box with the intertwined knot and placed the letter inside, in case I disappear. Come to the Su family to save me. Save our child. Xianyuan, I have an urgent task. I will tell you about it in person when I return. I hope you don't get a chance to see this letter, so we can stay together forever. If you don't accept my words, I will raise the child myself and will not rely on you.
Loving you, Suye.
June 18th, 1980. Lu Xianyuan's eyes blurred with tears, which slid down his cheeks and fell onto the letter. Suddenly, the letter got wet, and his body trembled slightly. His voice choked with emotion, as if coming from deep inside his chest. Wife, I'm sorry. I forgot our original promise and the words you told me, which made you wait for 8 years. I also suffered for 8 years. I am even more sorry for our daughter. She was born and then imprisoned in the woodshed for 7 years. Lu Xianyuan covered his face and cried. His voice trembled like a forsaken wolf cub whimpering non-stop. The red encrypted phone in his pocket suddenly roared loudly, like a life or death warning. It forcibly pulled Lu Xianyuan out of his pain. He wiped his face with his bandaged hand. He tilted slightly, used both hands to pull out the phone, and placed it on the coffee table. His throat trembled slightly. He cleared his throat and pressed the answer button, uttering a single word. Comrade Wolf Hunter. According to reliable intelligence from our agents in the island country, Comrade Lu Xiangua is still alive. He has been imprisoned in the underground prison in Beishan, island country, for 30 years, with no sunlight. His lower body is paralyzed, and he probably doesn't have much time left. Our diplomatic team is negotiating for his release. But the island country refuses to admit it, claiming our information is fabricated and false. Last year, the island country invaded our territory, causing a lot of international attention, which has not yet settled. Without solid evidence, we cannot be too aggressive, or it will cause a big stir. The leaders inside the Red Wall attach great importance to the return of the veteran fighters. They have given me a strict order. As long as I have clues about the veteran of the war, even if I have to fight, I will bring him back. Comrade Wolf Hunter, I hope you give up everything you have and form a 5-person rescue team within 3 days. Travel to the underground prison in North Mountain, Japan, and rescue our old soldier. This mission is very dangerous, with a high chance of failure.
You
need to be mentally prepared. Yes. Wolf Hunter promises to complete the task. Lu Xianyuan stood straight, his eyes flashing with determination, and said loudly,
Wow.
Why are you so loud? You scared me. Do you know Comrade Lu Xiangua? No. Lu Xianyuan slapped the phone to hang up, a slight smile on his lips, and muttered to himself, He is my real older brother. Do you think I don't know him? Such a lovely secret contact. The secret contact is his superior who communicates with him through a code name, not by name. This is also a way to protect each other. Even if someone betrays, it's hard to reveal the other's identity. Big brother, you must hold on. I will bring you home soon. If Mom and Dad find out you are alive, they will be so happy they won't sleep. Lu Xianyuan sat on the sofa, gently placing the letter into an envelope, then back into the metal box. Then he carried the box to the second-floor bedroom, opened a drawer, and put the box inside. He took out paper and a pen, wrote a letter to his wife, daughter, and parents, folded it, and tucked it into his pocket. He turned around and went downstairs, walking to the door. He couldn't help but look back, as if he remembered something. A gentle smile appeared on his face, and then he pushed open the door and left. The cold wind brushed his face, and snowflakes began to fall again, swirling in the air. Lu Xianyuan stood at the door, looking at the warm shelter and the big iron pot. He smiled, then started to cry. He might never come back. In the end, he felt he had let down his wife and daughter. No, I need to go back to Kyoto. I will hand the letter to my parents myself and see them one more time. Then I will visit the courtyard. Maybe my wife and daughter are back there. Lu Xianyuan finally took out his phone, entered the number, and dialed. The phone rang twice and was answered quickly. Before the other side could speak, Lu Xianyuan spoke first. Immediately select 4 elite soldiers from the special forces, preferably those without any worries. Not voluntary, no forced selection. After choosing the soldiers, have them leave their wills and the names of their family members for compensation. Also, keep the work secret, take their files back to the military district and store them in the highest security archive. Wait at Beijing port in 3 days for a special mission. The order will arrive soon. Yes, sir. Dongchi responded quickly. Then a teasing voice came from the phone. Xianyuan, your claws didn't freeze off, right? Get lost. Hey, look. You're getting impatient. Beep beep. Lu Xianyuan hung up, locked the door, looked around the small yard, then turned and walked to the Jeep. He looked at the windshield, nodded with satisfaction, and whispered, "Pretty quick, it's fixed." He opened the door, sat in the driver's seat, and the engine roared to life. The Jeep sped away from the Northern Province Military District. He pressed the accelerator hard, and the Jeep let out a loud roar, rushing toward Longjia Airport. In the Su family courtyard in Kyoto, Suyi returned home with Nianbao. Suyi wanted a better life for her daughter. Every day, she woke early to make tofu, then went out to sell it during the day. The income was decent, but it was very cold and tough. Nianbao didn't want her mom to work too hard. So, she started helping prepare dinner, so her mom could eat hot food when she returned. "Mom, you shouldn't make tofu anymore. Waking up early and working late is too tiring. Maybe we should sell vegetables instead." Nianbao blinked her big eyes and said softly,
No, no.
"Vegetables are too expensive now, and we don't have enough supply. We can't get any. Mom should just buy tofu. If it's too cold, I won't go out anymore. Besides, Mom has money. She just can't stay in one place and wants to find a steady job. We can't just sit and wait for everything to come to us. When school starts, Nianbao can go to school. I've already registered you. Hee. Mom, you don't need to find a source for vegetables. My daughter is already a ready supply," Nianbao said with a big smile. "You know your mother is aware of your secrets, but you said you have a source for vegetables." Before Su Yi could finish speaking, Nianbao waved her hand, and a variety of vegetables suddenly appeared in a large pile. Su Yi was instantly shocked. Her eyes widened in surprise as she stared at the vegetables on the ground. She hurriedly rubbed her eyes and looked again. Sure enough, it was real. She quickly stood up, walked to the vegetable pile, and bent down to pick up a large cabbage, weighing it in her hand. The real feeling confirmed to her that everything in front of her was true. Could it be that her daughter is an immortal who has descended to the mortal world? Not only can she heal illnesses, but she can also conjure vegetables out of thin air. If others find out, would her daughter be in danger? Moreover, these vegetables are so large, they are not available in the market. Isn't my daughter amazing? Tomorrow, we'll sell vegetables. Nianbao patted her chest happily and said sweetly. Su Yi snapped back to her senses, crouched beside Nianbao, and softly said, "Nianbao, you are the best. Listen to Mom. Don't show your powers in front of strangers, or it might bring you danger," she warned gently.
Oh.
"I understand, Mom." Nianbao nodded seriously and replied softly, "Good girl. We won't sell these vegetables, okay?" Su Yi hugged Nianbao gently and said softly, "Okay. Then Mom can't sell tofu either, or else I'll sell vegetables." Nianbao puffed out her cheeks and said stubbornly, "You naughty girl, so you are waiting for Mom here?" Su Yi teased with a smile. Nianbao was dressed in a red cotton jacket, wearing a black cotton hat, a gray scarf around her neck, and plain-colored cotton shoes. She held a big broom, pushing open the door and sweeping snow with effort. She looked up from time to time, her eyes showing a hint of loneliness. She missed her dad and grandparents. What Nianbao didn't know was that behind her, in the corner of the wall, a tall figure was watching her. After a long while, the figure in the corner was Lu Xianyuan. After returning to Kyoto, he quickly went back to the old house but found that his parents were not at home. He waited for a long time but saw no sign of his parents. He left a letter and then left the old house. At the gate of the courtyard, just as he was about to knock, he heard his daughter's voice, and his heart lit up. I wanted to rush in immediately and hold my good daughter in my arms, but I held back. I was afraid that leaving might cause her more pain, so I turned and hid behind the wall to watch secretly. I saw my daughter push open the door, holding a big broom taller than herself, struggling to sweep the snow. My heart hurt so much, as if countless steel needles were stabbing into my chest. I really wanted to run over, take the broom from her hands, and finish sweeping the snow. I also wanted to hug her, kiss her little face a few times, and tell her that Dad will always be with her. But unfortunately, I couldn't do that. Following orders is a soldier's duty. Moreover, that was my own older brother, and I had to rescue him both for the sake of duty and personal reasons. Nianbao waved her big broom, muttering angrily, "Bad Dad, you don't even come to see Nianbao. Don't you think your daughter misses you? It's been several days, and you still haven't called Mom or anything. Bad Dad, I can't help you either." Mom keeps her mouth shut tight. So frustrating. You're a grown man, just come hard. She might even beat you if you try. With a daughter like me here, you keep pestering and bothering. Sooner or later, it's your turn.
Sigh.
My dear Dad, what can I say about you? Say you're smart, but at critical moments you drop the ball. During this dumb phase I went through, what a good chance it was. You just had to miss it. Say you're confused, but you're smarter than anyone. Look at Mom's eyes. She's drifting away. What's the use of just watching? Just go for it. Mom's the same. Hiding under the blanket, crying. And when her daughter found out, she said she was just holding it in. Then my daughter told her, "Mom, don't hold in your fart," but she got a big slap for that. Nianbao muttered while sweeping the snow. Suddenly, Nianbao shouted, slipped, and fell on her backside, dropping the broom.
Wah.
"Mom, come help me. Your adorable daughter fell down." Nianbao cried and ran into the yard. In the corner, Lu Xianyuan was startled and wanted to rush out, but he stopped as soon as he lifted his foot. Because he saw Su Yi run out, help his daughter up, and mother and daughter walked into the yard. Lu Xianyuan quietly arrived at the gate, picked up a broom, and started sweeping. He worked quickly, and soon the snow at the entrance was completely cleared. Then he placed the broom inside the door and gently closed the gate. Standing outside, he looked inside through the crack in the door, eyes wide open without blinking. An old man came from outside the yard, holding a stick, standing not far behind Lu Xianyuan. The old man fixed his gaze on the target, raised his stick, and rushed forward. But unexpectedly, he slipped on the ground. The old man cursed loudly, fell flat on the ground, and the stick flew out of his hand. The stick shot straight toward Lu Xianyuan at high speed. Seeing this, the old man closed his eyes immediately. Lu Xianyuan heard the shout, quickly turned around, and saw the stick flying toward him. Without time to think, he moved quickly and dodged the stick. There was a loud bang as the stick hit the gate firmly and fell to the ground. Lu Xianyuan was startled, quickly ran away, and in the blink of an eye, disappeared. The old man looked up and saw only the stick lying at the gate. There was no sign of the little thief. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, glad he didn't hit anyone. If he had hurt someone, he might have caused a big problem. He hurriedly stood up, stretched his muscles, and found nothing wrong. He picked up the stick from the gate and swaggered away. After Su Yi and Nianbao came out, they looked around but saw no one. "Mom, it's a kind person who swept the snow at our door," Nianbao whispered. "I don't know. Maybe he's just a fool," she said sharply, glaring at the corner of the wall. After speaking, she took her daughter into the yard, closed the gate with a loud clink, and locked it. Lu Xianyuan stood at the gate for a long time, reluctant to leave. He looked through the crack in the door at his daughter, playing in the snow inside. Hearing her laughter, he smiled too. His daughter's every move was deeply imprinted in his mind. Night quietly fell. Lu Xianyuan stood still, tears flowing like a flood, blurring his vision. His body trembled slightly, slowly stepping back, each step heavy, as if carrying 1,000 pounds. His lips parted slightly, and he let out a soft whisper. The sound was especially clear in the quiet night. "Dear wife, I'm sorry. Take good care of yourself. I wish you happiness forever." Then, his voice grew a little louder, filled with deep regret and guilt. "Sweet daughter, I'm sorry. Dad has to go now. Grow up safe and happy." After saying these words, Lu Xianyuan took a deep breath and suddenly turned around. His steps became firm as he walked steadily toward the jeep nearby. When he reached the car, he opened the door without hesitation and sat in the driver's seat. The engine roared like a lion breaking free, making a deep, angry sound that tore through the night. Lu Xianyuan pressed the accelerator, and the Jeep sped away like an arrow shot from a bow. The harsh sound of the tires rubbing against the ground was very loud in the silent night. He drove fast, with the headlights cutting a long streak of light through the darkness, illuminating the road ahead. It was like a wild horse running free, fearless and rushing toward the distance, disappearing at the edge of the night. Sui stood in front of the door, a single tear sliding down her cheek. She quickly wiped it away and whispered softly, "Everyone's here, so why did you leave so quietly? Do you really dislike me that much in your heart?" "Mom, you're crying again. Did some sand get into your eyes? Do you want her daughter to blow it out for you?" Nian Bao, with a small, soft face, said gently.
"Yes."
"Some sand got in my eyes," Sui replied, squatting down and picking up her daughter to walk into the living room. Lu Xianyuan took a private plane, leaving Kyoto and returning to the Northern Province Military District, back to the family compound. He began the final preparations. He dressed fully, packing a silver and black mask into his backpack. His pistol was loaded with bullets, and he also brought 2 knives. He looked down at his hands wrapped in bandages, feeling a bit uncomfortable. He took scissors and cut away the bandages with a snip. To his surprise, his hands were almost fully healed. He didn't have time to think much. He slung the bag over his shoulder, left the number 5 courtyard, and went to the Jeep. He opened the door and sat in the driver's seat. With the engine's low growl, the Jeep sped out of the Northern Province Military District, rushing toward Beigang Port. Inside the car, Lu Xuanyuan's eyes were red, and a terrifying aura surrounded him. He spoke slowly and clearly. "Pirates of the island, I, Lu Xianyuan, am here." The port was brightly lit, like a steady lighthouse standing at the northernmost coast of the North Province. It was the most important port in the entire North Province, like a strong fortress of logistics, connecting the world from all directions. On the dock, about 3,800 various-shaped containers were neatly arranged, standing like disciplined soldiers, solemn and upright. In the distance, large cargo ships slowly left the port, loaded with all kinds of goods, heading toward distant places. The entire North Port looked like daytime. Workers were busy moving goods between containers, operating cranes and trucks. The sound of machines and people's shouts blended into a loud, powerful symphony. A military jeep roared in like a fierce beast from afar. It stopped steadily about 10 meters in front of 4 Special Forces soldiers, and the door opened as they stepped out. The person exuded a terrifying aura, scanning the 4 soldiers with a sneer and a bloodthirsty smile. He was a sniper. Give him a gun within effective range, and even a mouse could be shot in the head. He was skilled at disguising himself, hiding among crowds to strike deadly blows, and could open all kinds of locks. Though he looked fat, he was very agile, good at demolition, and his explosives could blow up half the port. He usually slept hugging explosives. He was a dangerous person. Anyone who dared to move against him was digging their own grave. He could assassinate, gather intelligence, walk on rooftops, infiltrate enemy camps alone, and still escape unscathed. As a child, he once secretly watched Widow Wang bathe, and when over a dozen men attacked him, he still managed to escape. Lu Xuanyuan's face twitched, his expression suddenly turning cold as he stared at them and said in a deep voice, "My name is Wolf Hunter. I am the operation leader and your highest officer. This mission is extremely dangerous, with a 99% chance of death. I am giving you one last chance. If you want to quit, leave now and return to your original unit immediately. You will face no punishment. You have 2 minutes to think it over and give me an answer." After speaking, Lu Xianyuan walked toward the jeep, opened the door, slung a black bag over his shoulder, and put on a baseball cap. He handed the car keys to 2 subordinates and headed toward the merchant ship. 2 subordinates, retired elite soldiers, are in charge of Lu Xuanyuan's private business. They are also helping veterans start their own businesses. Since the company was founded, he has never visited Big Head and Wintermelon, Seeing the boss leave, they raise their hands and open their mouths but cannot make a sound. Their eyes are slightly red, tears welling up in their eyes. They know deep down that the boss may never return. Their fists are clenched tightly, teeth clenched with a clack sound, secretly making a vow. Damn the island country. If something happens to the boss, I will go through fire and water to make sure they pay. Big head, should we give the tasks arranged by the boss to the eldest niece early? Wintermelon chokes. Let's wait a bit longer. If something happens to the boss, call all the brothers together. Before leaving, give the tasks to the eldest niece. Lu Xianyuan boards a merchant cargo ship, finds a seat, and just sits down when 4 special forces soldiers appear. Hee hee. Boss. You left so quickly, I couldn't catch up with my big build. Lele scratches his head and grins foolishly. Ha. If you hadn't blocked the way, we would have been on the ship already. Don't talk nonsense. Monkey rolls his eyes and turns his head away. Bowsy and Grasshopper sit silently, their faces expressionless, hands always on their bags, sitting beside Lu Xianyuan. Lu Xianyuan glances at them without speaking, slowly closes his eyes, and begins to rest and gather strength. In the military compound, about 1,000 meters diagonally across from the main gate, there are a few large trees in front of the yard. Originally, when Su Yi was mentally disturbed, she hid under the big tree. When children passed by, she would rush out to find her cubs. The Yi family courtyard has a tiled gatehouse with gray tiles stacked high, eaves rising sharply, casting clear sunlight shadows. The red lacquered door is embedded with metal rings, and a walnut-wood plaque hangs above the door. The plaque is engraved with 4 gold-embossed characters. Yi family old residence. It shows the age of the old house, but also exudes a modest grandeur. In the main house's living room, old Lady Yi, with a face full of wrinkles and a warm smile, holds Lu Laotai's hand and softly says, "Oh dear, sister, why are you leaving? You must stay for 2 more days. I tell you, our old man last year during a meeting had a disagreement with the elder brother over military authority. He came back feeling gloomy and kept muttering about finding a chance to visit your house. When I tried to talk to my eldest brother, a lot of things came up and I couldn't get away. As soon as I finished everything, it was time for the new year. The children all came home, and the house was lively for several days. My husband and I were planning to visit your home, and just as if we had some kind of connection, you came to us instead. Isn't that quite a coincidence? Let's not talk about the past," Madame Lu said, frowning slightly, a hint of displeasure in her eyes. She spoke sharply. That old man of mine dared to argue with the commander. How outrageous. When I get home, I'll make sure he reflects on it properly. Madame Yi quickly stood up, poured a cup of tea, and handed it to Madame Lu with an apologetic look. "Elder sister, please don't blame your husband. It was actually my husband who was at fault this time. But he really had no choice. It was an order from someone above, and he had to follow it." Madame Lu was stunned. "You mean it was an order from higher up?" "Yes," Madame Yi sighed and continued. "That person knew what the Su family had done to your family and wanted your husband to take revenge. But he couldn't give a direct order. That would have broken the rules. So he told my husband to anger your brother, using military power as a way to seek justice for your granddaughter. In this way, it would all make sense, and later, there would be a chance to return the command to your brother. Last year, during the high-level meeting, that person insisted on it, and with my husband's support, the command was finally given back to your brother. My husband told me not to mention this, but I don't want any misunderstanding between our families. After all, we almost became in-laws back then." Madame Lu suddenly stood up. The teacup fell to the floor with a sharp crack, breaking in 2 as tea splashed everywhere. The Yi family had a daughter? How could she not have known? No one had ever mentioned it. And what marriage arrangement? With which of her sons? What was going on? That old man of hers. How many things had he kept from her? She would definitely make him explain everything when she got home. "Sister, what's wrong?" Madame Yi asked nervously. Madame Lu came back to her senses, ignored the broken cup, and quickly held Madame Ye's hand. "Sister, do you have a daughter?" "Older sister, Hasn't the eldest brother mentioned this to you? Grandma Yi asked. No. Grandma Lu shook her head softly and said quietly. Sigh. Grandma Yi sighed, her eyes slightly red, voice trembling as she said, I have a young daughter who went missing at age 5. I still don't know where she is. Little sister, your daughter was lost at age 5. What exactly happened? Please tell your sister. Grandma Lu asked excitedly, eyes wide. Grandma Yi was stunned. Hearing about her lost daughter, why is she so emotional? Could it be that our Yi family offended her? If so, our Yi family can apologize, but she shouldn't be so happy about it. A daughter is a taboo in our Yi family, also a sensitive point for my wife. Is she challenging my bottom line? Grandma Ye's face changed color. She looked at Grandma Lu coldly and said, Older sister, the Yi family has other matters, so we won't bother you anymore. Please feel free. Oh, dear. Sister, I think you're misunderstanding. Grandma Lu said awkwardly, wishing she could slap herself. She shouldn't have been so emotional. Anyone would find it hard to stay calm. It's all because she was too impatient. But she couldn't ask questions without knowing the facts. Many people look alike. She couldn't just say, maybe your daughter-in-law is actually your daughter. If they confirmed it and it wasn't true, how much would that shock the Yi family? Grandma Ye's eyes turned red, her whole body trembling with anger, and she shouted, It was a misunderstanding. Older sister, before I lose my temper, can you keep some dignity? Look at you. The Yi family lost a daughter. You seem so happy and excited. Do you believe I might steal your granddaughter and then act excited in front of you, just to gloat? Grandma Lu was furious. She placed her left hand on her waist, pointed at Grandma Yi with her right finger, and said sternly, Thinking I, Grandma, am afraid of you? If you dare to try to take my good grandson, just try. Believe it or not, I, your wife, will fight you to the end. You've spoiled my grandson, and I won't let anyone hurt him. Grandma Yi didn't back down and retorted angrily, Now you're panicking. So what did you mean just now? Hearing about my daughter being lost, you were so excited. Your granddaughter is a treasure, so isn't my daughter also special? I tell you, from today on, our sisterhood ends here. The Yi family and the Lu family will have no more contact. Grandma Lu's eyes twitched, and she smiled slyly, saying sarcastically, Oh, such good intentions, but they're just taken for granted. A kind heart fed to the dogs. Old man, stop eavesdropping. Come back home with me now. The Yi family's door is too high for us to enter. Old Mr. Lu hurried out, standing beside his wife, smiling and saying, Weren't you two just getting along? Why are you arguing now? It's no big deal. Just calm down. We're all grown-ups. Getting angry easily and losing your temper. Do you think this is your home? Shut up. When we get back, we'll settle this. Why didn't you tell me about arranging a marriage for my son? Grandma Lu scolded angrily. Old Mr. Lu quickly shut his mouth, standing quietly by her side, head lowered, eyes drifting like a neighbor's big dog. That's enough. If you want to argue, go home. This is my house. Leave now. Grandma Yi shouted loudly at the door. Hee hee. Old lady, don't talk like that. It's too much. Calm down. Old Mr. Yi went to his wife, patting her back with a smile. Grandma Lu shot her husband a look, meaning, look at her, then look at you. Hee hee dear, let's go home. I'll give you a massage or a back rub. Old Mr. Lu understood and said with a smile. Hurry up and leave. Our Yi family will never welcome your Lu family, Grandma Yi said angrily.
Oh.
Such good feelings. Remember what you said. Don't change your mind later. Grandma Lu grinned widely. Let's go, old man. They've already chased us away several times. Grandma Lu smiled and headed toward the door. Seeing his wife leave, he quickly signaled to old Mr. Yi and Grandma Yi, not daring to delay, and followed closely. Grandma Lu paused, slowly turned around, looked at Grandma Yi and said with a smile, I didn't finish what I was saying just now. I really couldn't hold it in anymore. I saw a beautiful woman. She is 28 years old now, oh no, 27, and looks exactly like you did when you were young. I was excited to tell you earlier, but unfortunately, she didn't appreciate it. It really made me sad. Old man, let's go. Grandma Yi suddenly froze, standing still as if her soul had been taken away. She staggered slightly, muttering to herself. Is this woman, who looks just like me and is 28, really my daughter? Did I misunderstand her just now? I should have asked clearly instead of losing my temper. No, I can't let her go. The older sister must know where the daughter is. Old Mr. Yi also froze in place. Is the woman's sister Lu mentioned really their daughter? She looks exactly like his wife, and her age matches. Could she really be their daughter? All these years, Dad has been searching so hard for you. Every midnight, he dreams of hearing you call him. Sister Lu, if you find your daughter, you will be a great benefactor to our family. Realizing this, old Mr. Yi quickly rushed out of the room, heading swiftly toward the door. Grandma Yi smiled slightly, slowing her steps deliberately. She was waiting for Grandma Yi to come out so she could invite them back as honored guests. If the young woman really is their daughter, those days might be over. She needs to seize the moment and enjoy it. If she's not their daughter, she can at least vent her anger. Who asked her to come out on her own? She's spoiled with bad habits. Old Mr. Yi turned around quickly and urged, Oh, wife. Hurry up. What are you dawdling for? Don't speak carelessly anymore. The daughter of the Yi family is a taboo for them. Besides, where can you find another beautiful woman who looks just like her? Grandma Yi ignored him, walking even slower, covering her ears and rubbing her hands nervously. Old Mr. and Grandma Yi hurried out, blocking Grandma Lu. He took a few deep breaths and choked out. Older sister, I misunderstood you earlier. I'm really sorry. Please don't be angry, sister. It's all my fault for my bad mouth and not knowing what to say. Old Mr. Yi echoed. Yes. Old sister-in-law, it was just a misunderstanding earlier. Please don't take it to heart. For my sake, let's sit down and have a good talk. I miss my daughter very much. Please, sister-in-law, help us out.
Oh.
What are you saying? Who's who here? Let's go inside and talk. Old Lady Lu thought things were settling down. She didn't want things to look bad, especially if they became relatives. Old Mr. Lu was nervous, like riding a roller coaster, trying to keep calm. The mean wife just knows how to cause trouble. I want to see where she plans to turn someone into a different person. After 2 hours, Old Lady Lu happily left the Yi family's old house, smiling all over her face. She hummed a little tune as she walked back to the Lu family's house. Old Mr. Lu's mouth twitched nervously. He didn't see any big change, but his wife had already promised her daughter-in-law away. When the daughter-in-law finds out, just wait and see how she reacts. She's always causing trouble. The daughter-in-law was still in the North Province, not even in the courtyard. Going there would be pointless.
Oh my
wife is really too mean. Old Mr. and Mrs. Yi couldn't sleep all night. They had dark circles under their eyes and hurriedly washed their faces. They dressed simply and left the Yi family's old house. They got into a jeep. The engine roared like a beast, rushing towards Su Ye's home. Half an hour later, the jeep stopped nearby. Old Mr. and Mrs. Yi held hands and went to the courtyard gate. They knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. A few minutes later, the door opened, revealing a small head. The little girl softly said, Grandpa, Grandma, who are you looking for? When Old Lady Yi saw Nian Bao, her body suddenly trembled, and she froze in place. Her memories flooded her mind like a tide. Her daughter's young face quickly overlapped with the little girl in front of her.
She
looked so much like her, almost like a tiny version of Yunchu when she was young. Her throat moved. She opened her mouth to speak, but only let out a painful sob. Tears poured out like a flood, streaming down her face. Old Mr. Ye's eyes were moist, and tears flickered at the corners of his eyes. She stared at the little girl, trying to see through the fog and catch a glimpse of the small figure that haunted her dreams. She slowly raised her right hand, which trembled slightly with excitement. She wanted to touch that small face, so similar to her daughter's, but she was afraid that this was all just a dream. Nianbao's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, why are these two old people crying? Could they really be kidnappers? Stealing a child and acting sad. Do they need to pretend? That's so professional. They started crying right away. Anyone would think the baby had upset them.
Oh, there must be outside help.
Using the old folks to pretend to be pitiful, crying and sniffling. They probably sneaked in to drink water. Then, while she wasn't paying attention, drugged her. Then, working together, they would steal her away and sell her. So cruel. They're just acting, right? Who can't tell? I want to see how long they can keep pretending. Oh, grandparents, if you're not busy, Nianbao will close the door now. Mom isn't home, so Nianbao can't open the door to strangers. Otherwise, she'll get a spanking. After speaking, Nianbao tried to close the door, but her movements were slow and seemed difficult. A sly smile appeared in her eyes, and she kept her gaze on the old couple's actions. Sure enough, they panicked. Looks like she was right, they're definitely kidnappers. Grandma Yi snapped out of her tears, stepped forward, and grabbed the door as she squatted down gently. Child, Grandma is thirsty. Can I come in and have some water? Don't worry. Grandma and Grandpa aren't bad people. After drinking water, we'll leave, okay? Grandpa Yi also realized what was happening, squatted down and echoed. Yes. Grandma and Grandpa are very thirsty. Let us come in and have a sip of water. Grandpa knows you're a good kid. You wouldn't refuse such a small request, right? Nianbao blinked her big eyes, then lowered her head. Her small hands, red from the cold, clenched her clothes. She looked hesitant, making a worried face as if afraid of her mother's scolding, and said, Okay. As long as Grandma and Grandpa finish the water and leave quickly. Okay. Grandma and Grandpa will leave after drinking, Grandma Yi said excitedly. Nianbao turned to the side to let old Mr. and Mrs. Yi come in, then closed the door gently. She cheerfully said, Grandpa and Grandma, come inside with Nianbao. With small, quick steps, she headed toward the door, followed closely by the elderly couple. Their eyes stayed fixed on Nianbao, tears streaming down their faces repeatedly. When they reached the door, Nianbao opened it and walked into the living room. She pointed toward the kitchen with her little finger and said firmly, Grandpa and Grandma, the kitchen is right there. You can get some water yourself. I advise you to finish your water quickly and leave, or I might not be so nice. Old Mrs. Yi paused for a moment, then slowly crouched down beside Nianbao, her voice trembling with emotion. Your name is Nianbao, right? Grandma wants to tell you the truth. We came here to find our daughter. Your mother might very well be our daughter. So, that means you are our granddaughter. Are you not kidnappers, but Grandma and Grandpa? Nianbao's eyes widened, her mind swirling with thoughts. When she learned that the person being kept in the shed and fed was not her grandmother, she cried for a long time. This time, she burned paper money for her grandmother to thank her for raising her. Deep in her heart, her grandmother was her real family, irreplaceable. If it weren't for her grandmother, she might have died long ago. How could she be alive today? Now, her biological grandmother had come to find her. Should she accept her or not? Her mother had suffered abuse since childhood. If she found out her grandmother and grandfather were here, she would be overjoyed. If her mother recognized her grandmother, she would have two grandmothers, which was okay. Nianbao snapped back to reality, staring at the tearful elderly couple, her heart aching terribly and tears spilling over. Maybe they also had their own hidden struggles. Otherwise, why would they cry so sadly? Nianbao, we are not kidnappers, but your grandma, old Mrs. Yi said through tears.
Yes.
Nianbao, I am your grandpa too. Old Mr. Yi crouched down and nodded. Nianbao took a step back, looked at the elderly couple softly, and said, You haven't seen my mother, so why do you say she's your daughter? Do you have proof or a DNA test? Also, Mom suffered a lot when she was young and was mistreated. Where were you all then? Now that we have escaped from suffering, you finally appear. Do you think it's a bit too late? Besides, what use is it for you to acknowledge me? I am not your daughter. Nianbao thought for a moment and continued. Why did you abandon Mom back then and leave her all alone? If you can't explain it clearly, I advise you to leave now. Don't disturb our lives anymore. Old Lady Yi and Old Man Yi felt heartbroken, as if a big knife had stabbed into their hearts, twisting wildly. The pain made it hard for them to breathe. From Nianbao's few words, They could imagine the scene of their daughter being mistreated. Ugh, ugh. Old lady Yi started crying, pulling Nianbao into her arms. Tears streamed down her face, like beads falling. Nianbao gently raised her small hand and patted Grandma's back softly. It's okay. Grandma, don't cry. As long as Mom recognizes you, Nianbao will accept you. That's enough. Old lady calmed herself down, hugged Nianbao, and sat on the sofa. She slowly said, Nianbao, Grandma didn't abandon your mom. She was taken away. 23 years ago, our family was poor. I took Yinshu to her grandma's house to ask for some food. But who would have thought the next morning your mom went out to play and never came back? I went crazy looking for her, but couldn't find her. I was so anxious I turned gray overnight. Your grandpa found out your mom was missing and immediately fell ill. He thought about her day and night. His hair, once black, gradually turned white. So many years have passed. We never gave up searching for your mom. Nianbao. When Grandma saw you for the first time, she recognized you as my granddaughter. Because you look just like your mom when she was little. Grandma would never mistake you. Although many years have passed, your mom's face is always etched in our minds. Your mom's disappearance is a pain in our hearts and a taboo in the Yi family. During festivals and family reunions, everyone is happy and smiling, but Grandma's family is not joyful. Your uncles and their families returned to Kyoto to celebrate the holiday with Grandma and Grandpa. They were worried we would feel sad, but Grandma was so upset inside that she couldn't be happy at all. Day after day, year after year, if we can't find your mother, Grandma and Grandpa say they won't be able to rest peacefully even after they pass away. Yesterday, the old lady from the Liu family came to Grandma's house, acting very bossy. Grandma and she had a big argument. She said there was a young woman who looked very much like me when I was young, and maybe she was my daughter. She gave Grandma the address, and then your Grandma and Grandpa went to look for her. Nianbao's eyes widened suddenly, and he trembled a little. He slowly turned to look at Grandma, full of curiosity.
Wow.
Grandma actually knows that lady from the Liu family. It seems they have a close relationship. Maybe Grandma is quite powerful. But I wonder if Grandma is more impressive than that lady. Grandpa also seems to be a gentle man who listens to his wife. He's probably not a big shot. He just sits there like a small shrimp, maybe just someone who watches over the courtyard. But Grandma has a strong presence. If she takes someone out for a walk, she could easily impress everyone in the street. I wonder who is more powerful between Grandma and that lady from the Liu family, and who would win in an argument. Grandma. When you argued with Grandma Liu yesterday, who do you think was the winner? Nianbao asked eagerly, wanting to hear the gossip. Grandma Yi? It seems like my granddaughter really loves hearing gossip. No, I can't let her lose face in front of her. Grandma Yi cleared her throat and looked at Nianbao, ready to say she was the winner. But before she could speak, Grandpa suddenly interrupted. Hee. Dear granddaughter, after careful analysis, your grandma didn't do anything wrong and lost completely. And she even cried so much she looked like she was planting rice. She cried for a long time before she was comforted. Not only that, your grandma served tea and water to Grandma Liu. She even cut fruit for her. It's really embarrassing. She totally lost face. Wow. How did he say that out loud? Grandpa was shocked and looked up suddenly. He saw his wife's cold stare and immediately felt a chill down his spine. His body shivered a little. That child, Nianbao, you and your grandfather can chat for a while. Grandpa, go outside and get some fresh air. Old Master Yi chuckled and tried to slip away quickly. Grandma Yi narrowed her eyes and angrily said, Old fool, after embarrassing me, you want to run away? Try stepping out of this room, just one step. Is this guy really capable of bothering you? Keep talking. Don't hold it in too long. In front of your granddaughter, go ahead and show off. Is Nianbao still watching the show? Hee. Wife, I'm just joking with you. I just want to stretch my legs a bit. Is that why you lost so badly? Because you wanted to find out where your daughter is. Grandpa Yi rubbed his hands and chuckled. Nianbao, do you want to watch the show? Grandma Yi looked down at her obedient granddaughter and asked.
Yes.
Nianbao loves watching the show the most. As she said this, She suddenly realized something was wrong, quickly covered her mouth, and her eyes widened. Because Grandma had already placed her on the sofa and was rushing toward Grandpa at a very fast speed. Grandpa Yi saw his wife rushing over and wanted to run, but it was too late. He made a quick move, making Nianbao giggle and even tear up from laughing. Suddenly, Grandpa squatted down instantly, raised both hands above his head, and stuck his head out. Grandma rushed up and grabbed his ear, lifting him up.
Oh, ouch, ouch.
Wife, be gentle. I know I was wrong. I won't talk back anymore. Grandpa hurriedly begged for mercy. Is Nianbao still watching the show? Grandpa Yi seized the moment, and while Grandma wasn't paying attention, he tilted his head and broke free from her grip on his ear. With a thud, Nianbao felt pain and twitched her mouth, touching her ear. Will Grandma pinch me again in the future? Grandpa turned around and rushed toward the door. Just as he lifted the curtain, he stopped suddenly. He slowly stepped back, raised his hands, and looked terrified, because there was a gun pressed against his head, making him feel the breath of death. The woman in front of him was about 1.75 meters tall, wearing a mask and surrounded by a threatening aura. Grandma Yu was shocked and quickly hugged her obedient granddaughter into her arms, turning sideways to protect her. To the woman with the mask, that was a clear threat, and she immediately reached for the trigger. This scared old Master Yi very much. He angrily said, "Miss, this is China. Do you want to cause trouble? Moreover, you are hiding guns, which is against our laws. I advise you to stay calm. You broke into someone's home with a gun, which is at least a life sentence." "Huh? Breaking into someone's home? What a big joke," the masked woman sneered, showing a mocking smile as she continued. "According to our laws, only soldiers and police with gun permits or on official duty can carry guns. Everyone else is illegally holding a gun, but I happen to have a permit. Tell me, why did you break into this home and kidnap the child? Who are you really?" "Humph.
Who said I broke in?"
"This is my daughter's house. That is my wife, and I am holding my granddaughter." Old Master Yi snorted proudly. "What did you say?" The masked woman was stunned and asked casually. "Miss, listen carefully. This is my daughter's home. That is my wife and my granddaughter," Old Master Yi repeated. Nianbao finally swallowed the cake in her mouth, almost choking herself. Grandma suddenly picked her up. The food was stuck in her throat, neither going up nor down. After a while, she finally swallowed it, took a few deep breaths, and quickly broke free from Grandma's hold. With small, short legs, she ran to the masked woman, raised her little face, and softly said, "Mom, put down the gun quickly. They said they are Grandma and Grandpa, and they're even putting on a show for me." Nianbao babbled on, recounting everything from when Old Master and Madame Yi entered the house. Su Yi slightly raised her right hand, slowly took off the mask, revealing a face exactly like old Madame Yi's when she was young. You. Old Madame Yi suddenly burst into tears. She hurriedly stepped forward in 3 quick moves, embraced Su Yi tightly, holding her close. Her voice hoarse and trembling, "My good daughter, I am your mother." Unable to resist, she kissed her little face gently, then dressed neatly and quietly left the room. She used the remaining beans to make tofu, put on a thick coat, and pushed the cart out of the courtyard. The shouting as she went through the streets finally sold all the tofu on the cart. She checked her watch. It was already past 8. She hurried to the market to buy pork, chicken, and her daughter's favorite snacks. Then she pushed the cart back to the courtyard. After closing the big door, just as she reached the door with her things, she heard shouting, and her heart instantly became tense. Her daughter was home alone. If something happened, she would be responsible no matter what. Without thinking, she quickly opened the door quietly, ready to surprise and catch off guard. But just as she was about to act, the curtain was suddenly pulled aside, revealing a big head. Without hesitation, she drew her gun and pressed the dark barrel against Old Master Yi's head. That was how the previous scene happened. Seeing the tearful old lady holding her, her anger instantly disappeared. Instead, she felt a strange pain in her heart, something she had never experienced before. When she heard Old Lady Yi call her Mom, She felt momentarily confused. Because the word, mom, was a taboo for her after coming to the Su family. People said her mother was a mistress. She was shamelessly seducing Mr. Su and giving birth to her, just to scam money. After taking the money, she abandoned her, and Mr. Su brought her back to the family. But when she woke up, she remembered nothing. She didn't know who she was or where she came from. When she asked Mr. Su, she was met with harsh scolding, and her small body curled up in fear. She trembled with fright, calling for her father over and over, but only received cold, unfamiliar looks. Back in the servant's room, she tried hard to remember her mother's face, even a little bit. Unfortunately, her mind was like a blank sheet, with no memories at all. She began working hard, trying to prove herself, hoping to gain her father's approval. Until Su Sherbang cast a spell on her, she vaguely suspected she might not be a real member of the Su family. Maybe it was all a lie, and she started investigating her origins. Finally, the day before she was beaten into a coma and imprisoned, she uncovered the truth. She is not a child of the Su family. She was stolen by old dog Su, which is why I shot him. As for recognizing her as family, I never thought about it and don't need relatives. I only want to live with my daughter. Su Yi wiped away tears she didn't know when she had shed, gently pushed aside Grandma Yi, and said softly, "Auntie, you are mistaken. I am not your daughter. No, you are my daughter. Mom wouldn't be mistaken. Come home with me." Grandma Yi grabbed Su Ye's hand and refused to let go. Old Master Yi suddenly regained his senses, also holding Su Ye's hand, and said hoarsely, "Yes, your mother is right. You are our daughter. You ungrateful girl, refusing to admit you're my daughter? No way. Today, I will claim you. You just want proof? Just do a paternity test, and you'll know for sure. Sir and madam, please go now. I need to cook for my daughter, so I can't keep you here," Su Yi said quietly, feeling very confused. "My daughter, I didn't take good care of you before. You were taken away by kidnappers." "It was all my fault," Grandma Yi choked out. "It's not your fault, Mom. Blame Dad. When he was transferred for work, he couldn't take care of us," Su Yi said. "That's how the bad guys took the chance and stole you while Mom wasn't paying attention," Old Master Yi said hoarsely.
"Mom, I'm hungry."
"I want to eat rice," Nian Bao said, pouting her little face angrily. "Humph. The baby is very angry. Didn't you see someone else is standing below? Always like this. It's just a family recognition scene. Do a paternity test first, then come and recognize her."
"Oh."
"My good granddaughter is hungry. Grandma will cook for you, okay?" Grandma Yi hurriedly squatted down, picked up Nian Bao, and said kindly, "Oh, Grandma and Grandpa, I think you should just get recognized first. After dinner, go to the hospital for a paternity test. Show it to my mom directly and see if she recognizes her. No point crying and making a fuss without real proof. If Mom is really your daughter, she can't refuse to acknowledge it. It's not a big deal. Don't rush. Finish your meal first. Come on, Grandma will make something delicious." Su Yi, Old Mr. and Mrs. Yi. Nian Bao grinned and leaned close to Grandma Ye's ear, whispering softly, "Grandma, I'll tell you. Mom is just stubborn, but deep down she really wants to acknowledge you all. Also, the eldest granddaughter is Mom's precious.
If you bribe me.
Arrange everything well. Mom will definitely recognize you, and she'll call you Mom and Dad right away. She might even give you a cute, lovely granddaughter. It's such a good deal, a sure win." "Oh dear. Good granddaughter. You're clever. Okay, Grandma will start cooking now.
Gifts will also be arranged."
Grandma has a family heirloom warm jade, originally for your mom. But I'll give it to Nian Bao."
"Oh."
"Grandma, if you sell it, won't it be very valuable?" Nian Bao's eyes widened in surprise and asked quickly, "Old Mrs. Yi?" "Oh no, did I speak too soon?" The eldest granddaughter is about to sell the family heirloom warm jade. If that happens, the Yi family will be in chaos. No, I need to find another gift. Granddaughter, warm jade isn't worth much. How about I give you a bank book instead? Old Mrs. Yi smiled kindly. Nian Bao blinked her eyes. Humph, naughty grandma. She's trying to back out. But honestly, the warm jade isn't very useful to her. If Grandma gives her money, she can buy several Sihiyuan courtyards. When the property prices skyrocket in a few years, she can sell one easily. That would be much more valuable than the jade. She just doesn't know how much Grandma will give her. Grandma, how much money do you think the eldest granddaughter can get? Nian Bao tilted her head, asking softly. Nian Bao is priceless. I won't sell her for any amount, Grandma Yi said with a warm smile. You little clever girl, Grandma won't forget to give you enough.
Thank you, Grandma.
Nian Bao kissed Grandma Yi on the cheek. Oh, my good granddaughter. Let Grandma kiss you back. Grandma Yi chuckled happily, making a playful move to kiss her. 2 hours later, after dinner, everyone went to Kyoto Hospital for a paternity test, personally received by the director. They were very polite, shaking hands and bowing. Even the hospital cleared out the area. Nian Bao scratched the back of her head and muttered softly, Did I see things wrong? The appraisal results would take 2 days to come out. A few people left the hospital and got into a regular black car. Old Mr. Ye's phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone and answered. Hello. Who's this? Old Yi. Come quickly. I just had my wife cook a few dishes. I tell you, there's good wine. If you don't come, you'll regret it. Okay, we'll be there right away. Mr. Yi finished speaking and hung up. Whose phone was that? Old Mrs. Yi asked, holding Nian Bao. It was old Lu's call. They want us to come over. Sister-in-law Lu cooked a big meal and is waiting. I was thinking, if it weren't for sister-in-law Lu, we wouldn't have found our daughter. Maybe I should send some gifts someday. Aren't they just recently adopting a little girl? Then we should buy more things for children, Mr. Yi said softly. Humph. Buying things for the kids is fine, but that old woman, I must teach her a lesson. She's acting so high and mighty. Today, I need to get that attitude back. Old Mrs. Yi snorted angrily. Little Li, go to the old Lu residence, Mr. Yi casually said. Yes, sir. Nian Bao and Su Yi were silent. Half an hour later, everyone gathered in the Lu family's living room. Old Mrs. Lu was stunned. When did her daughter-in-law and sweet granddaughter return to Kyoto?
She didn't know.
After she and her husband returned to the capital, they went to visit her family to help out. The youngest niece was getting married, and she couldn't miss it. After the wedding, they visited friends and relatives, and finally went to visit the Yi family. Yesterday, after returning home, she called her son because she missed her little granddaughter. But no one answered. She called Su Yi, but the phone was turned off. She didn't think much of it. After all, young people's worlds are different. As elders, it's hard to get involved too much. She had long noticed the delicate relationship between her son and daughter-in-law. She could only sigh silently in her heart. She hoped, for the sake of the children, they could just get along and not cause a divorce. Grandma, the granddaughter, misses you so much. Nian Bao broke free from Grandma's embrace and reached out her little hands to hug old Mrs. Lu. Grandma Lu quickly regained her composure, crouched down, and gently picked up her well-behaved granddaughter. She softly asked, Sweet granddaughter, when did you come back? Why didn't you tell Grandma? Grandma, I've been back for several days. Mom's phone broke, so I couldn't call you, the girl replied softly. Mom works very hard every day, waking up early and late to make tofu and sell it, just to buy food for you. It's really tough, Nian Bao said with a sad look. Grandma Lu immediately frowned, her eyes full of concern. She hurriedly asked, Didn't I give you a bank book? Why don't you spend the money? Let your mom earn money for you. Mom said that Grandma gave me the money, and I should keep it myself to use when I grow up, maybe as a dowry, the girl explained. Mom said she can earn money herself to take care of me. She and Dad are going to get a divorce, Nian Bao said with tears in her big eyes. Hearing this, Grandma Lu staggered slightly. She looked up at Su Yi and softly asked, Daughter-in-law, is Nian Bao telling the truth? Su Yi was speechless. When did she say she was getting a divorce? She shot a stern look at Nian Bao and then turned to Grandma Lu, speaking softly. Mom, Xian Yuan and I have no feelings for each other. It's better to divorce now that he's back. Old Mr. and Mrs. Yi looked as if they had been struck by lightning, standing there stunned, their minds in chaos. buzzing loudly. They had just accepted their beloved daughter back. When did she become a daughter-in-law of the Liu family? That young man from the Liu family, wasn't he deeply in love with the girl from the Su family? Why did he marry their daughter instead? What exactly is going on? Since they saw their daughter, they had wanted to ask who Nianbao's father was, but there was never a good chance. Now they didn't need to look for it. Everyone was here. Except for the culprit. The mastermind was right in front of them. Today, if their mother didn't tear them apart, that damned Liu family, daring to let their daughter marry that flirtatious son, would be finished. They thought it was shameless. Old Mrs. Yi snapped out of her shock, rolled up her sleeves, and rushed forward, grabbing her obedient granddaughter. Sweet granddaughter, Grandma and Aunt Lu need to talk. Can you go to Mom's arms for a while? Okay. Grandma, you can do it. Your granddaughter believes in you. Nianbao waved her little fist. Good, Nianbao, don't worry. Grandma promises to win this time. Just watch, okay? Old Mrs. Yi assured her. Grandma, you're the best. Don't let your granddaughter down. Nianbao gave a big thumbs up. Old Lady Yi and Old Lady Lu both looked surprised. They felt that their eldest granddaughter didn't seem afraid of trouble. She looked like she was just watching a show. Old Lady Lu, let's go. Old Lady Yi, let's go. They both gestured for the others to follow and headed toward the west room. With a loud bang, they shut the door. Brother Yi, please. Brother Lu, please. The two old men also made inviting gestures and went toward the east room. With a loud bang, that door was also closed.
Su Yi looked worried.
Oh no, they might start fighting. They're so old. What if they break something? Even bumping into each other wouldn't be good. Su Yi was very anxious. If only that man was here. Nianbao looked upset. Oh no, such a good show. And they've shut the door. I can't see anything. She thought, stinky grandma, always tricking kids. There must be something fishy. I need to find out.
Mom.
Let's go peek through the window and see what they're doing. Nianbao said angrily. Su Yi was surprised but quickly understood. Mother and daughter gently pushed the door open and stepped outside. In the side room, Zhou Hongru looked up, then lowered his head to clean his gun. It seemed like he didn't care about anything. His eldest niece asked him to protect the old master and the lady. He couldn't afford to break his promise. Otherwise, his niece would be angry with him, and he knew he couldn't win against her. Old Lady Yi sat cross-legged on the bed, with a small table beside her holding a deck of cards. Old Lady Lu sat opposite her, playing cards and talking, telling everything that had happened recently. Old Lady Yi started crying. She quickly wiped her tears with a handkerchief and said angrily, Lu family, shouldn't you give my daughter an explanation? Sister. My brother and I have agreed. Our two children will have a wedding. But who would have thought they'd want a divorce? Old Lady Lu wiped her tears and looked worried. Old Lady smiled and said, Why divorce? Didn't you hear how softly my daughter said she wanted to leave? That means she doesn't want a divorce. We shouldn't waste the effort of our clever granddaughter.